Welcome to Latin America International Championships. This is the first 2024 season international event, bringing together trainers from around the globe. Trainers are showing up to see friends, trade cards, train Pokémon, and play side events, while others are here to make history as a top Pokémon competitor. The International Championship started in 2017, bringing together global competitors and showcasing top-tier matches. Last year, JW Naldo became a hometown hero from Brazil, taking home the Pokémon GO LAIC 2023 Championship.
Como falei, consegui atingir objetivo que eu queria. Mostrar primeiramente para o mundo que o Brasil é uma região muito forte, para dar mais oportunidade a nossos jogadores.
JW Naldo trying to become a champion here in Sao Paulo. He's 2 wing attacks away, and that is it!
Tort Recleb added LAIC to his championship belt, completing his collection of international titles with the LAIC 2023 Pokémon TCG Championship.
It means a lot to finally be back on top. The LAIC was the missing piece.
He has done it! He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe.
But we haven't had a VG LAIC champion since playing on the Nintendo DS back in the 2020 season with James Pack.
Last year, you came here and took the runner-up title, and this year you leave as the champion.
It feels amazing. This was a great tournament to end off, especially since it's the last big major for the Nintendo 3DS.
He will be forever known as the last international champion in the DS era.
Who will come out on top at this event is anyone's guess, as our trainers all compete to rise and become an international champion.
Here comes the Shadow Ball! What a game 3!
Can he get one more counter? And he does!
He's just retreating into Oricorio and passing again. Ryan draws for turn and draws the boss's orders in order to bring up the Mew.
This can give it up, except the Hydro Pump to follow it up. He's gonna get the knockout.
Ice Spinner into the Dragonite, 4 times super effective.
Bom dia, buenos dias, and good morning to all the trainers joining us today. We're coming at you live from Sao Paulo, Brazil at the Expo Center Norte Pavilião Amarelo, and we are very excited for the first international event of the 2024 season to begin.
I'm Shea Burton and I'm joined by Sierra Dawn, and we're here to welcome everyone here who came to compete across the various Pokémon titles we have here in attendance today, as well as all the people who are here to cheer them on.
Speaking of, who's excited for the Pokémon video game this weekend?
And who bought the best deck for the Pokémon trading card game?
And who's ready to get the action started in Pokémon GO?
Thank you to the over 2,000 trainers who will be competing here this weekend at LAIC 2024. We're excited to see who will make it to Championship Sunday and who will be crowned a new international champion.
And trainers aren't just here for the trophy. They're fighting to win a piece of over $500,000 in available prize money and the championship points for an invite on our Road to Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii next year.
So let's get things started. If you're a competing trainer here this weekend, soon you will make your way to the competing tables and start your run at becoming a new international champion. Everyone else can stay tuned though, as we get ready to kick it over to our casters to begin our pre-game shows to prepare you for the tournament and give you the relevant trainer information you need to know.
Make sure you catch all the action this weekend at Pokemon.com/play. Use the hashtag PokemonLAIC to join the conversation online and follow the channel if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube.
We hope you enjoy the competition and all the broadcasts from here on out. So let's get ready to kick off the first day of the 2024 Pokémon Latin America International Championships. Casters, over to you.
Bom dia and welcome to Sao Paulo, Brazil, home of the Latin America International Championships. I am Jeremy Jallin, joined
by the wonderful Pablo Meza, and we have a glorious weekend of Pokemon action.
We do, we really do. We have the brand new Paradox Rift set making ripples across the past and the future and the present here at LAIC. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the trainers brought for today.
It is a new set that's adding so much potential to this format and this metagame that we have here in general. Let's go ahead and break down the international championships that we have. This is our first international championship of the 2024 season, and we have plenty more throughout the rest of the years.
After Sao Paulo, we're heading to London in April over in Europe for the European International Championships, and then to the brand new New Orleans for NAIC. I'm very excited to be heading to a new place myself.
Oh yeah, New Orleans is on the top of my list of places I've been wanting to visit for a while, and all of that culminates to Honolulu, Hawaii at the World Championships. That's what these players are trying to compete to get to that spot and get that glory of that world title. But it's all going to start here in Sao Paulo. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the championship points that these players have tried their hardest to earn this season so far. It's been a long season already.
It has been. It feels like we've been through so many regionals and we're finally here at the first international championship where there's so much to play for. We have 500 points for first place to 400 for second place, along with an automatic invite for the World Championships. Then we have 320 for top 4, 250 for top 8. So many points to play for, and a lot of players trying to finalize their World's invite. There's a lot of players who have been grinding their local events and are very close, so we might see a lot of World's invites this after the weekend is over.
Yeah, we already saw a few get accomplished just this past weekend, and like you said, there is a lot up for grabs here in Sao Paulo. It is going to be make or break for a lot of players' potential stipends as well.
Yep. Yeah, and then, I mean, each region needs different amount of points depending on the tournaments that they have. Masters for North America needs 600 championship points, which is the highest. Feels sometimes difficult to achieve, but a good run here at LAC can definitely put you past that threshold. So a lot to play for this weekend.
A lot to play for, a lot of money on the line, a lot of packs on the line, a lot of bragging rights. New set introduced into an international championship. It is a very shaky metagame.
It is.
You never really know what's going to be popular, and you kind of have a clue, and everyone kind of has a clue. You think you have the best deck going into the tournament, but it's only going to be that one person at the very end.
Indeed, and now I feel like LAC this year is so different from last year, because last year we had Lugia V-Star come out for the first time, and that completely made the metagame surrounded, right? It was either play Lugia or beat Lugia. There was no other way for that. And this time around, the metagame feels the complete opposite. We have at least 10 different viable decks that I could see them making it all the way to the top.
Yeah, and that's the power of this Paradox Rift set, and it is something that we're kind of used to in our November sets. Nothing is as defined as it is in previous, but it's something that we're going to be looking forward to.
Indeed, for sure. There's so much potential variety with all these new ancient and future Pokemon, and it's brand new decks, it's alterations to current decks that were also like deemed that they were not going to be viable, but turns out they're still pretty good. So the metagame, I feel like this weekend is going to be all over the place.
For those of you new to international championships and just these tournaments in general, let's go ahead and take a look at how the format for this tournament will take place this weekend.
This 2024 International Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Trainers from all around the globe are here to compete for over $500,000 in cash prizes, booster packs, and championship points to qualify for World 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 3-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss rounds and Top Cup matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Day 2. Day 2 Swiss rounds will continue to determine the top 8 trainers in the tournament. The competition then shifts to a single elimination Top Cup bracket, where those remaining trainers battle until we only have our 2 finalists remaining, where they will compete on Championship Sunday for the title of Latin America International Champion. Who is taking home the title of Latin America International Champion? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
So hopefully that helped y'all get a little sense of how this tournament is going to be playing out this weekend. I know I am excited. It has been a while since I've been back in Sao Paulo. I think 5 years now.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's a long time, Jared.
I'm old.
Yeah, I mean, Sao Paulo is always a magical city. I always compare it to Mexico City, and it feels very familiar. Brazil is so welcoming. The food is incredible. I love being here.
Yeah, honestly, walking around with this guy, I feel like I'm just sitting next to a celebrity all the time.
No, that's not true. But it helps when you speak the local language, right? Helps you move around a little, so that's always useful. Yeah, have a lot of really cool matches throughout the day. I'm really looking forward to seeing brand new decks. I really want to see the take on players for Roaring Moon EX. I feel like that deck, in the lead up to this weekend, we saw so many variations from hyper turbo to like middle of the ground, not super turbo, but also having late game options, and then towards the end, Radiant Greninja being included as an attacker as well because of all the energy acceleration. I'm really looking forward to see what Roaring Moon does this weekend.
Yeah, and we kind of highlighted earlier, but there is a new set for this standard format that we have here, that Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift, introducing those future and ancient Pokemon into the Pokemon TCG, and it has been a long time coming. They have been introduced in the games.
Yep.
They've been around for a while, dominating the VGC area,
indeed.
And now we're going to get our hands on Roaring Moon, Iron Hands, Iron Valiant, Screamtail. I am very excited to see how this shapes up.
Me too. We were talking earlier with the VG casters about how these new Pokemon are so powerful in their game, and now we finally get to see them in action in ours. Yeah, and I feel like when they were first revealed in Yokohama, it got me really excited. Especially Iron Valiant was like, is that ability for real?
Yeah.
Like, now you can do what Sableye does, but on turn 1 almost? What?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how things play out, and we haven't really had a set since Silver Tempest to really shape up and shake up this metagame.
Yeah, I mean, we had high expectations of Charizard EX. It was a brand new deck introduced. It is a powerful deck, of course, but it didn't like make anything like leave the metagame, or it didn't add to the metagame in a significant way, I want to say. So versus rotation, we've had like same old decks, a little bit of variety here and there, but now Paradox Rift is definitely the one that brings brand new archetypes, empowers others, and promises to make it like super varied. Yeah, I was talking to a lot of people before the event, and it was really hard to pick a deck because there's just so many things that you can go up against. So what do you tech for?
Speaking of hard to pick a deck, it is hard to pick caster predictions as well. And we have done that for y'all here today. And hopefully, I went a little left field. I got that new Toad Scroll with its ability just shutting down superior energy retrieval against cards like Qian Pao. And I'm hoping it does well. You know, you went the classic route.
I went with guaranteed picks from Paradox Rift. I feel like Roaring Moon and Iron Hands are super powerful, and they're definitely gonna make a splash. But Shay went with two old but good, two well tried and tested, guaranteed archetypes. I feel like Mew VMAX is definitely a risky choice when we have the brand new Roaring Moon EX, a basic Pokemon that is Darkness and can easily one-shot a Mew VMAX. So interesting picks there.
And then, of course, Amy with that Zoroark toolbox style deck, and that Scizor. Punishing Scizor is actually a very good card and is reminiscent of the same Weavile with Evil Admonition that we've had beforehand. There's a lot of abilities in this format.
Yeah, indeed, and I do agree that like that Zoroark Scissor deck could be similar to Zoroark GX Weavile, right, that you were mentioning, because you even have Kirlia for the refinement, which is essentially trade, so very similar. A lot of similarities between older decks and newer decks, and I do think Scissor, even if it's not in Zoro box, it's definitely primed to do well, and Goldengo EX, which is a card that none of us had faith in, but could definitely make a splash, and Scissor could be part of it.
Whoa, Pablo, listen, all right? Just because it's not in my top 2 picks doesn't mean I don't have faith in Goldengo, all right? It is a very cool Pokemon. It's the 1000th Pokemon.
The number 1,000.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, I mean, it is one of my favorites. Yeah, I love Goldengo in the video game. I wish it was a little easier to get. Right? Collecting those Gimme Gold coins does take a little while, but you don't have to do that in the TCG. You just have to get the cards. So easier to get the Goldengo here.
Yeah, much easier to build your deck with those cards in general. And of course, this is not the only thing we have going on for this entire weekend. We've got some giveaways for y'all all at home. And it is going to be Iron Valiant EX, the special illustration rare with its Tachyon bits. Just an amazing ability, amazing artwork. Sneaking in a few Pokemon that we still haven't really seen yet in the TCG.
Indeed, very cool cards. And with code Paradox LAIC, you can get your copy on TCG Live. And that's not all. We also have more giveaways for the video game and for Pokemon Go. So make sure you are on the lookout for those. And Valiant EX will definitely be a powerful card, will be meta relevant, and just look at that art. That art is incredible with all the future Pokemon. I believe that's all the future Pokemon released before the downloadable content. So really love what Pokemon has been doing lately with the illustration rare cards. They look absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and you were mentioning another giveaway, of course. We have Alex Gomez's Dragapult. And I know you were watching this and loved that match.
Yeah, this final at NAIC was incredible. So you can get your own Dragapult with code LA1CPHANT0M4CE. So LAIC Phantomace, some sort of play on words with Phantom Menace. Yeah, really cool. Dragapult is really powerful in the video game, as we are seeing it do its attack and pretty much one-shot an Amoonguss. Amoonguss is very bulky in the video game, and pulling that off, I'm sure Alex was able to surprise a lot of opponents by doing that.
Dragapult is also just an amazing Pokemon. I love the design and the look of it, and it was a very hyped match to watch there. And of course, Pokemon Go fans, there's still something for you as well. Twitch drops, watch and earn all of these awesome prizes, and even on Pokemon TCG Live. So make sure to stay tuned and keep busy while you're watching this. Pick up those little channel points and get some stuff.
The more time you watch, the more likely it is that you'll be able to earn some of these incredible prizes.
And with these players that are competing here this weekend, there is a race that is going on. The top 16 in North America. Let's go ahead and take a look at these players so far. A lot of regional winners, and of course, just very consistent players throughout these regionals that we've had so far.
Indeed, we have Raymond Long, regional winner, and also past the 600 CP threshold. We have Sawyer Melvin, the first NA qualified Masters player that does so without winning a regional. And we have Jesse Parker just so close.
Yeah, it has been a lot of names that we have seen time and time again throughout all these regional championships. We're looking to see if they can take down international championship for themselves. It is going to be a tough battle, though, because there is a ton of amazing players here.
Yes, there absolutely are. We have a huge turnout, and I'm sure Rahul, Caleb, Grant, Nicholas, Alex Shumansky, who unfortunately is not here, but most of his players, I think, are here, and a decent run, right? They don't even need to make it all the way to top 8 or anything crazy like that. A solid run, some top 128, top 64 points, will lock a lot of these players' invite to Honolulu, Hawaii. I'm sure all of them are striving to earn the championship title, but I'm sure a lot of them will walk away happy that they've accomplished their invite, and so early in the season as well.
And now let's go ahead and take a look at the top 22 players from the EU region. A lot of these players are here as well, trying to lock up those invites, get the extra money, those championship points. And we just saw Demetrius Eaton get a second place in Toronto, Canada, in that regional championships. Here again, hoping to get that first.
Indeed. The fact that we have these amazing prizes at all these regionals, we're seeing a lot more players from other regions travel, and I'm sure that applies as well to Latin America International Championship. We have players from all over the world, and Patrick being the first European Masters player qualified to the World Championships without having won a direct invite at a regional special event there. We have Miloslav, Francisco, Andrea, Dimitris, Fabian, Paul, a lot of really, really good players here, very close to locking up their invite.
And then Stefan Ivanov, a two-time IC champion, looking to make it number 3 here this weekend, but a lot of these players are trying to battle it out against everyone here. And with the new format, it's definitely puts more emphasis on deck building.
Indeed, I definitely think that this weekend will really be rewarding to those players that put in the time and really try to not only like figure out what they're playing, but also figure out what other decks get upgrades, what new decks are featuring, are looking like, and getting ready for that. Because what I deem as a good deck and a good 60 cards for Roaring Moon, someone else might come up with something completely different, right? So I definitely think this is one of the best tournaments to really be challenging everyone in terms of deck building.
And then, of course, let's talk about the World Championships and what these players are trying to accomplish to make it get invited to that tournament here. It's a lot of work throughout the entire season.
Indeed, it is a lot of work, and I'm sure everyone's very excited to get to Honolulu, Hawaii, and lock up their invite possibly this weekend, grinding up locals as well. We also have a League Cup and a League Challenge to go along with the International Championships, which is fantastic. Gives more opportunity to those players who do not make it to day 2 and will be able to continue to play Pokemon all weekend, whether it's those, whether it's other side events. There will be a little bit of everything for everyone here.
Now let's go ahead and take a look at the remaining regions. The top 12 for Latin America, top 4 for Oceania, and then top 2 for the Middle East and South Africa as well. And these have been some incredible names as well. William just taking down regionals a couple weeks ago with that Charizard EX. Maybe playing it again this weekend. I don't know. When you win a tournament with a deck, you kind of just want to stick to it, right?
Indeed, yeah, definitely. Like, it gives you the confidence of, I already won one, why not give it another run? Of course, that was before Paradox Rift got released and new threats to Charizard were available, but Charizard's still pretty good. And then you have Francisco, who I believe also did pretty well at the tournament, Juan Andre, Lucas, Felipe Luna, Leonardo, Joao, and Juan Carlos. All of these players are already qualified to the World Championships, as Latin America only requires 350 championship points, because we do have a lower amount of regionals and special events throughout the season. But Gabriel, Diego, Carlos, and Yerko, all of them very, very close. And then we have the Oceania region. We've talked a lot about the Australians this season, right? They've been all over the world, quite literally.
Yeah, Brent Tonneson sitting at #1 there, was on a crazy run on these past few regional championships up in North America and even Europe as well, utilizing Gardevoir to the best of his ability. I lost to him in a stream match. It's rough. It is very rough.
I think his worst result at the last 4 regionals he's attended, plus Worlds, is top 32. That's crazy. Like, that level of consistency between jet lag and the travel and everything, like, that's really impressive. And I wonder if he's going to be able to keep that up here in Brazil.
Yeah, it's something to watch for sure. we have a ton of players on our list that we're trying to keep an eye on, and it really gets overwhelming because there's so many great players here, and just the great players in Latin America as well. We don't get to feature them as much in the North American Regional Championships, and it's refreshing to see here.
Definitely is. And then we have Vincent, York, and Angus already qualified as World, because I believe they need 250 championship points for Masters in Oceania, so all the top 4 players are already qualified. It might be 300, so maybe Angus is still not quite there yet, but so close. And then South Africa and Middle East, Akil and Rudolph, both already qualified for the World Championships. It's really good to see representation from all over the world.
I mean, it's Pokemon. The one thing we have in common is that we love this game and love this brand in general, and we're coming from every sort of different background, but we all have something in common, and that's Pokemon.
Yep, we all love Pokemon. That's why we're here, and we are all very excited for the matches coming up. For the match, right? We're starting one match at a time. Round 1 coming up very soon, and in order to get this quicker to you all watching at home, we had to go with the second pick of the poll. So we're going to be seeing Jesper versus Victor.
Yeah, and be sure to use hashtag Pokemon LAIC on social media to join in with us this weekend. Maybe we'll feature some of your social media posts here on the broadcast. See how you're enjoying the tournament, even the players here in general. Just make sure to share your thoughts with us and just join in on the Pokemon fun.
Yeah, join in on the talk. Yeah, we'll feature you here and discuss whatever's on your mind.
All right, let's go ahead and look at the notable matches that we have up here for the Twitch picks, right?
Yeah.
Like you were saying before, the winner had a delay, so we went with the second choice. It's going to be a great one, though, and I am looking forward to it for sure.
Me too. I'm really eager to get started to see these brand new Paradox Rift cards, but let's see our key matches for this round.
And so, of course, we are streaming Jesper up against Victor, but we had some stellar names left over before. Diego Casaraga, former world champion; Gustavo Wada, multiple-time IC champion.
Yeah, Gustavo, a fan favorite as well here in Brazil. He was a junior world champion as well back in 2011, so been playing for a long time and continued that success at back-to-back EUIC championships, right? I feel like we all want to win our own region though, so I'm sure he's really hungry for that third IC title in his home region.
It is less ICs now this season. We did lose Oceania, but that just puts even more pressure and even more fame on being able to take down one of these tournaments. It is one of the hardest tournaments of the year, and there's only 4 of those. 3 ICs and the World Championships. Regionals are their own beast, but there's something different about the smell of an international championship.
Definitely is, because it's so big and there's players quite literally from all over the world. Not only those who are high in the rankings that get those travel awards or get their stipends, we have players who don't have that and are still looking for that little piece of the action. And Brazil being such a welcoming country, yeah, I know we have players from Japan, from Singapore, from New Zealand, from Mexico, from Canada, from the United States, from Colombia, from Panama, from all over the region. So yeah, ICs hit different, right? Worlds is amazing, and ICs, I feel like, are Worlds times 5 in that feeling of internationalness.
Yeah, it is, like I said before, it's been a while since I've been in Sao Paulo, and it's just the people are so welcoming here, the food's amazing here, and it's a whole different atmosphere, and I'm definitely blessed to be back and, have you in the booth as well.
Thank you. Likewise, I'm blessed to have you as my partner, and I'm very happy. It feels special to me as well because this is my region, right? I am from Latin America, so I'm very honored to be here, be able to present to you guys, to everyone watching, and talk about Pokemon, which is what I think I like the most and I do best. So here we are.
You like Pokemon?
I do. As surprising as it might be, I do tend to like Pokemon a little bit, just a little bit.
I like it a lot. So out of the Paradox Rift cards, what is your favorite? What do you think will... So what is your favorite? And then if it's the same answer, what do you think will do the best?
All right. So
outside of the predictions,
My favorite is definitely Iron Valiant DX. I feel like that ability has all the potential in the world to be paired with something else and be really powerful. What that something else is might not have been released yet, might not exist yet, might already be, but I feel like that ability is my favorite ability in a long time, and placing the damage counters correctly with Tachyon Bids can be a very skillful thing to have in the TCG. However, the card I expect to do the best from the set is definitely probably a tie between Screamtail and Roaring Wind EX. I feel like I underestimated how good Screamtail is, and I might have overestimated a little bit how good Roaring Wind is, because it is a little linear for my liking, with the big attacks and you blow yourself up and that's it. However, I really like those two cards, but I feel like Roaring Wind, I would give the edge to Roaring Wind. How about you?
All right, well, I like Golden Go, and I believe we have our match ready. So let's go ahead and take it down to the table. Meet our players for round one here. And, oh, look at that. Maybe I'm just a little psychic.
What a coincidence, Jeremy.
Jesper Eriksson, former world champion, playing Comfey Giratina V-Star up against Victor Sagaldo, playing Golden Go EX, and it is going to be a pretty crazy one.
Indeed, we were talking about Amy's Scissor choice, and we're going to feature Scissor in the first round, and then Jesper going with a deck that he has been doing really well at locals with. He's been madly in love with Giratina V-Star, and he decided to stick with it with a few very interesting cards in his list. New inclusions like Counter Catcher, and then also runs a Tropius.
Yeah, Tropius is definitely something that we've kind of seen in the past to battle against the grass weakness of Charizard EX, but it is one of those tech cards that's very linear in its matchups. It's Roaring Moon, Charizard. That's pretty much it.
I mean, it used to be as well for Tyranitar V in Single Strike Lugia. However, we definitely haven't seen that in a while. But we're going to get started. We're going to see the prize cards, and nothing super impactful for either player, like not a single of. The Cold Risk could be annoying, but it is at the bottom of the deck. And then I feel like the most key card for Victor is probably the Energy. What do you think?
Energy, and then the Superior Energy Retrieval. Golden Go EX's attack is make it rain. You discard any number of energy from your hand to deal 50 times for each one. You really need to kind of stock up those energies to take those big one-hit knockouts against something like a Giratina V-Star. But against stuff like Comfey and Sableye, you don't need as many.
True. Yeah, that's true. And depending on what he needs to KO, perhaps because the Superior Retrieval is in the middle, right, he might be able to utilize the other three to get to that point quite easily. So it might depend as well on how much disruption Jesper is able to bring to the table, because Goldengo wants to accumulate those resources in their hand, wants to draw a bunch of cards and be able to discard the energies from hand, and that could get a little complicated if he continually gets Roxanne or Iono.
And then one card that we haven't really talked about from Paradox Rift that I think is probably the best card in the set, and I think you might agree with me, Earthen Vessel.
I agree. Yeah, Earthen Vessel is a very powerful card. Helps you thin, helps you get rid of dead cards in your hand. It really is fantastic. As we get that, what you know, Earthen Vessel immediately getting played.
Earthen Vessel, discard a card from your hand, search your deck for 2 basic energy cards, put them in your hand. We have had cards like this in the past: Professor's Letter, Letter of Encouragement, Capacious Bucket. This one I think is probably on the same level, if not a little bit better than Professor's Letter. Professor's Letter, you can just play it, get 2 energy, but a lot of the times, especially in this format, discarding that card is beneficial.
For sure, there will be very few instances where you don't want to discard something, but the benefits of discarding those battle VIP passes when you're not using them anymore. Making sure you thin your hand to make yourself less Iona-proof. And wow, we see a attached pass from Victor. So now Jesper could get a first turn KO through Cramorant. He's able to pull that off.
Well, here is the first deck search, so we'll see if Jesper is able to cobble together a good turn here. Nestball able to search your deck for a basic Pokemon, put it directly onto your bench. But right now, we're seeing the counts. You want to know what is in your prize cards, especially with a deck like this Lost Zone Giratina. There is a lot of moving parts, and especially like you were saying, a lot of kind of one-of techs. There's only like one boss's orders, stuff like that. So a lot of things you need to keep count of. Only one Cramorant, so with that being in the deck is very good here. Now Jesper is trying to get a couple Comfey in play and maybe find a Colress's Experiment, and 4 cards in the Lost Zone with that Cramorant in the active spot. We're moving on to a game 2.
Yeah, Jesper actually is already holding the Colress's Experiment in his hand, so probably, and one other nest ball apart from the one he's playing right now. So he's being very thorough in case the Colress doesn't give him the cards he needs. But if he finds a few switching cards, Jet Energy, things like that, we might be seeing a very quick game 1 right here. There's a third nest ball. That's a brilliant start for Jesper.
Yeah, who needs Battle VIP Pass? We just can play 3 nest ball on turn 1.
Indeed. I feel like the odds of finding 3 nest ball plus the Colress in your starting hand might be around the same of finding a shiny Pokemon. Like it's so rare. I feel like Giratina tends to like have those just very awkward starts because you have such good cards, but usually they're good like in the middle of the later stages of the game. You can get like that Sableye, Mirage Gate, Roxanne starting hand, and you're like, why am I playing this? However, when you get these sort of very powerful hands, you're in for a good time.
I think the one thing Jesper is missing here is some switch cards to get those Comfeys in the active spot. This Colress is going to have to find those exactly. I see Jet Energy, switch card. I think that does it.
There are exactly, there's 2 switch cards, a Jet Energy. That'll be 2 cards in the Lost Zone.
Oh no, he saw 6. Oh, well, I don't think it's going to matter. So this usually leads to a double prize penalty. If you see an extra card when you're not able to, that's the basic rule, especially for an event of this caliber in an international championship. The thing is, though, how the cards were drawn off the top.
Yeah.
If it's either that Jet Energy or the switch card.
Well, there's 2 other Jet Energies and 2 switch cards inside the 5 cards. So in reality, whichever was the 6th card won't matter. Jesper will probably get a 2 prize penalty, but he'll still be able to just get the game. You can see him shaking a little bit. So I'm pretty sure that 6th card was out of excitement, out of, wow, I actually pulled this off. And I'm about to be up 1 game with my first turn.
Yeah. Doesn't even look at the flower selecting here. Just puts it in the Lost Zone. There's the 4th card, switch card, Cramorant taking the knockout. And just like that, less than 5 minutes into our round 1 of Swiss here, Jesper going up 1-0 up against Victor. Thanks to Victor just starting that Gimmighoul and passing.
Indeed, I don't think there's a better feeling than like you're up in a high pressure setting. You're starting off the day. You've traveled so much to get here. Yeah, Jesper is from Denmark, and then you start off with a win on turn 1. Yeah, you're feeling like luck is on your side. You're feeling like you're gonna have a good run. Yeah, really interesting how Goldengo is a powerful card, but Gimmighoul is not a powerful card. Gimmighoul is a very frail Pokemon, and this can happen.
And this is also kind of the tale of the big bad of the previous format compared to the new spice that might take over. But Lost Zone Giratina, it's been around for a while for a reason, and it's just consistent.
It is consistent, and here's where I was gonna play the counter card to your best card in Paradox Rift. I feel like Counter Catcher could also be deemed the best card in this search. Earthen Vessel is absolutely fantastic. However, Counter Catcher I feel like could have more game-breaking, like game-winning effect. You know, like I feel like a lot more games are going to be won by finding that Counter Catcher at the right time. Because Earthen Vessel is a card you probably want to find early to fit your deck, to get that stable setup. But Counter Catcher at the right time can be as powerful as Boss's Orders. And how many times do we see Boss for game?
Every time.
Every time, right? So then I'm pretty sure now it's going to be 50-50 between Boss for game or Counter Catcher for game.
Listen, it's a reprint, so I wasn't really including it with the new cards.
Oh, that's fair, that's fair.
No. It is an amazing card. It's going to be great to have it back in the format. It put in a ton of work when it was first released, and hopefully we'll be able to see some good use of it here. Looking at the prize cards, though, for Jesper, double Escape Rope, Super Rod, and then two Jet Energy and a Psychic. Meanwhile, for Victor, nothing too bad there. A couple energies.
Nothing too bad, and funnily enough, a Color's Experiment in Victor's prizes now. This time around, Victor did choose to go second. This will allow him to play a supporter, to have hopefully a more stable setup. And I feel like Paradox Rift will definitely be a turning point for who goes first and who goes second. That choice that is so crucial. I do think that now there's more merit to go second, because if you're up against Roaring Moon, if you're up against a deck like Lost Box, if you're up against a deck like Raiden that can immediately get a turn 1 attack of, because that's how their deck is built, it's more likely that you survive that if you get to play a supporter, get to use Muse's ability along with a supporter. Playing that supporter, I think, is now so key, so that hopefully you have a higher chance at finding Battle VIP Pass.
And then here is the difference of setups for Jesper. Instead of 3 Nest Ball, we just have double Battle VIP Pass. This is able to search your deck for 2 basic Pokemon, put them on your bench, but only during the first turn. So seeing 2 of them, I think that's a shiny legendary.
That's exactly that's exactly what I was going to mention. Sometimes finding 1 Battle VIP Pass or starting Battle VIP Pass feels harder than finding a shiny Pokemon. Starting with 2 in your starting hand, that's just unheard of. You know, like there's just no way that happens.
So with Cramorant in the active spot, Jesper goes ahead and gets 2 Comfey, that Radiant Greninja, and a Giratina V. Now Victor did start Mew, which is a card to help dig further with that Mysterious Tail ability, trying to find his own Battle VIP Pass if necessary. But we're going to start things off with the concealed cards. Discard an energy to draw 2 cards, and Jet Energy, which honestly is one of my favorite cards in this deck. It provides so much utility and equals 2 flower selectings most of the time.
Indeed, Jet Energy, such a powerful effect. The switch plus the energy to be able to retreat, as we just saw. Such a great effect to have. And then Jesper's hand looking really powerful for next turn. So as long as there's no Iono, Jesper's going to have a very explosive turn 2, whilst we see Victor now.
And here is that Mysterious Tail from you. Looking at the top 6, I do believe there's a Battle VIP Pass there. So Victor not going to just last 1 turn in this game 2 here. Hopefully having a little bit more of a game against Jesper in this Giratina V-Star deck.
Indeed, hopefully a more stable setup for him. I really like an aspect of Goldengo EX is that you don't become a 2-prize deck until you choose to, right? Until you decide to evolve. And now, something interesting about Victor's deck is that he's running a copy of a Grass Energy, and he's running a copy of a Water Energy, which it won't allow him to attack with Radiant Greninja. It's not like Scyther is an actual threat or anything, but it will keep your opponent second-guessing themselves in terms of, well, what are they planning? Can they actually attack me with Greninja? And could force some mana fee benching, which is less than ideal for some decks, right? Because it is a bench space occupied. So I really like that variation. The fact that you won't have a Metal Energy sometimes to compensate for that, like, mind games, I love that.
Yeah, we actually saw that in NAIC and Worlds last year with Giratina V-Star. A lot of people were opting not to play the Water Energy at all, or playing 1 just to try to get that edge on your opponent, those mind games. Well, here we have Victor using Colress's Experiment, finds double Goldengo EX.
With 2 others already in his hands. So he's holding all 4 Goldengo EX. So we're pretty much guaranteed to see Goldengo EX make an appearance at this time now. Goldengo EX's ability, very powerful, that bonus coin to draw extra cards. But Jesper is playing 3 Path to a Peak. So the Stadium War is going to be interesting. And Victor did play the first Stadium and is only running 2, I believe, 2 Artisans. So if that bonus coin ability gets shut down, that could lead to a difficult late game for Victor.
Especially when Jesper is trying to play that Roxanne Path game that we've seen time and time again out of the Giratina V-Star. But with the Artisan fetches the Scyther, which Scizor, I think, is the best attacker against a deck like Lost Zone. Every Pokemon is pretty much going to have an ability, and it's hard for Jesper to kind of play around it.
Indeed, it's hard to take down. Doesn't go down to Cramorant in one hit, so if you're making that single prize Pokemon take 1 or 2 prizes, you're getting a really good trade. But Jesper's hand looking really powerful here, as we see the Colress get him to 4 cards in the Lost Zone now, I believe, and allowing that Cramorant to take the first prize card of this game too.
And with that Colress's Experiment, I believe opted to keep the Tropius.
Yeah, interesting decision there. I mean, at this point, Jesper has very little information on Victor's deck, so you never know what you might encounter, right? You never know what might be paired with Goldengo EX, so keeping your options open could be good. But so far,
still not working either.
Playing it safe, yeah, when you don't know exactly what you're up against, keeping all your options open is definitely the way to go.
Well, after that flower selecting, here comes another one. Thanks to that switch cart.
I think this will put us at 6 cards in the Lost Zone now, after the initial 2 flower selects and now the Colress plus 2 more. So we could see Jesper play down another Comfey and get to 7 and start activating that Mirage Gate. Probably not necessary, probably a little overdoing it if that were the case, but he's eyeing up that Comfey. I feel like what I'd love to see in that bench spot that is now occupied would be a second Giratina, because a boss KO in Giratina with Goldengo could actually be not so great for Jesper, and then how do you deal with the Goldengo EX at that point?
The other thing to note too is with that Comfey in play, that is now 5 abilities in play, but with the Giratina V-Star, a little extra HP, that means you're not going to be able to get taken down by that Scizor. And there's that retreat off the Jet Energy. Cramorant in the active spot, Path to the Peak, the big stadium card. It shuts off all rule box Pokemon abilities, and there's that Spit Innocently for the knockout.
Indeed, then we're going to see the Scyther get promoted. It does have free retreat, so it's a very nice pivot to have. Yes, we're going to go ahead and read Goldengo EX. I'm sure he's already played against it and tried it, but just double checking, making sure it never hurts. And I'm actually noticing now that there are 4 stadiums in Victor's deck. He does have 2 Pokestops and 2 Artisans.
Oh,
so
okay.
The Stadium War will be very, very key in order to determine how fluent Victor's deck is.
Well, speaking of Pokestop, we found one off this Colress's Experiment here.
Also the Water Energy. So if the Water Energy is the one that hits the Lost Zone, I think that'll leave Jesper thinking like, what am I playing against? However, it is the Pokestop.
Wow.
So this Path to the Peak could cause a lot of problems for Victor. He's now down 2 out of the 4 stadiums.
Has a Pokestop in hand already. But there we see that Metal Energy attached to the Scizor. Will be able to take the knockout on anything other than that Giratina V-Star. Gimmighoul is going to round out the bench there, and we're going to see a couple cards drawn now that that Path to the Peak is not in play.
Indeed, that is 3 stadiums now having played for Victor, and now Scizor is extremely powerful in this match because it has 140 HP. Therefore, it's out of range of Cramorant and out of range of Sableye attacks, which means the only way Jesper has to deal with that Scizor is through Giratina V-Star, and Lost Zoning 2 energies or using your V-Star to take only 1 prize card never feels great.
Not at all. You really want to save it for those Goldengo EX and just kind of have your prize map planned out for the future. But there is that concealed cards, gets rid of that Water Energy, so now Jesper's got to be a little bit worried
Jesper must be more confused than a Psyduck at this point. Like, what is my opponent playing? Why are they playing Water Energy? Is it just for Greninja? Is it to attack with Manaphy? Probably not.
No,
are they running a Palkia line of sorts because it covers Goldengo's weakness? What is that Water Energy doing there?
It's the Manaphy.
It's the Manaphy.
Yep.
Yeah, that 20 damage can be pretty crucial against Gardevoir.
It can,
so,
yeah.
There you go. Now we're going to see Jesper bench that Sableye. Sableye can definitely target down this, whilst Jesper finds a better way to deal with the Scissor, but yeah, this is going to be tough.
Well, with that 7 in the Lost Zone, Mirage Gate is now able to be played. Search your deck for 2 energy that are different types and attach them to your Pokemon any way you like. Looks like with the way Jesper's planned out these energies, Sableye is going to be the attacker of choice here.
Jesper is also playing a super fancy deck. Golden, Nest Balls, the play Pokemon prize packs, foil, Mirage Gates, the fancy energies, the 3 different Comfeys. Yeah, going all out with the Blink here. Alternate art, Chorus Experiment. That'll get us to 9 cards, I believe, in the Lost Zone now.
I believe so, and then still has the flower selecting available in the active spot. And that is the 10th card needed for Jesper to start using that Lost Mine attack. Does get rid of the Manaphy though, so the Water Energy not too scary right now.
Indeed. Did hesitate though, did hesitate a little bit, and I feel like Jesper is playing at a level where he definitely factors in, well, how likely is it that I have to worry about a water shuriken coming in? However, there's no space for Manaphy anyway, so there's not much he can do about it at this point in time, but maybe something to think about for Game 3. Now, we are going to see Sableye probably targeting down the Gimme Goal and putting the rest of the damage onto the Scissor. Could also take down Manaphy to open up a potential Greninja play later down the line, although there aren't many good targets for Greninja anyways. So there's the 7 on the Gimme Goal, and there's 2-to-1 spread. So putting Scissor in range, putting Manaphy in range of a 2-price turn if Victor benches another Gimme Goal, and then putting Greninja in range as well. Very smart damage placement there.
Now it is Victor's turn here. He's going to start things off with a Metal Energy. Has Chorus's Experiment in hand, but might as well draw a couple cards with Goldengo.
So Jesper did have a Path to a Peak in his hand. However, he opted not to play it down, which is definitely very surprising. I would have loved to see it played because Victor had, this is the 3rd stadium for Victor. However, he might be saving it for a Roxanne plus Path to the Peak play. So important to balance your resources, right? But I don't know, when you see your opponent 3 stadiums down, that's always a good timing for the Path to a Peak, because on average, how many stadiums are decks playing, Jeremy?
Usually 3-ish, and it
right?
looks like the 4th one might hit the Lost Zone here. Victor getting rid of the Artisan, and I believe the other Pokestop is in the Lost Zone as well, so no more outs to a Path to the Peak here. One thing to note too, Path to the Peak will limit Scissor's damage output, does get rid of the abilities, so a card like Radiant Greninja won't have its ability anymore.
Indeed. Now, going from 200 to 150, not going to make a big difference right now, but it is something important to consider in case Jesper's bench ends up looking a little smaller down the line. But now it's up to Victor to do something. Just going to take the knockout on the Sableye and holding a really, really big hand.
And no, there's a Roxanne that was found off that Chorus's Experiment for Victor, so maybe looking to eye that down next turn.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait a little bit, right? Because, right, next turn after Victor has taken a knockout, pardon me.
Well, no, I'm saying Victor has one in hand.
Oh, Victor
Jesper has one as well.
Oh, that's right. Victor has the Roxanne in hand as well. Which is a little awkward sometimes, as if you Roxanne, all these resources are going back into the deck, and Goldengo has been compared a lot to Chien-Pao EX in the sense that it does similar damage, it discards energy. However, you cannot leave all your energy on the board and then play a supporter such as Roxanne and then be able to take the knockout. Then if you play the Roxanne, you'll have to draw the right cards of the Roxanne to try to be able to take the knockout, which is sometimes a little awkward. And if you're using Roxanne, unless you combine it with Counter Catcher, you're not using Boss's Orders at that point.
A little awkward here. Mirage Gate only finds 1 energy. And Jesper, unfortunately, flower selecting's into that water energy that he decided not to grab. Could use it for concealed cards, but the deck's already getting pretty thin as well. So might be opting down a Boss's Orders play this turn to take down a Golden Go EX.
I think that would definitely be the best use of his resources, but then what happens? Victor comes up with a Scissor again and hits that Giratina, forcing a response from Jesper. So there we see the boss, as you mentioned. Will we see the V-Star?
Yeah, well, with attaching to the active for the retreat, not really going to have the resources to attach that 3rd energy to that Giratina V-Star, but you can Star Requiem to just take the knockout. You already have enough in the loss zone, and Jesper now down to 2 prize cards left to try and seal up this round 1 victory here.
Now, if Victor is able to Roxanne Jesper into a 2-card hand and is able to knock out this Giratina V-Star after drawing from the Roxanne, that's going to be very impactful because there's no real good attacker for Jesper. He did bench the Tropius last turn, which can rally back in order to do 120 damage, but that's definitely not enough. There's going to be a 3-hit KO at that point.
Ultra Ball here gets rid of a Battle VIP pass and a Nest Ball. Victor opts not to grab that Gimmighoul that's left in the deck. And here we see the Roxanne, such a powerful supporter card in trying to have these players mount a comeback.
The timing of Roxanne, so important. Both players running this card, and you cannot play this card until your opponent has taken at least 3 prize cards, but when they do, it's probably more powerful than Iono at that point, because you get 6 and your opponent gets 1 less than the 3 that they would normally get when you're at 3 prize cards. So Roxanne, super powerful card. Now it's up to Victor to draw the right resources in order to be able to one-shot this Giratina, which requires 6 energy, I believe, for Make It Rain.
Well, we got a superior energy retrieval ×2. It's going to have to rely on this coin bonus, maybe. Finds another superior energy retrieval, but is there enough basic energy in the discard to take this knockout? I guess you still have Pokestop.
Yeah, based on the fact that he's playing the superior energy retrieval, I would imagine there are. We see 4. However, we still need 2 more. Is there an Earthen Vessel? And if there isn't, it's going to be up to Pokestop to get this KO for Victor.
You still have concealed cards as well, so you can concealed cards, find a couple more cards. Earthen Vessel off the top should be able to do it.
Goldango and 1 energy, so now sitting at 5 energy total, needs 1 more, and that is where Pokestop, has the Pokestop been used?
I don't think it's been used, but we're eyeing down Counter Catcher maybe. This does not look good for Victor here.
It might have been used.
I don't think so, because it was the Roxanne. I feel like you need a Pokestop here. Hidden energy or that Earthen Vessel, and you're able to get it, but no.
200 damage to the active, and now it's up to Jesper to find 1 energy to win this game. You can see how excited he is. Sees the top card. And
oh no, okay. There's a little bit of help. Pokestop here.
Path, energy,
2 energy! No!
The 2 cards Jesper needed, and now if he plays the escape rope, that Goldango will head to the bench.
Has the option to switch cart, but if you switch cart into a Comfey, or you can't switch cart, it's the Giratina V-Star.
Yeah.
What am I even saying?
Has to go for the escape rope. So Jesper will not be able to win the game this turn unless this Comfey finds like a Colress into... No, if he Colresses, then he can't boss. So I don't think Jesper can win anymore.
Roxanne able to stymie the setup for Jesper here a little bit. Does find, I believe that's Roxanne?
Yeah, he found his own Roxanne, but still not able to play it as Victor did not take prizes the previous turn.
Here's
that was
the second flower selecting here.
That was an energy and a switch. So deciding.
I think you have to take the energy here. The resources are non-existent right now for Jesper.
I mean, he still has the super rods available to put some resources back.
I believe one of them is in the prize cards. Does get rid of the energy.
Chooses to keep the switch. So I'm guessing he's eyeing up a combination of Roxanne plus Mirage Gate plus Super Rod of the Roxanne next turn.
But
yeah.
Does not even take the knockout on this turn. So Victor breathing a sigh of relief here. Draws the one card with coin bonus, has Colossus Experiment. I'm curious to see what the next two cards are.
Victor is holding the counter catcher, right? So he has a knockout on that Giratina. And then Jesper will not have anything in board, any threats, anything.
And really no energy to do much with as well.
Yeah, with any of his Pokemon.
Super Odd and I believe Ultra Ball go to the Lost Zone for Victor. Finds a switch, that Earthen Vessel, and a Metal Energy. Countercatcher brings up that Giratina V-Star. Scizor already has the knockout, so no real need to commit much of anything else. And there it is. Victor going down to 2 prize cards now, but that will unlock the Roxanne from Jesper.
I really think this stadium should have been countered a long time ago. Jesper kept holding to the path to peak, but he was being the aggressor. He never saw that to peak himself. It would have been really good.
Yeah, playing a 3 paths to the peak, you really want to just get it down. But I guess he was valuing that concealed cards just a little bit more from Jesper.
You can see the flower select, but what is Jesper even looking for?
I lost Pablo's audio for
Sableye and Super Odd. So difficult choice there, because one Sableye has been KO'd, but if you keep the Super Odd for resources and you're losing the other Sableye, really awkward choice for Jesper. And he went from a commanding game-winning position with 1 energy into this very underwhelming, awkward situation. If he keeps the Sableye, he has an attacker, but he doesn't have the energy. If he keeps the Super Rod, he has the resources, but does not have an attacker left. Well,
yeah, you can Super Rod.
I guess he can attack with Tropius then, because he is holding the Mirage Gate. But then how do you take your last prize card?
It'd have to be with another Sableye, right?
Yeah, another Super Rod and another Psychic. You have to find the other Super Rod. You attack this turn, you have the switch, you have the Mirage Gate, you get to attack.
Well, there is the 2 energy on the Tropius there.
There's the switch for the knockout, and this can be combined with a Roxanne. Roxanne did not.
Oh no, it doesn't even take the knockout?
Oh, there's grass resistance on the Scizor.
Oh no!
Oh my gosh, metal type Pokemon have grass resistance, so no KO. Both Pokemon are still in range for Sableye, however, so the play remains the same. However, we will have to see if Jesper is able to power through and find those cards. Did put back the Sableye into the deck with the Super Rod. Still needs to find a Psychic Energy, which I'm not sure he'll be able to do. And a way to switch into that Sableye as well.
Yeah, I still can't remember if the Super Rod was up towards the top of the prize cards for Jesper. But if it is, there's only 2 in the list. And we might see a Game 3 here. A very surprising Game 3.
Indeed. We went from a 1-turn Game 1 into and almost went 1 energy away for Jesper. And now Victor is the one that's 1 turn away from beating the former world champion, Jesper Eriksson.
Knockout with the Scizor yet again. Jesper promotes the Comfey and starts off with the Roxanne. Is going to draw the entire deck here. No Super Rod available.
No Psychic, no way to switch even. So there we have it. We're going to get into Game 3.
All right, Pablo. I wouldn't have it any other way to start off our round 1 here in Sao Paulo. A Game 3, one of the big bads of the format for a while in Lost Zone Giratina up against some of the new spice, that Golden Go EX.
Indeed, it feels like we've had Giratina for a very, very long time now in the format, and it's one of the most powerful V-Star Pokemon. However, it's now up against one of the most powerful Pokemon EX, and Goldengo coming out on top in a full game. So we'll have to see if Victor is able to keep that up. Now, as Jesper, do you choose to go first or second? Because going first, you can get some cards in Lost Zone and get closer to threatening with Greninja, threatening with a Giratina. However, if you go second, you can get that dog possibly.
Yeah, I feel like with this, I think you still want to go second, especially after seeing Victor choose to go second in Game 2, just so he can get that setup that you don't want to see that Game 1.
Yeah, the more stable setup for sure. And now we'll have to see here. I'm very surprised. One Goldengo EX was able to carry Victor, but it was the Scissor, right? It was mostly the Scissor. The Scissor is a difficult Pokemon to take down. It's a very powerful threat. It's set up very nicely, some KOs. Jesper could not find a way to deal with it, and I really think Jesper has to emphasize on benching more than one Giratina V this time around. Only having one is very, very difficult to pull through, because you are up against something that can one KO that Giratina V-Star.
It felt like it was just Jesper struggling to find energies throughout the entire game, or found them early and decided to have to get rid of them through flower selectings, Colress's experiments, and just concealed cards in general. And I think the players are having a conversation here, trying to get things set up.
Something is going on. Something might have been an extra card in Jesper's starting hand, something along those lines. I don't know exactly what's going on, but as soon as we find out, we will definitely let you all know.
And now there still is plenty of time left to finish a game. There was around 18 minutes before this discussion started happening, so judges usually will add that extra time that they take in discussing a ruling and deciding what's going to be happening for the players.
Indeed. And exciting match. Yeah, really back and forth. Scissor pulling through, and Goldengo EX. I feel like Goldengo EX has one job, which is get the one KO on the big Pokemon, and Scissor can deal with the little dudes. And then Goldengo EX couldn't do that. Yeah, but we did not see the Pokestop get played that turn. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't do the Pokestop. Maybe Victor just forgot about it. There's definitely that possibility. He might have had a good reason.
I did get a glimpse at the two cards that were left over, because he drew the one off the Golden Go, I believe. So it wouldn't have gotten there. The Earthen Vessel was the fourth card down from the Pokestop. So maybe you just had a little future sight, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
that's a Pokemon attack.
Or that is a Pokemon attack. Generally, sometimes you go by intuition. Like some decisions you don't have perfect information to make, and then you just have to go by after. Yeah, sometimes it's very determined by probabilities and the outs that you have left in the deck, and sometimes you just go with intuition and you just go like, all right, I'm just gonna do it this time, see if it works out. And sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Getting a look at the little crowd building up, watching all the stream games going on. It's not just the Pokemon TCG, it's Pokemon video game and Pokemon Go as well. And honestly, just the crowd in Sao Paulo is one of the best crowds I've ever gotten to experience. They love Pokemon.
They love Pokemon, and I mean, LATAM players are known for being louder than the average supporter, and that's definitely telling. Yeah, the crowds in LATAM, as you mentioned, are fantastic, and especially for finals, I'm sure we're gonna have trouble hearing each other, I would imagine.
Oh no, yeah, 100%. I'll at least try to talk a little louder.
Now, I did not expect to see the matchup play out how it has been. I expected a lot more reliability on Goldengo EX's ability. I expected Giratina V-Star to feature a lot more, but now we're going to see the turn 1 KO by Jesper.
Well, no, this is Jesper's turn 1 going first in game 2 with double battle VIP pass start.
Oh, that's right, that's right. I thought this was the turn 1 KO. This is game 2, which Victor was able to win after getting a much better start, finding that battle VIP pass, establishing those Goldengos to draw, and establishing the Scissor that started demolishing Jesper's setup. That Scissor was really the MVP of this match, was able to take KO after KO. One Goldengo EX went down, and then Jesper was not able to find the game-winning energy to deal with that Goldengo EX, take the last 2 prizes. Victor was able to bring it up again, knock it out, and take a commanding lead. So now we're waiting for game 3 to get on its way as the judges are determining and making this ruling, and we'll have to see what happens, Jeremy.
Yeah, I'm very interested in getting some clarification for y'all at home as well. Looks like they have decided something, so they're explaining it to both players.
Indeed, hopefully we'll be able to relay that to you, the viewer, as well, and figure out exactly what's happening and get this game 3 started between... It feels like Giratina V-Star in its origin form could almost be an ancient Pokemon at this point. And then we have Goldengo EX, the Pokemon number 1000. Not a future Pokemon per se, but one of the new threats from Paradox Rift. I think Goldengo EX, Iron Valiant, Roaring Moon, and Iron Hands are probably the 4 big cards to look out for this weekend, right? We have Earthen Vessel, we have Counter Catcher, we have Professor Sada and Professor Turo in new cards. All of them are fantastic, but these are the 4 Pokemon that you're going to be seeing a lot of over the weekend.
I'm excited. I'm a little tired of Lugia and all that stuff just popping up yet again. One thing I'm interested, who's bringing the Arceus V-Star pile that always seems to just squeak in and do very well, because Arceus V-Star has just been one of the best V-Stars. You know, we're talking about Giratina V-Star being one of the best V-Stars. Arceus has been putting in a ton of work.
Honestly, Arceus V-Star feels like a Ditto sometimes. It just adapts so well to the metagame. It can pair with anything. It's very versatile. It's very flexible. Any good enough attacker you can pair with and adapt to the metagame, as you mentioned. So we've seen it paired with pretty much every card, right? I guess we haven't seen Arceus Guardi or Arceus Lugia, but other than those, we've pretty much seen Arceus with everything.
It even found its way into some Qianpao Baxcalibur decks just for its V-Star ability, just trying to search for some cards.
Right, so it might have been that we started a potential game with 59 cards, so...
Oh no.
Yeah, maybe a prize left over at the prizes before shuffling and setting up. The match will resume shortly as soon as we have confirmation on what happened and how we are going to move from that.
Again, these things happen. It's live.
It's live, yeah, it's definitely live. There's a lot of things that happen that are out of our control, and so we'll get this match resumed as soon as we can.
Listen, we're just giving everyone else in the tournament a little time to breathe.
Indeed, indeed. A little breather, get some pau de queijo, get some coxinhas.
Yeah, keep them rolling, keep them rolling.
Yeah.
What else do I need to get after the
broadcast?
broadcast?
Pau de queijo, coxinhas. You need to have some brigadeiros, which
I love brigadeiros.
A special add. What else? Maracuya drink as well.
Guarana.
Yeah, there you go. All the food here is fantastic. A picanha for lunch. I love picanha.
You're getting me hungry, Pablo. I was hungry for Pokemon TCG action, but now I'm just hungry.
Would you say you're feeling more Pico-like?
Say it again?
Are you gonna be like a more Pico on me?
Oh no, I'll contain myself. It'll be fine.
Right.
It'll be fine.
It'll be the nice Morpeko. We're seeing the crowds go loud. I imagine that's where Pokemon go, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm guessing with the green. You know.
Yeah.
We at least have our color coordination pretty down pat here.
The green for Pokemon Go, red for Pokemon VG, and blue for Pokemon TCG. We are at the center stage, I will say.
Yeah. Because, you know, we're the best.
We are. Yeah. I wanted to be more subtle with the rock I threw into the other games. However, I do believe TCG it's my favorite. It's my personal favorite.
Oh, yeah. If you had to pick between VGC and Pokemon Go, if you weren't competitive TCG, which would you try to stick your toe into?
I mean, I started with the Pokemon video game, Pokemon Blue, 27 years ago, so I'd have to go with the Pokemon video game.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah, I am old. I feel like that's a recurring theme with you and I.
We're just old.
I am, or how old we are, yeah. Pokemon Blue, good memories.
I started with Pokemon Red myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can't be friends anymore, I'm sorry.
No. All right, I'll leave.
Yeah, I always, all the water starters, they were always my favorite.
I did always pick all the water starters for a while.
Why did you buy Pokemon Red? Was it fired?
I didn't buy it. I was like
That's fair.
6 years old or something.
That's fair. Yeah, Squirtle's the best. If anyone asks, Squirtle's the best.
I don't know. Squirtle's pretty good, but there's been some great starters throughout the entirety of Pokemon's catalog.
I agree. There's also been some questionable ones. But what's
throwing
your favorite?
shade already here.
What's your favorite water type starter?
Favorite water type starter?
Yeah, water type.
I love Froakie.
I also love
Yeah.
Froakie.
Greninja, such a cool design.
Agreed. I'm personally, my favorite, I think, is Totodile.
Okay.
Yeah. There's something about that blue crocodile that always gets to me.
At least for me personally, with the newest generation of starters, I'm a Fuecoco guy.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
And we saw Fuecoco hats. I want a Fuecoco hat. We saw people in the crowd with a Fuecoco hat. I want one. I agree. Fuecoco is definitely the best starter in Scarlet and Violet. By far.
Again, this is a pretty big ruling here, so we're going to have to just bear with us as the judges make their decision and players do their appeals and all the stuff that goes along with this great card game.
Indeed, there are many things, because we're doing all physically, right? There are many things that sometimes we overlook, sometimes we all make mistakes, and things can happen. So, especially at this highest level of competition, right? There could be many things going on players' minds, and all the calculations you're doing, all the thinking you're doing in order to make sure that you're going through and winning this game. Sometimes things get overlooked, sometimes things happen in order to have these sort of situations. I've definitely had my fair share of long judge rulings and calls.
Oh yeah, I've been a part of a few of them. It's never what you want to see.
I'm sure both players are also very eager to continue with the game, especially after that quick game 1 by Jesper, and then this very close game 2 that we had, very back and forth. And it really stinks sometimes, being that one energy away and then drawing 3 cards where you still have a bunch of outs, right? Crash Gates, Supporters, right? The raw energies that Jesper still had in the deck and still was not able to find.
Now, for this tournament, how do you think each of their decks are kind of positioned? Do you like the matchups as well? Like, so for me personally, I think Gardevoir with the new Screamtail and the Luxurious Cape is probably one of the best decks, or if not the best deck one of the most represented this weekend?
Yeah, most likely. I think Screamtail definitely added a new dimension to Gardevoir, having that very powerful bench threat. Cresselia was already a powerful bench threat, but it was very limited in the amount of damage that it could deal, right? You could pick off those key low HP basic Pokemon, but we do seem to be transitioning to a more high HP basic Pokemon EX sort of metagame, and that's where Screamtail just shines. It can do so much damage. You do need the Luxury Escape to be able to get that extra oomph in terms of damage output. However, it's definitely worth it, yeah, because finishing off any Pokemon wherever it is, or before, you never worried about benching Manaphy against Gardevoir. Or maybe you did a little bit if they were running Mew EX, but it was not in every single Gardevoir deck. But now with Screamtail, you're up against Gardevoir. By turn 2 or 3, you definitely need to be eyeing up that Manaphy on your bench. Otherwise, Screamtail can definitely wreck whatever you're planning.
Yeah, up to, what, 360 damage with that Luxurious Cape, potentially to take a knockout on literally anything in the format.
Yeah, nothing stands that hit, absolutely nothing. And the Luxurious Cape also helps your Shining Arcana Gardevoir as well, being able to no longer be limited by the 140 HP, being able to attach more than 6 energies with Gardevoir EX's Psychic Embrace, and being able to hit those 300, 330. Sometimes, is there anything that requires 260 damage? Blastoise EX?
Yeah, that's what maybe, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe not that much, but you have the option, right?
Yeah.
And we don't know what the future holds. Therefore, we might be seeing some big, tanky Pokemon that features more than 330 HP.
Well, we know at least what it holds a little bit, like Iron Valiant is from the future, Iron Hands from the future.
I mean the future. Yeah, so the future meaning whatever we get in our next main set, which I believe might be in April, might be in February. I'm not so sure. We do have Paldean Fates, that was announced this week, and we're gonna get a lot of shiny cool Pokemon.
Yeah, all of those cards that have been expanded upon, and just shiny Pokemon in general. You really love to see more crossover between the video game and the card game and Pokemon Go. I know it's always a treat to run into one in the wild.
It is definitely. And I mean, we've talked about probabilities of finding a shiny Pokemon compared to starting Battle VIP Path, and I feel like I always think about shiny Pokemon when I prize like 3 of my Curlias. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is actually worse odds than finding a shiny Pokemon. I might be wrong though. I think that's like 1 in 1,000, and shiny Pokemon is 1 in 8,000, something along those lines.
Yeah, you're probably wrong.
Depends on if you have the shiny charm. There's just so many factors there. Yeah, so don't say I'm wrong if you don't know the exact odds.
Never tell me the odds. It is interesting to see just kind of the decks that these players have chosen to play for this event. You either can go one of 2 routes. Go something more consistent and familiar, and I think that's what Jesper kind of chose with this Lost Zone Giratina. Or you just embrace the new. New is always better, right?
New is always better. That's one of the golden rules of some people. And yeah, I do feel like we do tend to see a trend of, in order for the new cards to be very appealing, right, and competitive, they need to be better than what already exists. So it is a trend that we see that the newer cards continually do better and better than the older ones, as they do get power crept a little bit, right? We see slightly higher HPs, slightly stronger attacks, slightly more efficient attacks, right? You could compare Goldengo to Chen Pao Excalibur, right? It's that combination into a single attack essentially in a stage 1. Not the exact same, but similar enough to where Goldengo being released 2 sets after Chen Pao and Excalibur is that little bit of, perhaps not super power creep, but definitely different enough and powerful enough to be making its mark. And we could see Goldengo make its mark at LAIC this weekend.
Well, you also have to take into account that a lot of the cards are very similar in both decks, Chen Pao and Goldengo.
Yeah.
You're playing the full count of superior energy retrievals, maybe energy retrieval as well. Both decks are now playing Earthen Vessel to its maximum potential, and you just have to trade off Excalibur Rare Candy for multiple Golden Go in play.
Yeah, and then you have the reliance on Radiant Greninja's concealed cards to fill up your hand. You also have the Pokestop engine, so you're focusing a lot on item cards, as you mentioned. So definitely a lot of similarities, even playing water energy in both decks.
Yeah. I guess. It looks like the players have been told, and it does look like
we're going to have a match resolution.
Yeah, game loss for Victor there. Presented 59 cards in the game prior, I believe. And because of that, an illegal deck. And unfortunate to have things end that way, but your winner for round 1, Jesper Eriksson, with Lost Zone Giratina V-Star.
Jesper must be feeling a little relief, right? Game one very nicely. Then that game 2 was so close, yet couldn't close it out. So winning this one definitely should feel good for him.
Of course, you can only feel so good with the way the result was achieved.
You're happy about the result. You're not happy with the way it played out. But now both players will be able to get a little bit of a breather after that long judge roll and hopefully get their minds refreshed for round 2.
A little bit of that anticlimactic ending there for our round 1 here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. But we still got to see one game of action.
Yeah, we did. One game and a turn.
And a turn.
Right? Yeah, that Cramorant turn 1 KO was flawlessly executed, right? Despite the extra card that Jesper drew off that Colress. And then Scissor. Yeah, Amy predicted Scissor. We already saw it do a lot of work. I wonder if we're going to see Scissor a lot this weekend.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see. It's mostly in a deck like Golden Go EX. It is also kind of figuring its way out in something like that Zoroark box, which she also had as one of her predictions as well. And it is a very powerful card. It's been out for a little bit now, but it hasn't really just seen much play. I know our own Adam Skarsgård-Watson is a big fan of that card.
Indeed, definitely a big fan. And one of the reasons why I feel like Zorobox hasn't made its splash in the metagame was because of how weak it was to save life. But now we have the brand new Jirachi, which its ability basically says, I stop save life, right? And maybe Yoga Loop sometimes, but it's mostly save life. So now that save life can be kept under control for that deck, now it can thrive and utilize all the myriad of stage 1 Pokemon that Zorobox has in order to adapt to what they're playing against and hopefully make either good price trade-offs. Sometimes it becomes a spread deck. There's just so much versatility in that deck.
And again, that's really the trade-off you kind of do. Versatility versus consistency.
Yeah.
For me, I tend to lean more towards consistency, especially with a brand new format. You don't know what you're really going to be playing against. Maybe in a couple of tournaments.
Right.
That's when you kind of like, okay, I'm gonna break this deck out. It's gonna be good against the top 3 decks that have been doing well. And as long as I hit 2 or 3 of each of those, I'm going to be sitting pretty in day 2.
For sure, and LAC will definitely be the trendsetter for the next 3 to 5 months of decks, because whatever does well this weekend will certainly lead to whatever does well at the upcoming regionals we have next weekend already as well. So Paradox Rift promises to be a very impactful set, and whatever does well at LAC, I feel like the top 8 decks that we see this weekend, we will definitely see a lot of in the upcoming weeks.
Yeah, and I think just with the availability of information that we have in the Pokemon TCG as well, that tends to lend itself more than not. And like, oh, Torreklev just won this big tournament. Oh, well, I'm going to play his deck for the foreseeable future kind of thing. And we saw that a lot with Lugia in general. And it did kind of go through a little bit of variations. There was the Amazing Rare Raikou for a while and different stuff like that. And it ended up just becoming like a perfect list. And we saw that for a while until rotation. Then it kind of shook up a little bit, but still sticking around. And it's one of those decks that is a comfort pick for a lot of players here this weekend. only real new card you're adding to it, Earthen Vessel and Iron Hands EX.
Yeah, Lugia definitely paired with Arceus, right? Lugia is fantastic, but I feel like Arceus is the real star of the show, and Arceus' ability might be one of the best, if not the best energy acceleration ability the game has ever seen. Therefore, you have that ability, you have powerful, basic Pokemon attackers, you're in for a good time, right? And now, even basic energy is being played in this new Lugia decks from Paradox Rift in order to make sure that you open up as many attackers as possible, such as Iron Hands you mentioned. Now Radiant Charizard can attack earlier. You can even attack with Luminion again now, which is a big deal. So Lugia, I think Lugia is going to be a powerful deck until it rotates, or until we get a card that somehow sends special energy to the Lost Zone or something like we used to have. But until that happens, I fully expect Lugia V-Star to do really well.
Well, let's go ahead and take it back down to the stage where we can talk with our winner from round 1, Jesper Eriksson.
Welcome, and I am now joined with the winner of our round 1 match, Jesper Eriksson. Now we were just talking backstage about how you've broken a curse. What curse is that?
I mean, the last couple of times, pretty much, I haven't won a stream game since COVID, and now it's been Malmö Regionals last year. You commentated that match as well, and I mean, what was the Worlds this year? Well, I lost on stream I'm winning in. I mean, it's finally good to break it, but I think the way that I broke it was not the nicest. No.
We'll take them, unfortunately. So, what I want to know though, when it's revealed that your opponent was playing Golden Go, what is your thought process? Was that a deck you've tested against, or were you trying to adapt on the fly?
I mean, I had to adapt on the fly because I can't. If I have to be honest here, of course I didn't test against it. So, not of course, but I mean, I didn't take the deck too seriously. But it does have some plays, and I mean, I played pretty sloppy game 2, and that was why I got the victory. I think that had I been doing better, had I been doing what I should, I would have gotten a series 2-0, and we wouldn't have had anything going on game 3.
Interesting. So talk to us about your deck then. So you've opted to go for Giratina, a deck that, you know, it's not a new Paradox Rift deck, right? It's got the addition of Counter Catcher. What made you pick Giratina?
I mean, I've been playing it for a whole season. I played it every event besides 2. Toronto Regionals, I played Gardevoir, which I regret. I should have played Tina. And then one challenge where I played Chin Pao. So, I mean, it's like a pet deck for me, and I've gotten like 200 CP now with it, and I feel that going into an event where my goal is just CP for a top 5-12, it gets me 60, that's fine enough for me. So I just want to play something I'm safe with and something that I trust.
Okay, I like that. Now, for the viewers watching, in case you didn't know, Jesper is a world champion. So I'm going to pick your brains a little bit for the viewers at home. How important would you say for an event like this, where you are just aiming for CP, is it better to play, like you said, a pet safe deck, or try and swing for the fences with a new rogue?
Nah, I mean, the ladder is good enough for winning a tournament. If you come with something super crazy, like, for example, Yamega was back in 2016, right? But I think if you just want to, you know, be comfortable, get the CP that you want, then we're definitely talking that you just play your safe deck, your pet deck that you've tested and done. For me, it's 55 cards, my Worlds list, so it is there, yeah.
Love that, love that. So you said that we are playing Tina now, obviously. Was there ever any other considerations in the lead up to this event?
I mean, everyone has been hyping up Guardy in different versions of Lost Box, even though people were like, oh yeah, Iron Hands kills Lost Box, but it doesn't quite. It doesn't, you know, sweep Lost Box off. It maybe just have to adapt, and the same Guardy had to adapt as well. But I just think there were some considerations, but not real considerations, no.
Considerations. Right, then my last question for Jesper before I let you get back is, any tips for anyone at home that maybe haven't gone to IRL events and looking to start this season? What are your tips for them?
I mean, it's just go to locals first and, like, you know, try and play the game in real life. Of course, most people who go to leagues first have to try to play it against their brothers and sisters like I did back when I was a kid. But, I mean, you got to try local scenes first before you go to IC, because, I mean, if you jump from your house where you learn to play and you jump directly to an IC, there's going to be a lot of nerves going on. And, you know, you need some kind of routine to be able to, you know, make it through these tournaments.
Okay, well, I think we've got some good tips there from a world champion who is currently now 1 win and 0 losses. Maybe we'll be seeing Jesper, hopefully, fingers crossed, later on in the tour, maybe day 2, maybe even Championship Sunday. But I think that wraps us up here, so we're going to throw it back to casters.
Thank you, Shay, and it's always great to hear from Jesper. He has been playing the game for a while. Started at kitchen table with brothers, but now here at the stream table round 1 of LAIC, trying to top 5-12. Come on, we gotta try to win the event, Jesper. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm a little higher. The season's still young, right? I mean, getting the invite out of the way is definitely something that will give relief to a lot of players, but you've traveled so far, you're here, you won round 1, dream, right? Dream a little bigger, Jesper.
Listen, if you aim for the stars, or aim for the moon, you land in the stars, right? That's the saying. Now you just gotta aim for the roaring moon, I guess.
Aim for the roaring moon, yeah, there you go. Yeah, always good to hear from Jesper, former world champion, as mentioned, with a very cool yet mega break Vespic deck.
Yeah,
very original.
One of my favorite Worlds decks to come out in a while, and anytime you're able to kind of innovate at that level, it's really great to see. And hopefully we're going to have a lot of players this weekend try to do the same thing, you know? The Paradox Rift set has introduced so many new cards that this is the tournament to do it.
Exactly. This is a tournament to be creative, right? Because every little surprise factor can help you win a game. Yeah, even running different energies in your Goldengo deck will keep your opponent on their toes, and maybe that leads to them making a less than optimal play or a mistake, or they don't see something coming that you were preparing, and that gives you that little bit of an edge, which at the highest level of play, those little percentages end up making the biggest difference.
Well, yeah, we kind of saw it there in game 2, where there was a potential Pokestop to discard and find an Earthen Vessel or 2 energies to get that one-hit knockout on the Giratina V-Star, but Victor opted not to do it and gave Jesper a turn to find that energy. Jesper unfortunately was not able to find the energy, but still able to come out with the victory. And it's those small percentage points, especially with a deck like Lossum. You have so many micro decisions that it is make or break, but you only really find out 3-4 turns later.
Indeed, and I'm gonna insist, another small thing that Jesper could have done was play that second path to peak earlier. He held on to that. I also didn't notice he checked his opponent's discard pile or the loss zone. Like, if you're taking note of what they're discarding or not, fair, right? But it never hurts to double check, and then you see 2 stadiums in the loss zone, 1 already in the discard. How many on average are they playing? Probably not more than 4. Counter that path to a peak, no more Greninja, no more bonus coins, and that really limits the reach that the Goldengo EX deck has. Of course, has to rely on the Scissor for extra damage, but pulling off a 6 energy turn with no abilities all of a sudden becomes so much more difficult.
Yeah. Well, that does it for round 1 here. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll hopefully have round 2 ready to go for y'all at home. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
That I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking, I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking, I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old here on Victory Road.
Where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me.
I'll be walking
where everyone can see. I'll be walking.
that I'm the best to ever be.
I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric.
I'll be a legend.
Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road.
Victory Road.
Hello and welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to the LAIC in Sao Paulo, Brazil. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Pablo Meza. We just finished our round one. Jesper Eriksson, former world champion in the senior division, able to take down and break the curse, win on stream for the first time in a while. And we still have our tournament running in the background, but we're waiting for our next round.
Yep, we are indeed waiting for round two. and see what else we have with this new Paradox Rift cards.
Now let's go ahead and take a look at this brand new Pokemon art illustration contest where you can potentially create your own card.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
This is the second time they've done it the past couple of years, and it is amazing to see. I am not an artist at all. I will not be entering this contest. It would be kind of like our own Hexter and his glorious artwork. But you see there just a ton of different artists working on all the Pokemon we love throughout the entirety of the Pokemon TCG.
And you can become one of those artists in this contest to add little magical Pokemon moments. The contest is running until the 31st of January, so please join us.
Yeah, I already have the previous winners cards at home. They're in my little case at home. I love it. Arcanine was one of my favorites, and there was a beautiful one done there.
Yeah.
I am excited to look forward to maybe Charizard, the new Bidoof art. I know Gabby's excited there.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I've watched your drawings, and when we do Pokemon Pictionary, I think you should take a step back in this one.
Yeah, I already said I know I'm not an artist.
I'm reinforcing your decision. Yeah, I'm supporting your decision.
What about you, Pablo? Do you fancy yourself an artist? I know you draw a table pretty well. But
a table with eyes, yeah. I used to love drawing when I was a little kid. I'm definitely more of a graphic designer in the sense that like designing thumbnails, designing motion graphics as well, but actually drawing something from scratch that actually looks like a Pokemon, probably not talented enough to do that.
I don't know, out of all those Pokemon that popped up there, like what would be the easiest one for you to draw? Like if you had to submit one. Voltorb? Okay.
Voltorb, yeah, I definitely submit a really cool looking Voltorb. Actually, a really cool idea, I want to say.
All right,
probably
well, I'm going to
Kid
trademark
Hazard,
that. Just get shocked in the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Self-destruct. Oh
no.
Now I believe we'll have some tweets soon. We can see if they're ready or not. But I would love to hear from all y'all at home. Be sure to use the hashtag Pokemon LAIC to keep us in the loop with how you're enjoying the tournament here, what you're looking forward to, what cards from Paradox Rift that you think will do well in this tournament. And again, I have to say, Screamtail has just been so good in my testing.
Agreed. Screamtail is a fantastic addition to Gardevoir, and players watching agree. Now let us know your predictions, right? Use the hashtag, let us know what you think will be the best card from Paradox Rift to shine this weekend. I feel like we're definitely going to see either an ancient or a future Pokemon win the tournament.
Oh yeah, 100%. And you went with both routes, you know, ancient and future.
Covering all bases.
Yeah, the only one to really do that. I did choose the Toedscruel from Paradox Rift, but that's because I am not a fan of Chien-Pao EX. I am an Arceus man at heart, and has a very bad matchup against a deck that can one-shot your Arceus V-Stars.
Yeah, and Toedscruel can definitely stop you from doing that with a Slime Mold Colony ability. I'm going to say, when I first played Scarlet and Violet, I was very surprised to see a walking tentacle. I was like, what is going on right here?
Like, oh, they gave them feet?
Yep. Now, Amy gets her trick mark, right? Gets her tick for good prediction. Scissor already putting in the work, as we saw in round 1. Despite not winning, Victor was able to almost achieve victory.
Yeah. And that grass resistance.
Came into
coming in clutch.
Yeah. Grass resistance into Tropius, right? Which, when was the last time we saw Tropius? Probably not for a long time, right? So Tropius was talked for EUIC. I feel like that's when I heard a lot about Tropius for EUIC earlier this year. People were wanting to counter Tyranitar V, really big threats in Single Strike Lugia, but grass weakness, that almost never comes up.
Yeah, and it's kind of just telling of the format at the time. The popular decks are the ones that you're going to want to kind of have that weakness to take advantage, and so far the biggest one we've really had is Lightning weakness for Lugia V-Star. That's why we see like Iron Hands EX being very hyped up coming into this tournament. Ampu very much is an attack that is game breaking a lot of the times, being able to take an extra prize for your knockout, and it is something that could speed the game up a lot.
Certainly, Ampu very much a very powerful and hot topic amongst the community as well. Some people very scared that Iron Hands would completely make it impossible to play some sort of strategies. However, I think we got the opposite of that. I don't think we've seen a more varied metagame as we are seeing in today's tournament. So many viable decks, so many cool ideas that are being played this weekend, and it'll be really cool to see what makes it to the top. But back on the topic of resistance, like in this screen, right, there's only 3 Pokemon with resistance. I do feel like resistance factors in less than it would, for example, in the video game, right? Resistances and immunities are so important, switching in and out, super clutch. But in the TCG, it plays less of a role because it's not half the damage, it's just -30, but definitely played a role in this last match.
Yeah, and it is something that we might see more and more. But speaking of seeing things, we have our tweets ready to see what y'all at home have to say about this tournament weekend so far. Yo, champ in the making. Today will be a tough challenge, but you are ready for it. Believe in yourself, stay focused, and you will achieve your goals. Best of luck to all my friends competing at Pokemon LAIC this weekend. Show them what you got. The best words of encouragement for any Pokemon fan, Pokemon trainer here at the tournament. It's all about positivity.
Indeed, very wholesome tweet for sure. Very good advice, very positive attitude, and it's all about the community, right? So wishing your friends good luck, even if you're not there accompanying them, always a very nice sentiment to see.
And we've been a long time coming from that 8-bit design there. Great days spent in Rio with other fellow Pokemon judges and friends. Now it's time to work. Love how Play Pokemon got us together. LASC Day 1 starting soon. I wish everyone a fantastic tournament. Well, thank you very much. It has been pretty great so far. I'm excited for this weekend, and honestly, I don't know if it's sad or not, but all my friends I've met through Pokemon. I don't really think I've had friends outside of Pokemon anymore.
I don't think it's sad. I think it's fantastic, and Pokemon just keeps on growing. Yeah, I feel like it's the people outside Pokemon that are finally understanding how amazing Pokemon is.
I mean, to be fair, any person I meet that doesn't know how to play Pokemon, I'm like, hey, do you want to learn how to play Pokemon?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, look at the picture, right? All the nice food, that looks delicious.
Ready for LAIC, hashtag play Pokemon. Well, we're ready for you too. It is going to be a long weekend, but it is going to be so much fun. I really do love talking about this card game.
Indeed, and Aldo here is actually a personal friend from Cancun. Yeah, so really cool to see him make it down here as part of the staff, helping us run things this weekend and being part of everything, right? It's not just about the players, staff, production, casters, all of the people involved to make this a fantastic tournament this weekend.
Yeah, a lot more than you realize goes on behind the scenes here, even just to get everything set up and ready to go. And it really is great to have everyone here. It takes a village, and it's definitely, all right, I guess it takes a town, you know, Pallet Town.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty cool to see people enjoying themselves. Yeah, I know Aldo was up early yesterday and today to help set everything up and make sure things run as smooth as possible for everyone attending, not just the players, right? The spectators, people playing inside events. There's a little bit for everyone. There's something for everyone.
And that's really just Pokemon in general. You'll be able to find your favorite Pokemon out of the over 1,000 Pokemon we have already. It's only going to get bigger. Every few years, there's always some new Pokemon coming out, and I have to get rid of brain space for more Pokemon as they get released. I've forgotten a lot of things over the years. Yeah, so who knows what I'll forget next.
I know, there's so many new cards coming out every 3 months, remembering everything. When we have our caster battles with older cards and older formats, I have to admit, sometimes I have to go back and double check what some of the cards did, what some of the rules were back then, because the rules are also continually changing.
That.
Yeah, the turn 1 rules are, like, they've been changing so much over the years. We used to be able to play a supporter on turn 1 and without attacking or without drawing a card, or then we could attack but no supporter, and all over the place. So I feel like this stretch of time with the current no turn 1 attack, no supporter rule since Sword and Shield came out might be one of the longer times that we've had like a stable, this is the turn 1 rule set and cards are balanced around that. Could it change with the 10th generation of Pokemon? I don't know, but it seems like we're going to stick with it through Scarlet and Violet for now.
Well, we've had a few kind of cards kind of break that rule a little bit, like, hey, if it's your first turn, you can use the attack. Most famously right now, Raichu V, being able to use that fast charge to get an extra energy. There's the new Bombardier EX in Paradox Rift. I don't know if we're really going to see that yet, but it is a card to look out for. It does kind of your Battle VIP Pass role if you don't want to play Battle VIP Pass.
Yeah, and it might see, once we get the eventual rotation of Battle VIP Pass, cards like that one might find their ways into decks a little bit more often, right? If things slow down a little bit without Battle VIP Pass, then those supporting Pokemon definitely have more room in the metagame to shine, right? Because its second attack also synergies. With the first attack, you get set up, and then you pick up the Bombardier EX, put it back into your hand, no more liability, and it helped you get set up and maybe even get a prize card along the way.
And don't forget, we have giveaways going on all weekend. For the TCG side of things, it's going to be that Iron Valiant EX Special Illustration Rare. One of the best looking cards from Paradox Rift, at least in my opinion. Use that code Paradox LAIC. A lot easier to say than some of the other codes.
For sure. Yeah, this code's the easy one. Make sure you get your Illustration Rare Iron Valiant DX, a card that promises to be really, really good and really impactful. Might not be its time to shine, might be, we don't know yet. We will know by the end of Championship Sunday, but Tachyon Bits, a very good ability, and if you're getting into competitive Pokemon, or if you are already competitive, this is a card that you always want to factor into your playtesting. Make sure you are aware of it. This card alone might be part of the group of new cards that really reinforces the need to be very aware of what you're doing on turn 1, what you're choosing, and if you're going second, you probably want to make sure you have more than one basic Pokemon in play, because a couple or 3 Tachyon Bits abilities on turn 1, so you're not attacking, but you're doing damage, you're placing those damage counters, and that could lead to a quick loss if you're not careful.
And that's something that is kind of new in the Pokemon TCG, at least for this format, since Sword and Shield, where most of the time you didn't want to play down extra Pokemon because you didn't want to give your opponent information, have it brought up with escape rope and things like that. But then we saw the release of the item card grabber, kind of introducing a little bit of that kind of play style into, well, if I'm saving one of my best cards, it might get shuffled back into the bottom of the deck, and I won't have that card. So I might as well play it down if I'm playing something like Mew.
Yeah. And especially now that players are considering going second more often, there's like, things did change quite a bit. Even from before you start a game, the new cards from Paradox Rift are already changing how you approach your setup, how you approach your deck building, which Pokemon you pick, and how many you bench. There's no way to do anything to your opponent's hand, or for your opponent to do anything to your hand during turn 1, but the threat of Tachyon Bits is very, very real.
We'll have to see if we're lucky enough to get some exciting Iron Valiant EX plays throughout this tournament. I'm really hoping for it. We were talking a little bit earlier. and you were saying NTV was your favorite partner with the Iron Valiant. I do have to agree. It just synergizes very well. The Magma Basin really does help out. And we've also seen some lists online do well. Jolteon VMAX and even just Iron Valiant and Lost Zone, trying to get that little extra damage that you need. Maybe Sableye can start doing 140 damage now.
Yeah, those 14 damage counters, that feels like the magical number, right? Because a lot of these Pokemon that tend to evolve or are supporting, like Manaphy or Comfey, have that 70 HP, and usually you're 2 damage counters short from knocking 2 of them in your turn. But if you have the Iron Valiant and you're using Tachyon Bits, you get that little bonus damage that Hawlucha used to be able to do for you. However, Hawlucha is a one-time use, and it's not easy to find at the right time. As long as the Iron Valiant is in play, you can have that effect multiple times. However, the counterpart to that is the fact that you have a 2-price liability, which some Lost Box decks do not enjoy having, and there isn't a super easy way to pick up that Iron Valiant yet.
Yeah, it definitely could be a liability on the bench, but it also just depends on your matchups as you go along. With a new format entering into this tournament, the metagame's very diverse. We haven't been able to get the breakdown just yet, but I do feel it's just going to be like 10% across the board. You're going to face one of every deck, it seems like, for this day one.
I feel like this is definitely a tournament where you could possibly face a different deck each and every round. 9 rounds, 9 different decks, all of them very good, all of them Iron Valiant variants. We have Lost Box variants, we have Giratina V-Star, we have Goldango, we have Miraidon, we have Lugia, we have Mew VMAX, we have Zorobox, we have everything.
Yeah. The tier lists all online are starting to get very big.
Indeed, indeed. Chien-Pao, Excalibur, Palkia V-Star even putting in the work, yeah? And then if you split the Iron Valiant variants, you have Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, Entei on its own as well, with Klefki I've seen it heard. And then you have all the Lost Box variants with Roaring Moon, without Roaring Moon, with V-Attackers, with no V-Attackers. You can just pair everything. So there's so much variety. You could literally play your favorite Pokemon at this point, I feel.
I don't know if Krogunk is really very good right now, but
I mean, you can play it. There is a vibe. There's no. Well, there is a Nidoqueen.
Oh,
I can play a Nidoqueen deck.
I don't know if we'd be making day 2, but
probably
we'll at least have fun doing it.
Yeah, we definitely would.
A lot of these players are opting for their pet decks, but again, new's always better. New decks. Even just the changes in Gardevoir that we've seen from just Toronto to now is drastically different. You're getting cards like Avery being included in multiples just because it goes so well with Screamtail.
Yep.
And you really change the supporter lineup that we've been used to seeing.
Yeah, Screamtail, a fantastic card. Synergizes perfectly, as you mentioned, with Avery. You put your opponent in a decision where, do I discard my Manaphy and therefore open myself up to the Screamtail, or do I discard other Pokemon that are probably more valuable than the Manaphy to prevent the Screamtail, but then my active Pokemon probably gets taken out by Shining Arcana. So yeah, I also love when newer cards like Screamtail make older cards like Avery viable. Charizard EX made, it's not older, but made Avery a staple now.
Yeah, it is pretty cool to see the future planning. And here we see our glorious tournament hall. All our players sit down ready, playing their round 2. We're still waiting for our players to get everything ready for our string match, but I have been enjoying Sao Paulo. It is, what, the biggest city in Brazil, over 22 million people.
Yep.
Also has the largest Japanese population outside of Japan. So the sushi here, amazing.
Yeah. Very large Italian community as well. So the pizza here, amazing.
The barbecue, amazing.
The barbecue, yeah. The picanha. Get picanha. Picanha, Like anytime I come to Brazil, I'm not getting anything other than picanha. It's my favorite cut of meat here. It's, they just do it special here.
Yeah. I'm a foodie. I'm a foodie at heart, and obviously you can, I'm a bigger guy too, so I like to enjoy it every now and then.
Food is amazing, and Brazil definitely very good place for that. And what a crowd. You know, there's so many people here, so many players, over 2,000 Pokemon trainers playing in the 3 different games that we have here, TCG, VG, and Go. No matter what you like, there is definitely something for you here at the Latin America International Championships.
Now, we do have our players, but we're going to hold off on talking to them for a little bit. And it's going to be 2 interesting decks as well.
Yeah.
I just hear you, Luke. That's it.
2 very interesting decks. We're going to get our players ready before we reveal anything about them or their decks as we are setting up round 2.
And now we did see Lost Zone Giratina up against Golden Go. Is there anything you're hoping to see?
I'm eager to see, if not a full new archetype, I'm really eager to see some of the newer decks like Iron Hands. Iron Hands was probably one of the most talked about cards in the in recent memory. And no card has been as polarizing as Iron Hands as of late. And Lugia has been talked a lot about in terms of like how powerful it was, how dominating it was. Then we got rotation. Lugia was checked in that way. However, I want to see what Iron Hands does to the metagame and if it is as powerful as a lot of people predicted.
For me, one deck that we saw a glimpse of in Toronto do pretty well, and that was the Snorlax kind of like stall control deck. Did get a new addition in that counter catcher, which makes it very, very scary.
Yeah, Snorlax definitely more viable than ever. Now, is that something you want to see on stream here though? You want to see a clash of like metapods staring at each other basically with Snorlax? Because that's what it tries to do. Yeah, it brings you down to that level of, you know, you can play the game.
We got a little spoiler there, one of our players, and see a little Celebi in the in the bottom corner.
Can you guess?
If you're a fan of the stream, you might have seen that quite a few times.
That iconic Celebi plush. We are getting our players as ready as fast as possible so that we can get this round 2 match started, and we're in for a good one, Jeremy. We're in for a good one.
I'm excited. I like a good play.
Yeah, two really good players as well. We'll reveal them in just a second, but of course we are seeing, like, look at this room. There's so many good players out there, so many good players, already established names, and I'm sure we will see a lot of players make a name for themselves this weekend. LAIC, especially international championships, have this like extra prestigiousness to them, right? Not to the level of the World Championships, but definitely ICs are amazing tournaments, and even making day 2 at an IC feels like a fantastic accomplishment.
Yeah, also a ton of money on the line. I believe it's like $2,000 for a top 32 here this weekend.
Yeah, very. The extra prizes this season have been a very big encouragement for players all over the world. That's what we're seeing. Australians travel all over the world to different regionals. We're seeing players from Europe traveling to Toronto to compete. I'm sure we are going to see we have more diversity here at this tournament just based on the increase in this fantastic prizes. So amazing to see. Great atmosphere that we have here, and hoping to see some incredible matches as well.
Now it does look like our players are starting to set up, so we'll be able to go down the table whenever possible. And it's going to be a treat. I'm excited.
is, I believe we should be able to reveal the match choice very soon. As soon as we jump into the table, we'll get our players set up, we'll get our prize cam, we'll get everything ready to go. As I am seeing both players shuffle up and start to set up.
Well, with that, our match is ready. Let's go ahead and take it down to the stage and start our long-awaited round 2 here in Sao Paulo. We have Pedro Vieira up against Tord Reklev. Now, those of you at home, Tord Reklev, the champion just last year here in Sao Paulo, finally completing that gauntlet of all those IC titles. Hoping to do it again. And one of my favorite stats about Tord is I think he has a better odds of top 8ing in IC than most people have at day 2ing.
Yeah, that like, if you make it all the way to the top 8 at an IC, odds are more favorable that you will be seeing Tord as well up there, which is truly incredible. Truly, truly incredible. The level of consistency that he has at these tournaments is just outstanding.
And then, of course, you got a quick glimpse of those decks as well. Pedro is going to be playing Lugia, V-Star, Archeops, and Tord, of course, deciding, I'm going to draw a bunch of cards, playing that Gardevoir EX, and is using that Screamtail inclusion.
Indeed, we've talked a lot about that Screamtail, and we will probably be seeing it in action in this match, along with the Luxurious Cape, along with Avery. Yeah, so this new era Gardevoir EX. However, look at those prizes. 2 Gardevoir EX in the prize cards to start us off.
That is not good. To go along with a Ralts and that Zacian V. Meanwhile, for Pedro, nothing too bad. Archeops, a couple energies that might be able to hurt him a little bit later, but we'll have to see how things go. But wow, double Gardevoir EX in the prize cards. At least one of them's down close to the bottom.
Yeah.
Maybe you can work in some reversal energy shenanigans to be able to take a knockout, grab that Gardevoir EX right when you need it.
Indeed, those reversal energies will have to come in clutch. Maybe some lucky Shining Arcana hits as well. And we'll have to see how quickly Tord figures out that both Gardevoir EXs are in the prize cards. I know he's very thorough with his price checks and whatnot, but I feel like you usually check for Ralts, you check for Kirlias, you check for energies perhaps. Not necessarily the Gardevoir EXs immediately, but we'll have to see. And this also might prompt an early concession if Pedro gets too far ahead by the time Tord is able to take a prize card.
And here we go. Round 2 of our Swiss here today in Sao Paulo. Tord is going to start things. Looks like it's switched a little bit. So it is going to be Pedro on the right, Tord on the left here. And Mew EX in the active spot. Mezagoza gets the heads, finds the Lugia V. And that's step number 1 for a deck like Lugia.
Yeah, you have one mission as Lugia, and that is bench a Lugia, right? You pull that off, then you are good to go. And we're seeing at the top the names are indeed the other. I was a little confused. I was like, wait, Mew EX in Guardi and Mew in Lugia? I was a little confused at first.
So double turbo energy to end things on that Lugia V for Pedro. Now it's Tord's turn. Has that Mew in the active spot. Probably the best starter for Gardevoir, especially for Tord, and is starting things off with a Fog Crystal. This will allow to search the deck for a Psychic Energy or a basic Psychic Pokemon. And the name of the game, get as many Ralts down as possible. You do have option to Mirage Step with Kirlia to cheat out a bunch of Kirlia in play, but it also just depends on your hand, the setup, if your opponent's able to get early prize cards.
Starting to note a little bit of an urgency in Tord's deck search here, which might signify that he's realizing, uh-oh, 2 Gardevoir EXs are no longer available to me. What is the plan?
All right, looks like we are all set with the names there. They are right now. Tord on the right, Pedro on the left. And honestly, it's got to be somewhat scary to win your round 1, and then all of a sudden you get paired against last year's champion.
Yep.
One of the best players in the game right now.
one of the best players, not only right now, I think in history, right? What Tord has achieved is truly impressive and probably very difficult to not even like replicate, but even come close to, right? 4 IC titles, 1 in each region. We do have players who have accomplished back-to-back titles in the same region. Stefan Ivanov has won back-to-back NAICs. Tawada has won back-to-back EUICs. Azul Garcia Grego has 2 different titles and a 2nd place as well, but no player is close yet to what Tord has achieved so far.
And of course, not only that, coming off a 2nd place at the World Championships in Yokohama just a few months ago.
Top of that, yeah, the sprinkling of.
Yeah. So with the Fog Crystal, does find a Pokemon, and then there is that Battle VIP Pass off Mysterious Tail, and Tord right away finding those Ralts and that Radiant Greninja, hoping to draw a few more cards here, dig through the deck, and that's really the first few turns of this Gardevoir deck. You're just trying to discard a bunch of energies, draw a bunch of cards, hope to get set up for that turn 3.
I'm really wondering what Tord's plan is here. As long as he has already figured out that both Gardevoir EXs are not available, like, what is your break point in terms of like, you know what, I'm too far behind, I cannot catch up, or I'm still in this, right? Because every energy you discard, there's one of the triple energies and the Gardevoir as well. So Wonder Candy could allow Tord to be aggressive, and combined with a Counter Catcher could go after an Arceus, hopefully free one of those Gardevoir EXs. There's the attachment. Risky attachment though, a boss away from basically eliminating Tord's chances to draw an early prize card.
Well, we do see a boss's orders off the top as well. Mezagoza flip gets the tails, so not able to search for a Pokemon. And I guess the one thing Tord is thinking is, well, my opponent doesn't have Archeops in the discard.
Yep.
The best way to get those in the discard is something like a Professor Burnett. And if you're using a Professor Burnett, you're not going to be able to use that boss's orders. And here we see Lumineon V, its ability, Luminous Sign, able to search your deck for a supporter card, put it in your hand. I think we're going to see a Burnett, especially if there's a V-Star in Pedro's hand.
Certainly, and that made the Mesagoza flip even more important, because if Pedro had flipped heads, he'd be set. He would have been able to go grab the Lugia V-Star, get the Professor Burnett with Lumineon, and perhaps not chase down that Ralts with the energy, but would have been able to initiate the prize trade in his favor now. Not a big threat from Tord at this point in time, especially if Pedro does not take a prize card this turn. So no need to bench a second Lugia to be careful or anything like that. Could even read the wind comfortably in this spot to get more resources and hopefully find a Lugia V-Star before having to research this hand away to find it and potentially play the boss's orders next turn.
Yeah, this is definitely an awkward hand here. Just going to have to finish with an attachment of that reversal energy. Not going to be able to add extra energy if Pedro is behind in prize cards, but there's just to read the wind, discards that Mesagoza to draw 3 cards.
Not a fan of that Mesagoza discard, because if the current Mesagoza gets discarded, Mesagoza was your best bet, a 50% chance at finding the Lugia V-Star. However, now over to Tord. We should see him try to set up, maybe with a Mirage Step, though that is risky. Actually, there's no possibility of Mirage Step because we can't attach 2 energies to set up.
Well, there is the concealed cards, and then Refinement grabs another Kirlia off the top, decides for Mysterious Tail before evolving into that second Kirlia, finds a Battle VIP Pass, won't be able to use that, but can discard it with Refinement.
Interesting choice on the Battle VIP Pass. There was a Counter Catcher there, and assuming next turn your Mew gets KO'd or your Kirlia is able to survive, Counter Catcher plus the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir plus the Reversal Energy was a knockout on an upcoming Arceus. Or if you find an energy, you could knock out Mew EX as well.
Well, there is another Counter Catcher in Tord's hand, so I guess you at least have that, along with a boss's orders.
Oh, it's a blingy one. That's why I didn't recognize it.
Tails on the Mesagoza. Tord does have the option for Collapse Stadium as well. A couple of those in hand, but eyeing down them to discard with Ultra Ball instead.
Discarding that Scream Tail, however, as well. Eyeing that down for the discard, so we could see the Scream Tail just not factor into this game, which, honestly, I'd be very surprised if this game goes on for a long time overall.
especially with the pace that Tord is playing. Seeing a both Gardevoir EX in the prize cards means this game will kind of take a little bit longer, and it is good to see Tord really just upping the pace here, knowing that there potentially could be 3 games.
Yep, and now to see a collapse stadium hit play, meaning no Mesagosa, meaning Pedro will not be able to find a Lugia V-Star, plus a boss play on one of the only 2 Kirlias. Could go for a knockout still with the Jet Energy. No need to set up, but now it would be risky, right? You don't know exactly what your opponent has. Definitely eyeing that play up. I like this aggression, though. With only 1 Kirlia left, very few energies in the discard pile. What's Tord's best answer? Maybe Screen Tail with a Luxurious Cape and enough energy, but there aren't a lot of energy.
You don't have the Gardevoir EX either.
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, from Pedro's perspective, he definitely doesn't know that.
Well, there is that knockout. Arrow Dive opts not to discard the stadium, but takes the knockout on that Kirlia with the reversal energy, and Tord is really having to think about just how to navigate this game.
If I'm Tord, I need to scoop at this point in time. Finds an energy, does decide to attach it, but you're down 1 reversal. You only have access to 1 reversal. You have no other Ralts in play. 1 Ralt is also prized. How? How do you pull this off? And yes, 1 Gardevoir EX is at the bottom. That's what you're counting on, but which prize do you take, the right or the left one? Because I don't think he'll be able to have enough to get a full KO here. Like, finding the other reversal energy should be very difficult.
And honestly, won't even have a way to get out of the active spot
this
if
turn.
he finds the reversal energy, because Gardevoir not really known for playing any switch outs and things like that. There is a new supporter, Professor Turo's Scenario, able to just pick up a Pokemon, but Tord opting not to play it for this weekend. Does find the reversal energy, and honestly would have had the KO on Lugia V if this Gardevoir was in the active spot.
Would he though? Wouldn't he be short a few energies to 20 damage?
No, yeah, so the reversal is 90. No, yeah, would be short, yeah.
Yeah, would be 2 energy short. Would have had a knockout potential on Arceus, but there aren't even any Arceus in play for Tord to knock out. And Pedro did draw an Ultra Ball off this Iono, so Pedro will finally have their full setup, but they accomplished a turn to knockout in a very safe manner. I really like that aggression from Pedro, and Tord definitely against the ropes right here. So we'll have to see what else he can do this. We do see another attachment. There is a counter catcher in hand along with a reversal. We'll have to see.
Boss's orders off the top of the deck.
Top deck, wow.
Now, with an Ultra Ball in hand as well.
Yep, I think we're gonna see, I mean, actually eyeing up the Mew EX play onto the Radiant Greninja as well. That is an option that Pedro has to eliminate the Ralts and the Screamtail or the Mew. However, knocking out your opponent's only Gardevoir in play when they only have a Ralts left over, I think that's way too strong not to do.
Yeah, exactly. There's already a Kirlia down as well.
Yep.
Can't use the Summoning Star for max benefit. Yeah, and that's where that's where not discarding the stadium the turn prior with Arrow Dive is going to hurt Pedro here. But even so, the way the board is set up, the way the game has gone so far, and with Tord's prize cards, it is still overwhelmingly favored for Pedro here.
Indeed, though that is a very small but important mistake to have made, not setting up your full board with the double Arceus. That Snorlax isn't even getting powered up. We can see Pedro not too happy with his mistake, being a little careless there with the collapsed stadium. So this could factor in. Now Tord has the possibility to go after the Arceus. We see the boss's orders onto the Gardevoir, and we're gonna see the knockout. I really like this, and I'm having a lot of trouble seeing how Tord comes back from this with Gardevoir gone, 1 Ralt in play, 1 reversal energy available, still not able to attack this turn. I don't know what the plan is here. I really can't see it.
Yeah, having the reversal and rare candy in hand is definitely a little bit awkward here with the only supporter cards being Iono and Professor's Research. And bringing the Mew to the active spot again just means that it's going to be even harder to attack this turn again. That means Pedro's going to be going up 3 prize cards towards 0 so far in this game 1. And like you were saying before, I really do think Tord just needs to concede this game, go to the next one.
Agreed. Now, the one small ray of hope is the fact that Pedro only has 1 Archeops in play at this point, so maybe that will allow Tord to pull off something. And there's also 2 bosses orders now gone, right? So that last Kirlia must be a little safer than before. However, it is going to be very difficult to even get a single knockout at this point. If Pedro ends up playing an Iono, takes away that reversal energy, and is also up 3 prizes, that's a really hard spot to come back from.
Yeah, and even with that, if Tord does take a knockout, it's going to be a 1 in 6 or 2 in 6 chance to try to find that Gardevoir EX to just continue knockouts, because you know that Gardevoir is most likely going to get knocked out coming back into his turn.
We see the reversal energy getting attached. Top deck Iono. So very nice attachment by Tord, evaluating or assessing the risk of a 3rd boss's orders back-to-back taking place is very low, and finding that reversal energy afterwards will be very difficult. But this Lugia is definitely going to take 4 prizes this game. It's going to take 1 now, and then whatever Tord does, that Lugia V-Star is 100% out of range. So going to be interesting to see. I think the odds of Tord winning this game are lower than finding a shiny Pokemon, a shiny legendary Pokemon. I just cannot see it.
With the Capturing Aroma heads, does find an evolution Pokemon. Just thin the deck out a little bit more. We're going to see the Primal Turbo. Be able to search the deck, attach 2 special energies to one of your Pokemon. And that's not a very good hand. But has everything on the board, able to really just continue this game.
Now, something I want to note is how Pedro is definitely going through the motions. We did see that small mistake from the Collapse Stadium. And usually when you're using your Archeops ability, like declaring it essentially, and then thinking about where you're going to attach the energies, that's usually an indicator that you're using an ability because you can, not necessarily because you need to. Establishing more threads is very important for Pedro now that he's limited to 1 Archeops, but it's important to try and figure out exactly what you want to search for, because you know your deck and you can attach the energies anywhere you want, so that there's a little bit more fluidity to your game in that sense.
3rd energy down on that Mew EX on the bench, and then there is the knockout from Lugia V-Star. Pedro going down to 3 prize cards now. Tord's hand, though, is good enough for this turn. There's that Shining Arcana Gardevoir. There's a Refinement Kirlia. Has the Ultra Ball here, is able to search for... Oh, I think all the Pokemon are in the prize cards. All right, Mirage Step Kirlia there.
Now, if Pedro didn't know that Tord didn't have access to any Gardevoir EXs, now he definitely knows. There's no reason to throw away a Rare Candy with an Ultra Ball unless you're gonna use another Rare Candy to go into Gardevoir EX. No Gardevoir EX here. And, I mean, trying to play the single prize game, sure, but you're 3 prizes behind. Yeah, you need to get a knockout. Does find the Counter Catcher, though.
Counter Catcher. Here's discarding of the Rare Candy with Refinement. Counter Catcher brings up the Archeops. Tord will be able to take a knockout here.
50-50. 50-50 on the prize card.
He got it!
Get the Gardevoir EX.
There's a little bit of play left for Tord, but at what cost? It is now just under 34 minutes left in the round here. We play 50-minute rounds here for Swiss. Trying to fit 3 games into that is pretty difficult to do, but this format has sped up a little bit. But Gardevoir, still one of those decks that likes to take its time.
Now this is where that second Archeops not hitting play could be very problematic for Pedro. His attacks are now very limited. I don't even like that benching of the Snorlax, because if for some reason you can't power it up, all of a sudden Screamtail can become a threat and can destroy your bench. So saving that jet energy is going to be super, super crucial for Pedro attaching to a Snorlax, but just because you can play a card doesn't mean you have to. And now this Snorlax waking up is not gonna be easy. It's rough. Yeah, things could get a little bit tricky when Pedro had such a big advantage here.
Does gift energy work on the bench?
Tord has very limited amount of cards left in deck, but finally that Gardevoir EX available to hit play.
For sure, Tord's double checking on whether if he knocks out the Mew on the bench with Screamtail, will the gift energy activate or not? I would imagine that's the only reason to ask the judge on whether the gift energy will activate. I don't believe, no, I do believe it will.
It should.
It activates whenever a Pokemon is knocked out by damage. Doesn't matter if it's in the active or on the bench, as we see it on the screen, confirming that. So, an important thing to note, right, in terms of who you target for Tord.
Level Ball will fail the search here. Again, just trying to see what resources he has left for these next 2 turns. Pedro only has 2 prize cards left to take here. And of course, Gardevoir EX, with its ability, damages your own Pokemon. So most of the time, Psychic Embrace is going to put them close to a knockout themselves.
Now, one very important thing to note, with no more Arceus on Pedro's side of the field, once this Kirlia becomes Gardevoir EX, nothing on Pedro's side of the board will be able to take a knockout on that Gardevoir. So that pretty much guarantees Tord a safe turn in terms of being able to attack, as we see that Gardevoir EX. Next turn, he can power up the Screamtail and try to trap a Snorlax in the active. I think that's definitely Tord's plan at this point in time, and I am generally seeing a window where Screamtail is able to take down this Lugia, take down this Mew after the Gardevoir takes down the Snorlax with the Luxurious Cape attached, depending on what Pedro does this turn. He has 2 ways to wake up the Snorlax, with Jet Energy or with the Therapeutic Energy, pardon me. But will that be enough? Because this upcoming turn, Pedro is not taking a knockout unless he top decks Boss's Orders.
I'm not sure if I like the Luxurious Cape play here, just because it definitely opens a route of victory for Pedro the following turn. You were just saying that he can't knock out the Gardevoir EX in 1 hit, but one thing you can is Screamtail that gives you 2 prize cards.
Yeah, indeed, for sure. But Tord is at 5 prizes, so taking 2 prizes or 1 prize this turn doesn't really change things much for him. So I definitely love to see the Gardevoir EX attack this turn. We do see the Iono, right? So I guess that's another option. Iono your opponent down to 2, use Screamtail to knock out the Lugia, but as you mentioned, yeah, that opens up the win for Pedro if he finds a Jet Energy, well, I guess it's only Jet Energy.
Yeah, Jet Energy and the Therapeutic Energy hit the bottom of the deck with that Iono now, so just 2 less cards that would be very beneficial here. And there we see 7 energy on that Screamtail, 140 damage. That means it's dealing 280 damage to anyone. I believe that Lugia V-Star is going to get knocked out pretty soon here. No gift energy attached there, so that Iono will hopefully stick.
This is where it's been a series of unfortunate events for Pedro, not getting that second. If you have the second Arceus out, you win, right?
Yeah.
You just power up the active, and you're good to go. Now that Snorlax is trapped in the active, 1 Jet Energy went to the bottom of the deck. Screamtail is going to knock out the Lugia right here. Can also target down the Luminion. No, the Pokemon does not get switched. The damage was on the bench. That does not happen. So now...
Oh, all right. Ultra Ball found in the cards with Iono. And so with the draw for turn, you're able to use that, find Lumineon V, grab a supporter, but you need to find something like a Professor's Research here, hope to hit a Jet Energy, and that should seal the game for Pedro here, but it's going to have to rely off the top of the deck.
Yep, there's the Luminion. There should be Professor's Research available. Buzz, not the game-winning card at this point in time. And we'll have to see, can Pedro find one of the 2, I believe, Jet Energies left in the deck? Does play 4, so maximum chances of getting out of this sticky situation. Once again, we're in this position because the Collapse Stadium didn't get removed, and then the Snorlax got benched preemptively.
And the Gardevoir EX just being in the prize cards. No Jet Energy here for Pedro off this fresh hand of 7. And honestly, not much you can really do here.
Nothing else. Literally no card is able to be played other than the Stadium, which you really get no benefit out of. And with no Arceus in play, nothing to do other than pass. I would love to see a faster pass.
Can't even thin out the hand just to make Gift Energy a little bit better here.
Yeah, there's a Nest Ball you can burn, the Stadium, the Collapse Stadium you can play, but Tord's definitely not going to activate another Jet Energy. I think Tord's plays Iono once again. However, well, maybe you don't Iono, because you know your opponent doesn't have a Jet Energy in their hand, right? So if you Iono them, you're getting them closer to the Jet Energy. However, Pedro is holding a bunch of cards, and one of those is another Professor's Research. So that could be something that Tord factors into the decision whether to Iono or not. I would just stick with no Iono, but we'll have to see what Tord chooses here.
And with either knockout that Tord decides to take, you can target down the Snorlax. That's the one that can actually take a knockout on the Screamtail. Mew could copy Screamtail's attack, but that won't be enough.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, Slap does 30, and you have, what, 50 HP remaining?
Yeah, indeed. So it would not be enough. Genome hacking, no matter how good it is, would not be enough. And there's the Iono. So, oof. How does Pedro win from this point? Jet Energy plus Boss's Orders. I think that's it, right? That's it.
Well,
Only
so
combination?
It depends, because Tord could just ignore the Gift Energies
right.
already, but wow, okay.
The Jet Energy. I feel like if you were committed to Iono, you're not going to activate the Jet Energy.
Right? The Gift Energy, yeah.
The Gift Energy, sorry.
And that's the thing, right? But if you take out the Snorlax with the energy, that's the one attacker that can win the game right away. Because even if Pedro has like a Boss's Order, or I guess Boss's Orders would do it too.
Yeah, Boss
bring
plus
up the
Jet,
Greninja.
right?
Yeah,
Boss plus Jet. However, this is really good. Nothing can take down the Gardevoir EX, so now Jet doesn't work. Now it's down to only Boss's Orders, and you didn't activate the gift. There you go. Perfect solution by Tord, and then you just close out the game next turn with your Screamtail. Very simple, very straightforward. Tord figuring out exactly how to win this game with no Gardevoir EX available.
I guess we're eating our words here.
We are.
If anyone is able to come back from the start that Tord has had this game 1, it would be Tord.
Absolutely. Tord, a fantastic player here. Fantastic determination, fantastic resilience to stick this one out in order to find the game-winning scenario.
Wow.
And there we go. Tord Reklev pulling this off against all odds.
What a game to start our round 2 here in Sao Paulo. Tord Reklev, our defending LAIC champion, figuring out just the perfect way to win the game. And it was all off the back of the one prize card taken like turn 5. And it just happened to be that one of those 2 Gardevoir EX.
I would say like that was definitely one of the instances that helped Tord, right?
Yeah.
The other one was only one Arceus. I cannot emphasize how much that mattered. Pedro got a little bit ahead of himself. Even discarding the Stadium was not crucial, but over benching, getting that eagerness, benching that Snorlax preemptively before you use your ability, like even the sequencing of that, if you just do it in V-Star first, yeah, you try to bench the Snorlax, oh, that's the one Pokemon that doesn't fit. Then Tord would have never been able to stick a Pokemon active like he did and be able to play around the Gift Energy, to be able to eliminate the threat of the Lugia V-Star and turn over an almost impossible to win game.
I mean, we were saying here, it looked pretty impossible to us, but Tord finding a way out, and now in very much the advantageous position here. 25 minutes or less left on the clock for this round 2. Already up 1 game, and both of these decks have a lot of decision making to do with each turn. A lot of shuffling and a lot of just card drawing from Tord's side of things.
Now, if you're Tord, I think you're definitely feeling good, not only in the fashion you won, the decisions you made, but also the chance of prizing to Gardevoir EX is so low, right? I feel like it's close to 1 in 100 games. And feels like, okay, you got that out of the way already this weekend, let's go. No more, no more of that happening.
And of course, here is the replay from game 1. Both players had a pretty slow start to get things going. You have Pedro read the wind. Tord bosses up the Luminion for a little bit of stalling. Then Pedro bosses up that Kirlia with the reversal, takes the knockout, but there was the no discard of the stadium. Tord able to get set up, but there you see Pedro benching that Snorlax, then using the Summoning Star, but only getting 1 Archeops out. And while Pedro was continuing to take knockouts again and again, wasn't really beneficial, and Tord able to clear it out with Screamtail.
Now we see a bunch of energies prized for Pedro along with a Luxray, which can be a good attacker and a boss. And we see a Ralts and a Kirlia prize, but no Gardevoir EX. So I think Tord will play this one a lot more straightforward, right? Now he has all the tools he needs to be able to keep up with the attacks. No need to get fancy with your counter catchers, trying to stick something active. And I'm sure Pedro will be extra careful when figuring out the sequencing of his decisions this time around.
So we have already had a couple, our turn now, and it's been a bad one. Pedro attached a Gift Energy and passed with a Weirdeer V in play. When you're playing a Lugia V-Star Archeops deck, you kind of need the Lugia V in play.
That's a pretty important part of the Lugia V-Star deck indeed. You have one goal on turn 1, and that is the bare minimum, which is bench a Lugia V. Fortunately, Pedro's hand not very permissive to that, and Tord just flying through his hand now. A much stronger start than before.
Yeah, already has the Fog Crystal, finds a second Ralts. Ultra Ball discards 2 Psychic Energies to find that Radiant Greninja with a third one about to hit the discard for Concealed Cards.
Yeah, Concealed Cards, a fantastic ability. Already 3 energies in the discard pile. We could see a turn 2 win now but for Tord, depending on what Pedro's hand is looking like. By a Rare Candy Gardevoir EX, Screamtail, or Sasha V somehow. But seems like Pedro does have a playable hand, just not a great turn 1 hand.
Capturing Aroma does get the tails, so that will allow Pedro to search for a basic Pokemon. And I believe we're going to find a Lugia V here. I don't know about you, Pablo.
Yeah, I would expect a Lugia V for sure. And now Pedro's board not looking too bad now. Can attach a double turbo to Weirdeer if he finds it. Can get a turn to KO, which is your goal, right? Sure, you would have loved to bench the Lugia V, but in the end, by benching Lugia V on turn 1 and getting Lugia V started on turn 2, what do you want to accomplish? A turn 2 knockout. Psy Shield Bash with a double turbo can certainly do that. However, we see the attachment on the Lugia V in order to perhaps get ready for a Read the Wind. I feel like we should definitely be seeing our Professor's Research beforehand, but no supporter being played by Pedro. Very surprising.
Surprising indeed. 3 cards drawn off Read the Wind. Does find another Professor's Research along with that Lugia V-Star. Tord, though, starting things off with that Kirlia evolvement on the bench. Energy to the active Ralts and then an Iono. So the cards that Pedro just found get shuffled to the bottom of the deck. And Tord finds, wow, a couple Battle VIP pass here. Those are going to get discarded.
Now, some bad news for Pedro, as he did have 3 Professor's Research in his previous hand, and now they're all at the bottom of the deck, while Tord now has the option to Rush Step with his own Kirlia, get the other Kirlias into play. However, it seems like he's not going to opt for that, or maybe he is, yeah, eyeing up both Kirlias and one of them being prized still.
Yeah, one of them prized, one of them in play already. He did attach the energy to the active, kind of in preparation for this, or even just a retreat to something like a Mew maybe, but Mew is prized.
Now, one big thing that makes this Rush Step play so powerful is you get your Kirlias and you also have Ralts that you can then Rare Candy into the Gardevoirs. But Tord running a little bit lower on those resources and not able to find a Ralts to Rare Candy into. So if you use Rush Step to get 1 Kirlia and then you lose your Rush Step, the end result is not as advantageous as you would like it to be.
Luminion V drawn for Pedro off the top of the deck. Didn't really get a good glimpse at the hand after Iono.
There is an Ultra Ball there, so Pedro will be able to power up. However, preemptively benching once again, which cost him dearly last time. No Collapse Stadium this time around, but you want to be careful with doing things in the right order. No reason to bench that Snorlax until you absolutely have to.
Ultra Ball does discard the second Archeops for Pedro here, along with the Mezagoza. We'll be able to find Lugia V-Star and get that Summoning Star up and running and get those Archeops in play so you can get those Primal Turbos set and ready.
Pedro does have an interesting decision to make here, is holding the Luminion, which could get played for a boss's order. However, that's usually something. Wait.
Oh.
Professor
Burnett.
There's already 2 Archeops in the discard pile. So
we're just going for 4. That's good.
Now there's a liability of the Luminion on the bench. Definitely not ideal, but it's what we have.
For a second, I thought he passed, and I was really scared.
No.
Lugia V-Star evolved into the active. Summoning Star brings those Archeops out to the bench, and this is where Lugia as a deck shines, being able to just attach up to 4 energy per turn. You can really try to overwhelm your opponent here.
I'm sure we're going to see an adaptation from the first game by attaching a gift energy to the Lugia. That also would have been something that would have helped Pedro a bunch the previous game. We're going to see the V-Guard. Actually, we skipped one of the gifts. Well, running low on the energies. The prizes, there were quite a few energies on the prizes,
2.
right? I believe there was 3.
No,
there
there's
were
1
energies.
Yeah,
one
but
gift,
one
one
gift.
jet, 1 double turbo. Yep, there we go. 1 gift, 1 jet, 1 double turbo. Along with that boss's order is very crucial. I would have loved to see that Luminion fetch Research, an Iono, even a boss's orders to eliminate our Refinement Kirlia would have been definitely better than that Professor Burnett that we did see.
Well, there is the knockout with Tempest Dive, and Tord promoting the Screamtail here. Handful of supporters.
Screamtail, without the Luxurious Cape, can take down an Archeops, but that's pretty much it. We do see a very, very powerful Research here, discarding a lot of stuff, but a lot of stuff that Tord probably doesn't need anymore at this point. Finds a bunch of energies, finds the Gardevoir EX. The Luxurious Cape is the key piece here that he did draw in order to potentially knock out this Lugia V-Star, and you can trade, right? You can trade 2 prizes on the Lugia V-Star right now with your Screamtail, then use Sasha to take another 2 prizes perhaps along the way, and then finish off that Luminion or the Weirdier. Yeah, I feel like that's what Tord is probably planning at this point in time. Just going 2-2-2 on the prize cards, and they're definitely in play right here.
And plenty of energy in the discard for Tord. I think I counted 7. Uses the last refinement here. Level Ball can find something like a Ralts if it's still available.
Yep. There's the last Ralts available for now. But things are looking very different for Tord this game, right? Much more stable setup. Has access to a Gardevoir EX, which is kind of the theme of the deck. We were talking about how Lugia really enjoys having a Lugia in play. Gardevoir decks really enjoy being able to use Psychic Embrace.
And there we see Gardevoir EX getting evolved on the Kirlia without the Ralts under it.
4 energies in the discard pile right now. That's going to be 160 damage to a Pokemon so far. Where does that damage go? Where did you see those 7 energies?
Well, they're in the discard, but there's no, he didn't play the cape down, so you can't attach more of them.
Right, yeah, no, of course. So not going for the 2-2-2, just going to eliminate an Archeops. Definitely worked out well last time around, but now there's a second Archeops that Tord has to deal with before trying to trap something in the active spot.
Yeah, see the 3 Psychic on the bottom of the discard for Tord there.
Yep.
And did have the option for the Luxurious Cape in hand, but again, you're giving up 2 easy prize cards to your opponent the following turn.
I agree. I mean, but sometimes it turns. Now, Tord did win game 1, so no need to rush the win, right? You can win, you can not finish this game, and you're still ending up as a winner.
Yeah, the way this works for our best of 3 is if there is time being called while game 2 is still being played, you get to play plus 3 turns with the active turn finishing. So technically 4 turns left in the game. If the game does not conclude, the winner of game 1 will win the match. But if we're in game 3 and that same scenario happens, it will be a tie.
Indeed. And as we see the Screamtail get re-found, we might be seeing the Screamtail now take down this other Archeops to really limit what Pedro can do this game in terms of attacking options. And with no more Archeops, that means Gardevoir EX is pretty safe from a Drapion getting KO'd, so then you can use Gardevoir EX pretty safely as a way to knock out Luminion or Snorlax. So really good strategic play here by Tord Reklev.
Does promote that Screamtail, so
it is.
Just rinse and repeat here. First, we're going to rare candy to a second Gardevoir EX.
We are also seeing a much more powerful board this time around. This is the first time we're seeing 4 Ralts or 4 Guardy lines, right, in play. We're going to see the Screamtail roaring scream against that Archeops once again, I would imagine.
Reversal energy on that bench Curlia. Setting up for a future Shining Arcana Gardevoir. And there is that roaring scream taking the knockout yet again on Archeops. Now Pedro is pretty much playing with the energy that is in play. No surprise Drapion V to take the knockout on Gardevoir EX later on in the game.
Tord definitely going for the safest route here. Not risking any 2-price Pokemon, not risking the Luxurious Escape, saving that for later. Eyeing up a knockout on the Lugia with the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, putting him down to 2 prizes, and then probably finishing off the game with a Boss's Orders onto the Weirdeer or Luminion as he draws his whole deck.
Refinement discards the Manaphy. 2 more cards. Does find the Gardevoir. So we'll be able to have a great response here. Shining Arcana finds the Super Rod, and the Super Rod is really how Tord is going to close out this game. Shuffle back in that Screamtail yet again.
Yep. 3 roaring scream attacks in a single game. And we were talking about how older decks got upgrades, right? I think a lot of people were thinking that Gardevoir was not going to be seeing a lot of play. And here we are seeing how Gardevoir can continue to adapt, how powerful it is, and how much Screamtail is helping this deck now.
Even Super Rodding back in energy. I don't know if I've seen that too many times. 2 energies for this Gardevoir. 6 in the discard. That's more than enough to help take the knockout on this Lugia V-Star in the active spot.
Also double checking to make sure that he has enough energy left over to knock out the Lugia V-Star. 208 HP, that does mean the Gardevoir, the Shining Arcana Gardevoir needs 8 total energy. Reversal energy does provide 3 of them, and then we have 5 remaining to be able to take this KO. Now, the follow-up, right? It comes down to finding that Screamtail, which Tord is holding. Research does decide to play the Iono right now, and it does seem like this will be the turn where Tord will finally activate Pedro's Gift Energy, which he has been sorely lacking after he used up that Luminion to find a Burnett instead of a Research.
Does find the Screamtail yet again. Has Ultra Ball in hand along with the Rare Candy and I believe Collapse Stadium. There's the Psychic Embrace to the active Ralts for the retreat. And here we go. 5 energy to go along with that reversal. And that is going to be enough to take the knockout on that Lugia V-Star. 280 HP.
Now, I will say, once this Gardevoir goes down, Tord does not have any way to draw more cards, except he just found the Refinement Curlia off the prize cards. Also has Avery. The card he's missing is the Luxurious Escape. And yep, Tord very...
And there's the Gift Energy. Drawing Pedro up to 7.
Yep. Providing a few resources here. I think an Iono could be pretty destructive against Tord. I think Iono would be the way maybe Pedro has a chance in this game. I do believe it's there. Or there's definitely a Luminion, right?
There's Luminion, but I do believe there's an Iono to go along with something like Professor's Research as well.
Because if Tord's hand gets Iono'd, then he will depend on drawing an energy to draw more cards with Radiant Greninja. There will be no more Shining Arcana Gardevoir. There's no Kirlia. So getting that Screamtail to get the last KO will not be easy. However, chooses to boss's orders that Screamtail.
That is a way to kind of force Tord to attack the active Snorlax, but there wasn't really much else in hand. There wasn't an Iono, there is a Luminion, but maybe we save that for next turn when Tord is put down to 1 card. But now it's going to have a Refinement Kirlia in play.
And Shining Arcana as well. I mean, yeah, I mean, we'll be able to draw 2 extra cards looking for that boss's orders.
Ultra Ball going to thin down a little bit here. Discarding the Kirlia, but we're going to grab that other Gardevoir, have Rare Candy in hand. That's just 2 more cards here.
Yeah. Boss's orders not available.
Yeah, no boss's orders available. Already used the last Super Rod, so you can't attack with Screamtail again. You're going to have to rely on these 2 Gardevoir going all the way here.
I think you're perfectly fine with this. You take a knockout, and then you have Sasha to clean up, right? So.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there's no threat of Pedro taking 2 prizes. There's no more Arceus, so Pedro can't go boss KO Gardevoir EX to close out the game. I think it all comes down to, I would even preemptively bench the Sasha if I were Tord here, but choosing to play it extra safe at this. I guess, no, after you knock out Snorlax, there's not enough energies for Weirdier to knock out, to go boss KO the Sasha, right?
No, not at all. Yeah, the Weirdier right now is doing 100 damage.
Yep. To see the Luminous Escape, Power Collapsed, and Energy. Not using Greninja, despite having energy, keeping that in case there's a boss on the Greninja. And then we see the knockout here. So it's now the time we see an Iono.
1 prize card for Tord, 2 for Pedro. It's looking a little bit scary. With 1 energy on the Gardevoir already on the bench, you're able to attach 5 more, so 6.
That's perfect numbers. That's 240 damage. The Weirdier will go down, whether it's the active Gardevoir or the bench Gardevoir. If you Iono, it's done and over with. And there we see Pedro recognizing the unwinnable situation he's now in. Tord Reklev walking away with a win.
Round 2, your winner, Tord Reklev, and doing it with Gardevoir in pretty exciting fashion. That game 1.
Game 1 was something else.
Yeah, it was insane. I was wrong, you were wrong. Tord was right, and just stick it out, you know. You always have to believe in your deck and believe the outs that you have. Play to your outs every time, and one person that is amazing at doing that is Tord.
I'm going to give us a little bit of credit in the sense that if there's double Arceus in play, you see a completely different situation. I was not counting on 1 Arceus only hitting play, but did see this game start off with a bang for Pedro, perfect setup, even with quadruple Arceus in the discard pile. But Tord systematically took down Pedro's engine with Screamtail, first Arceus knockout, second Arceus knockout, and that was it.
Super Rod putting in a ton of work, reusing that Screamtail again and again, and then closing things out with that Gardevoir and its Brainwave, being able to just take those big knockouts while only promoting a single prize Pokemon for your opponent to take it.
And then Tord finishing off the game by making sure there's no possible outs for Pedro to win the game, extending the hand and being able to walk away with the win. Very, very well played by the previous LAIC champion, not former, by the defending LAIC champion.
And it goes to show you how powerful this Gardevoir deck is. It can mount comebacks out of nowhere, and who thought that, you know, what Gardevoir was missing? You know, some bench snipe, and that's exactly what Gardevoir got. And it is one of the best decks in the room, one of the best decks in like my testing personally, your testing. It's going to be insane to see, but it's very well poised to make a deep run in this tournament, and someone like Tord piloting it, we'll have to keep an eye on him throughout the rest of the weekend.
Indeed, I always say my motto is pair a fantastic deck with good decision making. That's a recipe for success, and we did not see Tord miss a beat with his decisions. Everything was calculated, he stuck with it, he found the door open when that second Arceus did not hit the field. He got that little piece of luck by hitting the one prize on the Gardevoir EX. If he doesn't hit that, I feel like that's when you screwed, but he was able to find that and barely, but managed to win it.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to see for just round 2 of today. We have plenty of rounds to go. 9 rounds today for our day 1, and then I believe 6 rounds for tomorrow, day 2 Swiss, and then we got our top 8, top 4, and then of course Championship Sunday.
Championship Sunday, always the most exciting part of LAIC, to see who ends up walking away with that first place trophy and the $25,000. Not bad.
Not bad, that's great.
Not bad.
Yeah, I'm sure Tord is like, could I have just got that last year?
Yeah. That's more than double than what he got last year.
Yeah, you have to win 2.5 international championships from the past to try to make it to what this is now. And that just goes to show the growth that we have had in this game as a whole. The people even just trying to enter this tournament was a tournament in itself.
Yeah, it felt like you were battling the odds, right? Just as you are hoping to start Battle VIP Pass, you're hoping to get registered for the tournament because there's so many trainers out there wanting to play Pokemon, myself included.
Yeah. It has been wonderful so far, and honestly, Gardevoir putting in a ton of work. Tord still doing Tord things.
Yeah.
He was playing so fast.
He was.
Yeah. The pace of play has been crazy, and I think Gardevoir as a deck kind of needs that now.
Yeah. Gardevoir definitely requires you to be on top of things with your sequencing, with your planning, but also with your actions. Otherwise, it's really difficult to be able to play out those games. There's just so many actions that have to take place.
And it is not the only deck that has a lot of those actions. Lost Zone, in particular, has been always one of those where it's a lot of thinking. It's a lot of decision making, and just like how you have to figure out what you want to discard with Refinement for the turn, what you need to discard with your Ultra Balls, and if you need to evolve your Curlias or need to save it so you can Refinement the following turn and just dig through your deck. Once you get to a certain point, though, it's kind of almost inevitable.
Definitely. And I don't know about you, Jeremy, but I would have loved to see a little bit of Iron Hands action in that Lugia deck. There was no Iron Hands, unfortunately. We have seen Goldengo, we have seen Screamtail. There's plenty more Pokemon that I'm very eager to see here on stream from the Paradox Rift set.
Listen, there's plenty of rounds.
There are 7 rounds left for us to see those Roaring Moons, those Iron Hands, those Iron Valiants, see what people have brought to this tournament.
Now, of course, we still are waiting on our winner's interview, but for right now, I don't know. What do you think, Pablo? Pretty good start so far?
Pretty good start. We've seen turn 1 knockouts, we've seen exciting prize cards, we've seen mistakes as well. We've seen it all. Yeah, and it's only round 2. Yeah, what else is going to happen here?
All right, well, let's go ahead and take it back down to the stage to hear from our winner, Tord Reklev.
All right then, well, after that amazing round 2, I'm now joined with Tord Reklev. First of all, how are you feeling after that?
It's a roller coaster. The Prices Game 1 was pretty shaky.
That's actually my next question. So when you do your initial prize check and you realize you've got 2 of your Gardevoir EX prize, how does that change your game plan?
So at that point, I just need to do a lot of risky plays and trying to grab prizes as fast as possible. I failed to do that as well, so I was really far behind, but I kept playing to the win con of, okay, if I draw my Gardevoir EX out of the first prize, And if my opponent doesn't stack energy and everything on their bench, there is a window here, right? Because like the deck is quite immobile without the Archeops, especially if you don't proc the gift energies as well, which, you know, you can do some fun stuff with Screamtail, Countercatcher, Iono.
And we mentioned Screamtail there. Obviously, that's a new card from Paradox Rift in combination with the Luxurious Cape. But one thing I saw that you're still playing, which a lot of Gardevoir players aren't, is the copy of Zacian as well. What made you want to keep that as well?
I was actually about to cut that card as well, but it's a really good card to push advantage with. So if you're ever ahead as Gardevoir, you can just put down Zacian over and over and like keep on smashing 2 prizes a turn, and you know stay ahead and have like keep the lead you have basically. So say if you only go behind 1 prize against the multi-prize deck, right? And you have full setup, you can go Zacian Smash, Road Zacian Smash, and then you know it's hard to lose at that point. So it's just like an insurance to always be able to close out the games whenever you're ahead again.
That makes sense, and I guess that Screamtail, to hit those hard numbers, needs the Luxurious Cape, which can be hard to find as well. So, Tord, I don't get this opportunity often to interview an IC champion, a defending IC champion. So with that in mind, does that change how you prepare for an event like this?
I mean, I try to prepare as hard as possible for all the ICs and Worlds and like all the major events, so I know, not really. I always try to give my all, so we're trying this year as well.
Okay, so my last question for you, Tor, before I let you go is, what's your goal for this event?
We start small. Goal for now is trying to squeak into day 2, and then we take it from there.
Squeak into day 2, and we take it from there. Now, Tord, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm feeling very emboldened with my caster predictions, because one of my caster predictions was Gardevoir EX. So I'm going to go out there right now. Everyone screenshot this. Quote me, Gardevoir EX will win this event, especially with Tord at the helm. But thank you for your time though, Tord, and we'll kick it back over to casters.
Oh, Shay. Well, you're either going to eat your words or be the biggest fortune teller in this tournament.
We'll say that Gardevoir EX as a choice, it wouldn't surprise anyone.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? And we just saw the power of Screamtail over and over in this round. I fully expect that to happen for Tord so many more rounds. That, like, before you had pseudo bench attacking with Mew EX, copying Radiant Greninja, now you get to KO whatever you want, wherever it is.
Yeah, and just like Tord said, the combination of Countercatcher, Iono, and Screamtail really can put in a ton of work, allows you to maneuver around those gift energies, and just hope that Iono sticks for that turn or 2 that you need to be able to mount that comeback.
It means also, like, you ask more out of your opponent for them to respond, right? Before it's like, well, if they get their energy or if they find their boss, then that's it. But through Countercatcher, sometimes they'll need boss plus an energy to retreat, or energy plus an evolution, or whatever it is. Yeah, if they can't directly threaten you with whatever's active, so then of a 1 card or 2 card Iono, that's much more difficult. So Countercatcher, as we mentioned earlier, one of the top cards from the set.
Well, yeah, as you mentioned earlier.
We mentioned.
Thank you. I'm fine living in your shadow. It's all right. I also really want to know, like, how long has Shay had that printed out?
I'm definitely going to ask him that, because I was not expecting that.
No,
Did he bring it over from the UK all the way?
Well, I think that does it for here, round 2. We'll take a quick break and hopefully be back with round 3 starting soon. So don't go anywhere. Plenty of Pokemon action coming soon.
Welcome to the 2023 North America International Championship.
This is my 4th time at NAIC, and I'm totally blown away by all of the new stuff that's going on here, like that setup where it's like you're in Mesagoza and you're like looking at all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it's just really cool and really impressive, and I haven't even gotten to look at everything yet.
Everyone's so welcoming. I enjoy the community, and all the battles have been so fun so far.
It's always an absolutely great time. The vibes are absolutely electrifying.
Just jump right in. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011, and it's just been such a blast.
It's just such a great event, such a great community, and yeah, if you win, you win. Yeah, great. But if you lose, you're still here with so many people. It's just amazing.
A game of inches, go! Here comes the ballot, and it goes through! One time, taking this mid game, and is your North America International Champion! Wow, Woodage! He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
Throw the energies into play, final burn, take the knockout. And even though Drake cannot attack this turn with the way his energy are set up, all he has to do is pass the turn, and Drake becomes the North American International Champion. What is it? Another Super Rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bodhi.
the scratch pass. Bodhi has to announce his attack, and he becomes the International Champion.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American International Champion with rapid strike, Inteleon VMAX, Urshifu VMAX.
This is gonna be massive.
The outrage.
Dragonite outrages
It's
into the Fluttermane again.
Shadow Ball into the Fluttermane is enough to knock it out. And Takumi's Fluttermane is down, meaning Dragonite is the final Pokemon that Takumi has.
What a choice on the item
And that's gonna do it! Major congratulations to Avery, your 2023 North America International Champion! And the Gyarados left at his next turn. He is one step away, one Moonblast away from securing the knockout under the Roaring Moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion.
There's the Iron Hand, pretty much at 50% HP. Will the Ice Spinner follow up and knock it out? Sword of Ruin, ruining Iron Hand's day. Alex has wrapped this up. Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I haven't won a tournament since 2016, so I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was gonna win. So when I did, I just kind of popped off.
This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting.
Winning feels very exciting. I felt so happy.
Feels really great, and I'm really happy that I finally got my trophy set.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
trainers, let's start the International Championships.
Here comes the Shadow Ball. We can hear the crowds. It looks like we have another GBL Lindos going to top 8 here. Is this enough to KO the Stumpus? And it is.
Down
What
goes
a game 3.
Stumpus.
This is huge. I mean, this Latin American community, we're always hyped, and I feel so happy because it's huge for us as a community, it's huge for the game, and it's huge also to receive any new players, so you're always welcome.
JW Naldo trying to become a champion here in Sao Paulo. He's 2 wing attacks away. He goes up for it, and that is it.
JW Naldo is your first Latin American international champion here for the Pokemon Go Championship Series.
The community is awesome, the card game is awesome, and I think everybody have some fun playing it.
This is the perfect time to start playing Pokemon.
There it is. Luigi has this arena. Let's see if he plays it. Does indeed play it. Brings up the Mew VMAX, and Luigi will be the Latin America International Champion for the Juniors division.
Go for the flip, and it's
It's a double heads! That means Yuichi wakes up, Snorlax can take out the other Snorlax, and Yuichi will win the Latin America International Championships.
We have 2 incredible players lined up here. Tord, of course, 3-time international champion, and trying to accomplish the unthinkable here with the 4th win.
I see the quick pull that he also did top deck. Lugia gets discarded. Charizard will get fully powered up here, and there's no way this Lugia can survive here.
That
and there's
will
the
be
game.
enough. Tord Reklev, he has finally taken over the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
Feels absolutely unreal to win LAIC. That was the missing piece. Now I have this champion trophy from each continent that I can bring home and feel extremely proud and happy about. I'm absolutely speechless.
Eu ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido, então estou muito feliz. Ainda não pego a ficha.
Winning internationals feels awesome. Me sinto muito bem, muito realizado. Era o meu sonho ganhar um internacional e agora estou à procura de ganhar um mundial.
I've never been to Japan before. I'm really looking forward to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the world to me, especially winning it in my home country.
E seria incrível, né? Você ter um conhecimento mundial, você se provar como jogador, seria sem palavras.
Okay, and we are back here, getting ready for our round 3. Joined by myself, Shay, on the mic, and I'm joined with Amy. How are we?
Very well, thank you so much, Shay, for bringing us in there. We're doing fantastic, and the vibe in this room right now, the energy that everyone has brought to this event is just cataclysmic. It's incredible to have everyone here together today, ready for another fun-filled and action-packed event.
Yeah, we were only, 2 rounds in? We've seen 2 rounds of action. We've seen Golden go on stream already. We've seen Gardevoir on stream coming back from Rising 2 EX. It's honestly been so action-packed already. I'm very excited. But I think we're going to have a look at our caster predictions, because we haven't had a chance to talk them through ourselves much. So, Amy, why don't you talk us through your predictions and why?
I know that I've gone for a bit of an off-kilter one, but I thought, you know what, new format, new dreams. So I've gone for Zoroark from Evolving Skies that has an ability called Phantom Transformation where it can turn itself into any other Stage 1 Pokemon in your discard pile. I think this brings some real versatility to what Zoroark is able to achieve right now, and with the unexpected being a really powerful tool, I think it could be a lot of fun. Secondarily to that, which also can go into the Zoroark deck, Caesar from one of our brand new sets, which has a really crazy attack right now called Punishing Scissors. It'll do 50 damage for every single Pokemon on your opponent's field with an ability plus 10. It absolutely has its place in many decks right now, and I think also the Scyther having a free retreat cost gives it some really special places in this scenario.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'll be honest, Amy, when you put in your predictions, I was like, oh my goodness, you are swinging for the fences there. I feel as if Zoroark's been one of those cards where everyone's always appreciated its, you know, obvious power level, but it hasn't quite managed to get over the fence. But, you know, these additions from our new sets, maybe this could be Zoroark's time. I'm not going to argue too much with you on that. Now, over to mine, though. So I have a theory that when new sets come out, unless there's an obvious best deck in format from that new set, I always feel as if older decks, always that improve, tend to do well in the early part of the format. So I've gone for Mew VMAX and Gardevoir EX. Mew VMAX, I think, will really appreciate just more two-prize decks or more two-prize cards in the format. You know, like Iron Hands and Roaring Moon there, for example. And Gardevoir EX right now, I think, is in such a strong spot. You know, we've seen cards like Screamtail we saw on stream earlier. You've got cards like Avery now and Luxurious Cape. I think Gardevoir's just, and Counter Catcher, how can I forget that? Perfect card for Gardevoir, letting you Iono and essentially boss in the same turn, or, you know, Iono and boss, or Avery and boss even. So many options. I think Gardevoir is very strong, and that's why I got on the stage with that bit of favors. I feel emboldened. But what do we think about Pablo's picks, Amy?
I really like Pablo's picks. I've got to say that if I weren't to go with some single prize options on this occasion, I think mine would have been relatively similar to Pablo's. They've gone for the real powerhouses of the new meta, haven't they? They have chosen Iron Hands EX, which has that fantastic attack, Amp You Very Much, which allows you to take an extra prize card if you use Amp You Very Much to knock out your opponent's Pokemon. And then Roaring Moon EX, which has an attack which allows you just to simply knock out the opposing Pokemon. You do, unfortunately, take 200 damage back to your Roaring Moon. However, there are lots of ways to make this deck work for not only fast but furious.
Yeah, that Roaring Moon can be a very scary card to deal with, so keep an eye on that. And as for Jeremy's pick, though, got the Toad Screw up there, that Slime Mold Colony ability, which stops your opponent from manipulating cards out of their discard pile. So mainly that stops cards like Superior Energy Retrieval and Pokestop, funnily enough.
It is not a very aggressive card. It sits on the bench. It's peeking out from behind that tree. It's saying, hello, I am still here. You are not allowed to do that.
Yeah, literally.
And it really stops a lot of decks from being as consistent and fast as they need to be right now. So I wonder whether we'll see some interesting combinations with that Toedscruel.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see. And also, you've got the Toedscruel EX off the same evolution line, so you could even use that to stop your opponent's Sableye or stuff like this. But I think that sort of wraps up our predictions here. One thing I'm really interested to see, which I think we have coming up next, is the sort of deck analysis of what the other players here have chosen. So let's have a look at this. And it looks like, Amy, 17.8% of the attendees here today agree with me. They've gone with Gardevoir.
They have indeed, and not only that, but these Pokemon all look rather familiar, don't they? Now, although we've had an absolutely catastrophic amount of Pokemon released with the newest set of Pokemon trading card game, we are only seeing one fresh out of the kitchen deck take a large percentile of this tournament in Roaring Moon EX, and I think that's very likely due to its speed. It's a very fast deck, and it can keep up with all of these decks that we know are legendary for their speed.
Yeah, so like you said, we've got Gardevoir there, got Roaring Moon down as being a sort of standalone Paradox Rift deck. Charizard EX is interesting. I would imagine they're utilizing a lot of the Evolution Technical Machine, so that'd be interesting to see. And then obviously, but the one thing I'm interested in though is that if we look at the Chien-Pao and the Miraidon, if we add those percentages up, take us to what's that, 18%. That means there's 18% of this metagame have Iron Hands as well. So that's obviously an interesting thing to consider. What out of the two, Chien-Pao EX and Miraidon EX, do you feel is the better Iron Hands deck, Amy?
I might throw a spanner in the works. Yeah. I actually think that some of the Lost Zone variants with Iron Hands are going to be the more surprising options to take this tournament by storm. But I think if I had to choose between those two, I think Chen Pao more consistently can keep up with the energy cost of Iron Hands without having to sacrifice any of its other attacking bodies. But it's interesting, I like to see that there are 30% of this tournament using other decks.
Yeah, some of those 30% could be your Zoroark.
They could indeed.
could be the Golden Go. One thing also interesting here is that sort of the roundup 10% of the Giratina V-Star. It also almost looks like the sort of traditional one prize lost box at least now has fallen out in popularity, with the only version of a lost box deck being the Giratina V-Star, which we did see on stream, via Jesper. I guess that makes sense if there's going to be so much more HP you need to hit, with all these like Charizard, Chen Pao, Miraidon, Roy Moon. Maybe the traditional, Sableye exclusive, or maybe even a Sablezard version of Lost Box might be getting pushed out of the format.
Maybe. Indeed, we could see that there have been lots of changes to the Charizard decks across the latest regionals, and even at local level. I've seen so many different variants of Charizard EX because it does have a lot of Pokemon that it can be partnered with to increase its consistency, or maybe they're trying to stall, like with the Toedscruel package. So it's interesting to see that each player who's decided Charizard is the one for this tournament, majority of them hopefully have gone with something new for us today.
Yeah, I think that TM technical evolution can be really strong, letting you have 2 Charmeleons in play as early as turn 1, or even having the Bibarel straight away can just be really advantageous, because once that Charizard comes down with that Infernal Rain, it is set up immediately. Burning Darkness can start taking KOs very fast. We all know a 330 HP Pokemon at taking KOs is extremely hard to deal with. So yeah, I'm very intrigued to see how that all pans out. However though, Amy, I think we've talked enough now maybe about the people here and what they're playing. I want to hear what some people at home or on Twitter have been saying. So hopefully we can get a look at some of the tweets that we have lined up. And here we go, all the way from Elridge Way TCG. I love international events and catching up with friends that you meet playing Pokemon. Ionis Akali and I are ready to compete at LAIC. Good luck to everyone competing today. And remember that life is a journey, and without experiences, you have no journey. Wow, that right there is a tweet and a half.
Right, isn't that a great quote from Eric? Thank you so much, and fantastic to see smiling faces outside the center today. Thank you so much, and don't forget that you can tweet and be featured in our streams all weekend.
Yeah, and I've one thing I want to say. I actually agree with Eric. One thing I really love about internationals is that you don't maybe necessarily get as much with regionals, is that you do get to see people from all over the world, right? Like, how often can you be under one roof and you have people from Australia, people from Brazil, people from Europe, people from America, people from Canada? Literally, all 4 corners of the globe are currently under this roof represented, and that's one thing I love about internationals. It's something unique to them for the most part, and it's just like, having that big Pokemon stage is just very ideal. So shout outs to Eric there with that killer tweet. Hopefully you're doing well.
Absolutely. Oh, look at that. All of the competitors coming in for the day. Thank you so much. It looks like that might have been 20 minutes of some description. Maybe that was how long it took to get through the queue. My word. Look at everyone.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, that just shows how big these internationals are, that everyone is just so eager to get involved and get playing. So I've been in those queues many a times myself, and I'm sure you have as well, Amy. So, just a confirmation, this is 20 minutes before the doors opened, I should say. So this is everyone getting ready to get involved for their international event, as it were. And that's a very exciting time when you're in the queue, waiting to get started. You've submitted your deck list, everyone's sleeved up and ready to go. You start getting those little butterflies in your stomach as you're getting ready. Woohoo!
I always find it takes me to at least round 3 for the butterflies to settle down.
For me, the butterflies never go. If I win a game, I'm still happy. And here we have Meep Squid saying, I have Alex's Dragapult. Look at that. I'm loving that in-game character outfit. That right there is a bit of me.
It really is. Look at the color coordination. And I think Dragapult's feeling it too, but I'm not sure about Dreepy.
Yeah, Dreepy's looking a bit worried there, but yeah, we've got some VGC going on there, and we saw some real interesting games going on. I found myself watching the VGC stream quite a lot on my break, as it were. So shout outs there to Meep Squid. Hopefully you're doing well if you're playing here. And everyone at home, make sure to get involved by tweeting hashtag #PlayPokemon, so we can get your tweets on stream and discuss them. Come on, make sure to get involved.
And not to forget that there's also a giveaway in VG. You can use the code on your screen now to also receive an Alex's Dragapult.
Yeah, look at that. So, I mean, and that's free, right? You can just get that. So make sure you get that code in quick. LAIC Phantom Ace with a few numbers, replacing some letters there. So make sure you get involved. Get your hands on that Dragapult, well-trained Dragapult, and hopefully it'll win you a lot of games.
There's 100,000 Dragapult to be claimed, so you could be one of them. Why not? Look at him go! Poor Amoongus.
More Amoongus wasn't long. Yeah, back to the Pokeball you go. And if you want to send, other your opponent's Pokemon back to the Pokeball, make sure you get your hands on Alex's Dragapult as well via that code there. So it looks like we've got our players starting to shuffle up for their next round. What would you ideally want to have on stream next? What are you hoping for?
On stream? Oh gosh. I mean, I've got to go with my caster prediction, right? I'd love to maybe see a Golden go with that Caesar. That would be really cool. But alternatively, I think just seeing any of the new Pokemon be able to strut their stuff on screen would be great. I'd love to see maybe a Roaring Moon or an Iron Hands. Ooh. What about you, Shay?
Well, I was about to say, one card we haven't managed to get on stream yet, which was meant to be the big nasty of the Paradox Rift set, is Iron Hands. We sort of spoke about it in our day one meta breakdown, and we sort of established that if all the Chien-Pao decks were playing Iron Hands, we'd be looking at about 20% of the field being Iron Hands. And I'm fairly certain we have an Iron Hands deck coming up next, being piloted by one of the community's, biggest names, Azul Chi.
Ooh, incredible news. Thank you so much, Shay. Way to get us excited about the match. The players look like they're just about getting ready for us. So I'm excited to see whether Iron Hands is going to be able to show just how electrifying it can be.
Yeah, so it looks like Azul will be trying his hardest to win this game, but Jose Silva will be trying his hardest too. And it looks like he is piloting a Charizard EX deck, and I believe he is utilizing the Evolution TM as well. So a lot of Paradox Rift cards will be seen, and I am very excited.
It's so great to see. And I tell you what, did you know the TMs are in Pokemon Go, they're in Pokemon VGC, and now they're in TCG too, so we're not left out from nothing this time.
Yeah, I think I'm almost surprised it's taken this long to get Iron Hands, on stream. It was meant to be the very scary card of the format, Ampuvary, but in case you don't know, for 4 energy, does 120 damage, and if you knock something out via damage from this attack, you take 1 extra prize card. So in theory, if you knock out a Luminion that's weak to Lightning, that's 3 prize cards. If you KO like a Sableye, you're taking 2 prize cards, and that's a beefy 230 HP basic Pokemon, so it's not going anywhere anytime soon. And when used in combination with the Chien-Pao Bats Caliber core, you can just use Bats Caliber to use Super Cold 3 times to accelerate 3 water energy, Earthen Vessel finds your 1 lightning, and you are off to the races.
We have so many great energy engines in this format. There are so many ways to accelerate energy onto Pokemon that I think a lot of decks are able to finally use and utilize things like Iron Hands. I mean, it's not even necessarily too far-fetched to say that Charizard could play it, right? It also has an energy acceleration engine of some sorts. You might have to play some energy switches and stuff to get it really going, but it's not out of the question.
It's really not, and that's why it's got that 3 colorless energy attack cost. Like you said, it can be fulfilled by any. You even see the Lost Box Mirage Gate engines could be used to accelerate those energies as well. So I'm going to put you on the hot seat, Who do you think is going to win?
It's going to be fantastic. These players are very seasoned players. We've seen a lot from them in tournaments like this, so I think this is going to be a real showdown for round 3.
I think I'm going to go with that Chien-Pao. I think that's going to win. It has no problems for reaching that 330 HP number via Hellblade, 60 for each water you discard, and you might be able to use Ampuvary very much to take extra prizes at some point.
But if Charizard's playing Toedscruel, we could leave it as a little surprise, maybe. I mean, I know. I'm not taking a peek this time. I don't want to know. I'd like the surprise myself to see, because I think that's a real challenge for Chien-Pao to overcome.
Yeah, I think so. So as both players are shuffling up, so really interesting position to be in at an IC. You know, if you're 2-0 up, you know, you have to start thinking about that march towards day 2. What do you think that's going through their heads right now?
I imagine it is still the start of the day. I imagine they are not really too nervous at this point, because even a loss or a tie can not really affect your score too much. It can be come back from at this point. So I feel like at the moment they're probably quite relaxed, enjoying themselves, definitely on a high from winning rounds 1 and 2.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a good place to be, right? You started off nice and early, get some wins under your belt, and start that march towards day 2. You know, Azul's one of the world's most premier players, you know, fresh up a top 4 in Toronto not too long ago. So he's just going to try and continue his domination of the season.
Yeah, we are just about getting ready. The stream judges doing an absolutely fantastic job as always, helping all of the players. And I've got to say, it is very hot in here today as well, folks, so I'm certain you will see that the players might be a little bit slow to start as well, because the heat is going to be getting to everybody as we go through today, but they're being absolute sports about it. Look at that.
Yeah. It's currently like a heat wave going on in South Florida right now. I think it was like 35 degrees yesterday. I think it's maybe 37 today. So the heat could be a contributing factor. And it's actually an interesting thing to think about, you know, when you go through these regionals and internationals, you've got those sort of factors that aren't about playing the game, right? You know, stuff like, you know, making sure you're hydrated at all times, making sure, you know, eating as well. And heat could also be another factor you have to sort of make sure to mitigate to make sure you can do well.
Yeah, it's surprising to have to do so much preparation for these events. You almost can't just pick up a deck and jump out of bed and go. There's so much preparation, backpacks full of supplies. It's a real mission to get through 9 rounds of Pokemon TCG, 50-minute rounds. Just let that sink in. In this heat, you need to be hydrated, you need to have energy, you need to make sure you have your wits about you, not use up too much of your energy early in the day, whether it's just through pure excitement or whether it is exhaustion. You've got to have everything that you need in a day to be able to keep yourself going, because you're going to only be at your best when you're well hydrated and well fed.
Exactly, and that's why, you know, when you actually think about it, what do you realistically do for 9 hours a day that requires extreme mental concentration? There's not that many things realistically. And I remember for my first few regionals, that was one of the biggest hurdles. It's like, you know, rounds 1 through 3, you're fine, you're sharp, everything's going well. But then you start getting to, like, you know, around 4, 5, 6, 7, all of a sudden wasn't quite mentally prepared, and you know, start making a few mistakes, unfortunately. So
well,
that's
yeah,
something to think about.
That's why we're on the desk. We're the ones that get to round 5. We're like, we're making misplays. Oh no. These guys are the ones who take it all the way through to day 2 for us.
Exactly that. And it's interesting, you know, that LRC is the first international of the season. You know, if you do really well, get a lot of CP, that start to snowball you for the rest of the season. Maybe start getting towards those travel awards, which can then, you know, snowball. So now it's easier to get into EUIC if you place there, maybe NAIC, and all of a sudden you might even find yourself in the top 16 or 22 race to get that paid invite to the World Championship. So very important competition.
Absolutely. I think all of us are ready to say alola to Honolulu. We are all looking forward to those invites, and each region has their own threshold for points. So depending on where you're from, you're going to be needing to play a different caliber of event.
So here we go, it looks like players are shuffling up and getting the game started. I think we saw a dice roll, didn't quite see the conclusion of it though. But on our right we have Azul Garcia Griego, on our left Jose Silva getting ready. Both players trying to do their best to get into that day 2 and lock up as many wins as possible, as early as possible. Like I said, I'm very excited to see this Iron Hands. Is it all hype? Will it, you know, will it come up this game? I'm very excited to find out.
As we can see, both players are getting all ready to rumble. Here we go, right into round 3 of the Pokemon TCG Latin American Championships.
So it looks like both players are putting their prize cards out now. Let's have a look. So we see a Provisil Stone with Barrel, 1 copy of Chempao, 2 Water Energy, and all that High Bundle.
Ooh!
Let's go. And
with its fantastic ability, Hyper Blower. It allows you to essentially use a cheeky escape rope, moving your own Pokemon and also your opponent's Pokemon in lay of being able to discard the Iron Bundle itself, but it does have a pretty good attack as well.
Yeah, not too bad, and I'll be intrigued to see if that Iron Bundle actually comes up. So, but it looks like players are shuffling up now, so hopefully we'll get a start to our game soon. Jose, both players 2-0 obviously, so the winner of this game will get to 3-0, and that's where we want to be going, undefeated as long as possible. That's a fantastic place to be at an international championship, that's for sure.
And here we go, we're going straight on into the game now. Let's have a look at how each player started. Oh, okay, no, actually we're gonna, oh, no, there they are. Whew, both water types, ooh.
Interesting, I think looking at this hand for Azul, it didn't seem particularly great. It looks like Azul's gonna start doing a prize check, try and work out what Pokemon's been prized. And then, which we know we did see one copy of Bow and one copy of Chen Pao, but I do think consult in the hand, I don't think I saw any other Pokemon search. Now I guess Azul has led Frigibax, so, and the 70 HP one at that, so he's probably hoping that it doesn't get KO'd anytime soon. But I think this might be a Nest Ball to discard the Lightning Energy in the hand, or at least some energy off an Earthen Vessel. And those two cards from Concealed Cards are going to be very, very important for Azul to even get in this game.
You can really tell the caliber of the play up in here today. Azul's doing a very thorough deck check there, making sure they're noting down what their prize cards could possibly be. This is a really good tactic to endure and use in very harsh competitive play like this, to make sure that you're doing everything in your power to know what's in your deck at all times.
So yeah, it looks
that
like
Earthen Vesseling for a water energy and having another little look.
Yeah, so I mean, you just saw double water energy there off the Earthen Vessel. And I feel like I said, I think this concealed card is going to be really important here. In an ideal world, you'd love to see a Battle VIP pass. Obviously, one sort of almost downside for going first is that you don't get supporters. And it's an interesting point, because a lot of decks opting to go second now, like a Roaring Moon, for example, would like to go second. And a lot of decks would like to play the supporters. So let's see what Azul gets off this Radiant Greninja concealed cards. 1, 2. Ooh, I think that... Is that turnover? Yes, it is.
Oh, not a particularly strong start. You generally want to get a couple of Frigibax down, but I suppose they might be hoping that Jose doesn't play a deck that can attack too early on. But right now, Azul might be none the wiser to what Jose is playing.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess you wouldn't even know off seeing a Manaphy active. You wouldn't have a clue necessarily. And it looks like Jose starts with a turn with an Arvin, a fantastic card, letting you grab an item and a tool card at the same time. And I actually said at the start that Jose was playing a TM Evolution. I actually got confused. He actually isn't playing. So we aren't going to see a TM Evolution, unfortunately. We do see the Forest Seal Stone, which could be used, to give any V Pokemon the V-Star, Power Star, Alchemy, which then to let you search any card from your deck, as we do see it getting taken from that Arvin.
2 Charmander on the bench is always a good start. Wanting to get a lot of consistency with Charizard, and Jose does have a lot of energy in their hands, so they can actually start to just manual attach and take it slow and steady. Being able to play another Nest Ball for, yep, we are absolutely on the money there. Everyone's on the Pokeball this morning. There's a Pidgey down as well. Really fantastic bench scenario already, and they're going for an Artisan. Wowza.
So talk about a polar opposite turn ones there. Azul only managed to get one basic Pokemon down via a Nest Ball, and Jose has almost filled their bench, for lack of a better term there. 4 bench Pokemon in play, and does have the Forest Seal Stone for like attach, retreat, the Manaphy to use Mysterious Tail on that Mew to look at the top 6 cards and then grab any item. Could it maybe even find another Battle VIP pass? Let's see what this Mysterious Tail can grab for Jose. We do see a Battle VIP pass. We do see a Lost Vacuum. Oh, a Nest Ball.
There's some great choices there.
Yeah. You could make the argument there was a lot of good choices, and that is a good problem to have. I have too many good options, as we do see. Oh, wow. A double Pidgey. Interesting. What do you think about that, Amy?
Oh, I mean, the early Pidgey gets the Wurmple, right? So we're going to be able to make sure that the Pidgeot is in play as early as possible so we can combo off those rare candies, getting Charizard set up. I think this is like a really strong start as long as the rest of the deck plays ball right now.
Yeah, you can't ask for more than that. 2 Charmander, 2 Pidgey, you've got Manaphy down. This is a great start for Jose, and it looks like, I think, yeah, he has passed it over. Let's see what Azul can do now. Obviously, supporters are online now, so we can see the Irida being played. You know, we're going to see a Nest Ball as well. So yeah, Azul can start to get in the race, but does kind of need to get working quick, because this game could get out of hand really fast.
I think it was like quite a good hand, to be honest. The Irida is going to be able to search out a Red Candy and a Baxcalibur, just straight away evolving this Frigibax. And I suppose then the biggest issue, if you want to call it that, is which attacker does Azul go for in this scenario? Can they Iron Hands? Is it too much of a stretch? Or do they go with the safer option? There it is, Chien-Pao.
Yeah, that Chien-Pao, fantastic Pokemon. You know, has that shivery chill ability when it's in the active position, letting you grab 2 basic water energy from your deck, put them straight into your hand. Obviously, that Hellblade makes very good use of those energies once they're in play, so it lets you do 60 for each energy you choose to discard. As we do see that shivery chill ability being used, grabbing 2 water energy from the deck, and it's just so integral for this Chien-Pao deck to work, because then you can grab those energies, you can then discard them with Greninja to then draw extra cards, and then you can use Superior Energy Retrieval to get them straight back. And then Baxcalibur, that super cold ability, which we will see soon, I would imagine, lets you attach as many as you like. So all very synergistic.
Indeed, and being able to go ahead and evolve that Baxcalibur on this turn, allowing Azul to be able to start actually playing. They're going to take the first prize card. The Bidoof there's pretty interesting. He's going down. There he is. Again, the only issue with Chien-Pao is that it does struggle with card draw. Its energy engine is sublime. But if you don't get the B-Barrel, that can be rather problematic.
Yeah, and we do see a lot of times, you know, a lot of players will opt to KO the B-Barrel and then try and fire off an Iono at some point, just to try and grind the deck down to a halt. But as it stands now, though, B-Barrel will be around at some point. You can start to draw cards. Azul does get to use that Artisan to grab another Frigibax, so you can sort of defend yourself against any boss's orders that Jose might have. And Azul's doing everything he can so far. I imagine the Irida will come down soon, and then we can start to see a Baxcalibur.
Yeah, Azul's going for the tried and tested, making sure that they have a nice full bench, making sure that all of their Pokemon are watching his Baxcalibur in this instance.
Watching his Baxcalibur, let's go. And as we do see the Irida coming down as a supporter card that lets you grab 1 water Pokemon and an item from your deck. So that's extremely strong, you know, when you're trying to set up, or maybe not actually, but when you're trying to set up, you know, Baxcalibur, you know, Irida can find you the Baxcalibur and the rare candy. That could be what Azul opts to go for here, and it basically solves your Baxcalibur puzzle.
Indeed, it's best to get those Baxcaliburs out early, make sure that Azul can take that first KO, get the game moving, taking their first prize card in a matchup where you have both decks are capable of pumping out consistently large numbers. They are both capable of hitting really large Pokemon for big KOs. Chien-Pao is very capable of taking out a Charizard, and Charizard is very capable of taking out the Chien-Pao. So being able to take a KO is quite big, but Azul's got for the pass on this one. They're biding their time.
Yeah, I guess Azul can think, you know, as good as Charizard EX is, Burning Darkness can't KO Chien-Pao immediately after gate, so Azul's opting to hold, as it were. And let's see what Jose chooses to do here. Starts off the turn with a Mysterious Tail, and will look to grab an Escape Rope off that. Escape Rope will force your opponent to swap that active Pokemon, and then you get to swap afterwards. So a very interesting card. Works really well with Mew, because you can sort of grab an item card for free, and then you can just move the Mew out of the active and get to work. Here we do see an Ultra Ball here from Jose, discarding a Fire Energy, and it looks like maybe the Choice Bell potentially. No, Double Fire Energy. And let's see what this goes for. Could be a Pidgeot, could be a Charizard if you have a rare candy in hand. And let's see, it is, it is that big scary Terra Charizard EX. As we do see the rare candy, Infernal Rain activates Amy, letting you grab 3 Fire Energy from your deck and attach them wherever you like.
That really is an insane ability. Being able to just jump right into the deck, it not only allows you to get energy, but also allows you to shuffle, which in this format is also really important with the amount of Ionos that we see going on as well. Being able to have that way of shuffling your deck, allowing things to be maneuvered a little bit more, is really useful. there goes the escape rope. Azul's going for one of their Frigibags. They're going for the lesser retreat cost Frigibags by the looks of it, with 60 HP rather than the 70 HP, but it does have 2 retreat cost.
Right, now Azul's got a little bit of a mountain to climb here. Can't really let this Charizard keep beating down the door, as it were. Azul opts to start the turn off with that Artisan, the Stadium card, that lets you grab any Pokemon without a rule box and pop it straight onto your bench, as we do see that Frigibax get replaced, for lack of a better term, or not actually. Let's see what opts to go for. Go for a Bidoof even, as it looks like we might be seeing that. Azul maybe thinking, you know, I need some draw power at some point in this game if I want to try and close this game out. Tough decisions. Amy, it's so scary. A 330 HP Pokemon taking care of it's not where you want to be.
No, it is absolutely gargantuan, and I think Azul knows that. That's why they're biding their time, waiting for their board to be exactly the way they need it to make sure this matchup goes in their favor.
It looks like we are going to see that Shivery Chill being used there from Chen Pao, grabbing just the 1 water energy, I believe, this time. Must have a lot in the discard pile, which is fine, actually, for Chen Pao. That's good. Superior energy retrieval lets you grab 4 back from the discard pile. So, looking good. As we do see Rare Candy, Baxcalibur hitting the playing surface there. And I have a feeling it's about to get very cold here in this venue. That super cold will start to get used, letting you attach as many water energy from your hand to your Pokemon in a turn.
Yeah, Chen Pao is the master of the snowball effect, making sure that we can get consistent knockouts one after another without wasting any energy. Every single energy that you choose to attach with Baxcalibur's ability is going to get used in this matchup, but also choosing where to place those energies skillfully is incredibly important. But that is a huge amount of HP for Chen Pao to have to deal with this early in the game.
It is. I think the 6 is the magic number, right, for Hellblade to hit that 330 number. And I believe if there's as long as there's 4 in the discard pile, 4 water energies, I should say, in the discard pile, 1 superior energy retrieval would get you there. And I actually think Azul has that in hand as well. We do see a Pokestop Stadium replacement, and we do see an Industrious Incisors for 3 cards. Let's see what they are. Oh, another superior energy retrieval as well.
Going for the Irida, possibly being able to thin the deck at this point of either a Pokemon. And yeah, there we are. Look at that. An item card that isn't necessary right now. I think that's one of the strengths of this deck, is being able to refine your deck down to exactly what you would like, making sure that even if your opponent disrupts your hand, the things left in the deck are all great for you.
And then that just makes those late game Dionos not as terrifying if you have Industrious Incisors to bail you out, and hopefully it will draw you into only cards you want. We do see a Pokestop, discarding the top 3 cards to get to keep any item.
2 out of 3, baby.
Getting 2 out of 3, can't complain about that. Here we do see that superior energy retrieval, getting back 4 basic waters, immediately getting attached with Super Cold, and that is a Hellblade for 360 damage, sending that Charizard to the discard pile. And 2 prize cards for Azul. GG. Amy, we have ourselves a game.
Oh, and we're off. I think that Charizard flew into the discard pile first class, but quite frankly, that Chen Pao sent him flying. We're straight back into Jose's turn. We're going for Mew again. Ooh, I tell you what, Jose's Mew has been very well behaved today.
Yeah, that is a well-trained Mew right there. Grabbing that Rare Candy off that Mysterious Tail is a fantastic find. In case you don't know, Rare Candy will allow Jose to sort of go straight from the Charmander to the Charizard EX, bypassing normal evolution rules. And then once the Charizard EX comes down, Amy, the Infernal Rain gets energy. And now, obviously, the Burning Darkness attack, which is 130 plus 30 for each prize card your opponent has taken, will now do more. We do see a Pokestop.
No, is that the
Was that a triple? It was a triple supporter.
Oh my goodness, 2 boss's orders, I think that was.
And he only plays 3, so that is something we need you to keep in mind, viewers at home. Jose only has 1 copy, I should say, of boss orders to work with. But however, if you only have 1 card to find, having a Pidgeot EX is fantastic for that quick search ability, letting you search your deck for any card and put it into your hand. Amy, that works once per turn for the rest of the game.
Honestly, Shay, how do you feel about the risk of using a Pokestop that isn't yours?
It's interesting because it happens a lot, right? As we do see the quick search being target fire, and I imagine we will see that played. It's interesting because normally decks that play Pokestop are really heavily built to use it, right? So they have a very high percentage of the deck being item cards, and then what ends up happening is if you use it when you use your opponent's Pokestop, I should say, you could have a low success rate, as we did see there. Let's see what the Iona. Ooh, hold on a second. No rare candy there, Amy. We've already seen quick search being used and a supporter.
Oh, crumbs.
So I think, and we've already seen Mysterious Tail being used. Jose's forced to pass over. Let's see what Azul can do here. Looks like saying the Pokestop should still be in play. I don't think there's been any reason to why that hasn't. So Pokestop stays there. Now this is Azul's turn to capitalize. Let's see what he can do. You know, KO on the Pidgeot would be ideal. Even going after the Charmander could be really strong as well. Let's see what Azul chooses to do this
I
turn.
wonder whether Azul might leave the Pidgeot in play for an Iron Hands EX to swoop in on.
Maybe, it's a possibility. I mean, Ampu very much, he does 120,
Yeah.
so with weakness doesn't quite get to the 270. Here we do see a Pokestop though. Oh, getting rid of a Pokestop and an Irida.
Not
Card
great.
you'd like to see, I would imagine.
There's a lot of energy retrieval cards in Azul's hand right now, so I imagine they don't really want to change that. But they might have to play some of them to be able to activate the Barrels, Industrious, and Sizes, which allows you to draw up to 5 cards in your hand.
Yeah, well, I think Azul's going to have to shuffle in some energy via the Super, so you can use Chivalry Cheer, right? So because we are going to want to use that at some point. We do see Earthen Vessel, and we do see Superior Energy Retrieval, so I don't think energy this turn will be a problem. But I think Azul would rather not swing into this Mew if possible, so we might have to see some heavy work from the barrel to see if we can draw Azul out of this sort of bit of a clunky hand, as it were.
Yeah, the Barrels, Industrious, and Sizes is a fantastic ability, but you do have to use up some of the cards in your hand to be able to use it, because you won't be able to draw any cards unless you have fewer than 5 in hand.
And that can happen quite often with Gen Power, actually. As it looks like we are going to see a concealed cast with Greninja. 1 and 2. Does Irida? Ooh, okay. Now Irida starts to unlock this Chen Pao puzzle, as it were.
Now we're slipping and sliding.
Now we're slipping and sliding. But we kind of do need to see at least one cross switcher, ideally, so you can start to get to work. Oh, Azul doesn't actually play cross switcher, so he just plays the one copy of Counter Catcher. So we're not going to see any cross switch. And I think we've actually seen that Counter Catcher get discarded turn 1, so I don't think there's going to be any gush from Azul here. Just going to have to swing into the active, as it were.
Here we
Let's
go,
see. We do
another
see the second
Baxcalibur.
rare candy as well. Could you
love
say
it.
then, Amy, that Baxcalibur has the other Baxcalibur's back?
Indeed, they've got to. I think that's one of the greatest strengths of Chen Pao, is when you have the whole board set up. You have the whole crew keeping each other safe. We've got 2 Baxcalibur, potential of 2 B-Barrel, and there we go, we're seeing Baxcalibur come in handy there. Again, like, energy placement, really important for this deck, leaving some littered about for retreat cost or future attacks. Really, really crucial for Azul right now.
So it looks like here we go. See a lot of energies getting attached, and looks like we're going to see a Hellblade, I would imagine. Only have to discard 1, I believe, to get rid of that Mew.
Yep.
He only have 60 HP, so there we go. It all goes down to 3 prize cards. Now, Jose has to sort of start to apply some pressure this turn. Does have an Ultra Ball, and does have a Charizard, and obviously has Quick Search available. So I don't think it's terribly hard. In fact, it should be borderline impossible for Jose to not get a KO this turn, as this would just have to search for the rare candy.
I have a funny feeling, oh no, they do have 1 rare candy left. Oh, I was worried for a moment there in the first deck search, but I've thankfully been proven wrong. So we do have rare candy available, but are they thinking of a different route?
I mean, what's in the hand there? I kind of think you sort of have to, right? You can't really, I mean, you could try and go for the Combustion Blast Charizard, but then you're going to have to get the rare candy to use Infernal Rain anyway for that to work. So let's see. Oh, it looks like, yeah, it has targeted the rare candy via Quick Search. That's one real good thing about Pidgeot, is that it has a free retreat cost as well. So you can promote it while you make your decisions. And here we do see an Ultra Ball being played, discarding Battle VIP Pass, and it looks like the Choice Belt. Not terribly useful in this matchup.
No, the belts are great for those instances where you need the mathematics to add up. But in this instance, unfortunately, it's not that useful. It only works on V Pokemon.
And Azul doesn't play any V Pokemon, so that choice belt is only really good to be Ultra Ball for that, as we do see it being used. It's like Jose debating what to take here off this Ultra Ball search. It's kind of interesting, right? You could grab Luminion to use Luminous Sign to grab a supporter at some point, but then that's a 2-prize Pokemon that Azul can target down. So we are going to see that Luminion, as we do see that Luminous Sign ability, letting you grab the Arven, which you could now use to grab a tool card and an item, as we do see a Super Rod being targeted, and maybe the Vitality Band as well, or the Forest Silstone. As we do see the Super Rod being played there as well. Going to shuffle in some basic energy. That's one thing, that's an interesting thing you have to watch out for with Charizard, is that you can actually run out of energy rather quick, especially if you're plucking and attaching 3 every time you evolve. So we are going to see those going back into the deck. Jose's Infernal Rain has started, as we see another 3 basic fire energies hitting the field.
Will Charizard's reign last long enough, though? Will its kingship counter over this game and be able to bring it back from Azul's snowball effect?
Yeah, I mean, all Azul realistically has to do is KO this Charizard EX, and I don't think Jose has any rare candy left to even evolve. Yeah, he doesn't even have another Charmander down, actually. Oh, as we do see the Forest Silstone Star Alchemy being activated, which lets Jose grab any card he likes from his deck, as we do see, actually, another Charmander being targeted there. So
I think it's a real strength of Charizard as a deck that you have so many instances where you can just jump into the deck and get exactly what you want. When you evolve, you get your energy. Pidgeot can get you 1 of anything per turn. The Minion's there to fish out your supporters. You've got so many instances of being able to grab the exact card you need.
Exactly that, as we do see the Burning Darkness KOing the Chien-Pao EX and the Lost City coming down there from Jose, so that Chien-Pao has been sent to the Lost Zone. It will not be coming back at any point this game. It has to sort of sit and watch from the sidelines, as we do see that Lost City immediately getting bumped by Azul. Does promote the Raging Greninja into the active, so it does have an energy attached, so you can use it to retreat. And let's see what Azul can manufacture here this turn.
I think that's a great way of thinking about this. How can Azul manufacture this into a win? And we see the Iron Bundle. Now, I wonder whether this is going to be used for its attack rather than its ability. Iron Bundle has the attack Refrigerated Stream. It does 80 damage, and if the defending Pokemon is an evolution Pokemon, hi there Charizard, hi there Pidgeot, it can't attack during your opponent's next turn. So unless Jose has enough switching options, they may not be able to attack with said evolution Pokemon on their next turn.
But it does look like Azul has just used its ability Hyper Blower, which would then discard itself, and then your opponent has to switch their active, have to switch to active with a bench Pokemon, I should say. Really interesting card, which I think could actually get used against Charizard, right?
Yeah.
As we do see a Pokestop being used, 3 items, okay.
3 for 3!
Azul must be playing Pokemon Go, because the Pokestops have been treating him well.
Whew. That's a Pokemon Stop. We got 3, and looks like a concealed cards consideration. There it is. We got it. Battle VIP pass, and oh, it's Iron Hands. Hi.
Oh goodness. Can Azul get the Ampy very much this turn?
Oh my gosh. I think they can, Chef.
Is the lightning energy? Is there a there is a lightning energy in the discard pile. Oh no! And then Jose has just promoted the Pidgey, thinking I'll just let Azul take 1 prize this turn. But here comes Iron Hands EX to say, "Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me take an extra prize card here."
And poor Pidgey. I mean, the over KO is unreal with the weakness as well.
Yeah, that would be an Ampy very much for 240 damage. It's going to be the first Iron Hands being seen on stream, the first Ampy very much being used ever of all time, and we're going to see it on this little Pidgey of all things.
Oh, poor little bean. Oh, well, it had to happen to someone. And unfortunately, this Pidgey didn't get the Wurmple in time. Iron Hands has turned up.
Oh,
Here
goodness.
they come.
Here we go then, Amy. Amp you very much.
Sure. Bye, Pidgey. 2 prize cards off a Pidgey.
Oh, goodness. And that sets up Azul really well, right? So now he only has to take 1 KO to close this game out. And there's actually a few interesting things Azul can do. Does have could shuffle in the Iron Bundle, use High Blow again to push a high HP Pokemon out the active. But now it's over to Jose, and I don't think there's a rare candy left, right?
I don't think so, no. I think that previous rare candy might have been their final one, so I'm not sure if they can handle the situation in front of them right now. Well, they do have a Charizard on the bench, so they can deal with the Iron Hands, but then can they make a comeback from that?
I think the only thing I can see Jose doing, you can still Combustion Blast this Iron Hands, right? You can KO it, but then all Azul has to do is essentially just hit into the Charizard and KO that. So maybe like to try and weave in an Iono, but then Azul does have a Bibarel, I should say. Oh, as we do see the energy getting attached to the Charmander, so we're not going to see the Radiant Charizard being used. We're going to see this Iono, and I think Jose is in Iono and Prey mode and hopes that this Iono sticks.
Will Iono do enough? Azul's going to be down to one card in hand, but Pokestop still remains.
As we do see the other Charizard coming into the active. Okay, so I guess the mini game for Azul now is, can Azul get 6 energy back and end this game?
I think there's a really high chance of Azul doing so. They've been thinning their deck so expertly throughout this game that I think there's a high chance they can do it. They've got Pokestop on their side. They've still got Bibarel and Radiant Greninja for card draw. And look at that deck. It's not super thick. We've got thinning that went on. Okay.
So
that's a start. There is an energy retrieval there.
Ultra Ball energy retrieval. So that's a start. That can obviously grab you the Chen Power. You actually have 1 extra energy to attach. So as long as the energy is in deck, we actually might have it. But I'm not 100% sure there is many water energy in deck at all. Does play 8. Obviously 1 is attached. 1's in hand, which is superior energy retrieval as well. We do see the Ultra Ball being played. For the Gem Power.
There he is. There's Gem Power. No, it looks like there may be 1 energy left in deck.
So yeah, so we're not quite out of the woods yet here for Azul. Does still... Oh, used the Bibarel already actually, so I'm not... Yeah, I don't think, can Azul get there? It might have to be... Has he used the Pokestop this turn? Looks like it's been turned, but I don't remember him using it.
I don't remember them using it, so I think they still have the Pokestop and Greninja. I'm certain that Bibarel was their first card draw kind of attempt of this turn. There's Chen Pao, the retreat.
Into the Chen Pao, Shivery Chill. For the 1, that goes to hand.
The sequencing here is just the best you're going to get. The expertise of knowing which of these abilities to activate first is bonkers to me.
Great, so Azul needs to get 2 items here to win. And yes, so now you can superior energy retrieval both of those. Grab 4 water energy from the discard pile. Then you can attach the 2 from hand. That is a 6 energy Hailblade. 360 damage, everyone, as Azul goes 1 game up. Wow!
It was so close as well, but I think the Iron Hands just tipped it in Azul's favor. They had thinned their deck down so precisely that they were able to manufacture a deck full of cards they knew were going to be useful at the end there, even if they got Iono. They Iono-proofed themselves.
Yeah, and that's the strength when you have that Industrious Incisors out. You can get Iono down to like 2, 3. You can go back up to 5, and all of a sudden, you can then use your superior energy retrievals, get 4 energy back, and Hellblade is doing some scary numbers. It's really interesting to see that one of the main strengths of Charizard EX, that it's a big 330 HP Pokemon. Chen Pao has no problems reaching that number, as we can see over and over and over again.
Here we get a replay. Let's have a little look of that. Is this the beginning? The beginning.
Yeah,
the setup was hugely in Jose's favor. Azul was really, really clever in biding their time, though.
Yeah, like honestly, from the start, it could have been really, really got out of hand. As we do see, you know, that well-trained Mew grabbing all kinds of stuff. But then all of a sudden, we saw the Chen Pao start swinging, and then it just got a bit out of hand. Even though Jose, you know what, Jose did everything right. Had the Charizards coming down, the Infernal Rains were being activated, Burning Darkness was doing everything it needed to do. Especially in this mid-game area, but then as we did see, the 6 energy Hellblaze doesn't care what's in the active at that point. I'm KOing stuff, And the Pokestops came in real clutch, actually, for Azul throughout the rest of the game. And then the Chien-Pao's Hellblade just over and over and over again. And even though Jose had the Pidgeot, it just wasn't quite enough. Even with that, the Chien-Pao getting sent to the Lost Zone, Amy, didn't matter.
No, it didn't. Azul was perfectly comfortable. They knew what was in their deck. They knew what was left. They used their resources so spectacularly. And Jose had that really unfortunate Pokestop moment, which I think did quite the opposite.
And there it was, the very first Amp You Very Much on stream. Say it with me at home, Amp You Very Much for 2 prizes. And that little leapfrogging prize just helped Azul get over at the end, as that Chien-Pao again said, right, you saw me do 360 damage earlier, how about I do it again? And send us to a game 2 scenario. What a round that was. What a game, I should say. The round isn't over yet, Amy. We've still got some more to go.
Coming right up, we have another little go with Charizard and, of course, our lovely Chien-Pao. I'm so excited to see what happens this time, because I gotta say, although Azul did a great job of managing their resources, I feel like Jose was in control of that game for such a long time, and there are cards in both lists that each other hadn't seen yet or hadn't been used very much, so I wonder whether those tactics will come into play.
Yeah, as we do see Jose starting off this game 1, has played a Battle VIP pass to grab that well-trained Mew, Charmander as well, as we do see another Nest Ball. So Jose's having a fantastic turn 1, again, all things considered. Having that Manaphy there in the lead is amazing, because that Wave Veil will prevent any Moonlight Shuriken shenanigans from Azul's side of the board. And we do see that Pidgey coming down again. Hopefully, won't be getting amped very much anytime soon. Wow, look at that start, Amy. You can't ask for more than that.
Once again, absolute perfection. Exactly what a Charizard player wants to see against a Chien-Pao deck. Just the most consistent board they can possibly have. A Rare Candy is great at this point. It's very unlikely Jose's going to suffer to any hand disruption at this point. So
yeah,
that's perfectly fair and understandable to choose off the Mew.
I think that is all you want to see in playing a Stage 2 deck, right? Is Rare Candy in your hand and an Ultra Ball. That means you can start off your puzzle. Now, one interesting thing, we are going to see that Iron Hands immediately get discarded there from Azul. As we saw, it did play a pivotal part in Game 1. At least for now, it's not going to play a part until it gets super-rodded back in. But we do see Azul going for that Radiant Greninja. I haven't had a chance to quite look at that hand, but we might be seeing another concealed cards. And we are, because that hand isn't very good, Amy. We need to see a supporter, Battle VIP pass, something on those lines. Chien-Pao, heavy ball.
This could be enough to turn the tables on this. Once again, slower setup for Azul, but we saw that it didn't hinder them in the last battle. I have a funny feeling that they're gonna find their way around this one too.
This could be disastrous, right? Because that is a 2 retreat cost Frigiback, so it has to stay in the active, and it wasn't energy for Azul to attach anyway. But what this means is if Jose can get a Charizard EX in play and can get it into the active, that will remove Azul's only Frigibacks, preventing any energy acceleration, at least in the near future. So Jose could wrap this game, or at least put himself in the driver's seat very fast.
Yeah, quite literally leaving the cat among the pigeons on this one. If they manage to take out that Frigibax, Azul will have no way of accelerating energy onto their Pokemon. But it's whether Jose can get all the puzzle pieces right now.
Yeah, that's going to be the question. I believe the hand does support it, as we do see Arven being played, letting you grab an item and a tool card. As we do see the Rare Candy and the Choice Belt. I imagine that Choice Belt is going to be Ultra Ball fodder. That's an easy pick, as we mentioned. So Jose probably knows that won't have to use that Choice Belt. As we do see Rare Candy, and we're going to see the Pidgeot EX coming down, so you can use that quick search as well. You won't even maybe have to play the Ultra Ball. Can just quick search for the Charizard EX potentially, Rare Candy that, and then we're off to the races. Although we do see,
yeah, that's the beautiful thing about Charizard again.
Oh no, it was a Charizard. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Bringing in that speed and those combos, being able to very early on have a quick search open to Jose is gigantic, right?
Yeah, tell you what, that is a turn 2, 2 stage 2s out for Jose. And one of those stage 2s attaches 3 energy and takes a KO, and the other one lets you search any card from your deck. Azul is definitely on the back foot here this game, but if anyone can get out of this, I have to say Azul is high up on that list, but at least right now, Jose is in the lead.
And Mew's taking a little rest back onto the bench, saving itself for another day. Charizard into the active. Lots of energy already. Oh, goodbye, Frigibacks. I'm sure we'll see you again soon, though.
And Jose actually prized 2 Charmander this game, but did take one out of the prizes, so that's good for him. Now over to Azul, look a bit dicey. The only saving grace here for Azul is that Burning Darkness can't quite KO a Chen Pao if the Chen Pao player hasn't taken a prize card. So it only does 180, so Azul can confidently put that in the active to survive, at least for now. As we do see the Shivery Chill being used, going to grab 2 water energies from the deck. And I would imagine one of them getting discarded immediately if that conceal cards, and hopefully one of those 2 cards from Greninja can get Azul back into this game.
Yeah, Azul's going to be looking for as many Frigibacks as they possibly can, because if Jose can keep on top of the Frigibacks and just make sure that they are suppressing that really strong water energy engine, then that could be enough.
As we do see the concealed cards finding Irida, so that means Azul can get a water Pokemon and an item, so it's going to be, I would imagine, yep, Frigibacks and Nest Ball being played to grab the second Frigibacks. Azul saying, right, so you've already got one of my Frigibacks, but I'm not going to let you boss his orders my next one and stop me getting out of Bat's Caliber. So forcing Jose to deal with hopefully at least one Bat's Caliber. And
yeah,
I think that's all you can ask for
is
Azul.
Integral to this matchup. So Azul just needs to make sure that they are absolutely focusing as hard as they can on getting out that Baxcalibur.
As it does get passed over, back over to Jose, and let's see what he can do. Going to start off the turn with a quick search. And that, honestly, that quick search, what an ability that is. Once per turn, you can grab any card from your deck. And that's what you want when you're a stage 2 deck, right? Being able to just grab, you know, Rare Candy, Ultra Ball, your evolution pieces, a support, anything you want realistically, you can just grab immediately.
And how are we looking in that? Is that an Ultra Ball? There we go. Considering Charizard, yep. Looks like Jose is choosing to just strengthen their play, make sure their board is nice and full. And again, it not only fills the bench with some really strong Pokemon, but also allows them to thin the deck of things that they don't really want to be taking off the top deck, like the Fire Energy.
Yeah, and that's another important thing. Like, you don't want to be top decking them much at all. So how about I just get them in play where they need to be. And look at that, 2 stage 2 2 energy each. What an intimidating boss. As we do see a boss's orders into. Oh, no, I like this play. Jose is saying, right, you've got 2 Frigibacks down, so I can't deny Bat's Caliber. But what I can do is deny you draw power. Even though you haven't got much of it, let me just take away the little bit you have and force you to play with what's out of your hand.
Yep. I think Chen Pao, again, has that fantastic energy engine. It's not going to slow down. Azul is very strong with those Frigibacks on the bench now, but without a Bidoof present at all so far in this game, being able to say, okay, no, fine, you can have energy control, but you cannot draw cards, no extra cards for you. It's really strong at this stage.
Yeah, especially when you're having to discard cards, as we've just seen via Ultra Ball. Like, you are having to discard cards via Ultra Ball and then Superior Energy Retriever. Your hand size can't really get too high with Chen Pao, so you really do rely on being able to draw cards via Conceal cards and the Barrel. And while Azul hasn't got them, it can get a little bit dicey. So let's see what Azul does have here. And we do see a Concealed card. It's going to have a Pokestop. That is one piece of the puzzle for sure. Let's see what Azul can grab. 1, 2, 3, 3 items, but maybe not the ones you'd be after.
Love to see it. The Pokestop popping off. And
we're going to see a Nest Ball being played here. Let's see what Azul can target.
Here we go.
And it looks like it's going to be that Bidoof. That makes a lot of sense, right? We've just been mentioning about how draw power is really limited. How about we try and improve that via Industrious Incisors?
Oh, we're going Iron Bundle. I keep forgetting it's in the list, you know, but I really like it as an addition.
We might, as he does take the Bidoof, unfortunately, but in all honesty, that refrigerated stream could come up. That attack, preventing your opponent's defending evolution Pokemon from attacking, could come up against Charizard, because if you look, they are all evolution Pokemon outside of Entei V, which you have seen, but that could come up. As we are just going to see pass, and let's see what Jose can do. And Jose can probably do everything he wants, because he does have that quick search available, as we do see it being used there from the Pidgeot EX.
Yeah, I think the juxtaposition between each deck right now and how it's handling just simply getting the cards that you would like into your hand is clear who is kind of staying on the top spot. And it's almost a control move, this. It's okay,
wow.
I can't stop you doing lots of damage, but what I can do is control your card draw, and they've gone for the Bidoof, and I think that's a fantastic choice in this scenario. They're kind of playing Charizard like a control deck right now.
Yeah, I mean, just saying, I'm going to remove all your draw power, as we do see the Shivery Chill being used here again, trying to improve your Pokestop, if I had to guess. We're going to see Earthen Vessel take out some more energy, and I think Azul needs this Pokestop to find some good combination of cards. Obviously, it can't be Irida because it's only items, so it's going to have to be maybe an Ultra Ball, Rare Candy combo, something along those lines. This could be the decider. Oh no, we are going to see the Conceal card first. I apologise. Let's see. Oh, and there's the big barrel, but one turn too late.
No. Oh, that hurts. That hurts my soul. The poor Bidoof has already exited the battlefield.
So we are going to see another Chien-Pao being benched. That's an interesting decision here for Azul. Is he going to go for that Iona? Looks like he is. Just would rather have a complete hand refresh, and for 6, don't mind that. And obviously limiting Jose's hand size. But while Jose does have Pidgeot, it could be a bit fool's gold, as it were. I don't think that hand was particularly great. Azul goes for the Pokestop, Super Pod, Ultra Ball, Earthen Vessel. Was there a Rare Candy in that hand? I don't think there was.
No.
No.
Oh no. And slow attaching with Chien-Pao is just, it's too difficult. Maybe only being able to attach one energy per turn to any of your Pokemon is just too slow.
It is, but the funny thing is, has Jose got another boss's orders left? I think does play 3. He does, so because Burning Darkness still doesn't KO Chien-Pao, funnily enough, because Azul hasn't taken any prize cards. So Jose looks like we'll be going around at this Chien-Pao, and let's see, we'll go after maybe the Greninja again, because just try and remove any and all draw power. I mean, it's been going right so far, and could even play the Lost City as well. Yep, so you can Lost City whatever you choose to knock out this turn, as it is going to be that Greninja.
Greninja bounced back from the discard pile pretty quick last time, so I think it's... Ooh. Oh, and there it is. Bringing it all up into a game 3. We love to see it.
Wow, yeah, so after the destruction that was all laid upon in game 1, it looks like in game 2, Jose saying, hold up, wait a second, I'm 2-0 as well. Let me show you how I'm going to try and get to 3-0. And we're going to a game 3 here. And I tell you what, the time is ticking down, but I think these players, these are 2 high-powered decks. We could easily see a conclusion here.
Yeah, with only 7.5 minutes left on the clock, we'll have to see if either of these players can close out the game pretty swiftly. I think both decks are capable of. They kind of run at a similar pace because both of them are using that Rare Candy engine of needing to go from a basic to stage 2. So they both need the time to allow that to happen.
Yeah, but once the stage 2s do come out, though, like we said, we saw 6 energy Hellblade, we saw Burning Darkness being combined bosses orders over and over and over again. It can get a bit explosive. You just have to get to that point, as it were. And here we go. Looks like our game 3 is starting. Looks like Azul is going first, and we have a quick look at the prize cards there. Nothing too impactful, I feel, apart from that 1 copy of Frigibacks and an over for Jose. Again, 2 copies of Rare Candy could be pretty impactful, funnily enough. You have to keep an eye and see if Jose can find his other copy of Rare Candy. Does look like Azul has found himself Raging Greninja and is using a Shivery Chill at the moment to grab 2 water energy from his deck and do some prize checking at the same time. Shivery Chill, what a fantastic ability. I tell you, when I first saw Shivery Chill on Bat's Caliber from Powered Air Evolved, I was like, oh my goodness, what synergy this is. And as we're seeing, it is a high-powered deck capable of some heavy, some deep tournament runs, I should say. I haven't had a chance to quite consult Azul's hand so far, but we do have the concealed cards, and let's see what he can draw.
There we go, cutting the deck. And we've got Greninja hopping back onto the bench. Yeah, there we go for more concealed cards. Greninja has been an integral part of Azul's deck thus far in both games, drawing many cards and helping out in any way possible. Going back into the deck with a nest ball for the first Frigibacks of Game 3. Will Azul be able to get enough Frigibacks on the bench this time to ensure that they are able to use the Baxcalibur's ability? And a second nest ball could just achieve that, but they're going with the Bidoof instead, knowing that last game Jose was able to take full control over how many cards they were drawing, and I think that that is just so integral to Chien-Pao needing to be able to draw cards, because they have very few ways of doing so other than with the BBRL and Radiant Greninja. So I think Chien-Pao is off to a decent start here. I think that's as good a bench as they could get right now.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Jose has been doing fantastic on these turn ones at filling the bench, and it looks like this Arven will be finding a Battle VIP pass, Amy, so he will be able to find a Battle VIP pass, grab 2 more basic Pokemon, and immediately get involved in this game. Arven, what a fantastic card. We first saw it in the first Scarlet Violet set, and I knew instantly it was going to be a strong card, especially as we do see that Forest Hill Stone being in format, which can then be used in combination to search any card from your deck.
And straight in with the Battle VIP pass. Going for Charmander to begin with, and Pidgey. I think the nice thing about Charizard is that as long as you know your matchups, you've got the opportunity to know the ideal bench for each matchup.
Yeah, that's a good point. And when you have Arven and Battle VIP pass, it just lets you grab everything and anything that you like. And we do see that Mew. And we see the Manaphy as well, as we do see a pass over to Azul. Let's see what Azul can manufacture here. It does have, a good size hand, does have Shivery Chill available as well. And all manner of things. And I really like that Azul put down the Bidoof instead of the second copy of Frigiback, because if you're going first, chance of your opponent being able to boss his orders, before you've had time to set up is pretty low. So I'm just going to take the risk and put down the Bidoof. As we do see concealed cards, grabbing two cards there. Nothing too impactful apart from another Frigibacks, and that hand, oh my goodness, hasn't got any supporters or anything like this. No Pokestop even. Azul having to just attach past in this game too here, Amy. Let's see what Jose can do. Does have Ultra Ball, Forest Hill Stone, nothing else actually too impactful either, I believe.
We know that Azul going slow and steady in the first game worked a treat, so knowing that Charizard isn't going to be able to knock out a Chien-Pao now, I think Azul has the wiggle room to relax for a little bit. And there we go with a Charmeleon. Oh, we haven't seen that yet. Jose kept that back for game 3. I like that.
As we do see, we're just going to see a 1 energy Hellblade being used there for the KO. Not the most explosive of games, but prize cards are being taken. And I don't think Jose has a great deal to do. Can obviously promote this Mew and use Mysterious Tail. We'll top deck that Vitality Band and go for Mysterious Tail now. And
let's see if Mew's got tired out yet. No, it's still going, and Ultra Ball's not bad.
You know what Ultra Ball finds, Amy? That finds the Charizard EX, which then finds 3 Fire Energy, and all of a sudden, wait, Jose has the Vitality Band in hand already, I believe. Can Jose Ultra Ball for the Charizard EX and hold on to that Vitality Band? Has he got enough cards in hand for that? No.
Oh, no, there's just not enough. And Charizard, I think that's why I like the Charmeleon. It does give the accessibility to Charizard, but now Jose is having to consider benching the Lumineon, which gives Azul that room. No, we see an explosive hot shot of Entei.
Yeah, just been able to activate that Forest Seal Stone, use that Star Alchemy, which lets you grab any card you like from your deck. As we do see that Charizard coming down via Charmeleon, no rare candy needed. Infernal Rain for Jose, 3 fire energy, and that means we'll be able to see the Mew get retreated. AB, we see that Vitality Band for plus 10 damage, and because Azul's taken 1 prize card, that is the magic number of 220. Jose gets on the board.
Going down in flames, Chien-Pao hits the discard pile, and Azul opts to promote Greninja, going straight in with the draw for turn and a concealed cards to bulk that hand out a bit more, and discarding 2 Battle VIP Pass off the Ultra Ball, which can only be used on your first turn.
Yeah, fantastic. I'm sure Azul would have loved to see those rare candy and Ultra Ball last turn, but we do see the Baxcalibur come down. We do see a Chien-Pao. Are we going to see the 6 energy Hellblade? I actually think there's a superior energy retrieval in hand. So 1, 2, oh, okay. I think so. Super Rod shuffles in 2 energy as they immediately get searched by a Shivery Chill and attached by a Super Cold. Obviously, both players are playing extremely fast to try and fit this game in. And I think there is a superior energy retrieval. There is. So is there 4 energy in the discard, Amy? 1, 2, 3, 4. So you know what that means, Amy? Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 360 damage, and that Charizard is sent to the discard pile.
Absolutely. Cataclysmic right there. Taking out the Charizard EX, the only attacker that Jose had set up. Whew.
So it looks like now we'll try and get confirmation, but it looks like time might have been called. We'll try and get confirmation on that. But in the meantime, it looks like Jose has started to turn off with a Mysterious Tail. And it looks like grabbed a Super Rod. Does have Arven in hand. Does have...
Yeah, looks like a full art Arven there. A really fantastic card, actually. I think Arven's going to become stronger and stronger in the format going forward. I think it's going to see a lot of play in a lot of different styles of decks.
So I think Jose has a rare candy and an Ultra Ball in hand, right? So it does have a way of getting down another Charizard EX. Problem with that is, though, that gives up 2 prize cards, and Azul can still win this game. It's currently at 3 prize cards as well. So even though you do take the KO, you do open yourself up as well. So could get a little bit dicey here in this late game scenario, as the Arven does find a Nest Ball and a Forest Seal Stone. As that Nest Ball does get played immediately, and it looks like we are gonna go for a Pidgey.
I think this game could go either way. I'm not sure who's going to be able to close this out.
Could definitely still go either way, 100%. And it looks like Consulting Discard Pile, quite a few energy there. Might have to play that Super Rod just to ensure that you can use Infernal Rain, I should say, from Charizard EX to maximum value. As we looks like debating is going to play that Super Rod, shuffling any combination of basic energy and Pokemon up to 3. As we do see 3 very nice hollow, oh no, 2 I should say, and the Pidgeot.
Going in for an Ultra Ball, getting rid of Forest Seal Stone and Arven on this occasion. Of course, we're going for the Charizard. Need only a rare candy to have that Charmander grow up super quick and grab the 3 energy from the deck to be able to pop onto Charizard, activating Burning Darkness. I wonder if that 3rd energy is going to go somewhere else.
Probably has to go on the Mew so you can retreat,
for a retreat.
Right?
There we go. Does Jose have any cards in hand?
No.
Oh my goodness, it's going to be the prize cards that's going to make up for that next hand.
Right, this is a monumental turn for Azul here. Does have to kind of deal with this Charizard, because otherwise it can just KO anything that Azul has in the active. So we need to see another 6 energy Hellblade in an ideal scenario. Let's see what Azul can do. Nest Ball's out another Bidoof, does promote the Radiant Greninja as well. So it does have a few options to work with. Going to shuffle the deck. And I would imagine this is turn 1 for time, or we'd have to try and get confirmation of this. Let's see. Does have a superior energy retrieval in hand, so that's going to be at least 4. We kind of need to get this Greninja out of the active as well, so we might need more than 6 energy. We are going to see a Pokestop coming down. and an Iono. So that's going to give Jose, oh no, it won't give Jose a bigger hand size, so he only had 2 anyway, and going back down to 2. Does give us all 3. Let's see what those 3 cards are. Irida and a big barrel!
The barrel is coming out. Look at him. Azul could be barreling into the lead this time.
Love that. We do see Earthen Vessel as well. We're going to see the Pokestop being played. Rare Candy, Iron Bundle, Super Rods.
Ooh, Iron Bundle has to go to the discard pile, but he's pretty used to that.
Yeah. Sends himself to the discard pile whenever he used that ability, right? So. And still got Industrious Incisors as well. Like, honestly, so much stuff going on there for us all. Earthen Vessel might be enough to get him over the line when used in combination with that Super Rod. Super Rod, like we say, shuffle in any 3 in combination of Pokemon and Basic Energy. And then Earthen Vessel lets you discard 1 card from your hand to grab 2 Basic Energies from your deck. It's almost like another Chivalry Chill, but you have to discard 1 card, I should say, from your deck. As we do see it being used there, Earthen Vessel, discard Irida to grab 2 Basic Energy, as we do see that 1 Lightning Energy being taken as well.
Oh, this is so close at this point. It could just take the smallest inch to change the outcome of this match. Concealed cards for...
Oh, was that another Superior Energy Retrieval?
Another Superior Energy Retrieval. Wow. And Iron Bundle has bounced back as well, back into the hand from discard pile.
It looks that way.
Oh, this is tense.
How did... Yeah, so the Iron Bundle is going to be activated, pushing Jose's Charizard out of the active. And let's see what Azul can do here.
Here we go with the Superior Energy Retrieval, discarding, yes, a Water Energy and a Chien-Pao to get 4. Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
Onto the Greninja. Go ahead and make a second back Excalibur, and they're just gonna take out the Mew there.
So that means Azul's going to have to try and KO the Charizard next, well, can KO the Charizard next turn to win the game, as it were. Or the Entei, but does only have 1 copy of Counter Catcher. But I think that must have been the last turn of time, so it looks like we are going to see a tie here from Azul and Jose.
What an exceptional match from 2 incredibly talented players. We really did get such a treat there.
Yeah, fantastic. We saw the strength of both decks. We saw Chien-Pao doing those massive Hail Blades, you know, making it rain, ice, and KOing those Charizard in fantastic fashion. But we also saw, I think we saw Pidgeot EX being used fantastic there, letting you just go like boss's orders, KOing everything that Jose wanted. And this third game could have went either way. The Greninja came up super early, as we saw that 1 little KO there was actually super impactful, because that meant Charizard EX on the back of Entei using Star Alchemy could come down with that Vitality Band and take that big KO. But Azul said, hold on, you want to do a KO? How about I do one of my own? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm going to send that right back at you, sunshine. And that Charizard wasn't long for this game. Honestly, that was such a to and fro game. Could have went either way. And Jose said, hold on, you want to do a KO? How about I do one right back? That Burning Darkness, bish bash bosh. And then towards the end there, we did see the Raging Greninja as well being used, of all things. And honestly, what a fantastic game. I think one big thing we did see was this barrel being used there, that Industrious Incisors. And yeah, and honestly, what a fantastic game at the end. We saw the Moonlight Shuriken for the sad 1 prize, unfortunately. Not something you want to do too often, but Mew did get KO'd. And then towards the end, we saw the tie there because of the time constraints. But wow! Wow, that was what a first game that was for us.
It was fantastic, and I'm so glad that we got to see Iron Hands doing its thing as well. We got to see our first future Pokemon, and we got to see 2 because we also got to see Iron Bundle.
And I tell you, I did not expect to see Iron Bundle being used in the very first game as Iron Hands. We did see the Ampu very much, came out very, very important. And I wonder if we're going to see much more. And my real big question is, are we going to see much more Iron Bundle as well?
I'm not sure, you know, I think it's an unusual pick for this deck, but I'm behind it. I'm behind it the whole way. I think it's a fantastic use of not only a Pokemon slot because it's searchable,
yes,
but also being able to utilize it as a potential attacker in Chien-Pao, but also it's almost used as an item because it has that escape rope style ability. So it's almost like a searchable escape rope with a Pokemon search, which is amazing.
I just on the lower third, Azul says, amp you very much, and he did. Azul said it, his deck said it, Iron Hands said it, and we got to say it as well, announcing the first one. But I think you're right. You are honestly so correct with the Iron Bundle, because we saw that Azul opting to play cross switcher, I should say. The only form of reliable Gust that Azul had was via counter catcher. So, you know, with that, you might want to have a little bit of way to maneuver your opponent's active. Iron Bundle being an irredeemable escape rope at that point could prove very big. And I'm guarantee that refrigerated stream will come up for Azul at some point today.
I have a funny feeling it might. It's 3 energy. You can use the Excalibur to pop those on. So I think it's a truly quite good attack, as long as you know your opponent doesn't have enough resources to kind of come back from that and just switch their active. I think it could come in really clutch for him today.
Yeah, so I'll tell you, I'll ask you a question now. What deck was you more impressed by, the Chien-Pao or the Charizard?
I think I was more impressed with the Chien-Pao, and I'm gonna say why.
Okay.
Because personally, I'd have gone really aggressive in that game 1, but Azul knew. That's why he's out here playing and I'm not right now.
Yeah.
They knew that it was smarter to hold back, wait until they had the right cards in their hand, until they knew that they had made the deck perfect for the rest of the game, and I would have just taken that knockout when it was available. But you're so right. A Charizard can't KO a Chien-Pao without you having taken prize cards, and that it's those little bits, those little gems of knowledge that our fantastic competitive players that are here today really show us, and they show exactly why they chose their deck, and they make it shine.
Yeah, both players getting to that 2-0-1 record, and I would say I was a bit more impressed with the Charizard deck, to be honest. A lot of people have written off, you know, Charizard, Pidgeot, opting to go for the TM Evolution route, but Jose saying, hold on a second, searching any card for my deck is rather good, and we saw it get used amazingly in that best of 3. And those Charizard, they were coming out at an extremely fast rate, and you know, if Jose was playing against any sort of lower powered deck even that can't quite hit that 360, Jose probably could have won that round. But yeah, but just both decks were just firing on all cylinders, and what an explosive round that was.
It really was. It was so fantastic to see both of our players just truly show that they are the master of their art.
Yeah, and like you said, Azul piling it perfectly as well, opting not to take this KOs, having a bigger setup, firing off the Iono, having a barrel. And yeah, both decks were really high on our meta day 1 graph, so yeah, they are represented in high numbers here in the room. So I wouldn't be surprised to see more of them, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of them make day 2.
I totally agree with you. I think the only comment on that I have is that I think all the lists are going to be really different.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I was chatting to Owen Cameraman yesterday, and he was saying he had a list of Chien-Pao that didn't even play Iron Hands. It was just the traditional cross switcher plus cancelling clone. So there might even be some of that dotted around. There could be. I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of those Charizard decks be a TM Evolution way to play it as well. So there's so many different variants as well, and that's what makes for an exciting time to be in the new format. We don't know what's going on. A lot of our players don't even know if their deck is 100% correct, but what that does mean for us is that we get some exciting games and decks to look at.
I think that's one of the most exciting things about new sets coming just before a large event like this, is that there's a lot of testing to be done with friends. There's so many opportunities to go to your local scene, try out lots of new things, and there are so many new cards for us to enjoy, and so many new cards to pop into decks unexpectedly. And I think the element of surprise is something that is really strong right now.
Yeah, it is, and it just really rewards players that have put a lot of time, you know, into testing and working out these lists. And the creativity at this time is going to be rewarded 100%.
Because if someone told me that there's going to be Chen Pao running about with no cross switches, I'd be like, hold on, how are you going to gust up your opponent's active? But as all saying, don't need to. I can just Hellblade the active and amp you very much the active, and all will be okay.
I think that's true. They're using the Iron Bundle so cleverly to be able to kind of time that Iron Hands that's exceptional work.
Yeah, that's a good point. It can sort of force your opponent's high HP active to the bench, force them to promote something low HP. All of a sudden, those hands come out, and 2 prize cards have been taken, or even 3 prize cards in some scenarios, which is just a massive tempo swing.
Oh, brilliant. So, looks like don't forget we've got the other 2 streams going on this weekend as well. We've got Pokemon Go, and we also have VGC. Look at our champions, look at them go. Oh, wow. So we've got the VGC there on the left, and on the right-hand side, we've got our Pokemon Go competitors.
Yeah, no, massive shout out to Pokemon Go. I think this is their first season, I believe, for the CP, way to qualify for Worlds. And I was actually chatting to Amanda, the Pokemon Go caster, telling me that now Superior is meta, and we do see it there on the right there. And we all know VGC. You know, we're all loving to play the Pokemon games. Who hasn't played Scarlet Violet? Let's be honest now. So if you ever want to catch some of those, feel free. Want to encourage the player base to get involved with all the streams at all times. And look at those color schemes. I have to say that VGC red color scheme, that does it for me. That is a nice color scheme right there.
I tell you what, I'm quite a fan of the green though. So I'm on the other side there, where I'm quite attracted to the look of the Pokemon Go stream. I find Pokemon Go really fun. I play a lot of Pokemon Go side events when I'm at large events like this. I find them so much fun. So I love to, dip my toes into the other formats and the other games as well that are here. All of them are doing fantastic today, and we have such a phenomenal caster team throughout the entire event. Make sure you go check them out.
Yeah, and I thought when we cut back to us, we can see that Amy loves that green color, and there's going to be a big giveaway of that. But speaking of giveaways, there's actually a TCG giveaway for you guys to get involved. If you want to get your hands on that Iron Valiant Full Art, I believe, right? You need to get yourself onto TCG Live and then use the code, and then you can get yourself that shiny new card. That's actually a card that I wouldn't be surprised to see here at this event.
Yeah, it's a fantastically maneuverable deck. It has a lot of switching options, which are really strong right now. As we've seen, you can use the code Paradox, LAIC, on TCG Live to get that beautiful special art Iron Valiant EX.
You took the words out of my mouth. You know what? Let's be honest. They could have given away the lowest rarity Iron Valiant, and I still would have been a happy bird. However, they are giving away that lovely illustration where you see the Iron Moth in the background, see Iron Bundle at the front and at the top on that rock for the eagle-eyed viewers as well. So yeah, make sure you get yourself on TCG Live real fast. Get that Paradox code, Paradox LAIC, and then you can get your hands on that Iron Valiant and use that Tachyon bits to start placing damage counters all over the shop.
You've got until the 27th of November to be able to claim one of those as well. So make sure you tell your friends to jump into the stream, grab that code, and enjoy themselves jumping in and out of the active like a laser with Iron Valiant.
Yeah, so make sure you get involved with that. Quite honestly, I'm sure once we get a little break, I will be heading on TCG Live and redeeming that code as well. You don't want to miss that, honestly.
Absolutely. But speaking of breaks, it is time for us to laser on out of here and take a little rest. So we will be back very, very soon. Thank you for joining us for that really incredible game.
Yeah, wow. Don't go anywhere. We're back real soon.
is the biggest Pokemon tournament Australia's ever had in any game, so that's really exciting.
I think it's really interesting to meet everyone from all over the world.
Yeah, it was one of my favorite tournaments, so just playing the game, I think this format is really fun and I'm really enjoying it. So
it's good just to see everyone and do live events again.
I've made so many friends from it, and it's just a one-of-a-kind game that I'm hooked on.
It gets you together to meet people, to hang out, to socialise, to have fun, have a good time, be in each other's company, and it's just a really great game.
Be resisted, but it looks like that is a knockout. Yakovic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Yako with the clean sweep here at OCIC, making history on this stage, defeating his friend and local fish on a heater to win the championship here.
Just has to pass, and Remy just announces Melodious Echo, and Remy will become the Oceania International Champion for the junior division in the trading card game. As well, Zigzagoon KOing Comfey, and the Super Zap Cannon gets rid of that Cramorant, and Polaris has won the Oceania International Championship.
And then we see the retreat, we see the damage counter drop on the Zero Aura, and Azul Garcia Griego is your two-time international champion.
Little bit of hope here as Kiara is actually just going to go ahead and finish up this game with the Icy Wind.
There we go. Kiara is your 2023 Oceania International Champion of the Junior Division. Huge congratulations. Well fought battle 2-0.
Draco Meteor going to connect onto Glamora as well. That's just going to be enough for the knockout here. And Benjamin becomes your senior division Oceania International Champion.
Wave crash from Palafin into Corviknight. That is a knockout, and Gavin's California dreaming has become a reality here down under. Gavin Michaels is your BGC 2023 Oceania International Champion.
I never expected this, so I'm still just like flabbergasted. Haven't even processed it towards excited.
Like honestly, no words to describe it. Like this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
It feels great because I've been working up to this point for a very long time.
It feels really good. It means a lot. It's really big as I've never really won a large event before.
I feel like really happy and excited that I'm going to Yokohama, Japan.
Winning OCIC has made me want to play this game more. Winning Worlds would just want me to go full on into this.
Winning Worlds would be great. Obviously, it's the biggest tournament in the Pokemon TCG.
Winning Worlds would be the culmination of everything that I've worked for in the past 12 years of playing BGC.
This is the biggest Pokemon tournament Australia's ever had in any game, so that's really exciting.
I think it's really interesting to meet everyone from all over the world.
Yeah, it was one of my favorite tournaments, so just playing the game, I think this format is really fun and I'm really enjoying it. So
it's good just to see everyone and do live events again.
I've made so many friends from it, and it's just a one-of-a-kind game that I'm hooked on.
It gets you together to meet people, to hang out, to socialise, to have fun, have a good time, be in each other's company, and it's just a really great game.
Be resisted, but it looks like that is a knockout. Yakovic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Yako with the clean sweep here at OCIC, making history on this stage, defeating his friend and local fish on a heater to win the championship here.
Just has has to pass, and Remy just announced his Melodious Echo, and Remy will become the Oceania International Champion for the junior division in the trading card game. As well, Zigzagoon KOing Comfey, and the Super Zap Cannon gets rid of that Cramorant, and Polaris has won the Oceania International Championship.
And then we see the retreat, we see the damage counter drop on the Zero Aura, and Azul Garcia Griego is your two-time international champion.
Little bit of hope here as Kiara is actually just going to go ahead and finish up this game with the Icy Wind.
There we go, Kiara is your 2023 Oceania International Champion of the Junior Division. Huge congratulations, well fought battle 2-0.
Draco Meteor going to connect onto Glamora as well. That's just going to be enough for the knockout here. And Benjamin becomes your Senior Division Oceania International Champion.
Wave crash from Palafin into Corviknight. That is a knockout, and Gavin's California Dreamin'.
I feel like really happy and excited that I'm going to Yokohama, Japan.
Winning OCIC has made me want to play this game more. Winning Worlds will just want me to go full on into this.
Winning Worlds would be great. Obviously, it's the biggest tournament in the Pokemon TCG.
Winning Worlds would be the culmination of everything that I've worked for in the past 12 years of playing VGC.
Okay, and we are back here at the Latin America International Championship. And you're joined by myself again, Shay, and Amy. Amy, how are we after that riveting round 3?
Absolutely over the moon. I'm really excited to see what we could have up next. I think it's going to be an exceptional day with lots of different decks shining brightly.
Yeah, I tell you what, that's one way to introduce ourselves, having that explosive round. You know, Charizard swinging here, Genpal going there, Iron Bundle of all things. Wow, very, very exciting times for our first international of the season. So far, at least, it has not disappointed.
No, not at all. We have had some, like you say, explosive matches throughout all of the games today. Even the ones that we haven't been on, we've been in the back watching, and we've been screaming at the screen like I'm sure you guys are at home when certain attacks pop off or when a deck does something unexpected. And I think that this is one of those events where we're going to see that a lot.
You are correct. I remember watching the Tord game round 2. I was in the break room, as it were, with eyes glued to the TV. He's priced both the EX and then loaded up the Brainwave Shining Arcana card when he got boss. Oh my goodness! But then there was the summoning star for 1 Archeops. So oh my goodness gracious me! So that is some exciting times right now.
Oh, it's fantastic to see a lot of the fan favorites as well today. Early on, we're seeing what their picks were, and they all seem quite different.
They very did, and we saw, like they said, the day 1 meta breakdown, so we can see some of those raw numbers. But on that graph, we did say 30% of people are playing other decks, so there's going to be a whole lot, almost a third of the room has been unaccounted for, at least from that graph. So could get some surprising stuff. We saw the Golden Go on stream round 1, so there could be a bit of that knocking about. Could even see your Zoroark even.
I hope so. I hope there's someone out there repping it for me. So I've got my fingers and toes crossed, but at least I know that there's at least one Caesar in the room from round 1.
And maybe they're doing well.
Maybe
they're doing well.
Hopefully. I have my fingers crossed.
And I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that Gardevoir keeps doing well, because I've put myself on a limb there. I was on that stage holding up that poster saying Gardevoir will win. That just shows my conviction and how well I think Gardevoir will do here. I'm going to go on that stage, put myself right on a limb and say it will win, because I'm sure if it won't, I'm sure that chat will let me know real quick. But for now, the dream is alive.
I certainly will, yeah. Well, there we go. It just goes to show that Sometimes you can have confidence, and we'll see whether you get bitten by that at the end of the day.
Fingers crossed I won't be.
I don't know, if there's a Zacian in the deck, maybe you will get bitten.
True, maybe. Or maybe the opponents will be getting bitten.
We hope so.
We hope so. So I believe we're going to have some trivia lined up. Which will be fun.
That'd be really fun.
Because I don't know, I'm not sure about you viewers, but I'm not sure if you know, but Amy has a terrific Pokemon trivia knowledge. And I think I have some trivia knowledge.
I think we might be kind of good at this, so we'll see how we go. So which product was released first? A, the Pokemon TCG. B, the animated series. C, the video game. Or D, the manga.
Right, let's marinate for a second. We'll let chat. You can put your guess in first, so you can't just say what I say. You put yours in. We'll let it simmer for a bit.
Yeah,
and
no
then
looking it up.
Yeah, no looking it up either. Come on now.
Come on.
And then I guess we put our guesses in as well, right? We have to. We jump in as well.
I don't see why not.
Okay.
We can play.
Okay, right. So, would you say chat has had enough time?
I think so.
All right. Well, I'll go out first. I think it was the video game. See, that is my.
You're going with video game.
That is my guess.
You know what? I'm going to go... It might depend on region, but I'm going to go with the animated series.
Animated series. So we've already split up, and it was.
It was the video game.
Yeah, let's go, baby. 1996. Almost as old as me.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
The first Pokemon product was Pokemon Green and Pokemon Red, released in Japan in 1996. So, yes, it... was indeed. Oh, you're keeping tally.
Keeping score.
Oh, I see. Right, is that okay?
I'm extremely competitive about this sort of stuff.
I see how it is.
Let's have a look. Which of these is not a gym badge found in any Pokemon game or animation?
Ooh, this is good.
Production staff, that's a question right there. Goodness
that
gracious.
question.
Let's have a look. So our options are A, the Cliff badge, B, the Trio badge, C, the Relic badge, or D, the Ancient badge. Wow.
Ooh, these are tricky because you've not only got the animated series, you've got the movies, you've got so many different games, not just the main series games. So that's tough.
And they're all in that similar sort of adjective. They're all describing old things, right? Relic and Ancient. You can argue Cliffs are quite old as well. So, all right. So I think chat's had enough.
Yeah.
I guessed first last time. You guessed first.
Okay. I'm going to go with the odd one out. I'm going to go with the Trio badge, although I kind of have a feeling it's wrong, but I'm going to go with it anyway. I'm going to go Trio badge.
Right, now I'm going to confidently say the Trio badge, I think, is Gen 5 first badge, Chili, Silent, and Crest. So I don't think it's that one. You can't change, though. So
No. I can't remember what the badge is called, but I'm not sure.
I'm going Cliff badge A. I'm going Cliff badge. Okay, let's see. Oh.
The Ancient badge, we're both wrong.
No, I thought Ancient badge. Surely there's like some rock gym, maybe. Or...
I thought, you know what? I was thinking maybe some of the older games, like the GameCube games, might have like an Ancient badge or something. I wasn't sure, but
or the anime even. That's like a very anime sort of
right, isn't
sort of
it?
a thing.
Like, oh my gosh, I wasn't expecting that. I thought like somebody somewhere along the line would have like a fossil team, and it would be the Ancient badge. But I think the Gen 5 badge, because it changed gym leader for that gym from Black and White and Black and White 2. So I think it wasn't the Trio badge for that reason.
Okay. Let's have a look. Which of these Pokemon did not appear as a clone in the movie Mewtwo Strikes Back? Wow, these are some questions.
I love this question.
So we have A, Dragonite, B, Psyduck, C, Scyther, and D, Vaporeon. Go on then, chat. Go on then. You have your guesses. We'll have a little think.
We're going to have a think. I love that movie. What's your favorite Pokemon movie? Do you have one?
Pokemon Heroes, I think, actually. I like that
you like
one.
Heroes.
I like that one. It's got a really good soundtrack.
Yeah,
That's one of the main reasons I like it.
Really does.
Okay, so you guessed first last time.
So you're first this time. What do you think?
I think I'm going with A, Dragonite.
I think you're correct. I'm also going to go with A and Dragonite there. I'm pretty sure the Psyduck was Misty's Psyduck that got taken into the machine. I know there was definitely a Vaporeon because, again, like it was one of the trainers that went to the island. I'm certain one of them had a Scyther, but I don't think one of them had a Dragonite.
Okay. Yes, it was Dragonite. Yes, I was about to say, if I was right, you tricky production staff, you tried to trick me, because there is a Dragonite in that movie, but it wasn't the clone. I know what you were doing. You wake up earlier in the morning to catch me out like that.
Oh, no, that's clever, that's clever. The delivery Dragonite.
The delivery.
Yes.
I think it got a promo card, right? There's a Dragonite from the movie, had a little bag.
So good.
I think that was a thing, that was a thing. How many cards were in the very first Pokemon TCG set released in Japan? Could be a key factor. In 1996.
You know everyone's instinct on this one, right?
Yeah.
We're Pokemon fans. We live off of the number 151.
We literally just had a 151 set, right?
Yeah.
Literally just had a 151 set.
But I have a funny feeling it's not the answer. I think they're trying to get me here. I think they're baiting me with the 151 because they know I want to say it.
Yeah. So, Amy, I guess first last time. I think chat's had enough time.
I'm going to go with 120. I don't think there were as many as 151. I'm going to go 120.
I was going to go 120 as well. I don't think it was quite 151, so I know there were cards. I don't think there was a Mew, I think, in base set. So I'm going to go 120 as well. Oh, 102!
Oh no!
We was on the right line.
We were.
We wasn't falling for the bait again for the production staff.
No.
Nice try. But
I was only little when it came out. Come on.
Yeah,
I couldn't count to 102 then. I can't now.
Okay, do I have any more? I'm not sure. Oh, yes, we do.
Oh, in Pokemon Indigo League, what was the first Pokemon to ever be caught by Ash Ketchum? Was it A, Pikachu, B, Squirtle, C, Caterpie, or D, Togepi? This is an interesting one because they're trying to, you know what's going on here, don't you?
I think.
Does he catch Pikachu?
Oh, that's actually, I didn't even think about that. I was trying to think, while you guess, I mean, was Indigo League even the first season? Because if it wasn't, Togepi could be the answer. Did it actually even have a Togepi? I'm not sure. Did the first season even have a name?
Togepi didn't get caught, it hatched.
Okay. Ooh, this could be an interesting
one.
Okay, who's going first this time? I can't remember.
I think it's you.
It's me. I'm gonna Indigo League. I think Indigo League was the first season. So I'm gonna go. Did he cat? No, he was given that. Production staff, you wouldn't do us like that, would you?
So
I'm going Caterpie.
Caterpie. I would also go Caterpie. I think he was given Pikachu. Squirtle wasn't the first episode, but I'm certain Caterpie was.
I think it was. Okay, so we've locked in our answers. Yeah! Yes, see you.
Yes! Oh, I knew it. Trick question.
Yeah, you're trying us, aren't you?
They're getting us.
Yeah,
they're trying, but yes, Caterpie is the first Pokemon that Ash caught for himself.
Yeah, I remember the episode where it was like the Metapods fighting each other. Which Pokemon World Championships was the first to have an official live stream produced by the Pokemon Company International?
Ooh, that is a question.
First one.
World Championships.
That's a loaded question as we're sitting here casting the international ourselves.
See us like sweating.
Yeah, okay. Right.
Which World Championships? Okay,
I think I have my answer. Do you have yours? A live stream.
Live stream. I know. Okay. I think I've got an answer.
Okay. I think it's you this time.
Is it me first?
Yeah.
I think it was 2016.
2016.
World Championships.
I was gonna go earlier. I was gonna say 2011.
Ooh.
I think it's 2011.
Okay. Let's see. So everyone in chat is probably like.
2016 was Mega Ordino, I think. So. So
yeah.
I think
2013 between the two. Oh, you were too early.
So that was
Vancouver,
too late. Right? So that was the Virgin Geneset Mirror. So I remember the final. That's like a half point, right?
You didn't say it before we got the answer.
No, that is true. No, that is true.
I hope loads of you guys in chat managed to get that one.
This is good. I like this. This is fun. I like this.
I like this too. I like a good bit of trivia, me. It's very fun. I think testing our Pokemon knowledge from all of the different walks of life of Pokemon, showing that, you know, we're not just TCG fans. We have watched the anime. We have danced the dance and don't just talk the talk.
We're not just TCG fans. We are Pokemon fans under that umbrella. It's at the same time as well. That was good, that, wasn't it?
You need me to practice that. We'll do that for next time.
So that was some good fun. So I feel as if we have some scores on the doors now. Let's have a look at how this tournament is panning out as we get towards our round 3. Oh no! Oh, what you mean scores on the doors for us?
Yeah, I got 2. You've got 3.
Did I get 3? I must not marked it, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
you've been.
See, we have a history of doing this sort of trivia.
We do this all the time.
Yeah, all the time. So, and it's quite close. So I'm gonna take this as a win for myself.
What? Are you gonna put that on our tally?
Yeah,
of
course.
Oh, okay, it's on, Shay.
There were some hard questions. The production stuff. They were trying to catch us. They wanted us to look silly, but like I said, you have to wake up a little bit earlier than that to catch old Burton out when it comes to Pokemon trivia.
I'm gonna catch you up. Don't you worry.
Maybe at some point we'll have some more trivia over the weekend,
No,
and we can settle this.
I'm gonna study. I'm gonna be watching Pokemon before I go to bed tonight.
Watching all the anime, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at all the gyms.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at all the badges. I'm gonna study all of them.
Sure, the production staff over back there thinking, right, so they're gonna study that. So let's give them a question on this.
Yeah, something Pokemon Go related. They
do
probably haven't researched that.
Don't do that.
Oh yeah, don't do that. Oh no, you don't want that? Yeah, Pokemon Go questions, please.
I'll be in educated guest city if we're doing Pokemon Go questions. So I'm crossing my fingers we don't see them. Let me know in the chat as well, what numbers did you get out of all them? And don't lie, be honest. Like, I don't think anyone got all of them, right? You know what I mean? Unless you were guessing, in which case, you know, fair play. But,
maybe, or maybe we have some blue and true Pokemon professors in the chat.
That know everything.
Yeah, they know everything.
Fair
But
enough.
that's enough trivia for right now. We do
Okay.
have our next game almost ready to rumble. I wonder what we're going to see next.
I'm hoping that we see a new Paradox Rift deck. And would you speak it into existence? We have Pedro playing the Roaring Moon and Victor playing Mew v Max, the current world champion deck, as it were, versus a new deck. The first time it's ever been legal. We get to see the first Roaring Moon on stream as well. How lucky are we, Amy, and how lucky are you, chat?
Oh, so unbelievably lucky, because not only that, but we also have a deck very beloved by yourself, I believe, Shay. And we have some very interesting Pokemon to counter some other meta decks in there right now that might see Roaring Moon be not too pleased.
Yeah, so we'll get to the secret in the list later. We'll see. We'll let that pan out. But yeah, we get to see Roaring Moon first time on stream. One of the most hyped decks, I believe, coming out or into the Paradox Rift format, I believe. And on face value, this could look a little bit disastrous for Victor. You know, it's currently Dark Week. That Roaring Moon is a Dark type, in case you haven't seen that. And that Roaring Moon is probably one of the only decks that can take a turn 1 KO facing off against another deck which can take a 1 prize KO if it's a fusion variant, of course, Mew VMAX. So something tells me this is going to be a fast-paced game.
I'm going to enjoy it, honestly. I think we've been waiting for decks like this to resurface that can just pick up the pace, and both of these decks are very well known already for being incredibly fast. I'm really excited to see how this Roaring Moon variant manages this slightly unusual Mew. Really, really excited to see this one pop off. Mew has some lovely friends from the same set. I wonder if anyone can guess. Oh, we're doing more trivia now.
Yeah, here we go.
Can anybody guess what Pokemon the Mew list has that is slightly unusual but still from Fusion Strike?
Yeah.
That does very well against a Roaring Moon.
Let's see, does it get revealed in the prize cards? The answer is no. So have a look at these prize cards. 2 copies of Dark Patch from Pedro, 1 cross switcher, nothing too impactful there. Victor does prize 1 Mew VMAX, does only play 2, so keep an eye on that. And a Genesect and a double turbo energy. But it looks like the players are getting started here in our Swiss round 4 at the 2024 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. Both players are currently 3-0, so a win takes them to that 4-0. And Victor Amy is starting us off.
Let's go for it. And oh, here we go, Mew doing Mew things. We've got a Battle VIP pass straight away, getting as many fusion Pokemon as we can so that Genesect has its full potential of being able to draw cards.
So let's have a look, AB. I'm sure some people have seen some grass energy flying around. What could that grass energy be for? Can you see that little one there? That is an Excelgor, everybody, with that grass typing, and that grass typing is very good against Roaring Moon, because that Roaring Moon, as you can see there, is weak to dark. The Excelgor's attack, you can use it for 1 grass. If it switches into the active this turn, it is 120 damage. 120 times 2 is perfect mass for KOing that Roaring Moon.
And for a single prize Pokemon to be able to achieve that is absolutely spectacular. So we'll be seeing what this Battle VIP pass actually produces here, whether Victor wants to yet save that knowledge, leave Pedro thinking, oh, Mew, fine, I can deal with this. Saying that, Mew's still quite a difficult matchup for Pedro, so we'll see how we go. But no, Victor says that's actually no. The Excelgor, here he is. So Shelma is here to say hi and show that this is going to be a real threat if you don't also pick up the pace.
Ooh. I tell you what, Amy, that was a very important chromatic there, because Victor didn't have much else going on in the hand. So that second VIP pass can now let him fill the bench, get more Genesect, more Mew V down, and continue this race. Because as good as Shelma and Excelgor are, you're probably going to need a Mew V, and probably a Mew V Max at some point. So Victor, with the clutch Battle VIP pass there, I'm going to try and stay in this game.
And being able to use the Shelma and Excelgor, because they are also Fusion Strike Pokemon, Genesect still can draw more cards from them. So unlike some lists where they're playing like Luxray, but the Luxray isn't a Fusion Strike Pokemon, so then you can't draw as many cards as you're used to if that's on the bench or if it's in the active. So this little grass package allows Victor to still draw up to 6 if they've got a full bench. So still a fantastic utilization. And Roaring Moon isn't the only deck which is prevalent in the meta right now which will benefit from grass weakness being in your deck.
And then we do see Victor playing the power tablet and we'll start doing some Fusion Strike system. And shout out to Victor, was actually the Juniors US Nationals champion all the way back in 2010. So no stranger to the highest of stages here. As we do see the second Shelmet come down. Victor does play the 2-2. So that means you can try and almost main it, quote unquote. Like you can sort of say, this is my strategy this game. I'm just going to use that Ninja Tornado, which is 120 damage for 3 energy. However, if the Excelgor move to the active, you can actually use that attack for 1 grass energy. And even if, you know, the Roaring Moon has any ways to boost its HP, you can just use power tablets to get you across the line as well.
Yeah, I think these are a really fun addition to Mew. I am a big fan of this. If I was ever going to be convinced to play Mew, it would be by popping some grass types in it. So you've got me interested and on the side of Mew here. Ooh!
Okay, one thing I need you to keep an eye out for now. We saw that Victor prized 1 Mew VMAX, and he's just discarded his second one. So that means Mew VMAX is not going to be an option until Victor finds the 1 copy of Super Rod that he has. So until that Mew VMAX gets shuffled in, the Mew VMAX will not be an option for Victor.
I think that Victor's looking to really heavily lean into the Excelgors. They're going to be his main attackers, right? Because the Mew is weak to Roaring Moon, whereas the Excelgor is going to allow Victor to leave a single prizer in the active, skewing the prize trade, making it really difficult for Pedro to find a very useful prize map. When you've got single prizes, double prizes, and potentially triple prizes on the field. So Victor's able to go, okay, no, I'm gonna make sure that I am in control of your prize map as much as I can be.
And I tell you what, that Forest Hill Stone being used for Star Alchemy to find that path to the peak could really grind Pedro down to a halt here. Because we know that these Roaring Moon decks love to use cards like Squawkabilly, EX, so you use that Squawk and Seed, start drawing more cards, discarding cards. Pedro will have to at least replace the stadium in order to do that. Does start the turn off with the Earthen Vessel though, discarding 1 Dark Energy to grab 2 more. And shout outs to Pedro as well, sorry. He was the semi-finalist at the Joinville Regionals 2022. So again, no stranger to the highest of stages here. And, you know, in his home region, going to look to try and do well here at this international. What do you think, Amy? What do you think Pedro is going to try and do here?
Depending on what is in Pedro's hand, I think it might be essential to get a score concede off pretty early on to be able to kind of accelerate their play. But with that path to the peak in right now, it's seeming like they might not have too many options. That other card draw is looking like Greninja, which also gets stopped by path to the peak. So it's... I think that this has been such a strong turn one for Victor, being able to really give Pedro a hard time to get set up. Because Roaring Moon can get set up really quickly. It has so many cards that utilize it, but not if there aren't enough cards in the discard pile. Oh, but there it goes into a Pokestop. Oh no. Oh, okay.
I mean, we'd like to keep the MUVX, I should say, to draw cards, but, you know, in this scenario, it's going to hit the discard pile. We do see the cancelling clone there, which isn't going to have any use in this matchup. So we can see that getting discarded for the Ultra Ball, as we do see the one copy of Pedro's boss's orders getting discarded. So keep an eye on that. The only Gust Pedro will have now will have to be found by a Power Pattern boss or cross switches. So I imagine this Ultra Ball, Amy, will find that Squawkabilly to use that Squawk and Seize to discard your hand and then draw 6 new cards. What a fantastic card for this archetype.
Now that's something to squawk about, Shay. We got
a
lot,
that's a good one.
much better hand potential coming in here, because unfortunately, yeah, that was really looking dire for a moment there, being able to get rid of that path to the peak, so that Pedro actually has anything that they can do right now to be able to get any energy onto their Pokemon and get going here, because I think they're going to want to possibly take advantage of the fact that a double prizer has been left in the active.
Yeah, you would love to see the, was it Calamity Storm off the Roaring Moon there, but would actually require a lot of work. You might have to, about to say, switch cart it to the bench. You can then use Dark Patch, Professor Sada later on. But it looks like we are going to see that Squawk and Seize, discard your hand on your first turn only, and then draw 6 new cards. And let's see what cards these are for Pedro. Double cross switches, energy switch, Professor Sada. No Dark Patch though, and we did see 2 copies of them were prized for Pedro, so this might prove difficult to try and draw into them.
Yeah, it's not looking great. That's, again, not a great hand. That's 2 in a row, and you've seen Pedro draw through a lot of cards like that. It's really disappointing to not see them come to light, but they are going to go ahead and use Professor Sada's Vitality. You could choose up to 2 of your ancient Pokemon and attach a basic energy from your discard pile to them, and then draw 3 cards. So thankfully, the Darkness Energy in the discard pile has come in handy then, but only 1 Pokemon on the bench means that there is limitations.
So I think we are going to see the Motivate. Love that attack name. It's actually a really cool attack as well from the Squawkabilly. It does 20 damage, and you attach 2 basic energies from your discard pile to one of your bench Pokemon. So Pedro has got the 3 energy Roaring Moon, but maybe, it's as strange as it is to say, a turn too slow than he would like, because it isn't getting to use the Roaring Moon's attacks there. And Victor, Victor, as a boss's orders, could go after that Roaring Moon. If you can see a Grass Energy and an Excelgor, you are off to the races. And we are going to see Victor go for Pedro. I love to see this, Amy. Are we going to see a Ninja Tornado?
I think we might. I was wondering how they were going to get around that Squawkabilly, because actually I don't think Victor has an answer to the Squawkabilly. It's not often you see Squawkabilly being the preference of attacker.
Almost choked. He has drawn the Grass Energy. We're going to see it, Amy. A Ninja Tornado 4KO. Now, let's be honest, chat. If I told you before we went live today that we're going to see a Ninja Tornado on screen, that you would be like, no, you're not. Well, you are, and it's going to happen. So all Victor needs to do is pay retreat on that Genesect. Ninja Tornado can be used for 1 Grass Energy, 120 times 2. That's a good number to deal with Roaring Moons. And we even see a path to the peak come down as well. Victor is having none of this. Oh my goodness.
And this is the change of a meta. This is what happens to decks when there's something new and threatening that's coming together. Pedro now only has a Squawkabilly. However, However, no, they are going to scoop it up. I was going to say the Squawkabilly. Actually, Victor didn't really have an answer to that, though.
No, but one thing you could do, I'm laughing as I'm saying this out loud, but it would have an option. You could have switched into the Exalcore again, or like played retreat into another one, then use power tablets to get to the 160.
Yeah.
It's an option, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, weirdly, the Squawkabilly is a valid attacker in this matchup. I feel, like you say, I feel crazy saying it, but Motivate is not a bad attack, and in certain matchups, it can actually change the tides quite quickly. It was quite good against like Urshi and Talion, Urshifu and Talion back in the last kind of meta before all these new lovely cards came out. So, you know, Motivate isn't a bad attack.
And it's interesting, yeah, Motivate we saw got used to fantastic value. It's actually something, when I was playing Roaring Moon myself, I found myself using Motivate a little bit more than I'd like. But what an MVP to Exalcore. We actually saw Exalcore kind of get talked about a little bit when Charizard EX came out, because, you know, with Justified Gloves and one power type, you can actually take the KO there, but never really amounted to much. But I tell you what we did see in that round was that cram, and I tell you, as a new player, sometimes you get those cram and pray games. That was one of them. Victor got the heads off to the races immediately. We saw the Exalcore come down, and Pedro I should say, a little bit slow off the mark, and Victor put down the path, did get replaced. The Pokestop didn't quite do too much, and then it was all a little bit uphill struggle, as we do see. This was the turn, this was the swing turn though, right? Yeah. The path to the peak, pay retreat, Ninja Tornado, and that's it, scoop them up for game 2. Fairly quick replay, but fairly quick game.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're going to see a lot more going forward in this meta. And we already established that Mew is a fast deck, and now here we go with Roaring Moon. And I think that, especially in this matchup where Mew has really put a lot of energy into making sure that they have an answer to Charizard, to Roaring Moon, where they have those really difficult either attacks in Roaring Moon's case or HP in Charizard's case. Like, you'll have something that's going to either swing the prize trade or just get up to those slightly higher numbers.
So it looks like we're starting off, and it looks like Roaring Moon has opted to go first. Not something you hear too often, funnily enough. As we do get our game 2 started here in our Swiss round 4. Reminder, the winner of this round will get to that fabled 4-0. As we do see, look at this. 2 Mews, love. So there could be 3 different Mews, 4 different Mews if you include the VMAX as well.
Is this a Mew mirror now all of a sudden? Are we changing things up? No, the Pokestop goes down. They go straight for it. Pokegear, cross switcher, and an Ultra Ball. That was a nice 3 for 3. We take those.
Yeah, it was. No dark patches yet. Do see the Ultra Ball, so we could see our old friend Squawkabilly coming down as well to do that Squawk and Seize.
But do you want to get rid of 2 Sada this early in the game?
That's true, but I think you kind of want to, if you're going, I guess to be fair, if you're going first, maybe 1 energy isn't really the end of the world. That could be fine. Worth noting, Victor did prize 1 copy of Shelmet and then 1 Mew VMAX as well. So that's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on here. The Victor won't be able to do that sort of 2-2 Exalcore attack that he did game 1, because one of them is prize.
But Genesect still has that Fusion Strike system to be able to draw as many cards as Victor can manage in a turn. And we're just looking through Pedro's deck now. Obviously, we've got the Roaring Moon there at the front, having a look at what might be best to take off that Ultra Ball. There we go. Definitely going for a second Roaring Moon. I think this is great. You know, with Sada, lots of Sada in hand, we're going to be able to hopefully attach more than 1 energy this time to their benched Pokemon.
And it's an interesting thing, because Pedro, you know, Pedro can't put down 2 one-prize Pokemon, right? Traditionally, against Mew VMAX, Meloetta can be really strong, so you might want to try and play 2 one-prize Pokemon so you don't give up 2 prize cards immediately. But one concession in Victor's deck, there is no Meloetta, so that will not be an option. Let's see what this Mysterious Tail grabs. Earthen Vessel is a fantastic find there.
The one thing I like about Earthen Vessel, one like cheeky little play that I love about Roaring Moon, is being able to Earthen Vessel away a Darkness Energy to get 2 more Darkness Energy, and then Dark Patch onto the bench. It's so much fun. Has so much synergy with everything. Unfortunately, in this instance, Pedro didn't have the Darkness Energy in hand to be able to do that little interaction, but I find it so much fun. And I also think it's worth noting that this Roaring Moon list is one that does enable the use of water energy. We can make that Greninja live, so both decks are rocking some ninja action.
This is true, yeah, there's two different ninja Pokemon. As we kick it over to Victor, this could be another Cram and Pray. Here we go, that is a heads. Woo! Goodness gracious me, Victor with the Cramomatic heads. We'll be able to do a deck search here as well, so we'll be able to prize check. And Cramomatic, in case you don't know, you flip you discard an item from your hand with this card. You then flip a coin. If heads, you can grab any card from your deck. If tails, well, nothing happens.
No, but it's, again, one of those really nice interactions with Mew where making your hand thinner so your Genesect allows you to draw more cards is fantastic. So Cramomatic kind of feels like a win-win. Ideally, of course, you want their heads.
Yeah.
But in the circumstance that you don't, you have got 2 cards out of your hand, so Fusion Strike system will be able to allow you to draw more cards.
And that Fusion Strike system, what an incredible ability that is. Then you draw up to the amount of Fusion Pokemon you have in play. So if you have 6 Fusion Strike Pokemon in play, and you have no cards in your hand, you're drawing 6, which is honestly letting you draw cards very strong. As we do see there, Victor, probably making a note of his prize cards there, as we are going to see that Battle VIP pass being taken. And yeah, and once that Battle VIP pass is taken, you'll be able to start filling that bench, Fusion Strike system, start drawing cards, and maybe start threatening that Ninja Tornado.
Yeah, being able to threaten it early like this is going to be fantastic, especially considering that Pedro, once again, did have a slightly slow start with their setup. With no Squawkabilly this time, but again, making sure that hand stays intact was important. Ooh, a path this early, could it matter? We do have the Mew EX in play, which does have an ability which is relevant in this instance, being able to draw Pedro 3 cards.
Ooh, Victor, 3 for 3 on your Crams. Goodness. Now, one thing worth noting though, is that Victor did have to discard the Lost Vacuum from his hand in order to play that Cram. So that means if Victor opts to play that Path to the Peak, he will not have a stadium replacement. We'll have to use that Star Alchemy, I would imagine, to use that. So keep that in mind. If Victor does go for the Path to the Peak, he will have to try and find a stadium out, either via these Fusion Strike system or via that Forest Seal Stone.
They might hold on to it for now. They're going to go for the Judge and just, hold on to that path until it's a slightly less scary time for them to put that down, knowing that they also need to keep up the pace and the momentum right now of the game and just keep things chugging along, because that's the terrifying thing about Roaring Moon. It can just take a comeback. It has Frenzied Gouging, where you just get to KO your opponent's Pokemon. And with something like Mew VMAX in play, that's really scary, taking 3 prize cards. But the kind of big damage that you have to do back to yourself does feel like a bit of a step back, kind of 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But then Calamity Storm, as long as there's a stadium in play, can also pack a lot of damage out in one go.
Yeah, via weakness, that Calamity Storm can KO Mew VMAX. Victor draws into another Battle VIP pass there, as we do see the Judge being played, and he plays a Power Tablet, attaches an energy, and then Fusion Strike system for the first one there, that 3rd Battle VIP. As a fellow Mew player, this is you can't have some more than this on your first turn, let me tell you. 3 Battle VIP pass, couple Cram heads as well. You know, it's happy days. It's interesting that Victor's gone for the second UV, probably identifying, cannot use 2 Excel Core this turn. I mean, this game, I should say, at least until it's taken from the prize cards. So I might have to use UV Max in this game to try and close this game out. As we do see another Fusion Strike system being used, I would imagine. Just going to sort in the discard pile.
Yeah, I like the turning the Genesect upside down to make sure that the opponent knows, I have used this. They're not confused on the bench, I have used this.
As we do see that Hisuian Heavy Ball being played here. And let's see, we'll be able to take the Shelmet out of prize cards. So both of the Exelco are live, but unfortunately, Victor has now bench locks himself. So that second Shelmet will not be able to be put down until something of Victor has been KO'd. Or we see a Psychic Leap as well.
Yes, like you say, Psychic Leap's a really valid option here, especially with the 60 HP Mew in Pedro's active right now.
Yeah, this is true.
It's not out of question. There are there are Pokemon that can go down from a Psychic Leap that don't need a lot of powering up, but you could even get to a Mew EX with power tabs, right? So.
Yeah. And we are going to see the escape rope going into the Mew V. And the Mew EX, I should say. So I got that mixed up. The Mew EX, I should say, into the Mew. There's so many Mews going on now. Come on. Mew's one of my favorite Pokemon, so I'm quite happy about this.
Oh, there are so many good Mews right now.
Yeah, and are we going to see, looks like Victor was debating to play that Cram. Looks like opted not to. We're going to see a Fusion Strike system for a Choice Belt. That isn't terribly helpful in this matchup, as there are no Vs. So that Choice Belt can go on a Shelmet for just so he feels a bit better. Oh, we are going to see the Star Alchemy being used here. What is this one? Ultra Ball. Going for the...
Ooh, here we go. Going for the slightly more aggressive play this time, potentially, and trying to slow Pedro down even more. Pedro's draw power is a little bit limited at the moment, where Mew will only allow Pedro to draw up 2-3 cards, but turning that off gives them nothing, because the Pokestop also gets removed, right?
Oh, no, that isn't a great hand. 2 Battle VIP pass. We are going to see a retreat.
Mew is like the master of having free retreat, isn't it? This is the Mysterious Tail Mew being the only one that has a retreat cost, and only a retreat cost of 1.
Exactly that. So it looks like we are going to see that Mysterious Tail being used. Look at the top 6. Grab any item. Let's see what we need. Dark Patch would be ideal. You know, anything that handles so bad. Oh, as we do see a Dark Patch asking you shall receive. We also do see a switch card. We do see a switch card in hand already. So opting to maybe. I'm not sure.
No, it is a tricky decision. I think the Dark Patch, personally, I think it is better, but right now, with nothing in the discard pile, it feels a little bit bad. But remembering that an energy can be used as a retreat cost, but then which Pokemon do you put in the active? Because you can't attach using Dark Patch to the active. It must be from your discard pile and to a benched Pokemon.
It does. Professor Sada, funnily enough, can let you attach to the active. That's an interesting thing worth noting. One interesting that I actually haven't mentioned is that Pedro doesn't play any HP boosters in his deck. There is no Ancient Booster Capsule. There is no Emergency Jelly. So that means these Excelcor will always be swinging for KOs. As we do see that Professor Sada's Vitality being played, letting you attach 2 energy to any 2 of your Ancient Pokemon and then draw 3 cards. We do see a Roaring Moon ready to go. We do see a switch card. So we are going to see a Roaring Moon attack. I think, again, this is the first Roaring Moon attack. Calamity Storm for the KO.
And the beautiful thing about Calamity Storm is it does discard the stadium that is in play, that increases the damage of its attack. Whew, it's just fantastic. Great way of getting themselves out of that path lock. Unfortunately, does open Mew up to be able to use their Fusion Strike systems again, but I think it's more advantageous for Pedro to look after themselves, right?
Yeah, you are correct. You can't let that path hang around. Now, Victor does have a very, I don't want to say easy turn, but a straightforward turn. He just wants to try and get that Excelcor, Ninja Tornado, and KO this Roaring Moon via weakness. We are going to see the Cram-O-Matic first, and we're going to go 4 for 4. We are Victor! Wow!
What are the chances of that? I'm sure we've got some mathematicians in chat which can tell us the chances of that.
And I was so excited, I didn't even see what he took. Did you see what he took there?
Oh, there was a Grass Energy.
It was the Grass Energy. That makes sense, because that's probably the hardest thing for Victor to find. Only plays 2 copies of that. Much easier to have an Ultra Ball or something like this to find your Excelcor than it is to pluck that basic energy out of the deck.
Yeah, Victor also runs a really high count of the Forest Seal Stones as well to make sure of it.
And then we do see that Grass Energy. We're going to see the Iono even to give yourself
well,
a fresh
we need
hand
to
of
see
6.
the evolution, don't we? So we card drawing is going to have to happen sooner or later. We've still got 3 Genesects to go, though, and if they just took a pause here, they could draw 3 more. As a seasoned Mew player, what would your choice be here, Shay?
It's interesting because you can sort of Fusion Strike system for 4 now if you play that Power Tablet, and then you can play that Iono to back you up. It looks like Victor doesn't even want to play that Power Tablet. I don't mind that. So you sort of get a free few cards here. And we get the Ultra Ball as well.
Lovely. And, you know, Forest Seal Stones are already on some Pokemon, so that's probably an easy discard. And they've gone for the Mew. I don't think that's a bad choice either with this matchup. They know that they're better to lean into their strengths of using the Excelcors.
Yeah, wow, that was, I bet Victor's thinking, well, because that was a decision it could go either way, right? Some players would want to play the Iono, see a fresh 6, then hope to draw into an Ultra Ball, find your Excelcor, and then you start drawing some more. But Victor opted to do what I would have done, funnily enough, and then just get rewarded. And now you can maybe fire off the Ono to reduce Pedro's hand size to 4. And that Ninja Tornado, Amy, we're getting all the fun. We got the first Calamity Storm. We're getting some Ninja Tornado. We got an Amphi very much. I'm one happy caster, I can tell you that right now.
Oh, this is like a dojo rather than a battlefield because we've got ninjas on both sides that can both attack and both do some pretty acceptable amounts of damage right now as well, because the Selgors, I believe they only have 90 HP, right?
Yeah, they're levelable, searchable.
Yeah,
that's why he plays one, yeah.
So the beautiful part about that is that Pedro has been holding back that Greninja play.
Oh, true. We could see that is we could see the Moonlight Shuriken into double. That is actually a fantastic point.
Right, and then how does Victor come back from the weakness that Roaring Moon is putting out? So that's the thing to consider, that actually Pedro has kept some secret knowledge of those water type energy and the energy switches being in their deck. Just fantastic.
Yeah, that is something that we have to keep an eye on. So let's see what Pedro, we'll see what Pedro's response is here. Looks like Victor again is being very aggressive with those paths to the peak. I love that. And we do see that Mew retreat from free retreat cost. Exalcor hits the active. Ninja Tornado says bye-bye to Roaring Moon. It can roar its way all the way to the discard pile. And Victor takes his first 2 prize cards. And let's see what Pedro can do.
Yeah, Pedro jumped for the Roaring Moon, but landed among the stars or discard pile in this instance. So with the 1 Roaring Moon on the bench and no energy attached currently, but I think that's the beauty of Roaring Moon, right? It can just accelerate its own energy so efficiently. It's honestly one of the most beautiful decks in the format right now for efficient energy usage.
Yeah, I mean, free energy can get you an auto KO. Like,
yeah, just
you can't argue with that.
anything you fancy. But taking out a single prizer like a Selgor, that doesn't feel very good.
It's really interesting, right? Because unless you're going to use a 1 prize attack, like we do see the Morpeko in Pedro's deck, and we could see the Radiant Greninja. But let's say you are forced to just use Calamity Storm again. Mew VMAX or even another Exalgor has no problem sitting 230, right?
No.
230 is just 1 power tablet for a Techno Blast. Sorry, two modifiers. But again, it's not hard, and this is what I said in my cards predictions. Mew loves 2 prize attacking decks. It has no problems dealing with that, and it can do it very efficiently. And when you've got Exalgor coming in helping as well, that right there is something, it's poetry in motion.
But it's like they're padding some Professor Sada's Vitality back into the deck. Again, it's a really important card to be able to keep Roaring Moon powered up and quickly. Choosing 2 ancient Pokemon and putting some basic energy from your discard pile onto them. And in Pedro's list, and quite a lot of lists that I'm sure we'll see over this weekend, they play a very high count of energy switch, allowing them to move 1 energy from one of their Pokemon and pop it onto another one. So although Sada, you have to put those on different Pokemon. Oh no!
The restart from the Mew drew 2 basic energy. Here we see a Pokestop. Goodness. Okay, just get 2 items off that, but there's that little Morpeko, which we could actually saw being used, but unfortunately not. But that Mew EX, that restart, not great. I'm sure Pedro would love to restart that ability and try again.
Very good. Then we've got, what are we looking at now? Oh my gosh. There's so many decisions to be made here. They are eyeing up that water energy. That's cool. Like to see that that's, being chosen on this occasion from the Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, I mean, if the hand supported it, you'd love to see like that little cheeky Moonlight Shuriken, but
it'd be great.
I think we all know with that hand, that is definitely off the card. So what's the hand like, 4 energy then, and 1 cross switcher? Oh my goodness. Is the Mysterious Tail? Okay, we do still see Mysterious Tail, actually. And let's see what we see. Oh, the Greninja's prize, sorry. Okay, so we're definitely not seeing that anytime soon. And off the Mysterious Tail, there was 2 targets there. A switch card, and I think was that an Earthen Vessel as well? Yes, it was.
Yes, it is. So we've got the Earthen Vessel. This is such a sticky situation for Pedro to be in. This is not ideal at all. Really difficult to deal with single prize attackers when all of your attackers are massive. You've got these giant roaring dragons and then the legendary mythical Mew, which kind of all offer up multiple prizes. You have no way without the Greninja of being able to go, oh, hi, yeah, can I just take a knockout back that isn't going to then bite me back?
And let's see what Victor can do here as it's passed over to him. Does have some power tap. Does have that Silene as well. Does have another path to the peak. We know Victor has been loving that this round.
It's been working out for them. I can see why it's, you know, been a consistent choice for them.
It's interesting that this Exalco will have to move if it wants to attack. Or you could attach another DT, funnily enough, but then that would reduce your damage down to 100, which actually limits your effectiveness in KOing Roaring Moon. So let's see what Victor does. Does have a switch in hand, but does have to do a little bit more work. We are going to see a Silene, flip 2 coins for each head, put a copy risk off a pile to the top of your deck. Wow, wait. Has Victor flipped a Tails so far this round?
No, I don't believe so. I think they've got super luck on their side. And no, they've not. So that's going to be their supporter of the turn. So they might just be thinking to themselves, okay, right, my prize map is going to be a bit wonky here, but we'll take the Mew. Is it a Mew EX or a Mysterious Tail Mew in the active? It's Mysterious Tail, right?
Mysterious Tail.
Yeah, it's a single prizer. So I wonder whether Victor's just gone, okay, I might just have to take this. However, an escape rope would absolutely solve that problem and force a 2-prizer into the active there.
Yeah, and it's in this exact scenario, which is why I had Mew as one of my decks to do well. Escape rope is as good as a boss's orders in this scenario because you're guaranteeing to take 2 prize cards. And if Pedro ever puts another 2 prizes in the active, you can just lose the game right then and there. There is the escape rope.
I love that combo of Silene, putting things directly on top of the deck and then using Genesect to be able to draw the card straight away.
Yeah,
I think Silene fell out of favor for a little while, but it's always been a favorite of mine to go into a Mew deck.
And then we're going to see a little bit of Mew on Mew in the active there, as it were. We see a DTE as well in the hand. Victor has it all going. Can even attach that just to make sure it's not a boss's orders target, as we do see a Fusion Strike system for 2. Wow, Hyphen has to switch, has some more path to the peak. There's a whole lot going on here for Victor, and what an incredible position. It's basically saying, if you leave a 2 prize in the active, I can win next turn.
Yeah.
As we do see that path come down as well, and I imagine we're going to see a Techno Blast, well, Cross Fusion Strike, Techno Blast for KO. Victor down to 2 prize cards.
I'm not sure Pedro can swing the game back in their favor at this point. I can't see a line to victory, but I could be wrong. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens. Pedro going for the Mysterious Tail there. I'm just not sure, because if they take a knockout with a Roaring Moon, right, let's say they go ahead. They Frenzy Gouging or Calamity Storm this Mew. Probably Calamity Storm is preferred, right?
Yeah.
But there's a Zelgor on the bench and it's ready to rumble, and I just feel like it's not going to go well. I'm not certain that they can keep up in this scenario, unfortunately, because they don't have a different choice of attacker other than Roaring Moon.
I think the problem is, if you leave a Roaring Moon in the active, this Genesect just comes up, it then goes back to the bench via that DTE, that Exalgor comes up, and that's the game over. It's that simple.
Yep, that's all
and that's all she wrote.
Yep, the Ninja goes, I'm going to hop around a little bit. Bish, bash, bosh. And
there it is, yeah.
There it is, wrapping up the game. Oh my goodness gracious, that did not go Roaring Moon's way, but I'm sure we'll see some more success from Roaring Moon across the weekend.
Yeah, I think so too. Victor even had the switch in hand, by the way, so go just use that switch as well. But yeah, we did see the Roaring Moon there on stream. Wasn't quite able to take the W, but I do feel as if that was an uphill struggle. When you have a 1-prize Pokemon that can take 2 prize KOs and you've got no choice but to attack with those 2 prizes, that leaves Victor. Oh, round 4, Victor, as it were.
Victor being victorious.
Yes.
We love it. It's in the name. Talk about manifesting your destiny there, right? No, absolutely. Both players play fantastically considering the circumstances for Pedro there. The Mew additions to Mew with the Aselgor and Shelmet are just fantastic. I'm a big fan. I hope that we see more success from this list as we go through the weekend.
I tell you what, I mean, if Victor can keep matching these Roaring Moon, as we're going to see here in the replay, it was also so one-sided. Victor immediately flipping the head there to get the Battle VIP pass and said, you know what, if it works well once, let's try it again. Ah, here we go, have another one. And all of a sudden, You know, he had 2 Shelmets coming down. We can draw some cards with Fusion Strike system. And then off to the races. You know, the heavy ball liberating that next Shelmet. And Pedro had no choice but to say, well, all I can attack with is this Roaring Moon. I hope that you can't piece together your combo. And unfortunately, Victor was able to say, you know what? It's only 1 energy. All I have to do is move around the active. Ninja Tornado for the KO. And that's all she wrote, really.
Yeah, Selgors are going to fly all over the place. And good luck, your Roaring Moon, in its big, scary format, being able to deal with this agile ninja flurrying around and taking some KOs.
We didn't even see the Mew VMAX coming in KO in the Mew EX, but yeah, we all saw Victor was able to set up this board in a way where that Ninja Tornado was always going to be live, and he wins there, Victor. Well done. And I tell you what, I'll be honest, I'm talking as if I said, you know, I predicted Mew to do well. I did not predict that I would see Excelgor or Ninja Tornado, but when you see it in action, just poetry in motion.
It really is, and I think it's really clear to see that when a new set comes out, which is so meta-defining, that has so many different options, that old decks or older decks still get a time to shine. Even just adjusting the cards that they're using. Those Selgors are still from the Fusion Strike set.
Yeah.
It's still a great set. We get so many beautiful things. You even can get the gold grass energy in Fusion Strike to go with it. So, just saying, I'm a big fan of this Mew list. Maybe I am finally a Mew convert.
Are you saying you might have been converted?
I think
There's
I might.
No way.
I think this might have done it.
Wow.
I think watching that poetry in motion, I've seen the odes that, you know, people might be including more grass types in their decks because of the ferocity of Charizard and Roaring Moon, but I never expected Mew.
Yeah, honestly, like I said, we saw the Excelgor get talked about a little bit, and we saw it back then with like justified gloves. You can try and deal with Charizard, but I tell you what, when you haven't got to reach that 330 number, if you only have to reach Roaring Moon HP, Excelgor does that perfectly, as we saw 120 times 2. If there is no ancient booster capsule or any HP buffing, that Excelgor can just run amok. And we even saw Victor go for that 2-2, putting them both down off the battle VIP pass, saying, I don't even really need Mew VMAX here. I'm just going to win off this. Mew VMAX can just, you know, weave in a little KO at some point and close the game up. But what I do want to say is massive shout outs to Pedro there. You know, tried his best, was unfortunately had a suspect to a few, you know, bad hands, but did navigate it, I think, to the best of his ability. But he's still, what, 3-1, so still a very fine record, and has plenty of chance to get himself into day 2.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Pedro in day 2 either. Yep. They played spectacularly, and within the realms of possibility that was there, they did fantastic. So really pleased to see. But I believe it is time for us to be ninjas ourselves and take a Ninja Tornado over to our winners interview.
Thank you, casters. I am here with our round 4 winner, Victor Ung. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So excited to be here.
Now, you play Mew VMAX, but with Excelgor. This is something that has been kind of in the past, but now what made you decide to bring it to the tournament?
So I came up with it all myself. Brilliant idea. No, I'm just kidding. Xander Perot has been working on this idea for a long time. He is the master of Mew Dark technology. He's brought Manaphy, he's brought Aerodactyl V-Star, he's brought Dreepy Pidgeot V to tournaments and has done well with pretty much all of them. So when I couldn't really find a deck, I put my faith in him, as a lot of us did, and went with this technology because it beats Mew's 2 worst matchups, right? It beats Zard, it beats Roaring Moon. Having that grass weakness, grass attacker to cover the dark types that you're normally weak to, really, really strong, because you can now one-shot the threats that you normally wouldn't. It'd be kind of a struggle to deal with. So overall, your matchup spread with the Excelgor, pretty good. So that's the reason how I ended up on the deck.
And now you were playing up against Roaring Moon in this past round, and normally it's a pretty bad matchup, but it seemed like their Excelgor was just putting in a ton of work.
Excelgor is actually the primary attacker in that matchup, so it's less of a Mew deck and more of an Excelgor deck in that situation. The only one weird thing that they can do is Moonlight Shuriken, of course, knocking out 2 Excelgor, 2 Shelmet. But if you throw in some disruption in there also to make it harder for them, the combination of disruption and a grass attacker one-shotting all their energy on their board is just a little bit too much for Roaring Moon to handle, usually.
And now your matchups throughout today, has it been a lot of the same, or have you played against many different decks?
I played against a Miraidon, a Chen Pao, a Zard, and Roaring Moon, so 4 different decks, and I'm pretty happy about it. I think this deck takes pretty good wins across the board, So pretty much anything I'm willing to hit, but Roaring Moon is one of the best matchups actually, which you wouldn't think for a Mew VMAX deck, but it actually is.
Now, because of that, is there anything you don't want to hit? Is there a matchup that's still, with the Excelgor, you don't really have a good matchup?
I think Guardy is slightly unfavorable, but it's similar to how Mew matchups have gone with Guardy in the past. You always have Judge Path, you always have Iono Path as options to kind of deal with it. It's a little bit tricky because they play Avery sometimes, but that might mean they cut Worker as a path out, so it's kind of a real back and forth struggle. It's definitely close to 50-50, but that's not a matchup I feel favorable in, at least.
Well, you feel pretty good with the deck right now. 4-0, you need to win, what, at least 2 more in ID, but 3 at least, maybe a 9-0. I mean, you've done it before, right?
I've done it once at NAIC. We'll see if we can do it again. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
All right, any other shout outs or anything you want to do?
Yeah, thank you to everyone that's playing the deck. There's like 9 of us or so. There's a lot of people playing the deck and having full faith in the group. Appreciate them. I'm staying with a lot of them in the hotel, hanging out with a lot of them. Really thankful. Of course, Xander, #1, thanks to, because he's the one who kind of crafted the idea even like a month or 2 ago at this point. But also thank you to the Shovel Squad as well for sponsoring me as both a player and a caster. Appreciate them. Thank you.
All right, well, that does it for our round 4. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have round 5 for y'all, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to Sao Paulo, Brazil, here at LAIC. I am Jeremy Jowlin, joined with Pablo Meza. How are you doing, Pablo?
Very good, very good. I enjoyed the last few rounds we had. Some very exciting games. An unexpected result in this round, When I saw Roaring Moon against MuVmax, I was like, ooh, Mew is in for a difficult time. But then we saw Axelgor pop in and turn things around. Was not expecting that.
Yeah, I got the down low from Xander and their whole crew that they were playing the Axelgor. I almost changed my caster pick from the Toad Scroll to Axelgor, but I think that would have gave away a little bit of too much.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, Axelgor, a fantastic inclusion. Your biggest threat, Roaring Moon, is number one, not being played as much as I thought it would be. We did see the meta share, and it's the 5th most played deck, I believe. So not what I expected. Yeah, my predictions not looking too great so far.
No, and Shay looking amazing so far. Gardevoir and Mew putting in a ton of work so far in these first few rounds that we've had today. And there's still plenty more to go. We just got finished with round 4. Round 5 is still waiting to be paired. And then from there, round 6, 7, that's where you start to get the real, like, actual win-in games.
Yeah, for sure. The next few rounds are so key to put yourself in that win and in position. Rounds 5 and 6 is where you start getting to that 5-0, 6-0. Start thinking about an ID possibly if you're 6-0 in order to guarantee that day 2. Of course, if you're looking to win the tournament, you want to get as many match points as possible, but it always feels nice to make day 2 at an IC, such an important stage here, and some players do choose to do that.
Yeah, it is one of the bigger tournaments in our season, and it is the start of our IC season, at least for this 2024 season. It's been great so far. A little hot.
Yeah. Yeah, Brazil is a little hot at this time of the year, and it's been especially hot this week, but we are managing, and watching these great games definitely helps with that. Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing perhaps Zorobox. I did see one that was doing pretty well so far, so I would not be surprised to see if Amy also got some good picks. And here we go. This is the meta share for day 1.
Kind of what we expected. Gardevoir EX sitting at the top, 17.8%, 224 decks, and then well kind of above the Charizard EX, Pidgeot EX decks, only just 202. And then outside of that, a big drop off for everything else, but that's just because everything can win this tournament. It's a pretty wide open format.
Yeah, certainly. It does feel like players defaulted to like safe picks with Gardevoir and Charizard for this event, and Chenpa and Giratina as well. We did see Roaring Moon have perhaps not the exceptional showing that we were all expecting from it, but Gardevoir and Charizard now being the top decks in the format after many people deemed them not viable anymore because of Iron Hands EX coming up. Now, I will say, Shay beat
really
you
mad. Yeah.
to the amp you very much. The first amp you very much on stream, you got beat into it.
Yeah, I'm very mad at him, and no, it's a great attack name.
Yeah,
love to say it. We haven't really seen much of it though, so it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the tournament shapes up and how these matchups play out. I got a chance to walk around a little bit outside during one of my breaks, and there is a lot of Gardevoir, a lot of Lost Zone Giratina up at the top tables.
Indeed, and Chenpa also featuring up there the inclusion of Iron Hands, giving the deck that extra dimension, that extra layer. We saw Azul utilize that in his favor in that very exciting series against Charizard, which usually a great matchup for Chenpa, but his opponent was able to navigate that very, very well.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at some tweets, some social media posts that y'all have been talking about throughout. And hey, look, that's us. Watching Jeremy and Tablon crush it in the booth definitely minimizes the sting of waking up at 6 a.m. to watch LAIC. Working on the cube, watching great games with a nice cup of coffee, not having to work today. How could this be better? Well, it'd be better if you were here, Xander. That's how it could be better.
That's how it would definitely be better. And look, that that pile of cards definitely looks way neater than my pile of cards back home. My closet is out of this world, like a mess, and I try to work on it, and every time I try to work on it, it just like, it feels like it ends up worse, because I find new things that I didn't remember I had, and then I start a new pile to sort, and then it just becomes very messy. So very nice looking cube right there by Sander.
Let's see, do we have any more? It does not look like it, so hey, always love to hear from everyone at home. Xander Bennett, great friend of us, so might as well. And it has been 4 rounds now. I do believe round 5 is paired, and we're wrangling the players together, getting them set up and everything. I think it's going to be a good one, Pablo.
Yeah, definitely. Hope we get a good match to cast. Very back and forth. We had some exciting games. We've also had some one-sided games. We've seen turn 1 wins as well. We saw Axelgor, which I'm pretty sure no one had in their bingo card for this weekend, other than very few people. So we'll have to see what other surprises Paradox Rift has in for us this weekend.
Yeah, and honestly, with that Axelgor, it's all thanks to Xander. You heard it from the interview that I did with Victor. It was his technology. He wanted it all the way through and convinced, what, 9 people to play it for this tournament?
Yeah, very impressive. And I mean, I definitely think Mew is a great pick for this weekend. The brand new basic Dark-type Pokemon gets released. No one pays attention to Mew. No one's playing Drapion. No one's playing Spiritomb. Therefore, Mew says hello, hello. And we saw the match played out perfectly. You don't even need Mew VMAX pretty much in that game when you have Axelgor. You can get it out, sure, to finish off the game, or when it's going to give you such a big advantage. However, you can play a game without Mew VMAX. Nothing forces you to bench that when you're up against Roaring.
Yeah, you just have that Mew V for free retreat, and that's all you really need.
Yeah,
Genesect to draw a bunch of cards, and Axelgor able to put in a ton of work against the Grass Weak Roaring Moon, and then of course Charizard EX as well. Power tablets get up there in damage, and even with asking and talking with Victor, he was like, yeah, I've played 4 different decks, a Charizard and a Roaring Moon, and sitting at 4-0 and looking to make another 9-0 run after NAIC last year.
Yeah, and that definitely talks about, like, number 1, deck creativity, also deck building skill, and also in-game decision skill, right? Just because your Pokemon happens to be weak to whatever your opponent is playing, that doesn't immediately give them the win, right? We see this happen all the time. We see Lugia beat Miraidon, despite Lugia being weak to Lightning. We see now Mew beating its Dark-type counterpart, so very nice to see how players can adapt through these weaknesses that decks have.
And the fact that you can add a 2-2 line of a Pokemon that's been out for ages, and it changes your 2 worst matchups into 2 of your best matchups. It's pretty crazy to think about, and the fact that how much the new set has affected this meta going forward, you're able to really kind of shake things up.
Yeah, and we were talking about the impact of November sets. Guess which Pokemon got released 2 years ago in November?
What Pokemon?
Mew VMAX.
Ooh.
Yeah, Fusion Strike did come out, I believe. Yeah, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Mew VMAX came out in November of 2021. As by the time March arrived, we got all the tournaments back and everything, and Mew VMAX has featured at the highest level of play ever since winning the last World Championships, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see Mew until it rotates.
Yeah, and it's been one of those things where you're saying this is the time now where people aren't really playing Drapion, or they aren't playing Spiritomb. Roaring Moon was the new hot tech, and Mew didn't do so well in Toronto just a couple weeks ago, and now I think this is Mew's tournament, but then maybe next weekend in Poland it's gonna be heavily teched for. Everyone's playing their Spiritombs, everyone's playing Drapion, and it kind of does the ebb and flow.
Yeah, exactly. And like, if you actually take a look at the raw numbers, the deck list that are published for the day 2 players, you can definitely see a shift in usage of especially Spiritomb, because not a lot of decks can fit the Drapion. It's also a little less effective in the sense that, sure, you get 2 prizes, but then it's also a 2 prize liability, and sometimes Mew is so far ahead that they can use that to finish the game, or you can use one Drapion to KO one VVMAX, but then how do you KO the next one, right? So Spiritomb a much more definitive answer to Mew VMAX, and you can tell. Mew does well, the next weekend there's a lot more Spiritomb in day 2. Therefore, Mew doesn't do as well. And then the next weekend, there's a lot less Spiritomb and a little bit more Mew. It's never been in the big dominating numbers that it used to have a couple years ago, but it's always there, and it seems like a lot of top players continue to go back to it because it's just so inherently powerful.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought Pokemon that can take one-hit knockouts, have damage modifiers in Power Tablet, and then, you know, just draw through your entire deck with Genesect and that Fusion Strike system.
Ridiculous draw engine, exactly. So pretty powerful deck overall. And there are other Fusion Strike Pokemon available as well, such as Excelgor. We've even seen Dreepy make an appearance in Mew VMAX deck, so that's really cool to see.
And of course, it's all thanks to Xander Peru.
Yep, Xander Pero, the campaigner behind me. Yeah. I would say Xander is Mew's biggest cheerleader.
100%. Yeah, it definitely excites me to see someone so passionate about a deck that they're really able to dive deep into the bulk box.
Yeah. So make sure you read all the comments and uncomments of each set in order to find those neat little tech cards that might have been overlooked by pretty much everyone, right?
Yeah. Here we see our beautiful venue yet again. All these players here to do one thing, and that's play Pokemon. And it is just great to see. We have a ton of TCG players. You see there, video game players, and then of course hiding over in the corner with the Pokemon Go as well. So,
do you see that Baxcalibur banner right there? Do you think that's foreshadowing a little bit what we're gonna see in the tournament? Because I know Baxcalibur is really good in VGC as well. I'm pretty sure it is now available for Pokemon Go competitors, so maybe Baxcalibur can do the triple this weekend, win all 3 games.
Well, listen, if it could bring some of the super cold here, I'd much appreciate it.
That would be very nice, yes. It would be very appreciated if an actual Baxcalibur got into this place and helped with the temperature just a little bit, right? Just a little bit. There we go, the focus on Baxcalibur. It's also such a cool Pokemon. When I first saw Frigibax, I was not impressed. But then when I finally evolved my Frigibax, I was like, wait, this Pokemon is cool.
Artibax?
No, but like eventually to the Baxcalibur. Artibax is also cool. Frigibax is like, looks a little wimpy to me.
Wow, how dare you, Pablo?
I have zero respect for Frigibax. It's also cost me so many games.
Yeah, that is
like
true.
Starting it on its own that I'm not care. But Baxcalibur wins me games.
Yeah, especially if you start the 70 HP 2 retreat.
Yeah, you're like, oh my gosh, why
I'm
am I
not winning this
card?
game.
Yep. Yeah.
And it has been a great week here so far in Sao Paulo. I got in Wednesday. Pretty nice. Enjoyed a bunch of food.
Yep.
Just hung out with a bunch of Pokemon players. It's really all these tournaments are, is amalgamation of all of us in a couple hotels and just enjoy our time together.
All of us who are very, very into Pokemon, right? Probably the biggest fans, I want to say, right? The most dedicated ones who travel all over the world to get some of this experience, which is fantastic. Like, I don't know how many ICs I've been to now. I've lost count, and it still feels magical every time.
Oh yeah, the stage, everyone here, just the amount of people that are here for this game. It's insane to think about. And of course, side events and food vendors and everything. You like to see it.
Yeah, the game has grown so much. I'm pretty sure the first LAIC would not have filled, or would have filled like a quarter of this room that we have today. Like, I'm pretty sure Masters were like 500, 600 players maximum, and probably didn't even sell out because that wasn't a thing before. But now the game has grown so much, the competitive scene has grown so much, and the prizes have grown so much. So there's never been a better time to start playing the Pokemon trading card game than today. I guess yesterday was a better time, but
Yeah.
today is the next best time.
Maybe when registration was happening. That's
That's true.
And then of course having video game here was not here last year.
Indeed.
They were waiting for the release of Scarlet and Violet. Now to have them back, it's always great to see. Video game, I have to admit, definitely gets a lot more hype than TCG some of the times.
Definitely, yeah. They are a much louder crowd. And the terrestrialization aspect of it has definitely added a new dimension. I dabbled a little bit on VGC myself, and it really, like, thanks to open team sheets, that's like a little bit more controlled, but like transforming your Pokemon into a completely different type to change your weakness on the spot, right? Here we have Charizard EX, which you know is dark type and is weak to grass. But when you're playing VGC, there could be a poison Charizard, a grass Charizard, a rock Charizard, a lightning Charizard, a ground Charizard. Just like take your pick. And each battle, there could be a different type Charizard that you face off against.
Why did you say like fighting twice?
I did?
Rock and ground.
Oh,
right?
there you go. There you go. Anytime you need like VGC coaching, Jeremy, just call me.
Okay,
You have my number. Right, we should be heading down to the table very soon as our players are setting up for this very special match that we have for you today.
Oh, look at them. There are our players. All right, here we go. Round 5 here in Sao Paulo. Douglas Borges with Hisuian Electrode V Cloth. I know you were excited for this one, up against Farley Kuba playing Gardevoir EX.
Indeed, what a very interesting matchup. I don't think anyone would have imagined Hisuian Electrode V all of a sudden becoming viable, but that Tantrum Blast attack for 0 energy. Yeah, that's not a misprint. The attack costs 0 energy, and then Cloth is also a pretty powerful card, and there's a lot going on in this list with a lot of cards that we have yet to see, both old and new.
Yeah, talking about spicy seasoned curry.
Yeah.
Not just one of my favorite dishes, but also a powerful item card in this deck.
I feel like we're going to be very hungry after this match.
I'm hungry now. Looks like both of our players are set up.
Gardevoir, pretty standard Gardevoir, does have the Scream Tail, does have Mew EX, does have Jirachi, so all the different techs. No Sasha V, however, which could be an important thing to keep note of. Double Avery could come into play, and double Collapse Stadium as well, so a lot of bench control for the Gardevoir player, and with no Manaphy over on Cloth side, because usually you're not fearing any Radiant Greninja play, but how about that Scream Tail?
Yeah, Scream Tail adds a whole new dynamic for this Gardevoir deck. We already saw Tord use it to great effect in round 2, and it has definitely taken Farley all the way to 3-0-1. Both of our players are 3-0-1 here for this round 5, so undefeated, but did take a tie last round.
Still put a pretty good record, right? Still very much on track to make day 2 for this tournament, but it'll be very important to get a win here, because another tie is probably not very useful to either player. Yes, we are about to get the action going. Let's head to the table in order to get this match started.
All right, we are having some technical issues, but we have a Radiant Greninja for Farley here. Has a Battle VIP pass. We'll be able to find 2 Ralts. Looks like, oh no. A couple Ralts prized along with the Kirlia.
Yep, a couple Ralts prized. Double checking what Hisuian Electrode V does, and now thankfully there's the Master Kirlia to hopefully help with the current pricing situation. However, I did not see it.
That was the one Kirlia prize.
That's the one Kirlia prize. All right.
This is worst case scenario for Farley here.
Oh no, it's actually in the hand.
Oh, okay.
It's actually in the hand. Yeah, we haven't seen the prizes yet, so we're gonna see the concealed cards. Multiple energy, available with that Fog Crystal and that other energy. Very important to get an attachment here, because if the Radiant Greninja does not get KO'd for some reason next turn, you will need to attach to retreat it. Could happen now and sacrifice a Ralts. However, that's not going to happen. We're gonna lose out on the Greninja, but have a pretty powerful setup of multiple Kirlias next turn over on their side.
Yeah, normally when you see a turn like that, you kind of feel a little good if you're Douglas here, but it is a pretty powerful hand with that Mirage Step already there. And now here we see the Town Store Stadium able to search your deck for a tool, put it in your hand.
Yeah, we do feature the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Attaching that to the Brute Bonnet will allow Brute Bonnet to poison both active Pokemon, and Hisuian Electrode will be able to do extra damage thanks to that. We're also playing the Radiant Hisuian Sneasler, which makes poison deal 2 extra damage counters during Pokemon checkup, which will allow that bonus damage to really stack up.
All right, and we are back finally. So here we go. We didn't really miss too much. Just those Ralts on the bench for Farley there. And there's that Town Store finding that Forest Seal Stone, able to attach it to the Hisuian Electrode V here and use Star Alchemy to get a card from the deck. Interesting to see what Douglas chooses.
I could see going for an Arven to find another tool card and a Battle VIP Pass. There is only one copy of Battle VIP Pass in this deck. There's multiple Nest Ball and multiple Ultra Ball. And you might be wondering, what does Clove have to do with Hisuian Electrode V? Well, both Pokemon will deal extra damage based on special conditions. Clove does 160 extra damage, and Electrode V does 100 times each special condition. Now, confusing your Electrode V usually not a great idea, because you will not be able to attack unless you flip heads. If you put your Hisuian Electrode V, you'll need the tool card that allows it to attack whilst being asleep. But dealing 230 damage for no energy, that's pretty good.
Oh, that's very good, especially because, honestly, going second seems like the best thing for this deck, just being able to take knockouts right away. And there we see, just like you said, Arven finds that capsule, and then a Battle VIP Pass. Battle VIP Pass finds Brute Bonnet and Squawkabilly EX. And Brute Bonnet with that Toxic Powder, like you were saying, can poison both actives with that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule attached. And now just missing the Radiant Hisuian Sneasler to really take the one-hit KO, but no, here's Escape Rope, gonna force a Ralts to the active.
Indeed, and we're gonna see Clove possibly attack, still missing a double turbo, could switch guard, yep, back into the Electrode, so all we need to find is the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to attach. Oh, it's already attached, never mind, it's already there. So that Ralts is gone.
Eventually.
Eventually. We still have more to do. We still have an energy to attach. We found a Hisuian Heavy Ball to check our prices. Another Cloth possibly could get benched. And this deck is very, very aggressive for sure.
Yeah, and after that Squawk and Seize, Douglas found the double turbo energy, attached it to the Cloth on the bench. And that's the real benefit of having a free attack that takes a bunch of knockouts early, is you can start setting up your Cloths just on the bench, ready to go.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw. We saw Hisuian Electrode take down this Pokemon thanks to Brute Bonnet. That's what Clough will want to do as well, with those special conditions dealing that massive, massive damage. And up to a very perfect start for Douglas, being one prize card up.
But this is where Farley wants to be. You have that Ralts in the active spot with that Mirage Step Kirlia in hand, 3 Kirlia in the deck already, so looking like a pretty good setup here. It's just, can you avoid the constant pressure of this Brute Bonnet and Hisuian Electrode?
Yeah, I mean, I think as a Gardevoir player, you always factor in the fact that you're going to start behind, right? 1 or 2 prizes usually, and then you try to take down multiple prize Pokemon with your very powerful attackers in order to compensate for that. So this is where Douglas will maybe regret a little bit benching that Squawkabilly X. Did need it, I guess, to finalize their setup, but 2 prizes from Electrode V, 2 prizes from Squawkabilly X could get a little bit dicey, but utilizing Cloughy X Clough as much as possible, not Cloughy X, that card is not good. Clough will be the main attacker, should be a main attacker, and try to force the most, or the most difficult response from Farley.
Oh, whoa. All right. Farley almost rare candied the active Ralts, but you need to Mirage Step this turn. Having those Ralts prized means this is the only way you can really play the game here. And we'll get out 3 Refinement Kirlia from the deck and play them right on your bench. Such a powerful attack.
Such a powerful attack, reminiscent of the Frogadier, right? With a water duplicate attack. Pretty cool to see. I love that Greninja, and I'm really happy to see Kirlia used to this potential. At first, no one was using this Mirage Step Kirlia. It was available from day 1 for Gardevoir, and no one was using it. And now I can't fathom myself not using the Kirlia.
Yeah, exactly. It makes such a big difference in decks that play multiple prize Pokemon, just because Gardevoir is really able to play a really great single prize game. Here we do see an Ultra Ball, discard Arven, and then another card to get that B-Barrel. It has the ability Industrious Incisors, allowing you to draw up to 5 cards during your turn.
Indeed, and this is Hisuian Electrode V is poisoned. Doesn't really mind that too much. Will be able to take another prize card thanks to Brood Bonnet's poison, and will be up 2 prizes, which is pretty standard, right? That's why you want to go second, get that early aggression, and it's going to be up to Farley to figure out a game plan to start getting back into this game.
Well, Iono is going to be a pretty big one here. There was a ton of Gardevoir in Farley's hand, to where now they're going to the bottom of the deck. Thankfully, a deck like Gardevoir does have a lot of shuffle outs. Fog Crystal, Level Ball, Ultra Ball.
Indeed. Even Douglas's own stadium could help Farley just shuffle up the deck, make sure that those Guardies do not stay at the bottom before we start using that refinement. And even though you're 2 prizes down, I think if you're Farley, you're feeling pretty good. You have energy in your hand to utilize concealed cards, and you have triple refinement. So you're going to see at least 9 new cards your top deck, and 8 more from the Pokemon on your bench. So a very powerful turn coming up here for Farley.
And with that Town Store, shuffles the deck, grabs a tool. And there is the knockout on the Kirlia. And wow, what a hand from Farley here.
Indeed, even putting back the Ralts and the Kirlias, all great cards to have available and to establish. Gonna shuffle up apparently before drawing. I would have liked to see the thinning of at least the Ralts here before starting to draw with concealed cards, because if you draw the Ralts, you're not really going to benefit from that Fog Crystal too much. Having energy in the discard pile is not the biggest priority here, because that Hisuian Electrode does not have a lot of HP remaining at this point in time, but thinning properly with the Luxurious Escape, and we're going to start with the concealed cards.
Rare Candy, Reversal Energy found. Those cards aren't really going to do too much with no Ralts in play here. Does find a Boss's Orders off the top with this refinement.
Also a Battle VIP Pass, great card to discard after your first turn. Essentially a free 2 cards at that point in time. Still no Gardevoirs, but that Avery is also potentially very powerful. Would remove a Squawkabilly from play, which is probably something you want to have. However, you could counter Catcher before you Avery, and that would also be a pretty powerful play, because anything that Douglas would discard would be pretty valuable, even the Hisuian Electrode V at that point.
The last refinement of the turn for Farley here. Does not really find what he is looking for, but already has that Ultra Ball in hand, so I guess the counter catcher here would have been pretty great.
I'm surprised that Fog Crystal didn't get played to thin the Ralt as well first. Definitely think that would have been, I mean, I'm sure we're going to see it. I just would have loved to see it before we started drawing a bunch of cards. But yeah, Gardevoir EX will be established, and I think you can easily attack with it this turn. It feels like it should be pretty safe, and that's one way you can compensate for this early aggression. If you attack and then your opponent has no way to take a return KO, that's really powerful. However, we see the Gardevoir EX get evolved on the bench, and we're going to see some Screamtail action, Jeremy.
Yeah, well, Screamtail is a way to take down that Squawkabilly EX on the bench this turn. He leaves that Roaring Scream with 8 damage counters on it. Does 160 damage, and that's exactly enough to take down that Pokemon.
So many cards being played, so much shuffling from Farley. And that's what Gardevoir does, right? Gardevoir doing Gardevoir things, getting all those Pokemon out. Feel like every time you draw something new that probably shuffles your deck, and it's very important to make sure you're doing all of that in a timely manner for your own sake and for your opponent's sake as well.
The only awkward part here is having to attach 2 energy with Psychic Embrace to the Kirlia. That means 4 damage counters that haven't really done too much, but there's the 4 energy on Screamtail. We could also see a boss's orders on something like B-Barrel, bring it to the active, and then take the knockout on Squawkabilly, but no supporter really played for Farley here.
Yeah, no supporter. I definitely would have loved to see that B-Barrel in the active. You have seen from your opponent that they do play Switch card. You haven't seen any other switching card just yet, but you can't expect too many. So maybe that B-Barrel could be a way to trap something and limit your opponent's options. However, perhaps when you go Iono plus Counter Catcher, that might be a little more powerful. Or you can just go Iono KO the B-Barrel, and that's even better.
And the fact that your opponent is playing for Arven, so pretty easy to find something like an escape rope to be able to get out of the active spot. So being paired with an Iono does sound pretty good.
Yep, exactly. Now we are seeing that triple Cloth on the bench. We're going to see small draw with the B-Barrel very soon here, but this is exactly what Farley wants. Yeah, he evened up the price trade at this point in time and is only using a single price Pokemon in the active. So as long as the Gardevoir EX isn't KO'd this turn, next turn Farley will be able to take the prize advantage.
Here we see the Iono. Both players are going to shuffle their hand, put it to the bottom of the deck, and then draw cards equal to their prize cards.
That doesn't really bother Gardevoir too much, right? With all the refinements and the concealed cards, no Path to a Peak stopping you from drawing extra cards. So Iono is not as effective as you would like it to be in this spot, despite your opponent having taken already 2 prize cards. And we do see the attachment, and we are going to see the retreats into the Cloth without energy.
Well, yeah, you can just take the knockout with the poison damage in between turns.
There you go. Yeah, that's exactly what Douglas was planning. You've clearly played this deck more than I have, Jeremy.
I just know how math works.
Okay.
Collapse Stadium is going to get rid of that Hisuian Electrode V, and then all of a sudden, Douglas now turns into a single prize deck here, and Radiant Greninja hits the discard for Farley.
Yep, no more 2 prize attackers for Douglas. Pretty good play for sure. Very, very good play. And now he is ahead by 1 prize card. His opponent can only take 1 prize card here, and that does signify that as long as Douglas can keep up this prize exchange, they should be ahead. The question is, can they keep that up?
Interesting hand from Farley here. Has a Ralts, has the Cresselia.
Ooh, okay. Cresselia gets picked up because of the Collapse Stadium. There we go. Yep. Now the Cresselia can be benched. With all Psychic Pokemon, that Collapse Stadium might have benefited Farley, because now you can attach all 6 energies to different Pokemon, or at least 5, clean up the damage on your board, and snipe guess who?
B-Barrel?
Yep, B-Barrel combined with an Iono, right? It's not Screamtail, but it's good enough.
Cresselia being one of those really good attackers against single prize decks in this Gardevoir deck ever since it really came to prominence.
Debating on whether to attach, not whether to attach. Well, I guess it was also debating whether to attach. And we're going to see that Iono very well done before the refinement, before the Shining Arcana, limiting Douglas's hand to 3 cards. And then I firmly believe we're going to see the snipe of that B-barrel.
Well, I believe he already used those abilities. They turned sideways.
Oh, yeah, that's true, that's true. I wasn't sure if they were from last turn. Yep. Pretty sure they have not been used. All he did was Iono, and now we're seeing the abilities. Or, I don't know.
Listen, it's important to keep track of your own board state here as well. Looks like it was not used, so here we go, 2 cards. Countercatcher Avery, not a bad combo.
Yep, Countercatcher on that Brute Bonnet, looking very, very good. And I can understand this double check to make sure that the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule does not provide for retreat. That is the Future Booster Energy Capsule. So trapping that Brute Bonnet in the active, which is not an attacking threat, and then utilizing Cresselia to snipe that B-barrel could be really good as we see the spread of the energy right here.
And this is the one benefit of having that damage already on the Gardevoir, I guess. Now you can start healing it off with this Moonglow Reverse. Move 2 damage from each of your Pokemon and move it to one of your opponent's Pokemon. That's exactly enough to take the knockout on B-barrel. No more draw power for Douglas here.
No more B-barrel, not a lot of switching cards. 2 double turbos gone, as well as we see the poison damage start to stack up, but getting an attack off feels like it's not going to happen this turn for Douglas after such a strong, aggressive start.
Has Beach Court in hand, but that Cloth is mighty heavy.
Mighty, mighty heavy. It's gigantic. Have you seen that thing?
Oh, yeah. No, it's insane. All right. And that is game 1 of Farley Kuba up 1-0 against the unlikely deck of Hisuian Electrode v Cloth here at LAIC.
And I mean, if Douglas had been able to muster a response there or an attack, splitting up your energies the way Farley did also is like a double-edged sword, because then you might not have enough energies to take down a higher HP Pokemon. Of course, Glove, even with the Bravery Charm attached, only gets to 170 HP, I believe, might be 180, but that's not a big ask for the Gardevoir player. But in other instances, sometimes spreading your energy too thin can lead to your opponent taking advantage of that and you not being able to respond to a much higher HP Pokemon, such as Charizard, or in the mirror match, even a Gardevoir EX. So it's just little things that are important to track down that I'm sure Farley, sitting here at 301 at the Latin American International Championships, is factoring into his play each and every turn.
It's always interesting to see the small variations in these Gardevoir EX decks, especially with this new set and this new meta that we kind of have been introduced to for this tournament. And the inclusion of the Mew EX, which Brent Tonneson was also a big fan of throughout the last few regionals. And it does put in a lot of work, but against a matchup like this, maybe not so much.
Yeah, certainly. It does feel like Farley went for a very standard list with his own touch for it, with the Jirachi, the Manaphy, the Mew EX, the Cresselia, the Screamtail, so basically covering all bases and having that versatility of Mew EX, not only as an attacker, but also perhaps if it comes down to a late game and you get Ionode, you are able to utilize that restart ability, which is really fantastic, and I cannot tell you how many times it has bailed me out, Jeremy.
Like 4 times?
No, I literally cannot tell you. Like, I have not been keeping track, but it's a lot.
Pablo's keeping a secret from me, I know. Anytime you're able to draw cards outside of your card for turn, it's gotta be good, right?
Yeah, it's beneficial, and combine that with a powerful attack, that's always fantastic, as we do see Douglas choosing to go second in order to make sure that he can be the aggressor. I wonder if Douglas will try to adapt here and try to set up double B-barrel to prevent a sort of situation that we saw in the previous game.
Here we see a Fog Crystal from Farley here. Looks like all 4 Ralts are in the deck. And 3 Curlia as well. Mirage Step could be in hand just like last game. It is not?
Seem like it, yeah. So we might be seeing a slightly different game this time around. With no Mirage Step, you really want to make sure you got all 4 Ralts into play, and that's definitely easier said than done, especially when you're not playing a supporter. Starting the Battle VIP pass is never easy. You do play a lot of outs between level balls, between fog crystals. I'm not a big fan of that level ball in particular, though. It doesn't seem like Farleib's hand is too good, but we'll go all in on this Mew. Yeah, risking it all to try to find that Battle VIP pass, or maybe a follow-up level ball in order to establish a cure lead.
This is a pretty classic play from Gardevoir players throughout the deck's entire existence, being able to just retreat to this Mew, use Mysterious Tail, hopefully find a Battle VIP pass, if not, like you said, just another Pokemon search to continue the game going. And oh no, Super Rod.
That's not the card you want to see, and this is where that choice of the level ball could be costly, because Farleib will only have 2 Ralts down, no access to Mirage Step, which I'm pretty sure if he did have access to Mirage Step, he would have just kept the level ball. And then whichever Ralts you knock out, I'll just use the other one to make sure that I can establish my Mirage Step. However, with no energy, that also could have been a little dicey, so we might be going for the restart here.
All right, Pablo, I got some bad news for you. Got a quick look at the prizes. Douglas, 2 Hisuian Electrode V, 2 Cloth, B-Barrel, and Radiant Hisuian Sneasler.
Oh,
that's 6 Pokemon in the prize cards.
That's 6 Pokemon in the prize cards. That's incredible. What are the chances? Yep,
like,
Douglas.
where are all my Pokemon?
Yep. I mean, does have a Hisuian Electrode to find those, but the attackers, right, the other Hisuian Electrodes, the other Cloths are actually in the middle and the top row, so accessing those could be a little dicey. However, you don't expect a big threat from Farleib next turn at the very least.
It actually might be a little beneficial here. You can use Luminion V, Luminous Sign, grab an Arven. Arven can find you 4 Sealstone, Escape Rope. Escape Rope can bring up a Ralts to take the knockout.
Well, I mean, but you also need the Brood Bonnet and the tool card.
Oh no, there's the Spicy Season Curry.
Oh, the Spicy Season Curry. There you go. See, it's such an uncommon card in decks. I did not recognize it from this view. And that's exactly what it's going for.
I love a good curry, so anytime I see it, I know what it is.
Yeah, we do see the Escape Rope, so one of the 2 Ralts going down and with no Mirage Step, that's going to be very problematic as we do see the prizes, which are quite something. Yeah, it's not very common for you to see 6 of the same type of anything in the prize cards, right?
Now Luminion V gets the 4 Sealstone attached to it. Spicy Season Curry. Hisuian Electrode V is burned, and then you heal 50 damage. We just want the burn.
We just want the burn, and you actually want to flip Tails so that the burn doesn't go away potentially for the upcoming turns. And there's a Tails flip, yeah? One of the few instances where you're very happy to see a Tails flip.
I'm still never happy. Artisan found 4 Farley here. We'll be able to find another Ralts, thin the deck out before something like that Mysterious Tail.
I would not be surprised to see playing a lot of the cards down to be able to restart for a couple of cards. You really need to find, or at least get close to an Iono. You really want to find a Curly as well, or at least a level ball. And drawing cards first before you use Mew's Mysterious Tail could actually let you dig a little bit deeper into the deck. If you draw 1 or 2 cards and then Mysterious Tail, you're looking at the top 7 or 8 cards, which is definitely a little bit better than the top 6. However, valuing not benching that 2 prize liability straight into the Mysterious Tail.
For me also, the grab of the Super Rod on the turn prior just is another card in your hand to clog up that restart.
Yeah.
But is that a fail off the Mysterious Tail?
There was a Battle VIP pass, just you definitely don't want that when I think we're going to see the restart for Mew EX. It's going to be for 2 if the Boss's Orders gets played, as a Stadium has already been played this turn. You can see the shuffle of the Ralts. I would not be surprised to see a Boss's Orders onto that Brood Bonnet, which does have that hefty triple retreat cost.
Boss's orders would also get rid of that burn from Hisuian Electrode V, so Douglas would need to figure out another way to get in an act spot and get another special condition on it before he can start taking prizes yet again.
Now, there is a chance that Douglas could just flip heads, right? And then the burn would go away, but this is definitely the surefire way for that to happen. And gonna choose Luminion, interestingly enough, instead of Brute Bonnet. And I mean, if you expect your opponent to only be playing 4 double turbo energy, it's still pretty hard to retreat that Luminion. So, and there is a benefit to, like, if your opponent has a double turbo and chooses to use that instead, that's one less resource they have for the eventual Cloughs. But things are not looking good for the Gardevoir player here.
Farley just passes the turn back, energy attached to that Ralts on the bench. And Douglas has that B-Barrel, able to try to draw in some cards here. Going to start with the Artisan, though.
Yep, getting that one Cloth that's available in the deck. Or, no, there's 2 Cloths actually available in the deck. 2 are priced, 2 are available. And we're looking for energy, we're looking for a switch card, we're looking for an escape rope. I do think, even if you're only going to B-Barrel for 1, I think you do want to do that first to give yourself the chance at finding an Arven, right? It's low, but what if you do, right? What if you do find the Arven? Then you can play that to guarantee the switching card and the tool card for Brute Bonnet itself, rather than relying on the quote marks luck of the top 5 cards of Colruy's Experiment or the next 5 cards of Iono, which you know your opponent's hand is not great, so probably not the supporter you want to play. As we see the B-Barrel.
Eyeing it down at Colruy's Experiment now. Now, this has been a supporter that has snuck its way into a lot of decks that don't really utilize the Lost Zone. Looks at the top 5, put 3 of them in your hand, the other cards in the Lost Zone. It's more just the fact that you get to make extra decisions. You get to see more cards. And a lot of the times in certain matchups, there's cards you don't even need.
Yeah, for sure. Those 2 resources, there's definitely times where you can get away with by not playing. And Douglas found exactly what he wanted, a way to switch out this Luminion, the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, in order to poison that Mew and get another KO with either Cloth or Electrode. Now he can choose.
The switch card does bring up the Cloth with that double turbo energy. So with Unhinged Scissors, we'll be able to take the knockout after that Brute Bonnet poisons both actives. Douglas now down to 4 prize cards, but we have seen this time and time again against Gardevoir. Me, unfortunately, as well. It is very good at mounting a comeback.
Indeed. However, when you have a Jirachi, you have a Collapse Stadium, and a Super Rod, it's going to get really, really difficult. Now, Douglas did choose to save Douglas chose the switch card over the Beach Court, which I was very surprised because your opponent is already struggling to do anything at all. If you keep the Beach Court instead of the switch card, you essentially get the same effect. Yes, you give your opponent free retreat, which they already have access to with the Mew EX, but you remove the resource of the Artisan, preventing them from getting more basic Pokemon out, as Farley is struggling to get something going here and will rely on that restart once again to get going.
That is the second Super Rod, and that's also the last Super Rod for Farley here. Plays down that Jirachi and restarts for 2. Manaphy, Reversal Energy, those are not going to do it. And honestly, I think we need to go to a game 3 maybe.
I think this is the perfect opportunity to be like, you know what? It's time for game 3. I'm not getting anywhere. And like, if you start attacking when your opponent has 3 prize cards left, there's still time to be able to do it, but it's not looking great, right? There's not even a Kirlia in play, no way to find a Kirlia. Didn't choose to get rid of the Artisan in order to draw an extra card with that Collapse Stadium. Not sure why we're holding on to that so much. Would have lost the Screamtail instead of if you discard the Jirachi, or vice versa, right? But it's an extra card. What if the next card is Iono? What if the next card is Avery? Yeah, both good cards to find. And now Douglas, who was running low on the attacker, slowly but surely getting to those extra cloths and getting to those extra Hisuian Electrode Vs in the prize cards.
Yeah, with each prize card you take, more Pokemon are going to get added to the hand for Douglas here. Does find a cloth with Ultra Ball.
Douglas is holding up boss's orders, so can definitely take something down that's better than this Jirachi. Mew EX does have fighting resistance, so would not have been able to take that down, but Mew EX is really not a threat, right? So taking down that Ralts, getting ahead, and denying resource. Now, imagine if the Artisan had not been in play. There would be only one Ralts remaining for his opponent as we finally see the Artisan get countered.
Town Store here going to search for the Forest Seal Stone. Already has used the V-Star for the games. Just thinning the deck out a little bit, like as you can.
Yeah, now that Forest Seal Stone does guarantee that at any point, Douglas can probably go after the Mew EX to close out the game. Very, very close to tying this up, and time's running out, so I would really like to see Farley be like, you know what, as long as I set up, I probably have an advantage. I should give myself enough time to set myself up and get that win. But I mean, we did see Tord Reklev win from an almost unwinnable position, so maybe Farley inspired by that and trying to make this incredible, almost impossible, yet not quite comeback.
Does look like we're switching a sleeve real quick here.
Yep, broken sleeve, make sure everything is in order. Always important to keep spare sleeves around just in case.
Town Store helping out Farley a little bit, finding that luxurious cape. Just having it in the hand, just in case.
Well, we see the first Kirlia hit the board on turn 4, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's not doing very well. Radiant Greninja will discard that reversal energy and just finally has an Ultra Ball here, but is forced to discard an energy. And yeah, it's
finally we see the scoop. Yep, could have found another Kirlia, could have drawn 2 more cards, but the writing was on the wall. Especially with that Forest Seal Stone down, there was definitely a Kirlia going down next turn as well.
Well, no, he already used the V-Star on turn 1.
Did?
Yeah,
oh yeah, that's true. That's true for the Arbit. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But still, just
about that. There was a boss in hand as well. So.
Yeah, a very advantageous position for Douglas there, and now going into a game of 3 where does Farley choose to go second as Gardevoir? Is that ever a possibility?
I feel like you definitely do, because you know your opponent's deck is very aggressive, and then you give yourself the possibility to have a stable setup, not only by the cards you draw, but also by potentially the supporter you play. And 3 copies of Iono, 2 copies of Avery, definitely cutting a few corners in order to fit the Manaphy, Jirachi, Mew EX, Cresselia, everyone, but it got him on game 1.
Yep, this is a replay of game 2 here, and it is just not much of anything for Farley. Douglas was able to get that turn 1 knockout going second, has the switch card found, takes another knockout on Mew, and again, just teleportation burst. Not able to do much against the Cloth, and then another knockout after that boss's orders. And that sealed up game 2 for Douglas here. Hoping to have kind of a repeat of how that game went in game 3. Meanwhile, Farley hoping to find another Mirage Step maybe. That Mirage Step game 1 was definitely insane.
Yeah, the Mirage Step being prized definitely dictated that game 2 and how it went for Farley. No access to Kirlias. I do feel like the Mew play was a little greedy in a way, and instead of just guaranteeing the extra 2 cards. But here we are, game 3, 15 minutes left in what is a battle of, I would say, like, they're not single price decks, but they are heavily focused on single price Pokemon.
Yeah.
Douglas has that focus on Hisuian Electrode V, does have the Squawkabilly and Lumineon V liabilities, if you will. However, does play Collapse Stadium to make sure that they're limited. So you could see a Cloth on Shiny Arcana battle. That might take a little bit more than 15 minutes to finish out.
Taking a look at the prize cards there, not too bad. It'll be interesting to see which player is going first here. And wow, yeah, it does look like Douglas is going first. Farley opted to go second here. I'm going to start things off with an Ultra Ball, discard Zinnia's Resolve, and I believe another supporter.
Yep, so we do need to reset those prices. We will start looking at what is in the deck, what is available. No more 6 Pokemon being priced, which is fantastic. For Douglas, we'll be able to be aggressive in that way, but I mean, I guess you only need 1 Cloth if your opponent just never attacks you, right? No need for all 4. Some sort of discussion happening at the table, so we'll figure out exactly what's happening very, very soon. Douglas was in the middle of a deck search with the Ultra Ball. I don't see the cards for the Ultra Ball. I don't know where they went.
Either, yeah. Not again, Pablo.
Not again, I know. All right, so yeah, I mean, maybe the discard is just off camera. Maybe that has to do with what stopped the play. We'll have to figure that out very soon here for you all.
No, I meant reset the Pokeballs.
All right, so Green and Greninja start, not the start you want to see. Haven't been able to take a look at Farleib's hand from this angle, but Cloth, yeah, who, be honest, if you are watching, did you expect Cloth to make an appearance? Did you have faith in Cloth? I know a lot of people are big fans of Cloth. It's also a very cool looking Pokemon, just as Bidoof. And yeah, I mean, those unhinged scissors can get pretty crazy.
Yeah, well, I just want to shout out my good old friend Drew Bennett. He's a big Cloth fan, and he knew exactly what was going to go on.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the deck was no secret, but the potential of it, right? The combo is there. How you utilize it, how you build your deck list. Have we perfected Cloth yet? I'm not so sure.
No, it does look like they are trying to see about something that happened in the previous game, so we'll keep y'all updated. But for right now, sit tight, enjoy the Cloth in the active spot, and Bidoof just munching on a tree.
What sort of treat? What sort of treat do you think Bidoof likes? Do you think Bidoof eats curry? I don't see Bidoof eating curry.
No. Something to help sharpen those teeth, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Some logs, Do you think Bidoof could eat Sudowoodo? Bidoof does evolve into a water type.
I guess it would have a good matchup against Sudowoodo, yeah.
Although Sudowoodo is not grass type, it is a rock, so perhaps not quite. I mean, it does have the type advantage once it evolves.
You mean fighting?
Oh my gosh, Jeremy. All right, if this were Pokemon School, it would get an F.
Listen, I only know fighting types. I'm a TCG guy, all right?
Fighting, ground, and rock. Do you wish we had more types in the TCG like we do in the video games?
Yeah, rest in peace to Fairy.
Yeah, I love Fairy Pokemon.
Looks like we are back underway. This card is a little off screen, so hopefully we'll get that back on screen for you. But this is the Ultra Ball. Douglas is eyeing down that Hisuian Electrode V. Has a Forest Sealstone in hand, so that could be a good reason why.
Yeah, I guarantee you get any card next turn that you need. Maybe the Bibarel. Actually, the Bibarel is already in the hand, so pretty strong start for Douglas. It's not like very overwhelming. They're not getting an attack off immediately, as we have seen in previous games. But we do see the pass. We do have 10 minutes left on the clock, plus whatever I assume they will add a little bit based on this pause we just had. And seems like for Leib's start, not that great once again.
Yeah, you could say that again. It's the concealed cards did nothing for Farley here.
Yeah, reading the Hisuian Electrode V once again, just to double check to see if the Greninja would be possibly going down. or if the Mew EX is threatened as well. The Mew EX would require both Poison and Burn for Hisuian Electro to be able to take the KO on that, and the self Poison and Burn, not even on the Mew. As we see a defensive boss play to try and delay Douglas's attack. I'm not sure I super agree with that, just because you can retreat Bidoof easily, and Glove, you need the same energy to be able to retreat. You also need the Brute Bonnet to attack. We do see the switch card immediately, but a little bit of hesitation on who to promote. And with the Ultra Ball in hand, that Radiant Greninja could be in trouble here.
Oh, yeah. There's the Industrious Incisors drawing up to 5. Radiant Hisuian Sneasler. And still has access to that Forest Seal Stone.
Yep. Can go Ultra Ball for the Brute Bonnet, can Forest Seal Stone for the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. And thanks to Radiant Hisuian Sneasler's bonus poison damage, that Greninja would be getting knocked out during Pokemon Checkup with just the right amount.
Lying down what looks like Luminion V here. Luminion Code could go ahead and grab that Arven and still do the same play. Grab that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule along with the Nest Ball. Nest Ball grabs the Brute Bonnet, and just like that, 130 damage thanks to that additional poison. As long as that Radiant Hisuian Sneasler comes down.
Indeed. Very important to bench that. You definitely have the bench space for it, as we see it just now, and we see the KO. Very, very nice. Definitely explaining the effects here to make sure that everything is very clear. And we are 1 curry away from Douglas winning this round.
Insane to think about. Farley has no sign of Ralts anywhere in the hand, just to draw an Avery for the turn.
Yeah.
That's just 3 cards.
Yeah, it's just 3 cards, so you gotta be really good cards here for Farley, because we're getting very close. And with the curry guaranteed thanks to the Forest Seal Stone, they need to hit a basic Pokemon right here, right now. Ideally more than 1, and would that even be enough? 1 Ralts found.
Oof, no. I don't think it's going to be enough at all, because with that Forest Seal Stone, you can start Alchemy for a boss's orders. Just take down that Ralts on the very next turn.
Jirachi also found, so not too bad. Energy attachment on the Jirachi is a little funny looking, but nothing in the hand for Farley. So seems like those 10 minutes could be enough.
Going to use the Charge Energy attack to thin the deck out a little bit. Search your deck for 2 basic energy cards, put them in your hand. Not really what the Jirachi is used for here, but you got to thin this deck out just so you can draw the cards you actually want to draw.
Yeah, maximize your chance of hitting even the Mirage Step. If you hit the Mirage Step here, that might save you, but in a very dicey situation here for Farley. And I feel like Douglas has a very easy and clean play of Forest Seal Stone for boss. Knock out that 1 Ralts. What do you do from there?
Try to find more Ralts, but it's not going to be good.
There's a fly. Why is there a fly? Why does it follow us, Jeremy?
It's the same one.
I know.
All right, Nest Ball grabs a second cloth here. Just thinning the hand out so you can get the most out of your Industrious Incisors. As the Town Store.
Looking for a Bravery Charm, make that cloth a little bit sturdier. Hasn't used the Forest Seal Stone yet. We're definitely going to draw cards first with Bibarel. If you find the boss, you get to save that Forest Seal Stone. But I don't foresee any situation where that Ralts lives beyond this turn.
From the 5 here, a couple supporters, Arven, Iono, but not the one you really need. So Star Alchemy finds that boss's orders. Boss's order is going to be used to bring up that lone Ralts on Farley's side of the board. And this is not looking good for the Gardevoir player.
Indeed. Very strong start here for Douglas. Incredibly weak start for Farley. Not even Mirage Step. Kirlia can save you now. Down to this top deck. What is it? A Battle VIP pass. rough day for Farley. just not working out for him at this point in time.
Not at all. Gonna Town Store here. It's not really gonna do much. I think the one tool is already in the hand in Luxurious Cape.
Yep, already there, so nothing else to search for really. Just double checking what's left in the deck. Could counter a Stadium, could search for more energies with the attack. Will collapse Stadium to remove that resource for Douglas. Trying to get somewhere with the restart, but just not going to happen. And then after you use Jirachi's attack, less of a chance that you actually use restart. That charge energy attack, that was definitely not on my bingo card either to see being utilized on stream twice.
Yeah, me either. It's definitely Douglas's game to lose here, already having a ton of pressure. And the fact that your opponent just does not have a board at all.
Indeed, I would love to see Douglas just be more aggressive and just call the attack.
Yeah.
No need to play extra cards. No need to use up any more seconds than you need to. Just make sure you're 2 attacks away from winning this round in what looks to be a very tight game. Just get there. Yeah, what are we thinking about? We need to attack. Maybe set up the second B-barrel, sure, right? Play extra safe, but try to do it a little bit more quickly so I have enough time to secure this match.
Ultra Ball and Forest Seal Stone were the cards grabbed with the Arven, and they're going straight to the discard along with Nest Ball to find that second B-barrel like you were saying, or not, just failing the search. For Ultra Ball still does need a shuffle though, so just trying to get cards out of the hand for Industrious Incisors. I guess the one thing you're looking for is just some double turbo energies just in case.
Yeah, I mean, the other B-roll is priced, I just noticed, so that's the reason why it's not being played. We're going to see a Hisuian Heavy Ball as well, so lots of actions that are eating up valuable seconds. I mean, with 3 prizes down and a Mew EX in play, you can win if you get to time and you get those extra turns, right? So it's still looking good, but what better way than to have even more turns available?
And I don't believe Douglas actually revealed the Hisuian Electrode V with that Heavy Ball, just put it face down. So
yeah, we
know
need
to get to reveal it, but we do know it was a basic Pokemon. It was a legal target.
Yep, just needs to be revealed to his opponent whenever they have a chance. Mew top deck, we're gonna see a Mysterious Tail. So far, Lieb, honestly, living by the top decks, but I don't think, like, Gardevoir is good at making comebacks, but it's not this good.
Not at all. Mysterious Tail does find a level ball here.
And an Ultra Ball. So could go for the Ultra Ball in order to thin the hand. Chooses to go for the level ball, however. Establish 1 Ralts, but 1 Ralts at a time is not going to get us anywhere.
Was there a possibility to find the memory skip Ralts and just start using that?
I mean, sure, that's actually pretty viable. Douglas's hand is pretty big, so you'd expect him to have access to his switch cards and his escape ropes. He did burn a Arven last turn, but we do see him holding one of those escape ropes. Now, the issue here is, as mentioned with the time and whatnot, now there's 2 single prize Pokemon that will probably be promoted before the Mew EX, so it's going to be at least 3 more turns before Douglas can probably win this game, and the clock is ticking, Jeremy. The clock is ticking.
Just under 4 minutes to go in this match, but Escape Rope will force Farley to make a tough choice. Does bring up the Mew EX, and with this, it's probably going to be over.
Yeah, we do see the Spicy Curry. We do see that available. So for the first time on stream, I believe, we're going to see that Spicy Curry get played, burn.
Don't forget to heal off the 50.
Yep, we need to heal the damage on that Hisuian Electrode B. That's one of the benefits of eating the curry, right? You burn yourself, but you get full in the belly, therefore you're healthier.
Yeah. And with that Brute on it, poisoning both actives. This Hisuian Electrode.
Iono, I feel like Iono would not be a good idea here. You've seen Farley do nothing for so long. So I don't think healing that damage, we could see a Rare Candy Gardevoir, and we need to heal that 50 damage from the Spicy Curry. There we go. Finally,
so 10
doing it.
damage, then 20 with the poison, and then 20 with the burn.
All right.
I think it should be at 40, but it's all right.
All right. Now we have the Mew. Douglas down to 1 prize card remaining. Can Farleib stall this out somehow? Like, can he prevent the loss? There's no more high HP Pokemon. Everything gets taken down by Hisuian Electrode. Other than, I guess, a rare candy Gardevoir, and then you get return KO, but then Brute Bonnet just poisons the Clough, and Clough will do enough damage to knock out that Gardevoir. So I think the writing's on the wall, and Clough will come out victorious from this match.
Yeah, Countercatcher is in the prize cards, so just one way to bring up that B-Barrel, and Hope and Pray with an Iono is not available. Here we're seeing Ultra Ball eyeing down that Shining Arcana Gardevoir. Farleigh does have a rare candy in hand.
Yep, so that could be the way to go here. Did promote the Mew, so we'll need to attach in order to retreat, but game is on board, right? Farleigh could Iono down to 1 and somehow play a stadium that would prevent B-Barrel, which does not exist, and Douglas still already has the win in his hand. Let's see, another rare candy for good measure, and I think that's going to be it, Jeremy.
Yeah. Still got the Shining Arcana. And with the math, the reversal energy should take the knockout.
Yep, it would
still
be
burned, right?
Yeah, it's still burned, and the poison, right? 150 damage plus 50, that's 200, plus the 10 from poison. Don't even need the burn. That will be a knockout, and ooh, the Luxurious Cape will actually allow Gardevoir to survive this hit by Clough. So perhaps counting on Douglas getting a little bit ahead of himself. We need to promote before time runs out, otherwise Douglas will be turn 1 rather than turn 0.
Oh no. 3 seconds to go. Come on, Douglas. Draw your card.
All right, so time, as long as the timer is accurate, time has run out now, and therefore there will be no turn 0. Douglas will be turn 1, Farleigh will be turn 2, and Douglas will be turn 3. So I guess in the end it works out for Douglas regardless, but this is what I was talking about. That turn that took 2 or 3 minutes, when you could have just gone draw, poison yourself, attack, KO, all those extra actions, that's an extra 1 or 2 turns right now to just make sure you can get that last prize card, which Douglas cannot accomplish right this instant. Can maybe get there, does require a way to retreat, a spicy season curry, all of those good things. Yeah, so it is possible, just not very likely with what we have right now.
Douglas does promote that Clough with that Bravery Charm. Does have that second B-Barrel along with the double turbo energy, so we'll be able to attack at least.
Yep. Like that attachment. You don't need to win this turn, you have 2 more turns, but if Farleigh is able to evolve once again, they are holding a rare candy in their hand, so I love this Iono. Try and prevent from there being a high HP Gardevoir EX. That's the one Pokemon standing between Douglas and victory this round.
Off the Iono, Farleigh's hand doesn't look too good. A few Pokemon search cards, but something like Fog Crystal, Level Ball, not really what you're looking for right now. I guess it was Battle VIP, but that's not Level Ball. It's even worse.
Double Spicy Season Curry, I believe, in hand. So debating on how to approach this. Still has the B-Barrels to be utilized. Does have a switch card as well. So could deal 230 damage with Hisuian Electrode instead of 170 with Clough plus the poison. That's plus the burn. That's up to 200. Oh no, the burn itself. It's not to Gardevoir. So 210 damage incoming. We do see the boss's orders for next turn. So if there's no Iono, the writing's on the wall on that Mew. but there could be an Iono. With double B-Barrel, you don't mind that too much, but that's one of the reasons why like you draw the boss and you're like, dang, if now they Iono me, I lose that resource.
Yeah, it goes straight to the bottom of the deck. There is 3 copies in the list. Douglas has been using them throughout this entire game to target down those Ralts. And there's the heads. No more burn for Hisuian Electrode V.
When was the last time we saw the burn and poison markers utilized? Like, I don't ever recall seeing the burn markers utilized on stream.
Well, listen, one of my favorite decks, Galarian Wheezing Eternatus VMAX, used poison a lot.
Yeah, poison for sure, but
not
burn.
with the burn, yeah.
When was the last time we saw burn?
Well, I mean, a classic of poison and burn is the Flareon Ariados back forever
back
ago.
in 2006?
Yeah, yeah.
When streams did not exist. Yeah, so Luxury Escape giving a little bit of life to Farley. This is their last turn, so it's quite impossible for them to win this game. Their one salvation is Rare Candy Gardevoir EX, promote that, and hope Douglas cannot deal with that massive 310 HP. We do know Douglas has that boss's orders in hand, though we do see an Iono. Getting Rare Candy plus Gardevoir EX, not an easy task. 1 Rare Candy is down. We only play 2 copies of Gardevoir EX, so can that happen for Farley? And then Douglas still has that extra turn to find the boss's orders. However, there's the card you were talking about, Jeremy.
Yep. Energy on that Ralts. Memory Skip is a way to kind of just prevent Douglas from attacking for a turn. There's the Lost Vacuum getting rid of that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule.
Yeah. No more easy poison, so Douglas now, if the first attack of Electrode gets memory skipped, now they need to find a way to switch out that Electrode. So a double turbo, a beach cord, all those options will be fine, but they also need to find the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule that was just removed by that Lost Vacuum that we just played.
I'm not sure if I like the Artizone here because it gives Douglas an out to shuffle the deck to put that boss's orders back in range of drawing with those Industrious Incisors.
Yep, that is very, very true. An important thing to note, I mean, Farley has no way to know that the boss's orders is available already, or was available in the hand, to see the Iono down to 1, so it does benefit Douglas, but when you're not playing with perfect information like we sort of are for the most part, that card thinning the Ralts increases your chances a little bit of the Rare Candy Gardevoir EX. I feel like Rare Candy Gardevoir EX is even better than Memory Skip. It takes away a lot of the outs. It's not just any switching card, any stadium, even any energy, right? Oh, we're having a little bit of discussion here, just double checking.
I think Farley was asking if the Ralts was just come into play this turn or not. I don't believe so. It was already in play the previous turn.
Yep, it's the other Ralts that was just played this turn. So no Rare Candy Gardevoir. We're gonna see the Memory Skip denying Electrode V's Tantrum Blast. And it's up to Douglas to find not only an energy, a way to self-poison.
Well, Colress's Experiment off the top, along with the boss's orders in hand. Oof.
Right. We got Artisan first, thin the deck. However, now that you need the tool card, right, which there are 2 at the very top, now that you need the tool card, maybe I didn't want to shuffle, right? Because you know the cards at the bottom are not the tool card. There is an energy at the bottom, so Douglas might have been considering that, but I mean, there are plenty of combinations and outs, right? And Arvin.
2 energy Escape Rope, Arvin. Those are all outs here.
Yeah. The tool card is the difficult piece, though. Escape Rope is not good enough at this point in time. We need that tool card. That's the difficult card to find here. There's plenty of ways to get that Electrode out of the active spot, but we need to find an Arvin or the tool card, and we have double Industrious Incisors, and we have potentially Colress along with Arvin to pull this off. So
there's also Spicy Season Curry. Be able to.
Yep, but you still need an energy, right?
Yeah.
So you need a combination. There's one of the pieces.
And the Arvin as well. So this should lock it up for Douglas here.
No Arvin.
Oh, it was Iona. Okay, it's a little bit different.
So that was the first B-Barrel used. There is another one available. No bench space for that Cloth, so at max it's going to be an Iono, a B-Barrel for 1, and Iono to 1 for yourself, and then B-Barrel 4 is 1 less card total than if you B-Barrel into the Colress, so definitely not, we don't want to do that. And there we go, Brute Bonnet off the top. We need an energy, we need a switch card, we need an escape rope. Any of those will do the trick, Jeremy. Do we find them?
5 cards off the top. There's the energy. And with that, Douglas Borges wins round 5 up against Gardevoir with Cloth Hisuian Electrode V. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? A lot of players probably, right? It is a deck that was being seen in the online tournament scene heading into LAIC, but I think most of us, or most people, yeah, including myself, thought of it more of as a meme, right? Like, Cloth is just such a goofy Pokemon. Like, who can take Cloth seriously? Well, now we all have to.
Yeah, now we all have to. You know, it reminds me of another deck where people just thought it was a joke and not really that good. Regigigas.
Oh, well, I mean, I was #1 Regigigas believer. I played it at the World Championships. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, sometimes these cards can definitely surprise us, right? And Cloth certainly has. But I do feel like Hisuian Electrode V was the star of the show, right? Hisuian Electrode V does do that little bit extra damage to that Mew EX. That was able to seal the deal in this match.
Yeah, that you saw that turn 1 knockout. Thanks to that, this Radiant Hisuian Sneasel along with the Brute Bonnet and that Hisuian Electrode V. And then, of course, once you start taking those knockouts, they just keep rolling, especially if your opponent is not able to get the namesake card set up for his deck in that Gardevoir EX.
I do have to give Farley props. They did make it as difficult as possible for Douglas to win that game on the last turn. And that's sometimes what you need to do, right? In order to get that little bit of extra point from the round, make sure your opponent requires as many cards as possible in order to actually beat you. And that Luxurious Escape, which was in Farleib's hand the whole time, ended up almost allowing him to squeak out with a tie instead of with a loss. But Douglas also sequenced perfectly, found their outs, knew what they were doing, and were able to win off of that Colress.
And this is why the card is in the deck. Just more ways to try to just draw off the top of the deck, especially when it's so thin towards the end of the game. Double Turbo Energy was the card found, retreated, and able to take the victory there. It could be well positioned. I think out of a lot of the decks, Hisuian Electrode V Cloth has a pretty good Gardevoir matchup.
Yeah, it seems like it's decent. And then you have the grass typing of Hisuian Electrode V for Roaring Moon and Charizard. You have the fighting typing as well against potential Arceus V-Star decks, against Raiden, right? And you're a very powerful, sturdy, single-price Pokemon. So I think we gotta respect Cloth a little bit more, or at least I do.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, definitely start testing against Cloth, because I feel like after the showing, it's gonna get a little bit more popular, and I would not be surprised to see a few up in day 2.
Yeah, and be sure to follow our channels, Pokemon TCG on Twitch and Pokemon on YouTube.com, so you can stay tuned for all the other tournaments we have going on throughout the season, not just LAIC.
Feels like the season is just beginning, right? We're maybe a third of the way on our way to Worlds. Still plenty more Pokemon to be played all over the world too.
Yep. Good Dance next weekend in Poland.
And Melbourne, I believe, in Australia.
And Melbourne. Oof.
Yeah,
All
double
right.
event next weekend.
And I'm sure everyone playing in those events are going to be glued to the screen for this weekend, trying to figure out how this format's actually going to shape up.
Yep, I'm pretty sure. We mentioned how LAT will be the trendsetter. Yeah, Cloth stocks just went really high after this game. I'm a fan.
Listen, I already forgot to buy my Hisuian Electrode Vs, and they already went up like 500%. So
yeah,
Yeah, we'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah, get your Hisuian Electrode Vs now. You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah, Shay will do the predictions of Gardevoir winning the entire event, but for this, cards will go up in price. That's basically my my prediction.
All right, Clough. I was not expecting it. I genuinely was not expecting it.
Well, I think a lot of the players here too aren't also expecting it. The Hisuian Electrode V was read multiple times during that match. Just like, free attack?
Free attack, yeah. It had been a long time since we saw those free attacks for sure. Like, I think they were first introduced, and once again, I'm showing how old I am, in the Diamond and Pearl series. I think that was the first time where we saw the no energy cost, right? Those gray spots in the Pokemon, and they've been in and out of the TCG. We've had some very powerful attacks that are free. Chatted, one of the big ones, with a Mimic attack, and now we have Hisuian Electrode V, which when it first came out, no one really paid attention to, but I'm sure now people are paying attention.
Well, speaking of people paying attention, let's go ahead and take it down to the stage where you can hear from Douglas himself and explain all about this awesome deck.
Okay, so now I'm joined with my hero, Douglas, currently undefeated with Hisuian Electrode V. So my first question to you, Douglas, is how are you feeling right now after that win?
I'm very tired and exhausted.
Well, you've still got a lot of good few rounds to go. So my second question, I should say, Douglas, is how did you settle on this deck?
Based on meta, I started to think of how to beat Charizard and Horimoon and the full deck of the meta right now.
Okay, love that. Were there any sort of 61st cards or any extra cards that you wanted to play but you couldn't due to deck space?
Defiance Man, maybe put in the deck earlier, but it lacked space and I couldn't.
Fair enough, that makes sense. Are there any decks that you're really looking to not play this event?
Golden Gold, definitely Golden Gold.
Fingers crossed then. So, Douglas, what are your goals for this event? Because you're currently doing very well. What do you want to accomplish?
I want to go to the top, 32, 16, and above, and let's go.
Yeah, let's go, let's go. Right, my last question for you, Douglas, is have you got any tips for anyone at home that want to play your deck? What tips would you have for them?
Practice a lot because it's a tough one.
I think that's good advice that we've heard quite a lot on the stream today. Practice, practice, practice. And if you do practice, maybe you'll end up like Douglas here, undefeated at an international championship. But right now, we're going to kick it to a quick break and get back to the action as soon as possible.
Hello, we're break. Good to be back and great to hear from Douglas himself about the deck. Hopefully we can see him later on in the weekend, maybe even on Championship Sunday. Wouldn't that be a treat?
Wouldn't that be a treat? Seeing Clough carry the carry the trophy with his claws, yeah, that would be incredible.
And of course, not the only incredible thing we have this weekend, we have a giveaway that we have been promoting all day today. It is that special illustration rare Iron Valiant EX, a card that we still haven't really seen perform on stream just yet, but it is one of those very powerful cards from Paradox Rift.
The attack and bits ability is fantastic, and you can use it too if you use Paradox LAIC code on PTCG Live. And I mean, look at that art. It's not as cool as Clough, but it's really darn cool. I'm a big Clough fan now.
Yeah. Hey, it takes that much to win you over then.
Yeah, Iron Valiant DX, definitely we have our eyes on a couple that are doing well. They're not quite fully undefeated. but they continue to do well. We could be seeing them on stream sometime soon. Not the most dominant deck so far, didn't even make the graphic in terms of popularity, but it is out there, it is being played, and it's certainly a very powerful card. I do feel like its right partner is still coming in the near future.
Yeah, a lot of people have been testing a wide variety of Pokemon with this Iron Valiant. You were saying Klefki earlier, there's the Jolteon VMAX, there's Entei, which seems to be one of the most popular ones, is Entei V. We'll have to see how it shapes up, but an ability like that, just having a quick attack as well for 3 energy, 200 damage, it's not too bad. And the fact that it is very easy to pair with other cards, this could be a card we see going on in the future for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Doing a little bit of extra damage. How many times have we seen players come up short by 1 or 2 damage counters? Tachyon Bits fixes exactly that. You do have to center your deck a little bit around the ability to really get the most out of it. But in something like Lost Box, perhaps you're only playing 2-price Pokemon, or as a dedicated deck with a powerful enough partner, because Tachyon Bits is really good at dealing with Ralts, dealing with Manaphy's, dealing with Jirachis. But when you get to that Gardevoir, when you get to the Gardevoir EX, when you get to that even Radiant Greninja, it starts to get a little dicey. But paired with something like Entei, paired with something like Rapid Strike or Shibu VMAX, and then a little bit of Yoga Loop Spice in order to get back-to-back turns, it definitely has something to say.
Alright, well it looks like we are getting ready for our next round, so we're going to do a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We're going to have a round, what, 6 coming up?
6?
Ooh,
round
we're
6.
We're flying by now. Alright, stay tuned. Welcome back to Sao Paulo, Brazil, home of LAIC for this 2024 season of Play Pokemon. I am Jeremy Jallin, joined yet again with Pablo Meza, and we have our round 6 coming up, and I believe our players are already set up, so if we're ready, let's go ahead and take it down to the table and introduce our next round.
Indeed, we have Pedro Pertusi against Thiago Ricardo, a very interesting matchup for sure. We have the, I feel like, veterans of the format at this point. Rapid Strike Urshi VMAX along with Inteleon VMAX against the newcomers, or some of the newcomers, in Charizard EX and Pidgeot EX. So no big Paradox Rift Pokemon in this matchup quite yet, but I think we're in for a good one.
And some fun facts. Thiago, recent father of twins.
Congratulations.
And congratulations. That is a lot of work.
A lot of work, yep. A lot of work for sure.
Meanwhile, Pedro has known Thiago for a long time.
Always nice to play against friends, and you get to do it on stream. That's pretty cool. Now, we didn't see anything too impactful priced, I think, for either player. One Pidgey and one Pidgey DX price for Pedro could come into play, but as long as you set up the other one, Thiago's damage output is definitely not super high to be able to like really threaten that Pidgey DX too quickly. So I think you're fine with those prices, but setting it up might be a different story, right? Because you have half the pieces available for you.
And here we go, our round 6 action. And Thiago starts with that Remoraid in the active spot.
Indeed, now that's 70 HP Remoraid, an interesting choice as it is not a Rapid Strike Pokemon, so it does not have free retreat with Tower of Waters if that ever comes into play. It's mainly there to evolve into Octillery, so probably not the biggest of deals, and that little bit of extra HP could be useful against Sableye in a certain matchup, but I feel like that's already such a good matchup that interesting decision. Yeah, it is a Remoraid from Paradox Rift, so I guess I lied when I said we weren't seeing any new Pokemon from the new set.
There's Jirachi and Pedro's side of the field too, or side of the deck, but here we see another Ultra Ball. So first one grabs Squawkabilly EX, second one grabs Inteleon V, and having to discard an Octillery in hand already, but does have that Rapid Strike energy, and we're going to see a Squawk and Seize. No high five, but 0 cards discarded, draw 6 cards off that powerful turn 1 ability.
I really like Thiago's play here. Very straightforward, no hesitation. This is what I need to do in order to set up. This is what I need to do in order to refresh my hand. Sure, I'm going to lose the resources, but I'm more focused on the resources that I'm actually gaining off of this Squawk and Seize. And now that Octillery discarded with the Super Rod being prized could come into play a little bit, but that's why we have the second copy. So the prizes hopefully not coming into play, and we're going to see the matchup play out in full now. Aluminium start for Pedro, though, not what you want to see.
Not at all. Only having 1 copy of that Lumineon V in the deck, but is going to start things off with an Arven that's going to be able to search for a Battle VIP pass and that 4 Seal Stone, so at least the Lumineon is a V, so it can utilize that Star Alchemy from that tool.
Yep, there is that small benefit of starting the Lumineon V, and once again, based on Thiago's deck, the Lumineon V is actually not super threatened, and Pedro does play a way to pick it up, I believe. Actually, no. There's no Penny. There's no Professor Turo scenario. There is a Professor Turo on the other side, however, so this Luminion could actually end up being a liability. Pedro choosing to run something like Jirachi instead of this recovery to protect from those damage counters. Not a fan of Jirachi and Charizard, honestly. Once you evolve, you're not really threatened by Sableye.
Yeah, not at all. The one big card in this matchup, looking at the list, is going to be a card that we haven't really seen very much, and that's going to be that Technical Machine Devolution. When your opponent's trying to rare candy all of their Stage 2 Pokemon in play, if you're able to get some damage counters on them with that Inteleon VMAX and then get a big Devolution out, you're going to be taking quite a few prizes and stick Pedro with just a bunch of useless Stage 2 in hand.
Yeah, and this is definitely something that was not available to this deck before. You'd have to go through those humongous HPs of Charizard and Pidgeot, 330, but now all you need to do is get 6 damage counters on them, and then all of a sudden, they're not threats anymore. Yeah, you get one less prize card in that regard, but you have to deal so much less damage that it's definitely worth it, and any Pokemon can do that attack. Even Squawkabilly, even Remoraid, even Manaphy can do it.
Instead of a Rain Splash? What? Now, the one awkward thing about Tiago's turn 1 is he did opt to discard that Octillery with an Ultra Ball, the second Ultra Ball. Granted, you were going to discard the entire hand with Squawk and Seize anyway, but in the prize cards, there's the other Octillery and the Super Rod. Normally, or at least in the past, we've seen these lists play something like a Clara, but looking through, I do not see a Clara, so with that one of Super Rod, it's pretty much it.
And it's prized too.
Yeah.
Now, this might be the time where that Tower of Waters and the Paradox Rift Remoraid actually hurts Tiago, as that Remoraid will not be able to retreat. Did not find any evolution, so probably wasn't planning on attacking or doing anything really significant. That retreat that just happened is not possible. Tower of Waters, the Remoraid, is not a rapid strike Pokemon, so we see that immediately come into play, and perhaps that 70 HP is not worth it.
Having already attached for the turn as well, so can't just attach a water to the active and retreat into something like that in Inteleon V. And a little bit of a misstep for Tiago there. And again, you were calling it out from the moment that Remoraid was flipped over as the starter.
I tend to think myself as a psychic Pokemon in some ways. All right, tried. Yeah, so is that 10 HP worth it? Probably in some cases. I feel like Tiago did that so naturally that it was probably more on the thought of this is the extra HP and not really thinking on the benefit of the free retreat. I feel like after what just happened, he might be reconsidering his choice, but a little too late.
Could also be like, I'm going to build this deck last minute.
Yeah,
I forgot the Remoraids at home.
Definitely been there, done that. Playing the suboptimal Marip in Raidan because I didn't open any Scarlet and Violet, and therefore had to play the 70 HP with 2 retreat costs.
Meanwhile, Pedro has been having one amazing turn so far. For a Seal Stone, allows the Rare Candy Pidgeot EX. Here is the quick search, eyeing down what looks to be a Professor's Research, maybe an Arven, but yeah, with the way this hand is, just a Charmeleon. It's going to be a little awkward to discard that Charmeleon too, though.
Yeah, definitely an awkward discard with that Professor's Research. Not easy to find all the pieces that you do need. Seems like Pidgeot could be an attacker, but okay, that evolution does mean that there might not be an attack happening this turn.
Lost Vacuum will get rid of that boss's orders and allow that Tower of Waters sent to the Lost Zone. And there's that Professor's Research. Discards a Fire Energy. And Pedro's getting a new hand here. Finds another Charmander. That's going to be pretty good.
Yep, another Charmander, very important. And it's also very well protected by this Manaphy right here. So we need to deal with that first before we can deal with those Charmanders. And I think Pedro might actually be considering the Technical Machine Devolution. Might have to do with the fact that they're friends and they know each other's lists. But yeah, only one Charmeleon though. Only one Charmeleon in the list is definitely trouble for Pedro in the long run.
Well, Tiago did draw that technical machine devolution, but is starting things off with a Melanie. Gets that third energy on that Rapid Strike Urshifu V on the bench. 3 cards to the hand. Does find that Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. So we could see at least a Gale Thrust here.
Yeah, Gale Thrust for 150, essentially sentencing that poor Luminion would be pretty good. No way to pick it up, no way to remove it from... Well, there is a collapsed stadium, actually, so that could be the way. And you can search for it with Pidgeot, so that could fully nullify the damage that Tiago does this turn. Tiago would have loved to find, or can actually still find, the Intellium VMAX, use the ability, put 2 damage counters on the bench, transfer them up to the Luminion through Radiant Alakazam, and that's how you're able to deal that perfect 170 damage. Now, is that what you want to do this turn? Probably. You get ahead into prizes, but dealing with that Charizard that is evolved through Charmeleon is a little bit harder. That 100 HP from the Charmeleon could be problematic.
There is that Intellium VMAX off of the Ultra Ball. Energy attached to the active Remoraid, and now you can retreat that to that Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. Earthen Vessel is going to discard Echoing Horn. Not really a card you're going to be needing too much right now, at least. Grabbing 2 water energy.
Putting back that Luminion into play could actually been pretty fantastic, but you need to deal with it now before it gets collapsed stadium that way. I feel like because these players are friends and they know each other's lists, I think that's factoring into some of the decisions that we are seeing. Collapsed stadium is not a commonly seen card in Charizard EX, but we have seen Penny and Professor Sturo, so all of that factoring in, and we just saw the second best card from Paradox Rift, Earthen Vessel.
You're never going to let me live that down, are you?
Not quite.
Well, there is that double gunner, 2 damage on that Pidgeot EX, 2 damage on the Manaphy, but opts not to use the Radiant Greninja to move the damage to the active.
I would have loved to see that damage or that damage be transferred to the Luminion. I mean, it is a big ask, I guess, of the Pidgeot to go for that collapsed stadium and have the Charizard and start dealing damage, but I really would have liked to see that. Now, another interesting inclusion in Pedro's deck for mirror matches are those gloves, the justified gloves for the mirror match. I'm sure they'll come in handy because there's a lot of Charizard here.
Not just for Charizard, but also Roaring Moon EX as well. But here we see the first Charizard EX hit the board for Pedro, using that Infernal Rain to search for 3 fire energy attachment to your Pokemon any way you like, 1 of the active so you can retreat, and then powering up that Charizard itself. And then now you got an Arven to go along with it. Nest Ball and Forest Heal Stone look to be the cards. Nest Ball could go ahead and find you something like that Radiant Charizard, and then quick search for the collapsed stadium like you were saying, and that will get rid of those free 2 prize cards.
Pidgeot V works just as well. You are able to get rid of that as well. Though against Tiago's deck, you actually would love it if they attacked it and then shuffled it back with Vanishing Wing. That would actually be pretty powerful. I'm pretty sure someone who's 5-0 at LAC will not fall for that silly trick, right? But it is something that does open up in case your opponent forgets about the ability.
Now, interesting, the quick search did find Rare Candy here. Already had the collapsed stadium in hand, though, so perfect turn from Pedro Bertuzzi here. And now dealing 180 damage thanks to that Burning Darkness attack from Charizard EX.
Indeed. Maybe Tiago was potentially valuing a lot more dealing with that Manaphy and then having Urshifu deal damage to these 2 Pokemon and have the TM Devolution take those down in that way. However, I really would have liked to see those 2 prizes because you do power up Charizard's Infernal Rain attack. However, that's not super scary yet because they're still 2-shotting you each and every time.
Tiago played down a 5th bench Pokemon, unable to yet because of that collapsed stadium. So Pedro reminded them, hey, this needs to be back in your hand.
Also trying to use Medicham to attack the Manaphy instead of the water energy with double gunners. That was pretty funny to see. And is holding the Professor Turos in hand, but no Octillery, I think, is definitely being a little annoying for Tiago. We're going to see the damage be transferred from Manaphy to Pidgey, and we could see the Devolution TM get played this turn, Jeremy.
I think we might. You could also just damage the active and then next turn use that technical machine to de-evolve all of Pedro's Pokemon.
Yeah, that G-Max Spiral could be really good. That's probably better, yeah.
And again, you're not taking prizes, so you're not boosting that Burning Darkness just yet. And when Charizard EX, it's a very good card, but when it only does 180 damage, it's kind of easy to play around.
Indeed, 180 damage, not as impressive as you would think it is. And now you have leftover damage to transfer to the Manaphy, get that ready to get KO'd if you want to next turn, and then you'll be able to take these two knockouts along with leaving Pedro's board pretty bare bones.
There is still that Charmeleon on the bench, and no damage on that. So it could stick around for a little bit. There's another rare candy in Pedro's hand as well, so kind of expecting that de-evolution.
Yeah, could be playing around that. Has that one turn. I feel like evolving into a Charizard would be the best way to do so. It's like, okay, you devolve, you take 2 prizes. Here's another Charizard that you now have to deal with now. Pedro might be choosing to get a couple prizes before that happens through that boss's orders. However, what was just taken down? Oh, the Remoraid. The Remoraid went down this turn, so no access to Octillery for Thiago in the upcoming turns.
Well, there's no access for the Octillery in the first place.
Right, but now there's definitely that you could top deck it, right? So there is one Octillery left in the deck. One is in the discard, Super Rod's not available, but there should be another one available in the deck. As we do see the Yoga Loop. Another play we do have is, transfer damage to the Manaphy, get an extra turn.
Oh, this is busted.
This is really good. Pedro's board is about to get demolished.
And there is that Yoga Loop, 2 damage on that Manaphy, taking the knockout, allowing Thiago to take another turn here. And you can't use Yoga Loop again this turn, but who needs to? You're going to be able to de-evolution and take 2 prize cards more if you want.
I'm really wondering, I don't recall exactly what Pedro searched for, but I would have loved to see the Charizard just evolve, right? TM Devolution only takes the highest stage 1 Pokemon from the field. So if you take away the Charizard EX, you just re-evolve and you continue to apply pressure. And now the Professor Turo's gone, so really would have loved to see that card search. I'm not exactly sure what they searched for. Maybe the boss to chase down the Remoraid, which the one thing you know is that your opponent doesn't have an Octillery in their hand because it hasn't been played at all so far. Now, pretty powerful turn coming up for Thiago with that Technical Machine Devolution.
And being able to de-evolve each of your opponent's evolved Pokemon by putting the highest stage card into their hand. It is essentially the same as an old Ancient Technical Machine Rock.
Yeah, the very, very old Technical Machine Rock, which I'm very familiar with. Very powerful card. Devolving Pokemon, it's a strategy that we haven't seen in a very long time in the Pokemon trading card. I feel like the last time we saw Devolution be relevant was with Espion EX, which is a big, like a long time ago.
Yeah, and back when it was uppercase EX.
Yeah, uppercase EX Pokemon. Now, we are seeing this combined with an Iono, so limiting Pedro's options as well. We see a Hisuian Heavy Ball get played to just double check on the prize cards that we already know are there. A Tower of Waters, an Energy, Octillery, Rapid Strike, Urshifu VMAX, and Earthen Vessel.
Thiago just going through the motions, trying to get set up for the following turn now. This Metacham able to put in a ton of work thanks to Yoga Loop and that powerful Technical Machine Devolution. We see another Inteleon V hit the bench for Thiago, so maybe a second Inteleon VMAX on the following turn. Gonna move off a couple damage, save as much damage as possible.
Yeah, we already have more than enough to knock out that Charmander. Gonna transfer a little bit to the Charmeleon, and now Yoga Loop is the attack that can't be used this upcoming turn as it was used the prior turn, but Medicham can still attack as we see an escape rope. Oh, we do have the Tower of Waters for free treat. No worries. That one, I'm not sure. Maybe Tiago thinks that they can't attack. Maybe I'm wrong on the Yoga Loop. And it's Medicham that can't attack.
You can Sky Uppercut.
Right, you can Sky Uppercut, right? So that escape rope, I do not understand why that was played at this point in time. Maybe thinning, but I feel like you're...
Just save the resource in hand.
Yeah,
but
save the resource.
Honestly, with the way this game has gone for Tiago already, it is all Rapid Strike all the time right now. Pedro is going to need a lot of help here. Has an Ultra Ball off that Iono. We'll be able to find what looks like the Radiant Charizard. Nope.
Nope, just a Charmander. Did Pedro have a lot of Charizard EXs prized? I don't recall so, right?
Well, it doesn't matter now. One's in hand.
Yep. Now, TM Devolution does not stick in play after it has been utilized. It does get discarded, so Pedro will be able to potentially evolve into a Charizard EX that now went to the bottom of the deck. However, Tiago could potentially, now that the bench is free for the taking with no mana fee, could actually, I mean, even just a boss's orders. Is there a boss in the list? No. The escape rope, right? If there was an escape rope, we could escape rope the Charmeleon into play with, I mean, there's only one of Irida, so a lot of one-offs in this list. Probably not very likely to do, but now this extra damage could be important.
Well, there is the energy retrieval. 2 water energies back to the hand for Tiago. He's going to double gunner number 1, only getting 20 damage because there's only 1 bench Pokemon. But might as well get the damage while you can.
Pedro very smartly did not play down the Charmander even though they went for it, therefore minimizing the damage that double gunner can produce on the bench Pokemon, and therefore Radiant Alakazam is less of a threat. And if Pedro's able to establish 1 Charizard EX, because Tiago's damage output is not very high, and that hand from Iono is not too good either, it could be difficult to close out this game. If Pedro just limits their bench, right? Limits their bench as much as they can and makes Tiago deal with a Charizard EX, it could get dicey here. No attack either.
Tiago just passes the turn back to Pedro. Pedro has Ultra Ball in hand, already has the Charizard EX in hand to go along with a Super Rod. So we will see potential attack off here. I guess, how many fire energies has Pedro gone through?
Yeah,
at
least
least 5.
Lot. We are seeing quite a few, but is holding the Super Rod as well. So pretty good turn for Pedro, and despite things not looking too great, I really like putting this Luminion back. I mean, you've seen your opponent has gotten rid of 1 Echoing Horn. There's always a chance that there's a second copy, though very unlikely. But having an Ultra Ball into Luminion, into the game-winning boss potentially after you attack or your opponent takes prizes, and you can afford to lose that Luminion if it really comes to that, right? Tiago's still sitting at 3 prize cards, and therefore Pedro can still lose a Luminion and probably would welcome it, because then you're one-shotting those high HP VMAX Pokemon with Burning Darkness.
Exactly. Ultra Ball here, discarding Ultra Ball and Vitality Band. Maybe thinning the deck down a little bit more. Is this where we see the Luminion?
I imagine so, yep. I'm guessing you go for a boss to just take 2 prizes this turn. Eyeing up the Arven for Counter Catcher, which works just as well, right? Essentially a better boss in this situation because you get to thin your deck by 3 cards. Arven, the Counter Catcher, and the Justified Gloves at the same time. And once again, Pidgeot can go back, you minimize the damage, and if this Luminion goes down, there's no real harm to you.
And here is the Counter Catcher. Pedro debating on what to actually bring up. does opt for that Metacham and will be able to take a knockout, so no more Yoga Loop, at least for the foreseeable future for Tiago here.
Yeah, and with no artillery in play, which we would love to have here, then it's hard. Yeah, not finding energies has double battle VIP pass in hand at this point in time, which obviously are useless and can only pass the turn. So Pedro now in commanding position, even has the Temple of Sinnoh to deny the usability of the Rapid Strike energies. I think we're about to see a pretty good comeback here, Jeremy.
All right. We usually don't see Temple of Sinnoh too much now, especially in this format. But it is going to be something that could really come in handy here.
Top decking, Rapid Strike, Intellion, VMAX, no more Stadium, no more free retreat. That Intellion is stuck in the active spot and is about to go down.
Somehow Pedro was able to just take game one, and the lack of artillery has led Tiago to just running out of steam. And wow.
Wow, indeed. Now, no fault of Tiago of pricing that other artillery, but not having the Rapid Strike Remoraid available might have been very costly. It definitely made Tiago miss at least one attack, and then Tiago opted not to knock out the Luminion, which was immediately discarded through the collapsed Stadium, which meant Tiago essentially lost another turn and also lost the Echoing Horn. If Tiago had been able to knock out the Luminion earlier, that would have put him at one prize card, and then maybe through the Echoing Horn, along with the play that you did, you would have been able to clean up the game and get the last prize card. But that collapsed Stadium was the MVP for Pedro.
Oh yeah, just already having access to it in hand as well. Was able to quick search for a card that didn't even really matter. You already have everything that you would ever want to clear off that Luminion, and then having the Super Rod to put it back in the deck later on in the game, along with a couple fire energies, and closing it out in exciting fashion.
Indeed, and Pedro didn't even play too much around the TM Devolution, right? Which I'm sure if you're playing against a deck that spreads damage, it's something that you should always expect to see. And yeah, just didn't bother evolving into that Charizard EX, knew he would find the time to do so. And the IO nodes were ineffective because Pedro had not taken too many prizes just yet and was able to sweep with a single Charizard EX.
Looks like a mulligan from Pedro here. Now, at least with both of these decks, I know both players want to go first.
Yeah, for sure, both players would like to go first to be able to get that initiative, right? They don't require too much setup. They don't need full benches in order to accomplish their best strategy. Pedro can get away with a single Charmander and a single Pidgey. Tiago can get away with a single Rapid Strike Urshifu and an Intellion V. So the fact that you don't need to really have a wide bench, really get all those Pokemon out on turn 1, ready to evolve them on turn 2, does mean they do have an inherent advantage going first, because they will be the first ones to evolve and the first ones to be aggressive.
Third time's the charm for Pedro here. No
basics. This always feels awful. Like, you just want a grindy game one. It took you a lot of effort, and now you're just handing extra cards for your opponent, who is now choosing whether they go first or second, and they're gonna have a really good setup when they start with 10 cards in their hand, potentially more.
And for those of you at home who are watching and have no idea what's going on, it's basically you need a basic Pokemon to start in your hand, or else you just have to shuffle it in and redraw, and your opponent gets to draw an extra card for every time that happens. So Tiago getting 3 extra cards to start this game off, most likely going second, so no possibility of an Iono to put those cards back on bottom. Or no, going first, sorry.
Going first,
yeah. Lost the first game, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so definitely a possibility of the Iono, but by that time it might be a little too late. We see Battle VIP Pass, we see Remoraid, we see Radiant Exam, we see double Intellion V start, so I don't think Thiago would mind the Iono at this point in time. And as we see the prizes, the Squawk could have factored in, but with the extra mulligan cards, definitely not a big deal. And then Pedro does have that Radiant Charizard and a Boss's Orders at the top. Both of those cards could come into play if the game does get to that later stage. There's no Hisuian Heavy Ball to unlock the Radiant Charizard, and there's only so many copies of Boss's Orders and Counter Catcher in the list. So both of those cards, if we get to that stage, could factor into play.
After that Battle VIP pass, finding Remoraid and the rest of the Pokemon, Rapid Strike Urshifu V gets that Rapid Strike energy attached to it, so threatening a big G-Max Rapid Flow on the next turn, and it's going to force Pedro to find a Manaphy.
Yeah, we really want to see a Manaphy, we want to see a Charmander, we want to see a Pidgey, we want to see all those good things on the bench in order to really help out, right? They are easy targets at some point if they don't evolve quickly. That 50 HP Pidgey is such a liability as well. I'm very surprised Pedro chose to play that Pidgey. I feel like the amount of time that you call for family is so low compared to the times where Charmander and Pidgey together are the perfect numbers for Sableye. Now Pedro is playing the Jirachi, but you can just play the 70 at 60 HP and then you don't need Jirachi at all. I feel like Charizard is definitely a deck that shouldn't be relying too much on that. But we see an Iodo instead of the Arven for the second Battle VIP pass, and we are about to see that call for family right here.
Yeah, Pedro is showing you.
Pedro is showing me why Pidgey is making the cut in these deck lists.
I guess the one bad thing would have been if he just drew 3 basic Pokemon.
Yep, that would have sucked. All right, so we do see the call for family. Search your deck for up to 2 basic Pokemon. Probably an extra copy of Pidgey, assuming the active probably is going down. 1 energy away from going down. Not a big deal. Eyeing up the Pidgeot V as well in order to have access to that Forest Seal Stone, and because it's definitely not threatened at all by Thiago's attacker, even has fighting resistance. However, decides to go for a Charmander, and oh no, never mind, hasn't chosen yet.
Yeah, is eyeing down that Pidgeot V and that Pidgey. Looks like those are the 2 cards of choices for Pedro. And you mentioned it a little bit ago, but does have access to that Jirachi. It was prized last game.
Yep.
But it is one of the ways to stop Yoga Loop from Metacham V.
Yeah, Sableye Stellar Veil does not only stop Sableye, I mean Jirachi Stellar Veil does not only stop Sableye, it does indeed stop the damage counters from Yoga Loop, and therefore if you're not taking a KO with Yoga Loop, you are not getting that extra turn now. No more Professor Turo for Thiago as he discards that, I believe, or is that just a regular research?
That's a Professor's Research.
Oh, okay.
Professor Turo edition.
Okay, all right. So can get a little confusing with all these arts, but so Professor Turo scenario for recovery of a VMAX still available. Is it better than Cheryl? Probably, right? Because you can pick up Radiant Alakazam. You lose the energies anyways, right? But it could let you double Gunner as well if you pick that up, as we are seeing exactly that, and we might be seeing a pretty powerful turn here for Thiago.
Unfortunately, has the Technical Machine Devolution in hand and is going to have to discard it if he wants to use this Professor's Research. Yeah, looks like that is going to be the choice. Had the option for Luminion to play it down, maybe get something like a Melanie, but you're not seeing as many cards.
Indeed. Now, does find the Forest Seal Stone, so we'll be able to pull off anything that he wants really, and with no Jirachi, we might be seeing the Yoga Loop happen right here, probably eliminating that Manaphy from board, and then G-Max Rapid Flow will do its thing.
It's just crazy to think about. 4 Sealstone, Star Alchemy being used. Finds the Octillery. Octillery will be able to find the Rapid Strike energy, and this is going to unlock basically the entire deck for Thiago. What he was missing game 1.
Indeed, we're going to see that Manaphy get KO'd immediately by the Yoga Loop, and then we're going to see that followed up by probably knocking out both Charmanders, right? Because I guess you don't have to worry about your opponent's Charizard EX deck if they have no Charmanders available to them at all.
You just have to remember to move the damage counter to the Manaphy. It looks like just that.
Yep, just one. Only need one, can save one more on the Charmander, and then if you find access to a couple basic energies, you could even, I think we could see a board wipe basically, as we see the extra turn from Yoga Loop immediately for Thiago.
Already having that Rapid Strike energy on that bench, Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX means just a single water will be able to allow Gmax Rapid Flow to take a double KO on Bolt Charmander, like you were saying, and Thiago starting off with an Irida, that's going to guarantee it almost for sure. You have Earthen Vessel, you have Energy Retrieval. Pick your poison.
Yeah, pick your poison indeed, and the energy is not only useful for double gunner, you get the Gmax Rapid Flow. I think Thiago will be able to tie this series up. Both Charmanders going down will be pretty detrimental. Has double gunner as well, so could also take down a Pidgey by moving 1 damage from the Charmander to the Pidgey, can then double gunner twice to that 50 HP Pidgey. I cannot emphasize how much that probably matters. And then you snipe the double Charmanders on the bench, and that's it.
Oh, wow. Searching for the Echoing Horn here. Remember, it is a Rapid Strike card. A lot of people forget about that.
Unlike Remoraid, it is a Rapid Strike card.
Too soon, too soon.
Right, don't want to put back that Manaphy though, for sure. That would not be a good idea. As we see another Ultra Ball, more thinning, more Paradox Rift, Remoraid off the Ultra Ball, and yeah, Thiago's about to have a really, really good turn. I guess if he spends both energies on double gunner, then he will not be able to knock out the two Charmanders. Surprised that he's targeting those two. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, that knocks out the Charmander, and now you knock out the Pidgey and the Charmander. There you go. Thiago is smarter than I am, figuring out the exact damage counters on the fly. Perfectly well done, and yeah, that's it. Like, what do you do with a Pidgeot V and a Pidgey?
Go to game 3?
I would love to see Pedro go to a game 3, in the sense that, you know what? Yeah, I really want to win this series, and by having the most amount of time available for game 3, that's how I accomplish it. A tie is not bad for either player, right? They're still very much in the running. They're also very close already. They will have essentially 3 win-in-ins for day 2. Of course, they would love to lock it up by round 7, but you're still feeling pretty good at 5-1 if that's the case.
To be fair, though, nothing is guaranteed in the game of Pokemon. Pedro playing an Arven now, finds a rare candy and that 4 Seal Stone. 4 Seal Stone will be able to be used with the Pidgeot V. Wrong Pidgeot.
Yeah, I cannot attach rare candy to Pidgeot V. That would have no effect, but we go for the 4 Seal Stone card. We have the rare candy Pidgeot now, which is pretty safe, right? Pretty safe to do this. Technical Machine Devolution is also gone, so Pedro will be able to stabilize. Could also, there is a world where if Thiago is essentially baited, if you want to think about it that way, into 1 more KO, all of a sudden, 1 Charizard EX could sweep here with back-to-back knockouts on VMAX Pokemon. So maybe I'm counting Pedro out a little bit too early, as I tend to do.
Well, here is that quick search. Going to find a card from Pedro's deck, put it in the hand. And it was a Charmander, so Pidgeot V shuffling back into the deck thanks to its ability. And Pedro left with just that Pidgeot EX and that Charmander.
Now, granted, if you've played against Rapid Strike decks enough, you know that they rarely, if ever, they play boss's orders, right? However, there is that one of Escape Rope, so that's why I wasn't a big fan of Pedro putting that Pidgeot V back. I'm not sure if we've seen the escape. Oh, it's right there.
Yeah.
There you go. It's right there. So if you have the escape rope, you're protected from precisely this play. And you pull that off with Urshifu VMAX attaching the energy, and then all of a sudden, with the Echoing Horn, you can potentially win. If you have a Melanie, you can also potentially win this turn as well. I don't think there is one available at this point in time in Thiago's hand, so plenty of ways for Thiago to win. Is not going to go for the Urshifu route, which I really wish he would. Yeah, just attach the energy, play the escape rope, free retreat, 150 to the Charmander, and then you're 1 energy away, which you can search for, right? And there's the escape rope. But I'd love to see a Pidgeot get promoted here.
Inteleon VMAX in the active, though, will be able to take the knockout on the Charmander. And I know there's a lot of time, but I would love to see a concession here from Pedro, just so we can maybe conclude a game 3.
Yeah, now Pidgeot V does have 210 HP, right? So it was even safe. If you leave it on the bench and they double Gunner into Radiant Alakazam, moving 2 damage counters to it, that's 6. And then you escape rope, it gets promoted. You hit it for 140 because it is fighting resistance, so that's your most powerful attack. And then it's 10 HP away from getting KO'd. So that could have been Pedro's safe haven, right? To prevent this Charmander from going down to the escape rope. Now we are going to see the Echoing Horn putting, no, don't put a Charmander back, put the Pidgey back. Oh no, what?
Oh, wait, are we going to just knock out the Charmander right here? Is this just game?
Oh, is it game? No.
No.
Oh, is it the 60 HP Charmander?
It is a 60 HP.
Oh, okay. There we go. Fair. So it did work out. Yeah, there was the play available to win this game. I did not realize from this angle that it was a 60 HP Charmander.
I don't know if Tiago had a second water energy in hand.
He did. He played
the vessel
energy
retrieval. Okay.
Yeah, he had the energy retrieval from the last turn. So double Gunner into Painful Spoons into knockout the active. All of which would have been prevented had the Pidgeot V stayed in play. I mean, the game would have gone on for 1 more turn, but if you get Tiago to take 1 prize card and you have a Charmander remaining, that's your window of opportunity. They've taken 5 prize cards. Your Darkness attack is doing 330 damage. All of a sudden, you went into attacks, and what does Tiago do about that? Yeah, not much. I mean, you have to imagine Tiago would have maybe played around that in some way. Maybe just left 6 damage counters on Charmander, hit the Pidgeot for a little bit, and then not played or not done the Echoing Horn play. But I don't know. By putting the Pidgeot back, you close that door.
And this was the big moment in game 2, the double Gunner. And Painful Spoons moving the damage over, Yoga looping the Manaphy, and then having everything needed, thanks to the Earthen Vessel, to be able to G-Max Rapid Flow, along with taking another knockout thanks to Painful Spoon's double Gunner. And Tiago just showing how good this deck can be when you actually get set up.
Yeah, when you get those triple VMAX into play, and I think that was a key missing part in Tiago's game 1. He just, for the first 2 turns, he didn't do anything super significant. Wasn't able to strafe with Urshifu to get that little bit of damage onto Luminion that would have then allowed him to knock it out with the follow-up attack. So those little things, right, can make or break a game of Pokemon, as we see both players start game 3 with 10 minutes left or less on the clock.
Now, it was a pretty fast turn from Pedro there. Going first, has double Charmander, Pidgey, and attached a Fire Energy to the active Charmander. And now Tiago going second has the classic strategy of Irida finding Battle VIP Pass.
The good old classic. Now, Remoraid, probably the water type Pokemon from the Battle VIP Pass. I guess he must have grabbed the Inteleon as well. Did not have that immediately. 3 Pokemon out, pretty good setup, and this deck really wants to establish the Remoraid. We do see the Forest Seal Stone being utilized immediately for another Battle VIP Pass to just get the full Battle Strike experience. Rapid style experience, not Battle Strike.
You tried.
I tried, yeah. It's confusing with all these styles and ancients and features, and it's just so much to keep track of sometimes.
Now, Radiant Alakazam and that Metacham V were the cards found off that second Battle VIP Pass. The bench is now full. Water Energy on the Rapid Strike Urshifu V and a pass of the turn.
That energy essentially asking Pedro, hey, you have your Manaphy? But we're going to see Call for Family. not a great hand for Pedro right here. And I guess this is where Golfer Family is really good when you're dead drawing, which you're always hoping you're not in, right? So eyeing up, what is that, the Pidgeot V? Or I guess checking the price cards just to ensure that everything is available. Nothing too fancy in the hand. Is that the Manaphy, the illustration?
Yeah, it's the
Manaphy? It is,
Manaphy.
right? Yeah.
So Manaphy and Pidgeot V are really the only cards you can grab.
Yeah, Manaphy and Pidgeot V. That does mean if the Pidgey just goes down, right, then it's going to be difficult for Pedro to really stabilize because, I mean, a Rare Candy or Arvin top deck does it, but what do you do after? With no Pidgeot EX, that's usually how you keep your deck running the whole time.
There was a little discussion. I was trying to see what was going on, but I think everything's cleared up.
Yeah, about the Jirachi, when it was played and whatnot. Jirachi does stop the Yoga Loop, which has been pretty powerful against Pedro. Almost won game 1 for Thiago as well. And Thiago with a really, really powerful hand. Interesting decision for him to make. Do you establish the Octillery, super out back the 2 evolution Pokemon and then get a clean research? Or do you just evolve and hope you find the Octillery anyways? Or do you just disregard and set up the Octillery and keep one of the evolutions?
Looks like that was the choice, getting rid of that Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX.
Yep.
Does find the Octillery. Octillery with its Rapid Strike search can search for any Rapid Strike card from the deck, put it in your hand, and then with the Inteleon VMAX in the hand already, to go along with that Professor's research, it's going to be a big turn for Thiago possibly.
The 7 fresh new cards has the energy guaranteed thanks to the Octillery, has potentially the double gunner available, the double gunner available as well, which is gonna be pretty fantastic here for Thiago. So if you're gonna finish a game with 6 minutes on the clock, this is how you do it, getting multiple prize turns. And Thiago does have 2 hurls to go through. Both the Manaphy and the Jirachi are in their way of Thiago essentially getting multiple prizes over multiple turns, but definitely very close to accomplishing it thanks to the cards he found just now.
I think the one thing that Jirachi doesn't prevent is the active from getting the damage counters placed. So if somehow you can get enough damage on the active, like let's say Pidgey, and then you can Yoga Loop and take your extra turn that way.
Yeah, for sure. So not even that poor Pidgey is like, it's not going to have a good time. I mean, it's definitely going down here. Did search for the Rapid Strike. I would really love to see, after you see such a weak turn from Thiago, I mean from Pedro, Thiago to speed up. Yeah, he's taking his time with the shuffles. He's searching for something, shuffling, then searching again. And I'm thinking if Pedro is in this position, he doesn't mind all those actions eating up a little bit of extra time, but very, very important. If you're Thiago, you smell that weakness, you want to go for it.
And yeah, double gunner on the Charmander and the Manaphy yet again with the painful spoons. So Manaphy just 10 damage away from getting knocked out. And with the energy on the active Inteleon VMAX is going to be able to take the knockout on the Pidgey here. So no Pidgey in play for Pedro, so no chance of Pidgeot EX, but even with just the hand in general, there's not much Pedro's doing.
Yeah, we need to see a big top deck here for Pedro. We need to see an Arvin, we need to see a Forzeal Stone, we need to see a Rare Candy. Any of those will work, but that's a collapsed stadium. That's not it. I mean, it could be helpful maybe eventually, but just not right now.
Yeah,
if you
even bench a Pokemon to get rid of the Manaphy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Thiago's bench is full of a lot of really good cards, right? Radiant Alakazam is a choice. No hesitation by Thiago. I like that. Yeah, finally we're seeing that speed up. You see a lot of hesitation from Pedro. I feel like Thiago is seeing the writing on the wall. The weakness is there. Attach, retreat into the Manaphy, leaving those Charmanders on the bench.
No.
Time for the double gunner, and they pass.
The Manaphy's in the active spot. You can Yoga Loop it now.
Yep, you can Yoga Loop there. You can eliminate that Pokemon from play. You can search for the Rapid Strike Tower. to make sure that you can free retreat, get the Yoga Loop, has the vessel for double gunner. Is there enough time to clean up the board? I think there is.
I think there is as well, Pablo. This double gunner will be able to take a knockout on the Charmander and leave Jirachi or Charmander with 30 HP left as well. The Octillery is searching for the Karina's focus here. Is there already the Tower Water in hand?
I really hope so, because I don't see any other reason why that would happen. We get another prize card. There's the attachment on the active, so not going to go for the Yoga Loop. Maybe doesn't realize that Jirachi only protects the bench. I think that's the only reason why you would not.
It's a new card, you know?
It is a new card. It definitely is a new card. I am very surprised. I mean, all right. I mean, still in prime position, right? Yeah. Absolutely still in prime position to walk away with this game. What is the top deck? Escape Rope?
Yeah, Pedro is not doing much of anything here. Under 3 minutes left to go in this game 3, round 6. And we're going to see Charge Energy yet again.
Another Charge Energy. What is happening? This is not Jirachi's use. What is going on? Jirachi not putting in the work. Well, I guess it did put in the work. Its sole presence probably changed Thiago's plan. Thiago could be playing this extra turn right now, right? Yeah. Could be setting up for the Rapid Strike Urshifu G-Max Rapid Flow. Could be cleaning up the board. Probably could have left just a Pidgeot in the active, even possibly damaged. I'm not sure, but 2 minutes left on the clock. Can Thiago pull this off? No more basic energies. No space to bench Luminion either. Does have G-Max Rapid Flow, though, if the other Rapid Strike Urshifu V-Max is available. Is it priced? I don't think it is.
Okay.
It is not.
We're good. Tower Waters is in the deck, too.
Yeah, I guess with Tower Waters, you could bench the Luminion. Do you ever want a double gunner here? Do you just want to eliminate the Jirachi and the Charmander? That does leave you with one prize card remaining. So maybe, no, targeting down the Pidgeot would be a little bit of a waste. There's the Octillery being used for the energy.
Well, no, it searched out the VMAX.
It searched out the VMAX, of course. Yep. We see a research. A few resources gone.
A lot of resources.
1 minute and 30 seconds left. We see the Tower of Waters. We see Echoing Horn. Echoing Horn is going to be the key card here to potentially win Thiago the game. Gonna double check. That Jirachi in the active is already damaged. A few double gunners away. We do see the Echoing Horn to Charmanders.
Oh, wow. Tower of Water, all right. And this is going to be able to G-Max Rapid Flow, take a knockout on both Charmanders on Pedro's side of the field, leaving just a Jirachi and a Pidgeot V in play. 6-1 prize cards, and just under a minute to go, and Thiago is locking this up here.
It is, however, he did research away the Luminion, and now there's no way to search for Irida for the energy retrieval or to search for Melanie to be able to G-Max Rapid Flow again. So 40 seconds on the clock. It's going to come down to time, but can Thiago pull it off? There is Escape Rope. Escape Rope might be the card again to bring up this Jirachi. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Probably bring up the Jirachi, right? Pidgeot should be hitting the active this turn because it's the only thing that can survive. And then you hope your Jirachi stays alive. There was no energy, no double gunner being utilized last turn. I don't know what's happening, but could be close.
One thing of note, the timer is a little off. Time was called on Thiago's turn.
Oh.
So he's turn 0.
Thiago was turn 0. All right. So Pedro is turn 1. That means Thiago is turn 2 and needs to win this
Temple of Sinnoh.
turn. Temple of Sinnoh. The Escape Rope. The Escape Rope and Tower of Waters gets top deck. That's it.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
One prize card left. Escape Rope plus Tower of Waters. Does Thiago see it? Does Thiago not see it? I do not know. What is happening?
Come on, Thiago. Play the Escape Rope. Play Tower of Waters.
Tower of Waters. Escape Rope. Attack with Rapid Strike. Intillion. What's the hold up? I don't think he sees it, Jeremy.
There it is. There it is. All right.
There it is. And the knockout on Jirachi. Intillion VMAX seals this up after being down 1 game in the series. Thiago is able to take the win.
Thiago Ricardo moving on to 6-0 here in LAIC, and with a deck that we haven't really seen perform too well since NAIC.
Indeed. It's definitely a deck that I think when you're talking about spreading damage, Iron Valiant is the card that comes to mind, right? But Thiago sitting here at 6-0 saying, no, don't forget about the VMAXs. Yeah, their time is ticking in the format. However, they're still very much alive and doing well. And we also saw new VMAX, right? So the VMAXs still have something to say in this format. And I'm actually generally happy that these are the 3 VMAXs that are still seeing play. They're the most interesting ones. They're the ones that are not actually just attach energy, duo, damage, and that's it.
Not a big Shadow Rider Calyrex fan.
Definitely no. Draw on VMAX, also very straightforward. Mew VMAX, you have a plethora of attacks to copy. Rapid Strike, Urshifu, and Intillion VMAX, both of them showing why they are very powerful cards. Lots of damage placement, bench damage, high power in the active, and the big difference in this game 3 was the flow of energies, right? Thiago was able to just get fully set up on that first turn and take over the game.
I think also another big difference is the amount of 60 HP Charmanders that Pedro is playing, and it really just allowed those double gunners to run amok here.
Yeah, that 60 HP Charmander, Pedro is playing a 2-2 split with the Obsidian Flames and the 151 Charmander, so that definitely factored in, just as Thiago's choice of Remoraid factored in. So even though these low HP, almost wimpy basic Pokemon that you wouldn't give 2 seconds of choice, where you very rarely attack. We even saw Pidgey come into play with a Call for Family, right? How impactful that was? Arguably, it was in the second game especially, which Pedro ended up losing anyways. In this third game, I don't know. I'm not sure the 50 HP justifies the use of Jirachi, because it's another card you need to find. It's another card you need on the bench. It's another potential liability, right? And even though it didn't protect the active, like its sole presence can affect whatever a player is doing, but is it good enough? I don't think it's good enough in a deck that has these humongous HP Pokemon.
And if you think about it, the way the format has kind of shaped and evolved, and the deck usage that we've seen for this day 1, the top 2 decks, Gardevoir and Charizard EX, those are 2 decks that this Rapid Strike deck is very good against.
It is, yeah. We just saw Rapid Strike perform excellently, and thanks to the addition of the Technical Machine, right? I think before the Technical Machine, it could have been a little dicey, right? And we saw that as well in game 1. One Charizard set up, sweep the whole game. However, now with the Technical Machine, you have a stronger Charizard matchup, and you already have a good Gardevoir matchup, right? So yeah, probably a really good meta call, and why Thiago is hitting pretty at 6-0.
Must be nice. Just 1 match point away from making day 2 here in Sao Paulo, and when you make day 2, that just unlocks everything else. There's so much prize money on the line, championship points, trying to get that stipend into the next season of tournament, basically, and being able to do it with a deck that a lot of people tend to write off every now and then.
For sure. I feel like it's definitely a deck that doesn't get a lot of respect. It's never played in big enough numbers to where people think like, oh, I should be worried about this. And that's when it thrives, right? When people least expect it, that's when it does well. And I definitely think none of us were factoring in this deck when talking about the Paradox Rift for it.
Oh yeah, no, not at all. Even with the Charizard decks and the Gardevoir decks having a good, or you having a good matchup with Rapid Strike, there's a lot less Lost Zone. Yeah. And Lost Zone was like your auto win most of the time.
Of course. You have humongous HP Pokemon. You deal that little bit of extra damage. You get extra turns through Jogo Loop. Absolutely, you're happy to face that. But there is a decrease in Lost Bugs. But Technical Machine Devolution seems to have done the trick. And with the new Roaring Moon threat around, I guess the only way they deal with your high HP Pokemon is if they self-damage as well. So, I mean, a couple double gunners, an extra Yoga Loop, and all of a sudden, once again, you're sitting pretty.
Yeah. It is always great when you can manipulate damage counters on your opponent's side of the board. It's a fun thing to do in the game of Pokemon, and Yoga Loop has been an attack that is just a joy to watch.
Yeah,
it's always fun.
It's not fun to watch when your opponent uses it against you, but when you're up here watching players play out beautifully, right? There was a missed opportunity for Yoga Loop on the active. Manaphy, it didn't end up mattering. So yeah, always double check on the cards as well. Yeah, Jirachi only protects the bench.
Only protects the bench. New cards, you get 1 day to really make that mistake. Day 2,
yeah,
you need to lock it in. You need to know what every card does that your opponent's playing.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to see anyone next week at the regional events we do have making that small mistake, right? Sometimes it doesn't matter, right? But sometimes it could be that 1 turn difference, right? Where you could have gotten 2 prizes instead of 1 through Yoga Loop, through Save Life, whatever it is. And that, like, 1 damage counter can be a difference between winning or losing sometimes in pool.
And the fact that the deck doesn't even play Clara now is pretty crazy to me. You're just relying on those energy retrievals and not really going for a bunch of Pokemon recovery. We didn't even see Professor Turo's scenario, but it's still a card that is very good. And you were mentioning Cheryl earlier and how it is a little bit better than Cheryl. Well, I think, yeah, because you can pick up that Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX and reset a Gale Thrust.
Reset a Gale Thrust, you can pick up Radiant Alakazam and use its ability twice as well. You can pick up a double gunner and then evolve a bench Centillion and use double. You could have triple double gunner plays as well with Professor Turo. So you're going to lose the energy anyways. Might as well get that extra usability, an extra way to retreat as well, because Octillery is quite heavy and so is Radiant Alakazam. So especially Radiant Alakazam, you play 3 basic energies and 1 escape rope. I think boss into a Radiant Alakazam is definitely an underused strategy against that deck.
All right, well, we have our interview ready with Ricardo, so let's go ahead and take it down to the stage and hear from the Rapid Strike player himself.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Amy, and I am here with our Round 6 feature match winner, going 6-0 today. Tiago, how are you feeling after that?
It's amazing. First of all, I would like to thank you for the attention and the opportunity. It's a pleasure, and I'm extremely excited to be here. So, very tough, but I'm very excited, and let's move on.
That's incredible. I'm ever so glad to hear that. So, was there anything you were afraid to pair today? Going 6-0 is no easy feat, but you seem to have done really well so far out of that.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Actually, there are some matches which will be very tough, like a Mew VMAX, but fortunately, I was able to skip it. Then I'm extremely confident that we will be able to do a good result. We are moving forward.
That's fantastic news. I'm glad to hear, and I hope that you continue to manage to skip those Mews.
Thank you very much.
Was there anything new that you put in your deck that you thought was ideal for today and has really shone for you?
Yes, actually, there are some few inclusions which add to us was amazing to do. For example, we have added Ethern Vessel, which to the deck is perfect because I'm able to search for 2 energy at once, which is fantastic. Despite of that, I have also the Devolution too, which will be useful to me once I can spread damage in the field.
I think that sounded fantastic. When I was watching the match, I was really enthralled with those 2 really simple additions, but they made a huge difference, right?
You are totally right.
That's amazing. How do you feel and how did you test for this new meta with a familiar deck?
Thanks for asking. Actually, I'm a part of a team, which the name is Krakens. They are seated there. So along with them, I'm able to move forward because I'm learning, we are studying, training, and then these efforts made us here.
Incredible. Anyone specific you want to shout out on the team while you're here?
My brother, that strong guy there.
Fantastic. Thank you again for joining us. We're going to head back to the casters now, but thank you so much, everybody. Keep tuned in. There's so much more excitement to come. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Amy. And I gotta say, Tiago's energy is infectious.
Yeah.
And just being able to see his love of the deck and his new inclusions, you just gotta keep moving forward.
Yeah, you could tell how happy he was to pull off that win, right? Because that was a hard-earned win for sure. And even like not seeing that Yoga Loop play into the active, still like really well played, really well calculated. Saw that end game play at the end with the Echoing Horn and the 60 HP Charmander in that game too. So really well done. unfortunately for Pedro, did not draw too well in either Game 2 or Game 3, but that's not enough for you to win, right? You also have to execute everything perfectly to not give enough time to your opponent to set up, and Thiago did it beautifully.
Let's go ahead and check in on our caster predictions from earlier today and see how we're all doing. We don't have to look at mine. Don't look at mine. It's fine.
I feel like Roaring Moon also has like let me down a little bit. I've been checking the pairings here and there. Not a lot of Roaring Moon at the very top, and Iron Hands, I mean, it's an integral part of Chen Pao, but that's it. So I think I also got it a little bit wrong here.
And then, you know, Amy, not really too much. We saw the sizzle around 1.
Yeah.
That was basically it.
There's a few little dingoes. There's a few little dingoes up there.
Okay. But wow, Shay
got it.
Mew VMAX, Gardevoir EX. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? Especially Mew VMAX. Like Gardevoir, I could see a world where, okay, Iron Valent is not as good as we all think it would be, but Mew VMAX, and also taking down the brand new basic Dark-type Pokemon threat in a very, very outstanding manner. Like, very decisive win as well. Not needing Mew VMAX, pretty much.
Yeah, only had it in play for basically a turn.
Yep.
It got knocked out, and then Victor won on the next turn.
Yeah, exactly. So that Axelgar really putting in the work. I mean, you chose a grass Pokemon, so I want to give you that one, Jeremy, but I don't think I can.
Okay, I'll take what I can. I chose the wrong grass Pokemon.
You chose the wrong grass Pokemon. We'll go with that. Yeah, absolutely. Now, Rena Greninja, I think I'll give you that one. Like, Rena Greninja is always a threat, right? Yeah. It is present in quite a few Pokemon, in quite a few decks rather. It's not only useful to draw cards. The Moonlight Shuriken is the #1 reason why decks play Manaphy. So I feel like Radiant Greninja will carry you through day 2.
I sure hope so, because we haven't really seen Moonlight Shuriken so far on stream today. We've seen a ton of concealed cards.
Yep.
But it's more in a deck like Roaring Moon. I feel it's one of the best decks to get like an early Moonlight Shuriken attack, and we just haven't really seen that.
Yeah, we have seen more Stellar Guidance than Moonlight Shuriken. That was not on my bingo card either, for sure.
All right, well, I believe we have a little bit of time before this round is over. So we're going to do a little Guess the Pokedex.
Ooh.
I've never played this before, so it's going to be fun.
Either.
All right.
Yep.
This hungry Pokemon swallows Arrokuda whole. Occasionally, it makes a mistake and tries to swallow a Pokemon other than its preferred prey. I know this one.
I think I know it too. Say it on 3. 3, 2, 1. Cramorant. There we go. Hey! Let's go.
Cramorant is a very cool Pokemon.
Yeah. Big fan of Cramorant.
If it inflates to sing a lullaby, it can perform longer and cause sure drowsiness in its audience.
Come on, that's super easy. All right, on 3?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Jigglypuff.
Hey. It would have been crazy to put like a Scream Tail.
Yeah, Scream Tail.
This Pokemon can control 100 tons of fallen snow. It plays around innocently by leaping in and out of avalanches that it's caused.
Oh.
This one,
I have a few Pokemon in mind, but I'm definitely not sure about this one. 100 tons of fallen snow. Innocently leaping in and out of avalanches it has caused. I'm thinking of Spheal, but not quite. Like, Walrein?
You know what? I'm gonna go Baxcalibur.
Baxcalibur? All right, I'm gonna go Walrein.
All right, let's see. Oh yeah.
Oh, Chen Pao.
I was close.
You were. Yeah, you were on the right track. Yeah, half a point.
Half a point. Yeah.
Half a point.
My pity point. It fluffs out its fur collar to cool down its body temperature, which can reach 1,650 degrees Fahrenheit. What's that in Celsius? Some quick math.
Like 1,600, I want to say. No, I have no idea. 1,300.
All right.
Cool down its body temperature. Fur collar. What?
I got word. I think it was 890 degrees Celsius.
800. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's been 10 years since I last did any engineering. So. Fur call. Okay, I think I have an idea. I'm gonna go with Arcanine.
See, that's what I was thinking too. I'm gonna go
Hisuian Arcanine.
I'm gonna go Hisuian Arcanine. We're probably really wrong.
Oh,
we're very wrong.
I got Gen 1. Now I get the pity points.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I never would have thought of Flareon.
It can sprint at over 70 miles per hour while carrying a human. The rider's body heat warms its back and lifts the Pokemon's spirits.
My first thought was Rapidash or Ponyta, but they don't need to. They don't need their backs warmed up by a human.
No, not at all. I have a Pokemon in mind. I'm going Dodrio.
Oh, that's a good one. Doduo? Oh,
nope.
Well,
yep.
Never mind. We can only do from the first 151 Pokemon, apparently, and not even that because we missed Flareon.
People used to mistake this Pokemon for a human when they saw it issue command after command to the other Pokemon of the forest.
I know this one, 100%.
You do?
Yes. I'm going to write down my answer so people know I'm not cheating. If my pen works.
In the forest? I think that's what's throwing me off.
I want my point. I want to beat you. Right. Turn away from the screen.
Celebi.
Nope. Or Oranguru.
Oh.
Hey.
See, I played a lot of Oranguru. I didn't read the flavor text.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
The two little ones just appeared one day. The group might be a family of related Pokemon, but nobody knows for sure.
Oh,
I know this one.
Oh, it's from Scarlet and Violet, but I forgot the name.
Oh,
Mousehole.
Mousehole, yep.
Yes, Mousehole. Came back to me. They suddenly appeared. Interesting.
Its fluffy fur acts as a battery. It can store the same amount of electricity as an electric car.
Ooh.
There's a few of those that could be this.
Right. I mean, I feel like I'm gonna get the stage wrong, but I'm gonna go with Mareep.
Togedemaru.
Fluffy fur. Oh well, how is Togedemaru fluffy? It's like super spiky. It's not fluffy. It's the opposite of fluffy.
The yeast in its breath is useful for cooking, so this Pokemon has been protected by people since long ago.
Bolton?
Ooh. App.
You can do the same one.
Yeah, Applin.
Applin. Oh my gosh.
Brad,
well,
you know.
Yep.
Listen, a lot of these cards aren't TCG relevant.
Yeah,
so
exactly. If it's not meta relevant in the TCG, it's much harder.
It emits psychic power from the gaps between its multicolored frills and sprints at speeds greater than 120 miles per hour. This is a newer Pokemon.
It's. I feel like it's Arokuda?
No, it's. I have to think.
Or Broxish?
It's the bird. It's
bird?
Multicolored bird.
No. Multicolored frills. Oh, I read gills. And sprints. Oh my gosh, fish don't sprint. Wow, this is embarrassing. I lose this one.
Oh man.
I know. I know exactly what you mean, but I don't know the exact name.
It's based off like an ostrich.
Patatra, Cypatra, something along those lines.
Sure.
That one.
I'll say my guess of I don't know the Pokemon, but I know what it looks like. So when it pops up on screen, I'm going to say if I'm right or not.
Yeah,
I'm right.
Yeah. It's Patra, something like along those lines. I'm probably butchering the name.
It launches itself into battle by flipping upside down and spewing frigid air from its mouth. It finishes opponents off with its dorsal blade.
Frigid air.
Artifacts.
Artifact. I feel like this is Excalibur.
All right, let's spin the wheel. Let's look. Oh, Excalibur. All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Because it's very proud. It hates accepting food from people. It's thick down, guards it from the cold. It's the last one, so we got to get it right.
Fixed down, guards it from the cold. Hates accepting fruit. What's a grumpy Pokemon?
Oh, yeah. You literally said it.
A grumpy Grumpig?
My guess is Grumpig.
Piplup? What? That's the
I'm
least
leaving
grumpy
this.
Pokemon. See, that's a fluffy Pokemon, sure.
That is
not
a fluffy.
Togedemaru.
That's pretty fun.
Yeah, I like this. Do we have a final counter?
Probably not.
I saw it. Yeah, maybe got one.
We both lost. That's
yeah,
that's
we
usually what it
did.
is.
Yes. All right. So, what's next? Round 8? No, round 7.
Round 7, yeah.
Coming up.
Going to be Shay and Amy for y'all. So,
yeah.
Hopefully we can get them in here soon and have some more Pokemon action for y'all.
Indeed. We already have our match selected. Yeah, we just got a small preview. We're not going to spoil anything, but you definitely want to stick around. Like, you really, really want to stick around for this one.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Can we go to break?
All right. So, what card are we missing from Paradox Rift? Like from the top cards that we were expecting. I feel like we haven't seen enough Iron Hands. Like that was the Doomsday card, right? That was supposed to be the end-all be-all. Now we all need to play high HP Pokemon in order to do stuff, right? In order to have like any sort of chance of winning, we needed to go with Iron Hands. Where is it? We've seen it attack once in 6 rounds.
Yeah.
There's not a lot at the top tables either.
No, not at all. And it's in Chien-Pao, basically, and that's where we've seen it. We thought we would see it in Lugia, but the one Lugia we had was just straight colorless, no Earthen Vessel, nothing like that.
Yeah, and Miraidon, nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found.
All right, well, that does it for us. We have round 7 coming up shortly, so don't go anywhere. We're going to throw it a quick break.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube, a lot of YouTube, just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charger Bug. It actually does pretty well right now. But it's also just, it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow: Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at. And then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes wherever they tread. They came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized.
And welcome back, guys. You're joined with myself, Shay Burton, and Amy. Amy, how are we feeling coming up to round 7, LAIC, the first international of the season?
Incredibly exciting to be here, and also just with such a broad meta right now. How exciting is that? I feel like our matches today have been from the tiniest sweet basic Pokemon to the biggest ferocious beastie, and everyone has been really putting in the work. Clearly there's been a lot of testing going on and behind closed doors.
Yeah, we've already seen an Ampu very much, we saw the Roaring Moon, but we also saw some Tantrum Blasts from Hisuian Electrode V. We saw the Clomp as well. We saw the TM Devolution news in the last round. Honestly, all manner of new cards are flying around, and that at least makes me one happy person. I cannot wait to get started with some more action soon.
And we don't have long to wait, because it's time to dart on over to the stage and have a look at our next couple of competitors who have some equally as fantastic matchups for us to see. Although we do have some slightly older decks that we've seen before in this competition, but some definitely interesting additions.
Yeah, so it's almost like a nice representation of Paradox Rift. We're going to have an older archetype with some new additions versus a pretty new archetype as we get started here with our round 7. And I tell you, I cannot wait for this. As we do see our players, it looks like they're getting ready to start. Hey, how about we start to introduce what decks we have here?
So the fun thing about this one is we've had one of these before, haven't we? The Chenapao EX with our best friend Iron Hands getting all in there, getting their hands dirty, as we might say. And on the other side, a new deck we haven't featured yet today, but clearly is doing very well on round 7. Iron Valiant EX with Entei. Now, Iron Valiant is a deck which definitely has a few different flavors to it, and Entei is one of the spicier ones.
Yeah, it's really interesting. That Iron Valiant EX, I think a lot of the community realised how strong of a card it is. You know, that Tachyon bits, whenever the Iron Valiant moves into the active, allowing to place 2 damage counters. And I think out of the gates, a lot of people are trying like a very Iron Valiant focused deck where you play like 4, switch around, and I think we all quickly realised that might not have the most legs. And then out of nowhere, this sort of Entei Iron Valiant list popped up where you're sort of using that damage to bolster the Combat Blaze, the Burning Wonder, I should say, and then Entei just being a very big, beefy attacker. And quite honestly, it's a real hard deck to deal with. So again, we're going to see a lot of damage flying around from both sides of the table. And you know what that means, Amy? That means it's going to be an exciting one.
Yeah,
Let's go.
That's what we're talking about. I'm really excited to see these two play it out. These are some fantastic decks, and like we say, seeing the fantastic Iron Valiant EX for the first time. And don't forget, you can actually get one of those for free right now on TCG Live using the code that we have featured many times before on the stream. So if you missed it, oh, you're gonna have to go back. Oh no. More fun TCG for you.
So as we look, looks like the players are getting started. We have Jared Grimes on the left, who's very vocal on social media about his love of the Chen Pao archetype. He's been playing it exclusively all season. So I'm sure he's very happy to be getting his favorite deck to this 5-0-1 record so far. You know, one more win will guarantee him a place in day 2. Whoops, that's a lot of energy.
Ooh, that is a bit scary.
Yeah, and then over for Wellington there on the right, we do see that one copy of Radiant Charizard and one of those Iron Valiant there as well. And a fun fact about Wellington there on the right, he's been playing Pokemon since he was 12.
My word,
So-
I wish I'd been playing Pokemon TCG since I was 12. Maybe I'd be up there instead of Wellington.
He said we're here talking about it because we can't play. Goodness gracious.
No, it's good to see that a seasoned player has chosen one of the newer decks. I think they're definitely the kind of player who's going to be naturally gifted with a new deck and not be afraid to take it to an event straight away, straight out of the gates.
But here we go, our round 7 here at the Latin America International Championships 24 is now underway. Bear in mind, viewers at home, a win here for either player pretty much guarantees them a slot in day 2. Ooh. And Jared is going to open up the turn here with that Shivery Chill, which allows you to grab 2 water energies from your deck, put them in your hand. This serves quite a few functions. Number 1, on face value, grabs your water energy. It also lets you deck check as well, so you can try and work out your prize cards. And Jared does have a Nest Ball, finds the Radiant Greninja, and which then you can use concealed cards, discard 1 of those energies, and draw 2. Fantastic synergy there.
You've said it all, Shay, absolutely. We're going straight on into that concealed cards to help Jared start to actually get the game going, but actually it looks like they've got a pretty lovely hand. Another Nest Ball gets them their first Frigibacks, presumably. I don't know, the Bibarel and Bidoof are always questionable as well, whether you should prioritize those at the beginning, but I think it's undeniable that without Frigibacks, this deck is going nowhere.
Yeah, about that Frigibacks, yeah, you're not attaching many energy, I should say. No Battle VIP pass, though, so...
Oh, that is such a shame.
So I would say this is the sort of minimum start you can have here as a Chen Pao player. You know, have 1 Frigibacks and 1 Chen Pao down.
I think it's pretty dangerous, actually. I think Jared's in a really sticky situation here. If Wellington manages to get their Iron Valiants out and start switching them around already, that Frigibacks could not last long, Shay.
Yeah, you are correct. Actually, Iron Valiant has no problems at dispatching 60 HP basic Pokemon. In fact, that's kind of what you want to try and do as often as possible. Wellington does obviously play the full 4 Iron Valiant. EX has prized 1. But it has a ton of switching cards to try and use at his disposal. As we do see Wellington start off the turn, the Battle VIP past that Squawkabilly and 1
We're ready
Valiant.
to squawk and roll now, Shay.
Squawk and roll, squawk and seize, draw some cards to try and end this game as soon as possible. And Jared's realizing, okay, hold on a second, that's an Iron Valiant.
Oh no.
That's not good for me. We see a 2 escape. Oh, look at all the switching cards in hand. But wait a minute.
Already?
If Wellington was to use the squawk and seize, that's a lot of switching cards.
Oh no. I suppose they haven't used Entei's ability yet,
Yes.
so looks like that's, yeah, they're going in for that next probably, and then
like it.
in then use one of the switching options.
Oh, and it was another Entei.
Okay, so they could go into the Entei here, switch into another, use its ability again, then switch into the Iron Valiant for attacking bit. So there's still potential for enough card draw to like kind of not waste those switch options if Wellington wanted to go aggressive. They don't have to. I suppose that's the thing. They're in a position where if Jared still kind of ends up with a not so favorable hand situation, this could be okay for Jared actually. For Jared.
So it looks like Wellington's going to opt to switch into Entei V, fleet-footed again. Switch.
Oh no, another.
No.
Oh my goodness, no.
So just to explain, viewers, as to why this is not great here for Wellington, because he would love to use that Squawking Seeds on that Squawkabilly on the bench there, so he can discard his hand and draw 6 cards. However, that would be discarding pretty much all of his switching options, which means he won't be able to maneuver around those Iron Valiants as much. So that's why we'll have to keep an eye on. Will Wellington even want to use the Squawkabilly?
No, I think it might be a bit more of a silly billy than a Squawkabilly if they decided to use it with all those switching options.
A bit of a Billy, as we do see the Iron Valiant hit the active and use that Tachyon bits, allowing you to place 2 damage counters on any one of your opponent's Pokemon. And looks like we are going to see that Squawkabilly being used.
Here we
Squawking
go.
Seas, draw 6 new cards.
Oh, there was at least one more switch.
There is another Battle VIP pass.
That's nice. And a research, okay.
Yeah, and remember, the supporters are still live. Wellington has not used a supporter, so the purpose of research can be played, but no energy, actually, as of yet.
No, I suppose this deck is light on energy and doesn't have particularly any ways of searching it. The Magma Basin's there to be able to use and maneuver the Fire-type energy around very efficiently once it's in play, because you'll be able to bring it back from the discard pile, putting 2 damage counters on one of your Pokemon.
I guess one line Wellington could still do if he really wants to try and go after that Frigibacks on the bench is if you can get one more activation of Tachyon bits, you could then use Yoga Loop, because that'll go up to 40. You could Yoga Loop it, take another turn, and then potentially KO whatever Jared puts in the active. The turn hasn't quite closed yet for Wellington. That Yoga Loop for a double turbo energy attachment lets you put 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. However, if those 2 damage counters knock out that Pokemon, you get to have another turn.
We could be looking at KOing 2 Frigibacks with 1 stone situation here, depending on what comes down next. Oh, yep.
So it looks
there
like
we
are
go.
going to see
There's
the
the next
retreat.
one. I imagine the
comes-
Tachyon bits are going probably on the Frigibacks again.
Yep, on the Frigiback.
Yeah, there he is. Here we go.
so
Can Wellington do it?
Gonna switch.
It's
He's
happening.
going for
It's
it.
happening.
He's going for it. If Professor Research finds a double
Come
turbo energy, we will see a Yoga Loop turn 1 and steal the turn away from Jared.
do
Wellington,
it.
what have you got?
Oh, that was a fire.
2 tracking shoes. He's got the double turbo. Yes. The Yoga Loop will be live, Amy.
Oh, and a fantastic hand to boot, right?
Wellington didn't even draw the 7th card. So hold on a second, I don't even need it. And there it is.
Oh, amazing.
Is this Concede City here for Jared? Do you just do you just wrap this up? Because this is looking mighty dicey.
Oh, I feel so sorry for Jared, who clearly was very unawares that Wellington was playing this. I think the Entei wasn't enough of a giveaway from that Entei start.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, wow, not having the second Frigibacks is really going to bite Jared. To be fair, even if he had 2, this is still an incredible turn here for Wellington. He does find an Earthen Vessel, discard 1 fire, so now that can be reattached via the Magma Basin if he likes as well, to prepare that Entei to attack. And don't forget, Wellington still has 2 copies of Trekking Shoes, so can dig even further in his deck if he likes.
Honestly, I must be a Magikarp because I'm floundering to know how on earth Jared's going to be able to get out of this situation.
Just pure splashing around, thinking, how on earth do I get out of this? And looks like and that's Magic Splishy Splash. Love that production stuff. Let's go. And we do see that Yoga Loop KO in that Frigibacks, and Wellington will get to take a prize card. It is a Battle VIP pass, unfortunately. But now Wellington gets another turn.
Crazy, right? Jared's only had 1 turn this entire game so far, and Wellington's board looks dangerous with a capital D.
Yeah, that is a danger. That is not what you want to see in round 7 of an international championships. Here we do see Wellington starting off. Is that boss's orders?
Ooh.
Is that?
I think I'm not sure.
I think it is. Right. Now, the one problem, I don't know if Entei can reach a KO on the Chien-Pao because Jared hasn't got any bench Pokemon, so that Burning Rondo will not be doing much damage. 20 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon in play.
slowing Jared down by taking out the Frigibags might be enough for Wellington right now. Wellington doesn't need to go fast here. This deck is surprisingly one of the few decks that can afford to go slow to begin with. And even then, like obviously they've taken another turn. It's barely going slow, but even then it's okay to take a little bit of time now, knowing that they've managed to yoga loop their way into the foreground of this match.
Yeah, I think just carrying a Greninja is perfectly fine. You're basically saying to Jared, go on, and you've got one Pokemon, let's go.
Yep.
The only sort of downside is Entei is water weak, as you can see there. So a 2-energy Hellblade would be a KO, but then you are going to have to try and set up some bench stuff. And then if you only get down one Frigibax, Wellington can just try and do this old okie dokie with the Iron Valiant and Yoga Loop and just KO that, as we do see a Burning Rondo for KO.
And we have a lone Chen Pao.
So yeah, there's a lonely looking Chen Pao. What do we see? A super, that's a good start though. Get those Pokemon straight back in the deck.
We like that.
So what do you think Jared's going to try and do here, Amy? What's the immediate game plan here?
Jared does have one energy attached to the Chen Pao.
Yes.
One extra energy does KO the Entei. So I feel like an attach and attack is okay here. They're going to Iono, which I think is completely fair. Their hand was a little bit lackluster, to say the least.
Well,
so looking at a brand new hand, they're going to be wanting to get at least 2 Frigibags down now because they know the threat that is Wellington's deck. They know exactly what it does now, and they are going to need to be able to try and bench as many Frigibags as possible. Now, I've been looking into Iron Valiant and all the different flavors of it, and I gotta say though, I don't know about any of you guys in chat, but I found that Chen Pao was one of the decks that struggled most against it. So I think Wellington was probably quite pleased to see a Chen Pao in front of them. The Entei is the only thing that kind of suffers a little bit to Chen Pao due to the water type weakness.
Yeah, I mean, you would get carried to that Hellblade, but then it does open the door for Wellington to just go after any 60 HP Frigibax. Jared only plays 1 copy of the 70 HP one, so can't put down 2 copies of that. As Jared does have an Ultra Ball, so can at least get, something down. But Barrel, most likely, is going to be a Frigibax for now. And we might be looking to see that Pokestops to try and get some more Nest Balls. As we do see that 70 HP Frigibax has that Chili attack, one of my favorite attack names in the standard format right now. Because things are getting chilly in here.
Yeah, Jared's deck is definitely trying to turn down the temperature that Wellington set.
Yeah, there it is.
There we are. There's a bombing of the magma basin.
Oh,
no!
Goodness gracious me. That was a 3 Pokemon Pokestop.
The ultimate betrayal in Pokemon TCG right now. Top Pokemon TCG betrayal right there.
We just witnessed it live. And Jared just shuffled in that Greninja and it's been sent straight back to the discard pile.
I'm really not sure how Jared's going to come back from this, honestly, because yes, they took the KO here, but if Wellington can respond and manage to KO that Frigibax, where does Jared go from there? Because they can't attach 2 energy on 1 turn, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think one thing that I've noticed here for Wellington, Escape Rope is as good as a boss in this scenario. You can just put that Frigibax in active. You don't really have to bother with Tachyon Bits at that point, as we do see the Forest Hill Stone. So all Wellington has to do is try and find the energy and the Magma Basin, and he can go off to the races.
I don't think... Yeah, and looking at the deck list, Pokestop isn't really useful for Wellington, so definitely something they're going to be avoiding with the amount of their switch options that are already in the discard pile from that really early Squawk Seas.
Yeah, so how many Escape Rope does he actually play? It looks like he plays...
I imagine it's 4, yeah.
But I think at least 3 have hit the discard pile already.
Yeah, it's been quite a lot already, so...
Here we do see a switch. You see the energy, we see Magma Basin ideally. Oh, we got
there it is.
An Escape Rope. So far, this hand supports, as long as there's an Escape Rope left. Here we see a Pokestop, switch cart, Magma Basin.
Not bad,
Yeah, not bad. And the Techno Radar there as well, which lets you get 2 future Pokemon, but that's not something we realistically need to see right now. Now, does Wellington have the Escape Rope? I feel as if, well, he's going for that Star Alchemy off that Forest Hill Stone, and letting you grab any card from your deck. Is there an Escape Rope? There is!
Beautiful. Here we go. And look at Wellington's deck. It's so tiny already. It feels like we've barely scratched the surface just because Jared hasn't really been able to do anything yet. But I appreciate his he's sticking in this. He's not giving up, and I really, really allow it.
And there's the concession.
But honestly, he's stuck that out, and I really respect it.
Yeah, I think that was the right was on the wall there. That escape rope being as good as a boss's orders, removing Jared's only Frigibacks from play, removing all the energy acceleration, and Wellington removing all the win cons there for Jared as he goes 1 game up in this Latin America International Championships round 7.
Yeah, I think, again, like, it's a strange matchup, this one, because you do have the water weakness on one side, but then just being able to pick off the little Pokemon is one of Iron Valiant's greatest strengths. So being able to take out those Frigibacks, being able to take out Bidoofs and such.
Yeah.
So it's really advantageous. And I don't think the weakness matters. And I think that's why the Entei is so good right now in this deck, is because I don't think they care too much about the weakness.
And I think we might have actually seen Jared's massive mistake there off that first Nest Ball, grabbed the 60 HP Frigibacks, not the 70 HP one, not knowing what Wellington was playing, and Wellington said, right, I'm off to the races then, let me go and hunt that as quick as possible. Tachyon Bits, 2 uses of that, and then that Yoga Loop coming in, which basically sealed the deal there, I feel. We are hopefully going to see that Clutch Professor research there. Here it is. No, we had to find that double turbo energy, and that said, don't worry, Wellington, I got ya. And yeah, that Medicham, that Yoga Loop, honestly, that turn was a thing of beauty right there.
Yoga might be detoxifying and de-stressing to most, but I feel like that was the most stressful yoga of Jared's life.
As we do look at the price cost there, we do see that Radiant Charizard and 1 copy of Entei, and then over for Jared, 1 copy of Chien-Pao, Iono, and Irida. I think also, in all fairness though, both price cards for both players isn't too impactful.
No, they don't seem too scary to me either. I think they're pretty fine. They're A-okay. I don't think they're going to have a big impact on this game. Okay, that's a much better start from Jared. Wellington has started with Squawkabilly, which is great in some scenarios, but it depends how Wellington sounds looking. It's looking a bit
Jared is
basic-y.
going to might have to be a Pokestop. Oh, does have an Ultra Ball, sorry.
Oh, nice.
So we'll be able to get at least 1 basic Pokemon down, but I think it might have to be the Pokestop trying to fill Jared's board if he can find a Pokestop.
Oh, no.
Had actually had that copy of Bidoof, which again, that's 60 HP, I believe, that Bidoof, right? So that could be in the same region. As we do see Jared get the 70 HP Frigibacks this time, hopefully that can change the fate for him.
Yeah, remembering that Bidoof is also weak to Metagame. So when it's in the active.
Oh, but Medicham places damage counters though, right? So
but, like,
that wouldn't activate weakness, I
Oh,
believe.
no, it wouldn't activate weakness, but he can use the other attack.
Oh, yeah. If he plays any fighting energy, does he?
No, actually, no.
So fighting, so.
Ooh, didn't notice before they're playing 1 jet energy though. I like that one.
Well, I
You can
feel
use
as
that
if
on the
this
Squawkabilly
Pokestop could
too.
be very important. Do we see a battle VIP? Oh no! Getting rid of that
Frigibacks.
the Frigibacks.
No.
Look at that hand, folks,
Oh.
for Jared. That is, oh no, goodness gracious. So Wellington's eyes are widening. But I tell you what, that hand actually isn't the greatest either. But we do see the Forest Stone, I should say. I apologise. The Battle VIP pass. And the great thing about Squawkabilly is, if you've got a bad hand, how about you just discard it and get 6 new cards? How about that?
Yeah, I think, Squawkabilly could ruffle some feathers here because Jared really hasn't had a strong setup again. I'm not sure whether they're going to be able to get out of this situation, but I have hope. I live in hope.
And I'll tell you, one Pokemon that's going to try its hardest to stop that hope is that Iron Valiant, that Tachyon Bits. When it goes to the active, you will put 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. Honestly, a very scary ability, as we do see the Forest Stone getting attached as well. And wow, look at it, got the Magma Base and can even opt to use that Pokestop if he likes. And just all power to him.
I worry that the Pokestop may be too risky early on for a deck that has so many integral Pokemon that you need as many like Iron Valiants as you can get. And ending up with those in the discard pile a bit too early on feels maybe a bit too risky or scary to me, where this deck doesn't run any kind of recursion of Pokemon.
Ooh, we saw a DTA. I don't think we see a way to get the Medicham though. At least immediately, but we do see that Tachyon Bits has been used there on the active. We do see a switch cart, and we do see the future booster capsule. So you can switch cart into the next Iron Valiant, use Tachyon Bits. Oh, we're going to see the Forest Seal Stone activation now. Now, could this be for a Battle VIP pass so you can attach that DT via Metacham, or just like maybe just going for the Metacham maybe?
Yeah, I like that Wellington's going for a different approach this battle. They're going for the draw support on Jared's side instead this time. Looking at what they've got out, they've got, you know, Radiant Greninja, who is a perfectly valid attacker in this matchup, but like it's not going to one-hit KO something straight off the bat. Whereas the Bidoof is kind of big, right? Because if they don't manage to get a B-Barrel out, then the card draw is so limited that Wellington might just be able to continue to Tachyon bits away those smaller Pokemon.
Oh no, here we go. We're going to see it again. That's 4 damage counters on that Bidoof. We see a DT on that Metacham. You know what that means? Wellington might be doing some old yoga loop shenanigans once again. Oh my god. Oh wait, Evan's going to just take the mid-turn. Oh, they're going to spread some more damage.
Wow.
Oh,
this is some champion play from Wellington. We're really seeing the skill that it takes to learn a deck like this back to front, because rather than being greedy and taking the KO now, they're biding their time, using the professor's research with an empty hand. It's just the godsend of any TCG player. That's what everyone wants to see, being able to discard nothing and draw 7. Oh, the dream.
Basically accomplishing what you wanted to do and then playing your supporter.
Incredible.
What a statement. And I tell you, speaking of statements, this Iron Valiant has put on such a show here, doing so well. As we do see the Yoga Loop, that KOs the Bidoof there and takes a whole new turn there for Wellington. And he goes back over to him, gets the top deck.
Wow.
And let's see what he can do now.
I mean, if Wellington can maneuver these Iron Valiant again, as well as they did last turn anyway, it looks like they might be able to get another KO on the Frigibacks. And once again, Jared is left with 0 draw support and 0 energy acceleration as of the beginning of the game. Wellington is putting so much pressure on right now. And you can tell why, you know, they're probably going to be looking at going into day 2 very soon, potentially.
And, you know, Wellington can just use 3 Iron Valiant this turn and not even have to attack. I mean, if he can get the Yoga Loop off, that's nice, but it's not even a strict necessity right now.
No.
As we do see the retreat there into the next Iron Valiant. So another Tachyon bits can be used at some point. There we see... Oh, yeah, actually maybe forgot to use that there, but there we see the escape ropes. There's the next Tachyon bits.
No,
oh, my goodness gracious me.
Oh, Greninja's so lonely, just like Chen Pao last game. But unfortunately for Jared, Greninja has much fewer HP.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Jared, he's only got a Radiant Greninja down. And we could even see, an energy, and we could see the Magma Basin for more damage as well. Quite honestly, wow, I'm so impressed with this Iron Valiant right now.
Yeah.
The turn isn't even over, Amy. The turn isn't even over.
No, they're still going. And as they should be, they need to make sure that they're setting up well enough that if Jared does make a comeback, that it's okay, you know? Like, there is so much more to Iron Valiant than just moving giant Pokemon around to place 20 damage counters. And I think that's why people underestimate this deck, right? They're like, oh, I have to use so many cards to do 20 damage at a time. But that 20 damage is huge when your opponent's Pokemon only have 60 or 70 HP respectively.
And when you can apply those little 2 damage counters as early as turn 1, like you said, before your opponent has a chance to evolve, you can just spread that damage really fast. Another research there for Wellington. Jared, oh my goodness gracious me, what am I staring across the board from? I don't think we're going to see a Combat Blaze though. I think we've already seen the 1 energy attachment for turn from hand. So we won't be able to see that now that the Entei is in the active position. But I mean, I think we're clutching at straws here. I mean, this has been a fantastic couple turns here for Wellington.
Yeah, I think Wellington's done a really good job of showing us that Metacham is not just good in Pokemon Go. It's good in Pokemon TCG too still.
We love seeing those Pokemon that are good across different formats. You know, we see Chen Pao's good in TCG and VGC right now.
And speaking of, here's one now.
Yeah, speaking of Chen Pao, there is one hitting the bench. We are going to see a Pokestop potentially hitting the board. I think kind of have to maybe here, Jared, because that hand unfortunately isn't the greatest. We are going to see the Pokestop, Nest Ball, Irida. Oh, My
Oh,
goodness.
wow.
That Pokestop has not been treating Jared well, at least this round.
No, it's been really harsh on poor Jared here. Honestly, there is still a huge chance that Jared could pull this back. Like, realistically, Wellington does have limited resources. They will have to stop switching their Pokemon at some point. They will run out of switching options. If Jared can kind of run Wellington out of resources and then put down those Frigibags, maybe that is some sort of method to the madness of managing to continue. Yeah, I think that might be the plan. They're going for 2 larger Pokemon that, you know, Wellington can't cope with potentially without, you know, attaching and using a larger attack. But if Jared does keep their bench small still, then Entei also can't do loads of damage. So it looks like I think Jared's just biding their time at this point and being like, right, you're going to run out of resources at some point. You cannot switch those guys forever.
Yeah, and then you just sort of try and go for these 2 energy Hellblades and just KO the Entei that way. I mean, it's very possible.
Yeah.
It just means you are stuck attaching 1 energy per turn.
I think
making
it's
your
a
turns
scary
bit
position.
one-dimensional.
I think it's a scary position, but not an impossible position for Jared.
No, this is true. It's definitely a win con. That's where when you get to these sort of late stages and you get the sort of good players filtering through, it's just reevaluating your win conditions and then just working towards them as often as possible and try and turn those losses into wins or ties into wins. We do see a fleet foot into the skate rope. Wow, all manner of switching options there for Wellington.
Yeah, that's a really great hand, actually. They're still really stacked with a lot of switching options, but if Jared can just kind of slow the pace of the game down forcibly, then Wellington might start to struggle. Jared's learned their lesson from the first game. They know that what Wellington is trying to do now, and I think it's well observed that Wellington is playing sort of a 4 of every single switching option they can. So it is easy to count those out.
You do see the Scarab being played as well. You think it's probably going to have to be the one without the energy,
I think,
right?
yeah, you've got to conserve the energy, right? Because you want to take a knockout slowly but steadily.
Yeah. As we do see an Iron Valiant hit the active, does have that future boost capsule on it. So it does have a free retreat cost right now. As we do see that Tachyon Bits activation, putting 2 damage counters on that bench Chen Pao. We see an energy hitting the benched Entei as well. And yeah, it looks like we're going to see at least a Burning Rondo here. We see a Stadium replacement as well, so no bailout Pokestops for Jared, at least immediately.
I mean, they've not exactly been treating Jared very well, have they, sadly?
No, unfortunately, they have not. But I guess when you've got a hand of just 3 basic energy, you would love to at least have the chance to roll the dice with Pokestop there. As we do see the Iron Valiant retreat into the next one. Tachyon Bix again. That's now 4 damage counters on that bench Chen Pao.
And just to note, the Jared doesn't play a PAL pad, so there's no way to get those poor Iridas back.
We do see a switch being used there to bring the Entei V into the active. So we are going to, looks like, yeah, I think it looks like we've already seen Fleet Footer being used. So we are just going to see that Burning Rondo.
Doing the math there. Let's see. Is it going to KO? I don't think it does.
It's definitely not going to KO. No.
No. Oh, there we go. So, yeah, there you go. Jared is forcibly slowing the pace of the game down, saying, all right, go on then. Fine. I won't put anything down that you can KO. I'm going to keep this big for a while, for as long as I can. But now that Chen Pao has damage on it, obviously that then gets a bit dicey, right?
Yeah, and that's a lot of damage there. 6, 12, 180. Well, they put 220 on. I mean, doesn't Chen Pao... No, 180. Yeah, they've definitely put 220 on there, right? I mean, Chen Pao has 220, so I'm guessing...
Yeah.
Not the correct...
Okay, I'm going to do it. Fine, I was avoiding it, but I'll do it. Okay, how much damage is that ND doing?
So, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 140, 160. I'll make that.
And then the plus 20 from the NT. So 180?
180.
180, cool. So we don't need the 4.
We don't need that 4. I think that 4 must be on there.
Yeah, I think that's a mistake. But that's okay. As long as, you know, the judges are there. They know. They know. Whatever goes on the Chen Pao next is... If it has to take a big attack, then obviously it's going to get KO'd then, sadly.
So we do see Jared there attaching energy to the active, and it looks like just a pass. And then over to Wellington, who's then going to use the Fleet-Footed to get another card from the deck. We are going to see a switch as well, I imagine. into the next Iron Valiant. Tachyon Bits activation, another 2 damage counters.
Going for the Frigibacks. It's too scary to bench a Frigibacks, right? Even when the temptation of a really harshly damaged Gem Power is there, Wellington knows they can't let it stay there. That little guy is going to become big real soon.
Yeah.
He is a fast grower.
And then once the Bax Caliber comes down, oh wait, are we going to see a DT off this Chorus? Are we going to see a DT off the Chorus? Oh, we do see a trekking shoes though. So can look to dig even further. Obviously, if we do find the DTE here, we'll be able to end the turn with a Yoga Loop, which would then KO the benched Frigibacks and then steal another turn as well.
Yeah, the double turbo energy is fantastic for this deck in particular, because where you're placing damage counters, the damage reduction you take from the double turbo energy doesn't really do anything, which is fantastic unless you're aiming to use the Medichamp's second attack. But in this scenario, we know that that's not the case. That's not possible. We don't got the energy for it, and that's okay.
As we do see the damage on the active Gem Power has been rectified now, so that is the correct amount of damage there.
Yeah.
So it looks like Wellington is choosing to Lost Zone an Entei and a Professor's Research. So going to keep the Nest Ball and the Trekking Shoes as well. Ooh, doesn't want to keep that energy, or debating actually whether we want to keep that energy off the Trekking Shoes. Does only play 2 copies of double turbo energy, so actually looking for a one-off here. So it might not be the easiest thing in the world to do.
No, but I think the deck is already quite thin. We've had a lot of Professor's Research. We had an early Squawk and Seize, right? So I think it's not impossible. It's slim chances, but yeah, going for the Tachyon Bits there. Frigibacks is gone again.
Wow, that's honestly, it's just...
I can't believe it. No Frigibacks can remain. This is a no Friggy zone.
It's a no Friggy zone. Yeah, it's a hot zone right now. No Frigibacks allowed.
They just melt. That's what the Entes are so hot. The Frigibacks hit the bench and just melt into the discard pile. The poor things.
And then we see the switch card switching into the Entei. So now you can use that Burning Wando to take the KO here. Go down to 2 prize cards, and what does Jared do? Does at least have the energy on the next Gem Power, so we'll be able to KO the Entei. But then Wellington's just on his march to victory, as we do see that Burning Wando for the KO. Wellington going down to 2 prize cards.
On a very harshly damaged Gem Power, and I think at that point, that Gem Power's going down no matter what. And Wellington's going to be taking probably the switch card and the Entei there. Switch card again, really helpful. I don't think they need another Entei right now, but hey, the more the merrier apparently. Entei has leapt out of the burning tower for this battle and has been doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, quite honestly. I mean, you would like to have that Entei, or maybe even the Charizard, just to KO that remaining Gem Power as easily as possible. But, we can just weave as many Tachyon Bits. I think you'll be fine. And at some point, use Combat Blaze just to finish it off at some point. But yeah, Wellington's looks like they're discussing something. But now, even so, Wellington's in a fantastic position, going down to the prize card advantage. And Jared's still yet to take prize cards here yet.
Yeah, they haven't seemed to take those prize cards yet. One of them has been taken possibly, but definitely having a chat with the judges. Sometimes it's best just to kind of clear things up and make sure that things went the way that everyone thought they went. It's not a bad thing to consult the judges and see what's up, especially when the pressure's on like this. It's such a high caliber event. Everyone is, ready and waiting and trying to get that day 2 now. Yeah. We've got a lot of win-ins right now to win their next game, to get into that day 2, like Jared and Wellington are both trying to do right now. So, the stakes are high, and it's always worth double checking.
Yeah, 100%. I think you hit the nail on the head there. When the stakes are this high, you want to make sure that things are, everything's hunky-dory. Maybe just debating how many prize cards to take. I believe it should be down to 2. I believe. Looks like maybe debating whether to take that third or take that one there as well.
Oh, did Wellington take one for the Frigibacks? I don't think they did. I think they might have
okay, that makes sense.
Forgotten to take it for the mid-turn KO on the Frigibacks. And when you do take a KO mid-turn, you are supposed to take a prize card right away. Yeah. It's okay. The judges seem to have gone, off you go, Wellington. It's all good. We always like to try and make right.
As it does pass the turn there over to Jared. Going to start the turn off there with Concealed Cards. Does have a Pokestop. Going to play that Pokestop. Ultra Ball, Earthen Vessel, Counter Catcher. So we've got 3 items there. That's good. You know, maybe, let's see what the hand can do. Does have the Rare Candy and the Ultra Ball. So at some point, there would have been a Baxcalibur, but Wellington has just been very efficient in denying any Frigibacks there for Jared, as Jared looks like he's going to consult the discard pile. Just when you're counting out the switching options, you're right, yeah.
Yeah,
But how many more Tachyon bits can you do, my friend? Because I'm on the receiving end of a lot.
Yeah, I think that's really crucial, and clearly is what Jared was going for. I might be wrong, but I feel in my heart that is what Jared was planning on, was that if I can just get them down low enough resources, maybe Wellington will let me bench a Frigibacks.
Or maybe just and let it stay in play so I can eventually get to the Baxcalibur, right?
Saying that, Wellington doesn't have another attacker set up that can take a one-hit KO on either of Jared's 2 remaining Pokemon right now. If Jared takes out the Entei, but no, looks like they're going for the Medicham, realizing that is part of the real threat of the situation.
Okay, yeah, that's an interesting one. That Counter Catcher letting you gust up anything you like as long as you are, or switches to active, I should say, as long as you are behind on prize cards, as we do see an Ultra Ball being played. They're getting rid of Battle VIP Pass and a Rare Candy. So it looks like maybe, is Jared going to maybe try and run the gambit here, the Frigibacks, or nope, going to go for the Bidoof. Might need to find a Super at some point to get those Frigibacks back.
We'll see if Bidoof, our sweet little Bidoof, can stay on the bench for more than 1 turn. I believe in you, Bidoof. You've got this, buddy.
Unfortunately, that Carefree constant ability doesn't work for damage being placed by abilities. So,
look, all I'm saying is that if Bidoof is Carefree, then clearly he believes in himself too.
Let's see, is that going to be the one? And it looks like we're going to see a pass, no attack. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Does
so
have the boss.
I like this.
Boss into the Bidoof. As long as you have a switching card now, that's going to be game. Does Wellington, has the DTE, has a switch card, has all manner of ways to win right there.
Bidoof, the little Bidoof that couldn't. Oh, I had so much faith in him.
Yeah, so did I. Look at Wellington, big smile on his face. You deserve that smile. You put on a show there. That's right, we love you too. Yeah, you're the winner of our hearts as well. You put a fantastic show on there, my friend. I Am Valiant doing extremely well. Our winner here, round 7 at LAIC, Wellington.
Into day 2, right?
And yes, should be fairly safe to get into day 2 as well. But maximum commiseration there to Jared. I feel, to be honest, did everything he could with the information he had, but realistically, it's hard to play a Baxcalibur deck if your Frigibacks just get ejected from play as soon as they come down.
And I gotta say, Jared still has the chance at day 2. There are still rounds to go today, so they can still make it. So maybe we will get the joy of seeing Jared and Wellington in day 2.
Yeah, I think it's definitely on the cards for both players. And Jared's stretching out his leg thinking, wow, I'm glad that's over.
Jared will never do yoga ever again.
Yeah, I don't want to hear yoga. I don't want to hear about I Am Valiant. I don't want to hear Tachyon bits, at least for the rest of this event.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious.
My gosh, let's have a look at that replay with all the Pokestops. Oh, they weren't good, were they? The Pokestops were bad this game.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Jared, with a deck where you sort of require to use the Pokestop as a way to draw cards, sometimes it works out well, sometimes it doesn't. Wellington was having a whale of a time just drawing through the deck, using the Tachyon bits, as we saw, having that Yoga Loop again, making a Yoga Loop play look easy. It's not an easy play to do.
It's really not.
Viewers at home, honestly, you have to sort of build your deck around it. Jared reading it, thinking, yep, I'm going to go on the receiving of that. And there goes that Bidoof. And then I think from there, it was just such an uphill struggle. Wellington was just constantly in the driver's seat. And then another Pokestop, not doing very well there for Jared.
Yeah, the Wellington Yoga Studio definitely showed us the best of placing those Tachyon bit damage counters. They were absolutely expertly placed throughout the entire game. They knew exactly where they were going with them. They knew exactly what they were doing. You can see that Wellington is a very seasoned player.
Yeah, and Wellington, like I said, been playing since he was 12, so knows his way around the Pokemon TCG, and you know, clearly knows his way around that deck. Must have put a lot of time and practicing because he piloted that effortlessly and made it look incredible.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. It's the difference between seeing one of our players here who's just made it into day 2 versus kind of playing at locals and getting ready with these decks. This is where you see the refined lists that made it to the event.
And that's where when we're in these events for new formats, right? Like this is the first event that has Paradox Rift legal. We can sort of really see the players who like invested a lot of time into these new archetypes. It's not easy to build a new deck. Like that Iron Valiant deck, Entei decks didn't really exist in the metagame too much before.
No.
And then having to combine the right amount of switching cards with maybe the right amount of Techno Radar and Boost Capsule and Meta Champ and Energy counts. It looks like it's a very meticulous deck that took a long time to put together, but clearly it's doing well for Wellington.
I hope so. I hope it's going to continue to do well, and I hope that, you know, other people are seeing success with it today as well, because I think it was one of the decks that was underestimated coming into today.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, we had that initial surge of hope for Iron Valiant, and it kind of got displaced when we realized that maybe sort of just 4 Iron Valiant maneuvering around wasn't quite going to cut it. We needed some kind of attacker. You know, everyone out the gates for Urshifu, VMAX might have been that option.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to use, and maybe because Entei is a basic, can draw cards, Magma base, and lets you attach energy. Seems to be, at least right now, working very well.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the typing isn't bad going into today either. Hopefully they saw some golden goes. I'd imagine they'd love to see that. Make their life easy. So no, it's fantastic what they managed to achieve. That record with a deck that is so number inherent. It's so important that they're placing those counters exactly where they need to be, and they've been doing that for hours. Absolutely hours. And then going on stream, the pressure is immense.
Exactly. Like you have all that Burning Rondo maths, you've got all the Iron Valiant maths, you've got the Yoga Loop. You want to try and end on that. Sometimes you're thinking, is it worth, you know, playing this research and trying to go for the Yoga Loop, or do I hold resources, just go for like a Burning Rondo and try and work in the Yoga Loop later? Quite honestly, that must be a very hard deck to pilot. And that's without saying it's a new deck as well. Haven't had a chance to get reps with it, at least on a tournament setting. So yeah, I'm very impressed. But like I said, maximum commiserations there to Jared. You know, very vocal about his love for the Chen Pao deck, and I'm sure he'll be doing fantastic moving forward as well.
I completely agree. However, Shay, it is now time for us to do our yoga stretches for the next game. So in the meantime, we're going to go and see the winner of that game. We'll see you guys very soon after we've done our lot of yoga.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here with Wellington, our round 7 winner. Wellington, congratulations. How are you feeling after this win?
Wellington, como é que você está se sentindo depois dessa partida?
Eu tenho que primeiramente agradecer a Deus e a minha esposa e a meu pai que estão aqui me acompanhando. E foi muito insano, foi tudo muito intenso.
First of all, I want to thank God and my wife and my father that is watching me here in the event. And it was insane, very intense.
Yeah, you could see the game 1, the yoga loop on turn 1 was very cool to see, and then that game 2 was very back and forth, but it also felt like you were very much in control for the whole match. Would you say that? Would you agree with that?
I'm sorry?
Like that Wellington was very much in control for both games. Is that a good matchup for you?
Yeah. Você ficou durante toda a partida em controle do jogo. Como que foi sentir isso? Você veio preparado para isso?
Sim, com certeza. Eu já vim preparado para nocautear os Pokémon de pouca vida, né? E o meu deck funciona realmente para isso. Com tênis eu consigo dar o Squawkabull no T1, já dou professora, descarto 7 e compro mais 7. E aí o tênis me ajuda mais a comprar mais cartas. Então no T1, ou T2 no caso, eu consigo já parar o meu oponente impedindo que ele consiga ter a sua estratégia.
Yeah, I can be here prepared because my deck is all built to knock out all the low health points Pokemon, so I can use the sneakers, so I can buy the cards easily or discard with the professor. So my entire deck is built to buy fast as I can, to knock out fast as I can.
Yeah, and that's definitely what we saw in game 1 and 2, right? Now, tell me a little, like, is this your first time on stream? Have you played in any other big tournaments before? Tell us a little bit about like your Pokémon career so far.
Bom, por um acaso foi a sua primeira stream? Como que você está se sentindo nesse torneio? Como que foi suas experiências em torneio antes? É o primeiro torneio grande que você veio?
Na minha cidade, Garanhuns, Pernambuco, lá a gente não tem torneio. Lá a gente não tem, na verdade, liga. Então eu só jogo online, em live, TCG live. Então, sim, é o segundo internacional, porém eu treino muito em casa, sozinho, entendeu? E aí eu montei meu deck e vim pra guerra, vim pra selva, né, como diz.
Back in my city in Pernambuco, we don't have a lot of championships to play, so I play a lot with the TCG Live, and I came all prepared to my second Latin American championship, and I'm very happy to be here. I came with my eyes glazed on the victory.
And now tell me a little bit about what you expect. Now there's 2 more rounds to go. Is there anyone or any deck that you don't want to face or any matchup that you would like to see in the next few rounds?
O que você está esperando nesses próximos 2 rounds que estão faltando? Tem algum deck que você não gostaria de enfrentar de jeito nenhum?
Eu espero ganhar os 2 e também as bad matches eu ganhei hoje. Então o que vier para mim é lucro. Pode dizer aí, Lei.
Well, I'm very confident because I won every single bad match that I had with a difficult decks, but I'm very confident to win the next 2 rounds.
That's awesome. You look and sound very confident, and I'm very happy for you that you're getting all this success at LAIC. And now, is there anyone you want to shout out? I know your wife is down there. Anyone else from your city, from your league, anyone?
Tem mais alguém que você gostaria de prestar alguma homenagem? Ele falou que a sua esposa e seu pai estão aqui, igual você disse antes, mas tem mais alguém da sua cidade que você gostaria de mandar um salve ou falar um pouquinho?
Sim, eu queria agradecer a minha mãe, né, que está em casa, a Adriana Moura, que também está no hotel, a meus amigos de Garanhuns todos, João Alfredo, Bruno, John, Vini, o pessoal do time e o pessoal todo de Recife, que é um pessoal que mora no meu coração. E é isso aí, Damásio, Luigi, entre outros, Zé. Então vamos todos aí se juntar para chegar lá.
Yeah, I want to shout out to my mom that is back in my home watching, and my friends back to Pernambuco that is my team of my heart, and they was with me training and following me, and Adriana that is back in there too.
Very nice to hear. Thanks so much, Wellington, and congratulations once again. Casters, back to you.
Welcome back to mine and Shay's abode with the Pokemon Trading Card Game Latin American International Championships. I'm ready for another showdown personally. I think that I need to redeem myself against you, Shay. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling ecstatic. You know, we don't get to compete in the trading card game whilst we're sat here, so my competitive needs to come out, and it looks like it's going to come out via some more Pokemon trivia. Currently, the score is 3-2 to myself, so it is still anyone's game. I think we've got 5 questions, so it really could go either way.
It could, and I'm feeling more confident. I'm more awake now. I've had my drink. We're all good. I'm ready. I was caught off guard last time, and that is my official excuse.
Well, I don't deal with excuses. I just deal with results. And as you can see so far with the results, I'm winning. How many different types are there in the Pokemon trading card game? Now, I want some clarification. Are we talking standard legal types or not? Because that affects it.
Come on, Shay. It's going to be standard.
No, it does. We're going standard legal then. Okay.
Well, let's go standard legal.
Okay,
yeah.
Standard legal. So, Twitch chat, feel free, or YouTube chat as well. Feel free to get involved. We'll give you some time to make your answers, so you can't just copy us.
I feel like we have to say this one at the same time.
Yes, of
because
course.
Otherwise we can copy each other's answer, right?
Don't look at me. I'm using my fingers now.
I think I know it, so I'm going to go with my instinct, because I feel like if I don't, then... You know when you overthink things? I think I should just go with my instinct, because I think I know it. Okay. Maybe it's the old answer, maybe it's the relevant.
A number popped into my head straight away, so
yeah,
I'm just going to go with that.
Me too,
okay. So are we ready? Should we go?
Yeah, you're going to count us down.
Right. 3, 2, 1, 8.
9.
Oh, okay.
11? Oh,
11.
wow. Okay, oops.
So that must mean Fairy must be getting surely 11 types.
I thought it was 9.
What,
But 9 just popped into my head, so I just thought it was 9.
Oh, wow. Whoa, goodness gracious.
I guess I'll chop off my least favourite. So
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. We haven't seen Fairy in a while, so I forgot about
I miss Fairy.
Colourless maybe as well. I think I forgot that.
What did you forget?
Colourless.
Oh,
That's
colourless.
a type, right?
Oh,
Still a
yeah.
type.
I think that's. I don't think colourless is forgettable. I just think because it features in so many different decks, because they're usually versatile Pokemon, it's easy to go, oh yeah, no, that's just part of Chen Pao, but actually Squawkabilly, like, or whatever it is a normal types, colourless type. So you're like, oh.
Okay, so that means there's 11 GLC types. Interesting. What was the first video game released on Nintendo 64 console in North America?
I think I know this one.
Nintendo 64.
Yeah.
I think I know this one.
Is this before your time, Shay?
I'm older than you. It's before your time as well, then. How does that work?
I've gone back and played them all because
Have you?
I ran out of things to play, and I'm so obsessed with Pokemon that I just wanted something else to do. So I went back and I played them in order.
Okay.
So I think I know this one.
So you think you know this one?
I
We'll
think
give you
I
a
do.
few seconds there, chat, to get your
Yeah.
answers. And I think I know this one as well.
Yeah?
So should we go same time again?
Yeah,
or
let's
should
do
we-
it again because
okay,
I feel like
same
again this is one that we might like.
Yeah,
change
true.
a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Ready?
All right. So 3, 2, 1. Pokemon
Pokemon
Stadium.
Snap.
Oh no, Snap! No! I forget Pokemon Snap! Goodness gracious me! Oh, I'm gonna have to add that score. It's tied up now. 3-3. Pokemon Snap.
Yeah. Because like when they did the remake, I hadn't played the original, so I went back and played the original before the remake came out.
Oh well, no, fair enough. You got me there.
Yay!
I thought I knew that one as well. So.
No, it's a fair play. It's a difficult one.
Which of the following cities in the Paldea region is home to gym leader Iono? Right, well I have played Scarlet Violet twice,
Yeah.
but I sped through, I'm not gonna lie. I sped through quick.
See, I had completely the opposite experience. I don't know about you guys in chat. Let us know. Did you speedrun the game, or did you look at every single tiny shiny object on the ground, pick them all up, and spend hours getting to the next city because you got distracted by all the Pokemon and the shiny things?
I'm guessing that was you then.
That was me.
That sounded like that was coming from memory.
Yeah, I think it took me like at least 2 hours to get between the first 2 towns through getting purely I got so distracted by all of the environment, everything to see, everything to explore, and then finding the Pokemon and them interacting with each other and interacting with me, and I just got very emotional. It took me a while.
Okay, so we're gonna go same time for our answer again?
Yes.
I feel as if you can't have to, because I'll just copy.
Let's do it, yes.
All right, okay. So I think I know my answer.
Are you gonna count us down
Yeah,
again?
I'll count you down. Okay.
Great.
All right, 3, 2, 1, B.
Levincia.
Yes, come on. Educated guess, let's go. Well, I knew Artisan was the Sunflower Gym,
Yes,
right?
yeah,
I knew
that's
that.
Brassius.
And then Medali is Larry, right? That's Larry.
No, it isn't Medali the water gym.
Oh, okay, well, turns out my educated guess wasn't very
I
educated.
could be wrong because I don't remember them great, but I think Medali is Volton for losers.
Yeah, I think you might be right. So what we're saying is that I got lucky. You update these scores real quick, 4-4.
Which of the following Pokemon made their debut in the 1999 animated short Pikachu's Vacation?
Do you know this one?
I love that short. It's my favorite.
man.
I love the songs. I love the Pokemon. Togepi cries a lot, and Pikachu and the gang try and cheer him up.
That's when, there's a Pikachu and a Raichu and they run with their cheeks
Yeah,
together, don't
they're
they? All the
cheek
way
to
up. Yeah. Okay, so I think we can answer this one quite quick, so I think we both know this.
Made their debut. So that's the thing. So all of the, just for context, all of these Pokemon were in it.
Yes.
So it's which one made their debut in the short, which one wasn't in the series until this point.
Okay. Well, I know what my answer is going to be, so we'll give
I
yourself a
think
little
I
bit more
know,
time.
so I'm going to go with it.
Okay,
So,
should we count down?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Snubbull?
Marrow. Oh no, I think it is Snubbull. Oh, as soon as you said that.
I
Marrow,
was thinking,
was
I
it in like
couldn't
the anime
remember
at some
because
point?
I think, is it, I don't know if it's Tracy's Marrow. I don't know if Tracy's in the series at that point.
Ah, Tracy.
But I wasn't sure if it was Tracy's Marrow or just whether there's a Marrow, but I was pretty sure that Marrow had been in the series quite a lot because Marrow was kind of introduced early
And anyone in chat remember the internet's fond name for Marill before we had the official name? Let us know in chat whether you remember that, because I do.
Right, so we've got one more. So here we go. In the TCG Scarlet Violet, which team boss was featured on the card Boss's Orders? I know this one. I've said that for quite a few, actually.
Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah. We got this. I tell you what, I reckon this one's harder for the Go casters and the VG casters, right?
Oh, true. Yes, of course. Yeah.
How about you guys? Have they been doing this quiz with the VG and the Go guys too? If not, you might have to skip over to their streams and find out and let us know, okay?
Right, so do you know your answer for this one?
I do know my answer for this one.
Okay, I know my answer. I'll count down again.
Go on then.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Giovanni? No, that's Rebel Clash.
Oh,
yes, I got one! Come
Team
on!
Plasma, yeah,
I mean, that means you still win 5-4, but I do get one right.
Oh, did I overtake?
You overtook?
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, I just got confused.
See, Getsis was the only silver bordered Boss's Orders, right? So it has to be that one.
Yeah, you're right. I thought there was a Giovanni print for some reason. My brain just went silly. Maybe it's because of the prize Pokemon packs that I opened too many of.
Yes, that's true, right? Because I think, do I get bonus point production stuff for doing this? So Boss's Orders was Rebel Clash, and Lissandre was Shining Fate.
No,
what was the other one? Cyrus was Brilliant Stars, I'd like to say.
Come on.
And then Getsis was Scarlet Violet, so come on. Give us an extra point,
Fine.
baby, you know.
All right. No,
I'll try my best.
You're just trying to get bonus points here now, when actually I think you'll find that finally I've redeemed myself, and we have the final scores from today's trivia. Hear that, Shay? Final scores from today's trivia. Yeah.
I must have got the bonus point. Yeah, let's go. Or maybe I've been doing my maths right.
Okay,
do you know what that means? We're going to have to do another one at some point to settle the score.
Yeah, we're not done yet. This ongoing trivia rivalry will stand the test of time, I feel.
It literally is a rivalry as well, right? Like, I don't know, over all the events we've done and various, content, we somehow always come back to trivia, and it's always close every single time.
Oh, I love it. No, it's super fun being able to do trivia and Pictionary and all sorts of lovely games with you, Shay. Honestly, it's always so much fun.
Honestly, I love them. And other things that I love are tweets, and I believe we have some tweets to get looking at. #PlayPokemon. You might get your tweet featured on screen. So let's have a look there from Paul. Good luck to all the players and staff at the Latin America International Championships today. May the spirit of Pokemon foster lasting memories of this tournament. Love that from Paul. And you know what? One thing I want to draw attention to there, mention the staff.
Exactly.
I feel as if the staff don't get enough love at these events.
No, but we have so many.
Yes.
And not just the production stuff, but you guys are fantastical. But we also have the judges, we have the tournament organizers, we have so many members of staff, even the security team keeping us all safe.
Yeah, security team, the staff working at the Hive. There's honestly so much stuff that a lot of people wouldn't even think about. And without that staff, we wouldn't be sat here. We wouldn't have these big Pokemon events. So
can we get some hype in the chat for the staff?
Yeah, 100%.
Let's go.
100%. You're a judge yourself, right? You on your own event, so yeah, you get some shout outs there as well. Much love to the staff. Right, so we've got one from Eddie. Have a fun weekend, casters. Yeah, well, I tell you what, Eddie, I'm having a whale of a time. Don't know about you, Amy. What are you saying?
Oh, honestly, it's been the most fantastic time. But Eddie also mentions the spectators.
Oh, yeah.
Who, absolutely, we can't forget them. There are so many fantastic spectators here today. Some in costume, which have been really fun.
Yes.
If you guys haven't come to a regionals or a championships before as a spectator, it's not just sitting around watching games. I promise you, there is so much to get involved with. There's so many friends to meet, there's so many games to play, there's activities, there's retailers. It is just an out of this world experience, and I would massively recommend getting yourself over to one if you can.
Yeah, no, for sure. I remember my very first regional, I was astounded by the other stuff to do that didn't involve just playing the games.
Oh.
So we got one there from Adam saying the best part of waking up is the Pokemon LAIC stream. Have my coffee, have the stream on, and let's see some great play. Love that. Love
Adam
that.
is pulling on my heartstrings now. I'm going to start crying, guys. You've got to, like...
Is this what you're trying? I feel like they're doing it on purpose. I feel like they, you know what? We'll try and make Amy cry by like being really wholesome and lovely.
Yeah, thank you so much, Adam, and everyone at home, even tuning in. Because if you guys wasn't tuning in, we wouldn't be sat here. So
no,
thank you to all you guys. Give yourself a round of applause as well at home. And, get involved on Twitter using the hashtags PlayPokemon or PokemonLIC. I'll get your tweet featured on stream and all that good stuff. Get involved in the chat as well. We love that as well.
Yeah, honestly, like we're trying to bring more features to you guys as well every single stream. Make sure you're using all of the socials. Yeah, look at those. We've got X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram.
Yeah.
And you can use any of those with our hashtag to be able to get involved more so. And don't forget that you could also get involved sometimes on the Twitch chat with our new voting segments for what could be on stream.
And I think our next round will be a community vote as well.
So if you're not already in the Twitch chat and have that open ready to vote. If you're on mobile, sometimes you have to click the channel point section to be able to bring the vote up, but you'll still be able to be involved.
Yeah, so make sure you get involved. I love the community vote aspect,
Me
quite
too.
honestly. It's so good letting you guys at home choose between one of 4 pairings. Whichever one gets the most votes, we then get on stream. So it gives you a massive incentive to get involved, because if you want to see a certain deck, hit that vote button, and hopefully it will get on stream for you.
And you know what? There's no lack of fun, fantastic activities going on this weekend, including some that you guys can take advantage of at home. Don't forget, you can get Dragapult on Pokemon VGC. You can get Alex Gomez, Werner's Dragapult, using the code on the screen right now. We have plenty of them to distribute. You can use the passcode by the 20th of November to be able to grab yourself a free dragon.
Yeah, look at that. That is an impressive Dragapult right there, coming courtesy of us from Alex Gomez. Who doesn't like free things? Come on.
Right? It's
not a lot of stuff in this world is free, so make sure you get your free stuff.
Look at that. The terrestrial ghost type as well, so they get the extra damage output from ghost type moves, making that Phantom Force even more dangerous.
See, I don't know that much about VGC, but what I do know is that Amoonguss is a tanky Pokemon, and that Dragapult just ejected that Amoonguss from play. So one thing I know about this is an impressive Dragapult, so make sure you use that code there, LAIC Phantom Ace, with a few numbers to replace some letters, and you can get yourself one of them Dragapult. Use that yourself and start to, when you battle your friends, get this Dragapult out and start doing some massive damage.
I feel like the words free and dragon going together.
Yeah, exactly.
There isn't many better combinations, really. So what can we say? It's clearly still a fantastic Pokemon, and why not at the end of the day? You don't have to train your own Dragapult. Alex did all the work.
Yeah, exactly. You just get to, oh, thanks for that. I'll have that, and
Cheers,
I'll
buddy.
use that in my battles. So make sure you do that as well.
Make all your friends jealous.
Very, very good. So as we're moving towards the later stages of this tournament, what do you feel is going through our players' minds, especially the ones who are still in contention for day 2 and points?
I think it's going to be a mixture of I'm really tired, I'm hungry, I possibly need the bathroom, I'm really excited, oh my goodness, I might make day 2, oh my goodness, I made day 2, and then possibly just, oh, I really hope I don't hit next.
Yeah, I don't want to hit X deck next because that might knock me out.
Yeah.
So hopefully.
So I think it's going to be a really big mixture of emotions and thoughts going through the players' minds, but we're really late in the day at this point. It's very exhausting being here. It's very exhausting just being out in the hall, having to move around a lot, bringing all your stuff with you, keeping it all safe. It's a tough world out there at LAIC this year.
Yeah, so a fantastic shout out to all them players. As we get ready for our next round, we're going to have a quick break so we can get ready for that. We'll be back as soon as possible with our next round of Pokemon TCG action. So promise me you won't go anywhere.
Trato de anticiparme al meta tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and I spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying. Make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held, what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos, aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out from out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Hello everyone, we're here at Sao Paulo LAIC 2024 and I'm here with competitor
Juan Espinola.
How's your day going, Juan? What's your record so far?
My record was 2-1-0 and I have fun. I play very well and be confident to get to next step.
And what deck are you playing today?
I play Gardevoir. Gardevoir is the best deck for me in this format, and we'll see.
And what have you played against so far?
I play against Roaring Moon in round 1, in round 2 versus Lost Box, and in the round 3 against Lost Box Giratina.
And were you expecting these decks? Did you learn anything new from them today?
Yeah, I expect that decks and be prepared for this this tournament, and I play very well.
I'm glad you're playing well. Are you having a lot of fun here?
Yeah, I have a lot of fun. I love this game. I love Pokémon. It's the best.
Thank you very much, Juan. And everyone watching, let's get back to more Pokémon.
It's not going to be easy. Nope, they're good, they're good. So did we ever do? welcome back after that intense trivia action and that intense game that we just saw. Last Iron Valiant into the Chen Pao, and we're going to get ready for the next round as soon as possible. I'm still joined with Amy. How are we feeling?
Ecstatic to see the last streamed match of the day. I'm really excited. I'm sad in one sense, though. I don't want this to end. Can we stay?
I would stay all day and all night if given the option. And don't forget, for this next round coming up, you guys get to vote on what you want. So get involved in the chat as soon as possible. Have your say. I think when I had a quick look at what the what the option side is, well, could be a little bit of spice going on there. So if you want to see that spice, then get involved in the chat. If you'd rather see something a bit more metagame,
If you
have
want
to
to
vote
see,
as well.
if you look, Shay and I are casting this next one. You know what to do. Whatever you want to see us get excited about, do your work. You know what to do. I believe in you. Come on, let's have a look. I'm ready.
Yes,
I'm excited. We're gonna get some details in the chat soon, and then there's just some great calls on this one. I know I'm very biased, but the caster picks they say a lot.
Yeah, I mean, the cast picks have been going well for both of us, I think, so far, right? So, and I must say, your pick was a bit wild, in case you wasn't watching. Amy has picked the Zoroark box deck to do really well here at this event. And it looks like, well, so far we had it on, we had Scissor on stream, I should say.
we had the Caesar, which was like my secondary pick because it is, it's adjacent to other decks. Like, it's not Zorobox specific, whereas a lot of the Zorobox attackers that we know and love are specific to that deck. You don't really see them anywhere else. They're just it's a bunch of random stage 1 Pokemon jammed into a deck, and then your opponents pick up your cards every single game, and it's lots of fun. And I think the element of surprise that that deck brings is what is one of its greatest advantages. And when you get to a tournament like this, where there is a giant shift in the meta because of so many fantastic cards that have just come out, that's why I chose it right now. That's why I thought if it's ever going to have its spot in the spotlight, it's going to be now, because the element of surprise is higher than it has been in a long time.
Yeah, and I feel as if Zoroark has so many options, right? It's so versatile. We saw in past formats the Appleton and the Flapple just dealing massive damage via special ability attachments or abilities, respectively. And yeah, it could be Zoroark's time. It could be one of the options in the polls, I think. So if you want to see that, make Amy really happy, then go for that.
You go crazy. Oh, look at that, though. Look at our lovely event. Look at all the smiling faces. It's so joyous, honestly. Like I said earlier in the cast, if you can get yourself to one of these events, it is so worthwhile. They are absolutely filled to the brim with fun, regardless of if you're playing, whether you're spectating, whether you just have friends and you're going to root for them in the competition. Honestly, any angle, it's worth a popping down.
Yeah, you've got like vendors. You can buy a lot of exclusive Pokemon merch that might be hard to get anywhere else, you know. You got all the side events even. There's so much things going on. And like I said, my very first regional, I was astounded at the amount of like extra stuff there was apart from just playing the game. So make sure if you can, get involved at your IRL scene, especially if you're a bit worried about getting something as big as this. Get down to your local league, because you were one of them, right?
I do indeed, yeah. And the Pokemon event locator on the website, Pokemon.com, is fantastic for finding out where your nearest location is to go and meet some friends. And, you know, I think that's one of the really shining examples that we can see with Pokemon leagues, is that you can just show up and there will be friends. There will be people who have the same interest as you, who have spent time out of their day to come and play Pokemon in whatever aspect that might be, whether they like trading or collecting or playing. The Pokemon leagues are there for exactly that, and you can go along, there's no pressure, and you can just go along to enjoy yourself. And we even have Pokemon Go at League now, so if you want to go and play Pokemon Go competitively at a Pokemon League, you can start doing that as of November. That's now!
And speaking of other things that are happening now, the poll should be live. So whatever matchup you want to get on stream, feel free ready to vote. Wow, these are some names. We got Reagan there, we got Jose, Gustavo, Brian DeViz, Hector, and wow, Edwin at the bottom there as well, all fighting for their place in day 2. So whatever matchup you want, feel free to get involved. We've got Gustavo Wada there, 2-time EUIC champion. We've got Reagan, you know, regional champion there himself. Quite honestly, wow, that's a stacked roster right there. I feel as if any one of those would be fantastic. But whichever one you want, make sure to go vote.
Yeah, and I mean, all of these scores are ridiculously good for an event like this. And I just want to put it out there that Zorobox is in this. And so anybody who went, Amy, why is your caster pick? This is why, okay? Look, somebody is doing me proud out there.
I was one of those people, when you put the caster pick, I was like, oh wow, that is belief,
yeah.
as it were.
I believe you used a very polite, oh, spicy.
Yeah, that was it, yeah. Wow, that's a spicy pick. Translates to, wow, that is a pick.
Yeah, that is, Amy, have you had too much wine?
Oh my goodness.
No, I genuinely think it's a great choice right now. I think the meta isn't expecting it, but it is expecting a lot of other things. And, you know, like we saw earlier in the day, Iron Valiant used exactly that element of surprise to dominate the day and take out some really fantastic matchups. And, you know, they didn't give that Chef Hao any wiggle room.
There was no breathing room there for poor Jared there. Those Frigibacks were, you know, they were getting benched, and then they were getting into the discard pile very, very fast. So yeah, I'll be intrigued to see what gets picked here. Make sure to get your votes in if you haven't already. You might not have enough time. Oh, maybe a confirmation the poll might have finished.
Yeah, looks like we might have got it. And we're going to hopefully bring these guys over to the table very soon.
Yeah, and I'm very excited. Oh, there's the confirmation. We didn't know what that was, by the way. Just taking us by surprise. Our stream match is going to be 2-time EUIC champion Gustavo Wada versus Alderson Jr. And I believe the matchup is Adelson is playing Lost Zone Giratina, and Gustavo Wada is playing my caster pick, actually, Gardevoir EX.
Well, I'm glad one of us got our caster pick of the day on this one. I'm very pleased. And we didn't get to see Gustavo earlier in the day, so I'm very pleased that we got the right vote this time and got Gustavo on, even though we didn't manage to feature them earlier in the day. So they've done really well to get to this point and once again be in the spotlight.
Yeah, you know, Gustavo Wada, I was actually chatting to him in the hotel, maybe on the Friday, I'd like to say, or the Thursday even. And I was saying, well, did you have to travel far for this one? He was like, no, it was half an hour drive, actually.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, wow, so do you get to, like, you know, go back to your own house between the days? He was like, yeah, I get to go home to my own house, sleep in my own bed. And I feel as if, what an advantage that is for an international. Just going to get to a little half an hour drive and you're back home.
That's incredible. I love that. I think maybe next time I move house, I need to move closer to where regionals typically take place, and hopefully maybe I'll be a half an hour away from one sometime. That'd be great.
I think that happened for me once at Birmingham Regionals. I live quite close to Birmingham, so I was able to travel to and from there and stay in my own house for a regional. But unfortunately, I wasn't doing as good as Gustavo. I didn't do very good that day. But shout out to fellow caster Alex Dow. I actually won that regional there, so a little bit of trivia there for you. So yeah, but looking at this matchup, traditionally the Lost Box Giratina into Gardevoir, it's actually really close. Those paths to the peaks coming down at terrifying speeds can really slow down that slide kick embrace and make it hard for the Gardevoir player, in this case Gustavo Wada, from operating.
It's going to take both players knowing exactly when to use their resources to dominate this battle in particular, because like you said, the path to the peaks coming down at the crucial moments and not being fluttered away when they know that Gardevoir can remove those in certain circumstances, or do they put it down early and hope it sticks?
Yeah, I mean, I think either or, because I mean, the Lost Box Giratina tends to play like 4 copies, right? So you can just fire them off early, fire them off mid-game, fire them off after the Roxanne, fire them off left, right, and center.
Yeah,
just
why
make
not?
it as hard as possible. And quite honestly, I'm very excited, I should say, to get involved with this game. Hopefully get started soon. Oh, I'm bouncing from excitement. Oh my goodness, Gustavo Ward, one of the most premier players from the Latin America region, right? Like we said, only half an hour away, 2-time international champion and a world champion as well.
Yeah,
so,
like you can't be mad at those accolades, right? Like
exactly.
that is literal champion level at this championships, and I'm really thrilled, and hopefully we might be able to see them work their way into day 2 today.
Yeah, there's still a big possibility for both players, and you know, I've chatted to I've actually played Gustavo Wada once myself. Got swiftly beaten, I should say, but a very nice fellow as well. So I cannot wait, honestly. What a clash of titans this will be.
Very true. But I tell you what, Shay, we can have a little look at the standings right now.
Ooh,
and
okay.
Yeah, and see how things are shaping up for the rest of the tournament. We've got some big names here today, and they are not disappointing. Talk us through some.
Well, the first thing that my eyes got drawn to was 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. Brent Tonnesson, Natalie Miller, Matthew Burris, all the way from Australia. Yeah, they had some crazy journeys. I was chatting to them in the hotel, and they were like, yeah, we've traveled, you know, like 30 hours up to 50 hours, and at least their travelling has been rewarded as they're at that 6:01 record undefeated. We see Grant Hayes there at 8, another fantastic player doing well at 6:01. And then we see Ian Robb, you know, regional champion there, coming in at 6:01. Got some fantastic names there, and names I'm not surprised to be seeing. We've even got 2 7-0s, and at that point, we'll just keep playing. You know what I mean? We might even see a perfect 9-0 for day 1 from Thiago there and Angel as well. So what a statement that would be, 9-0 in day 1 of an international.
Absolutely incredible, and I'm glad to see that Thiago's continued to go far after our interview earlier. So if you haven't checked that out already, we did feature Thiago earlier today, so you should go check that out. It was a spectacular match. Really interesting to see their choice of deck because it was slightly more unusual for this event, and it's clear that they have really taken it on with this one. We've also got, I mean, just look at these names. We've even got Ian Robb there in 15th on 6-1-0. Imagine going this entire day and only, you know, 1 loss. Really, like that is just unbelievable. And then for all of our 3rd all the way through to 11th place are undefeated today.
Yeah, when you actually sit down and think about that, you've played 7 rounds of Pokemon and you haven't lost one of them.
Right? Right?
That is some serious
skill.
high-tier play right there.
It really is, and having all the way, like 1st place, all the way through to 11th, being undefeated thus far.
It's impressive.
It's unbelievably impressive.
It's something I wish I could do.
Yeah, honestly. Goodness gracious.
So yeah, there's our master standings, and yeah, bear in mind we do have Gustavo Wada versus Adil coming up for our feature match. Lost Box Giratina V-Star versus Gardevoir EX. I'm gonna put you on the spot here, Amy.
Oh no.
Who do you think's gonna win?
Okay, I'm gonna go Gardevoir on this one.
Right.
I feel like Gardevoir is such a tried and tested deck at this stage that they know exactly when those paths need to go and when to bide their time. So I just have a feeling that it's going to be Gardevoir on this one. What about you? How are we feeling?
Now you put me in an interesting spot there, because if I want to pick the other deck, I'm now picking against an IC champion, and my deck that I choose to do well. But I feel as if I'm gonna have to, right? I'm gonna have just to keep it interesting. So yeah, let's go for last one's Giratina. Let's go.
Yeah,
but I think our players are getting ready and shuffling up, so we can get over to the stage now, and let's see how this round 8 game is going to start and how it's going to pan out. I'm very excited. I hope you at home are just as excited as me.
We've had so many exciting games today. If you guys have missed out on any of the action, don't go back. Watch it again. It's honestly, we've had some absolutely phenomenal plays, and we've had a different matchup every single round so far. That is so beautiful to feel right now. The meta is so diverse. People are trying new things, and it's great, honestly. Oh, this is an event for the ages. Don't miss out on an actual second.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic advice, as we do have Adilson Jr. on the left there, playing out Lost Zone Giratina, and we have Gustavo Wada on the right, playing that Gardevoir EX. Bear in mind, Gustavo is an ex-world champion in the junior division, I believe, and a 2-time back-to-back EUIC winner. So, no stranger to these international stages, and I'm sure he would love to add the IC Championship to his already impressive resume, Pokemon resume.
Yeah, and Adilson really, really loves Pokemon. That's the fun fact we've got with them, and it makes me overjoyed because I think that's such a beautifully simple statement, but it's so true, right?
Yeah.
That's almost poetic.
It is. Speaking of poetic, though, unfortunately, that's something that's not poetic for Gustavo. Has purchased one copy of Mirage Deck earlier, so if he wants to utilize that, well, he won't be able to until he grabs it out of the prize cards. And yes, both players are shuffling. I didn't quite see who's going first, but it looks like Gustavo has got at least one mulligan to play with. So let's see what Adilson can manufacture, and let's see what Gustavo Wada manufacture. Our round 8 game will be getting started soon. I guarantee it's going to be one for the ages.
I'm excited to see it. We've seen a lot of Lost Box decks across the last couple of years, and I'm not bored of them yet. I'm still excited because they have so many different things every single time, and they have so many ways of getting around their opponent's strategies every time, and this is no exception. There are some really interesting cards in this deck that make it unique.
So it looks like Adilson is the one starting us off here in our round 8 feature match, and does have a battle VIP pass as well. Things you love to see, which will allow him to grab 2 basic Pokemon and put them straight onto his bench. You obviously can't ask for more than that. And one thing that battle VIP pass does do, as well as get you set up, allows you to prize check as well. So that is fantastic for him as he looks to grab a Comfey and a Cramorant as well. Oh, has a second VIP pass as well. Calm down, Adilson. You're off to the races, my friend, and I love to see it. And let's see what this one grabs for him.
Hopefully, Adilson is feeling good and comfy about this setup because they are off to a great start.
And we do see the Giratina V come down, and Adilson probably, I mean, if your opponent leads Radiant Greninja, it doesn't really give you a ton of information. So Adilson probably doesn't know what Gustavo is playing. So opting to go for that Giratina as well, and looks like potentially failing the search on the 4th Pokemon. Must have a lot of Pokemon in his hand. I think Adilson is off to the races here, Amy.
They do seem to have had a really strong start. And I think Gustavo is in a unique position, though. I think one of Lost Box combined with Giratina's biggest weaknesses could potentially be that if they don't know what their opponent is playing, are they setting up that bench in an ideal circumstance for themselves? Gustavo's only started with Radiant Greninja, which features in lots of decks. So Adilson might still be completely in the dark to what Gustavo is playing right now.
I tell you what, that's a statement. Lost zoning, a battle VIP pass on your first turn. Then you have to know your opponent must be very happy with their hand if that's the card that gets chosen off Flower Selection to get sent to the Lost Zone. Well, over to Gustavo Wada now. Let's see what he can manufacture. Does have a Fog Crystal in hand, I believe, so that can grab a Psychic Energy or a basic Psychic Pokemon. Has actually 2 Fog Crystals and a Level Ball as well, so a ton of ways for Gustavo Wada to fill his bench. So in case you are unaware of how this Gardevoir EX deck would like to work, you would love to get a lot of Curlia into play as soon as possible because the Refinement ability lets you discard cards from your hand and draw 2. Then the Gardevoir EX is the build around Psychic Embrace, allowing you to attach as many Psychic Energy from your discard pile to your Psychic Pokemon as often as you like, but you do have to put 2 damage counters on them. This opens up the door for a whole host of attackers, which we will probably see at some point. You know, Screamtail, Zacian V, and then the Gardevoir, Shining Arcana Gardevoir, has a very good attack Brainwave, 60 plus 30 for each Psychic Energy attached.
Yeah, Gardevoir has a really reliable engine in that regard. It not only helps you to draw cards, but also to attach those energies wherever you need them. And they're going for Reversal Energy to be able to retreat Greninja to go for the Mew. Mysterious Tail, taking 6 off the top to try and achieve an item card, and we are trying for the Battle VIP pass there and didn't see one.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, you have to imagine that's what that Mysterious Tail was really hoping to find. If you do see like the reversal energy being used to get that Greninja out the active, You have to imagine you really want to see a battle of our P-Pass off that mysterious tail, but unfortunately Gustavo wasn't able to find it and may have to end the turn with 1 or maybe 2 Ralts into play. Would love to have more though.
I think it's really scary that Mirage step.
Oh my goodness, was that? Yeah, that was 1 battle VIP pass off the Radiant Greninja.
Wow.
Amy, that is a well-trained Greninja. Look at Adilson as well. He's like, okay, I see you, Gustavo. Gustavo's like, yeah, that's how I get down.
If any of you knew where I was going with that previous statement, I take it all back. I take it all back.
Wow, Gustavo Wada, what an entertainer. Has the Manaphy as well.
Perfect. Perfection. You couldn't get much better than that for a turn 1 board, right? Especially with the Mirage step with Curly apprised. Yep. Wow. Mew didn't come through on this occasion, but Greninja snuck over there, discarding 1 energy to draw 2 and saving the day.
Right, so let's see what Adilson can do here. Does start the turn off with a flower, selecting Lost Zoning, a Jet Energy. And Adilson really wants to get to those 7 cards in the Lost Zone as soon as possible, so we can activate Mirage Gates. That will allow him to attach energy to his Giratina V Stars, and maybe even a Radiant Greninja. So that's one mini game there for Adilson. How he gets cards in the Lost Zone, Comfade puts 1 in the Lost Zone, lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, and then you put 1 in the Lost Zone, put 1 in your hand, and then Chorus Experiment lets you look at the top 5, keep 3, and Lost Zone 2.
Yeah, and as you can see, Adilson's already got a huge lump of cards in the Lost Zone already with 4, which activates Cramorant. So Cramorant's going to go for Spit Innocently, which it can use with 0 attack cost of energy due to the 4 in the Lost Zone, taking the first KO of the game.
And it looks like Gustavo has the rare candy Gardevoir EX combination. So now that Gardevoir EX is in play. So that means any Psychic energy in Gustavo Wada's discard can now be attached to any of his Psychic Pokemon. So Gustavo Wada could be off to the races very fast. We do see the Super Rod shuffling in the Manaphy. And we see a counter catcher into the Giratina V-Star.
Wow, that is early for a counter catcher. However, I love this play. I love this play so much. The Giratina has 2 retreat cost.
Yeah.
And Adilson isn't ready to use a Mirage Gate yet, right? So Adilson's going to need a switch option. They used quite a few in that first turn to be able to get the comp phase. But if Gustavo can slow Adilson down by making them waste resources on a Tina and a Giratina in the active, that could be huge.
Oh, wow, that mysterious tail having to grab a Lost Vacuum. Gustavo, I think, there is a world in which he actually could take the KO on this Giratina V-Star. We rely on having a lot of Psychic energy in the discard pile. We do see a rare candy Shining Arcana hit the bench. Shining Arcana being used. Then you look at the top 2 cards of your deck and attach any energy you find there.
Equally, Reversal Energy is live since Adilson did go for that KO with the Cramorant. So they can attach. There it goes. The Reversal Energy's right there. So that will immediately be 150 damage. 1 Reversal Energy alive on a Gardevoir is 150 damage, because if you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, then it counts as 3 Psychic Energy on the Gardevoir. And they've already got 1. There we go. That's 180 damage. We're seeing it rack up quickly, and Gardevoir EX is on the bench ready to go, so they could go ahead and Psychic Embrace. 1 more on? Is it only 1 more?
Just 1 more, yeah.
Oh no, so it's not quite enough for a KO on this instance.
It's a good chunk though.
It is it's a really it's an excessive amount of damage, especially considering that Gustavo does run the Scream Tail, which can target the bench. So just putting as much damage as they can onto this Giratina V-Star right now is still completely valid.
Yeah, and like you said, the Giratina V-Star could get stuck inactive. You can't switch card that. All you can do is play Switch, which I don't think Adilson... Oh, does play 1 card with Switch, actually. But you could play Escape Rope as well. But while Adilson's deck is rather large, hasn't had time to get through, hasn't even seen Colvis's Experiment, might struggle. And that is exactly what we see.
There it is. Exactly what we were hoping for. Poor Giratina is so clumpy and big. He's stuck in the active. Oh, no.
And now Gustavo can start to see more cards via Shining Arcana. 1, 2. We have Refinement available as well. And this is where the Gardevoir deck starts to snowball, when you can just see so many cards via Concealed cards, Refinement, Shining Arcana. The deck can start to just do some very, very silly things. As we do see Psychic Energy in the hand now, so we get them in the discard pile via Refinement. They can be put into play via Psychic Embrace.
I love that. I love that combination in this deck. It's one of the things that really makes it shine for me, is being able to use Curlia's refinement ability in order to discard 1 card to draw 2. But you want those beautiful energy in the discard pile so that you can Psychic Embrace them onto your Pokemon. It's great. And so if you haven't played this deck before and you think that sounds like it's up your alley, you should give that a go on PTCG Live or get down to your local Pokemon League.
Yeah, get involved, because honestly, this deck is poetry in motion. I encourage you all. As we look like we're going to see a Scream Tail. Now, this is interesting. The Scream Tail has a really strong attack. That Roaring Scream does 20 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each damage counter on this Pokemon. This works perfectly with Psychic Embrace, because every Psychic Energy you attach via Psychic Embrace is an effective 40 damage. So we could see the retreat into that, and you can start to go around this Giratina and say, well, that's stuck there, that's fine. Let me just start carrying your bench stuff.
Yeah, do you think they're going to go aggressive and go for the Giratina, or do you think they are going to just start like dealing with the threats on the bench, like the comp phase, so that Adilson can never get more in the lost zone? I think that feels pretty strong.
Yeah, I think... Wait, is Adilson? No, he hasn't got a mana feed. So yeah, I think going after comp phase is rather strong, I think. You can start to slow them down. But then, going after the Cramorant even.
Going for the danger. Going, nah, that can attack for free. Say goodbye. Roaring Screams making a loud mess of the opponent's benched Pokemon and saying, get out!
Oh no, as we see the Manaphy coming down slightly too late. The Manaphy would have prevented that damage, but yeah, as it stands now, a slight turn too late. But that does limit the Scream Tail's effectiveness. Now, the Scream Tail can only hit into the active if Gustavo chooses to. But that hand for Adilson is just going to be another pass over for Gustavo.
Oh, no. Passing multiple turns is never a feel-good situation.
No, you are correct. It's not something you want to do, especially when you're in this late stage of an international championship. We're going to try to get as many wins as possible so you can get yourself in day 2.
The pressure is massively on for these two players. They have both gone undefeated with 5 wins and 2 ties each. One of them needs to close this out so that they can hopefully become into day 2 and continue their winning streak.
So let's see, it's like Gustavo Wild just played Ultra Ball there, getting rid of a Psychic Energy and a Counter Catcher. Probably doesn't want to play the Counter Catcher, would much rather keep that Giratina there for as long as possible, as he Ultra Balls for another Gardevoir EX. And let's see what he chooses to do with that. Maybe just thinning, maybe could evolve. Going to attach an energy to the Gardevoir EX. Does it have that Miracle Force attack, I believe? It's 190. Yeah, and then heals all special conditions. Not super relevant, but 190 is not a bad number. As it looks like we see a Roaring Scream into the active to KO that Giratina V-Star. Amy, can Adilson do something this turn?
They can. I mean, Adilson now has the opportunity to continue to populate their Lost Zone, making those many, many micro decisions that makes Lost Box an incredibly skillful deck to master. So we might see a comeback here. There is still a lot that they can do. I think they're assessing Gustavo's discard pile there just to see what Gustavo can do now. Because Gardevoir needs the energy in the discard pile, but Gustavo does have a lot on board. So there's potential that Adilson could be thinking, right, if I can leave that energy on the Scream Tail maybe, and bring up something more immediately threatening like the Gardevoir EX, but then is it worth leaving the damage on the Scream Tail? There's so many decisions to be made, and that is not just because of their flower selecting.
And one interesting thing, Adilson does have the Roxanne in hand now, can be played. But then if you play a Roxanne, that means you're not getting cards into your Lost Zone via Colra. So interesting decisions there. And let's see what Adilson opts to do here. Looks like playing a Nest Ball after the Super Rod to get that Cramorant straight back. And then are we going to see the Roxanne being played? We're going to see a Counter Catcher. Going after the Refinement Curlier. That makes sense. Trying to remove some of the draw options, especially when you're combining that with a Roxanne.
Here we go. So yeah, I think this is one of the things that Lost Box can excel at. When using Roxanne, your opponent must have 3 or fewer prize cards remaining, but each player is going to shuffle their hand to their deck. You get to draw 6, but your opponent only gets 2 cards, leaving Gustavo with not a lot of draw support after the potential KO of this Curlier if Cramorant manages to make it into the active spot, using Spit Innocently for 110 damage. Poor Curlier will be heading to the discard pile, and Gustavo is left with limited draw support from Mew. Shining Arcana Gardevoir and Radiant Greninja, which maybe enough on its own anyway, but I still think this is a good limitation of Gustavo's resources, leaving energy on a suboptimal attacker like Screamtail, kind of preventing Gustavo from being able to put those valuable energy on a larger attacker.
And the Dilson hand is getting massive. After that Roxanne, we saw concealed cards being used. We're going to see a flower selected now. Look at that hand, got a whole load of options. And it looks like it's got 6 in the lost zone now, starting to get towards that magical 7. But it looks like we are going to see the Cramorant in the active, Spit Innocently being used, which you can use for free via that Lost Provisions ability.
It's a great ability. Really a lot of flexible use of it in this format as well. I believe you can use the TMs as well.
Yeah.
Really fun. That's a potential option as well for Lost Box decks in the future. We're back over to Gustavo's turn. How are they going to respond? What do you think, sir?
Oh! Here we go. This is one of the main reasons why I picked God of RTX to win this event. Avery being used in combination with Screamtail can be devastating. Avery lets you draw 3 cards, and if you drew any cards in this way, your opponent has to discard Pokemon from their bench until they have 3. Why this is so dangerous in combination with Screamtail? Because it forces a Dilson into a difficult scenario. If you get rid of your Greninja, you limit your draw power. If you get rid of Manaphy, Screamtail can start to hit the bench.
Avery's got their hat on. Hip, 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 hooray. Avery's got their hat on, and you're taking your Pokemon out of play.
Was that a freestyle?
Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive. That's bars right there. That's impressive. Just as impressive as that Avery, in my opinion. So now that Screamtail has free reign to start going after the bench Pokemon, we could see the Radiant Greninja getting KO'd. We could see the Comfey getting KO'd as well. We could even see the active, as Gustavo's Wilder Hands doesn't seem to be affected too much by that Roxanne, because after the Avery and after the Shining Arcana, the hand just gets rather large all of a sudden.
Yeah, I think it's Ravi who always says that there's a concertina hand that they build up. So, and I think it's ever so true. They do just end up with a hand larger than their deck at one point. And you're like, wait, which one's the deck and which one's their hand?
Yeah, which is a fantastic place to be in the
yeah.
Pokemon trading card game, right?
We are not mad about that, no. It's I think it's a really lovely part of Pokemon trading card game is that a lot of these decks do rely heavily on drawing lots of cards to get what you need, and I think it's great that we have those opportunities.
So let's see what Gustavo goes after. Does go after the Comfey, going to really make it hard for a Dilson to get to that 7. We'll have to have a Chorus, which I don't think he's actually played so far, but does have one in hand. Well, 2 in hand, I should say. So being forced into playing that, and that's going to deny any more Roxanne even or anything like this. As we do see the Chorus come down there, let you look at the top 5 cards of your deck. Keep 3, Lost Zone 2.
And finally, we're at the second Lost Zone milestone of putting the Mirage Gates live. So Adilson can finally start to put some energy on the board in different places.
Yeah, it opens up the door for you to, you know, maybe go for Moonlight Shuriken, which is actually live now because Gustavo doesn't have a Manaphy in play. So it could go after that Mew and the Ralts, go take 2 prize cards and actually even it up in that scenario. Or we could see the Giratina V-Star off of Mirage Gate, you know, start to swing with Lost Impact. Yeah, because that Mirage Gate is that magical 7 breakpoint in Lost Zone, which lets you attach 2 colored energy from your deck to one of your Pokemon, which is fantastic.
Yeah, those Ninja Stars from Greninja could be terrifying. What would be your picks for those couple of Ninja Stars on Gustavo's side of the board?
Well, if you were going to go for the Moonlight Shuriken this turn, I feel as if you want to try and take 2 KOs. Oh, but I guess you could KO the active as well, right? I'd probably go active plus Ralts. Seems quite good to me.
Yeah, I think that's a really good choice as well. I think that's, yeah, that's exactly what I'd go for, I think. I don't love leaving the Mew in play, but I think the Screamtail is becoming a bit too much of an outrageous problem with all its screaming. I think it's definitely scared off all of those Comfey, hasn't it?
Although I don't think our Dilson has enough water energy to attack with the Moonlight Shuriken. I didn't see any in that deck, actually. So it looks like we're going to be settling for Mirage Gate for 1 single Psychic Energy to the Giratina V-Star. Does have 1 water energy in hand, actually. As we
Okay,
do see getting
so-
attached down.
Oh,
It's just
and they're
going to be the
going for the
spit
spit.
innocently.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and I mean, it still deals with one of the glaring issues in front
Yeah.
of them, right? So I don't think it's bad to take their time with this right now.
So if Gustavo Wada can gust or switch that Giratina V-Start into the active, I should say, Gustavo Wada could win this turn. I think we've seen one counter catcher from Gustavo already. Does play one more, I believe, and does play a boss's orders as well. So let's see. Can't quite see what's in that hand. Does have a concealed cards available and a Shining Arcana. So that's 4 cards we could see from the top of the deck. And let's see if Gustavo Wada can try and close this game out. It's very possible this turn.
Yeah, I think they've got plenty of
Oh,
card
had the boss in
draw.
hand.
Ooh, okie dokie. So if they're able to get enough energy on the right Pokemon, this could be enough. But they do have a lot of energy committed to that Gardevoir EX, which isn't great right now.
Yeah, that's true. Could have maybe promoted at the start to maybe pay retreat, but also we want to see the Iona, and this is actually probably fine. Gustavo looking at that hand thinking, right, I'm going to limit your options. Go back down to 3 cards, please. I can refill my hand. You really can't. So let's see what Gustavo can draw. Does have the Shining Arcana as well. So does actually find a counter catcher there. Or was it? Or Lost Vacuum, I should say. Sorry, not a counter catcher.
Oh, and the Luxurious Cape, possibly a turn too late. We didn't get to see that attached to its natural predecessor of the Screamtail, but it can also be used on the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to be able to boost the amount of energy that you can put on the Gardevoir, which I think is really cool. It's a great addition to this Pokemon, being able to just be able to put essentially as much energy as you would ever need onto the Gardevoir to take some of those final KO moments.
Wow, that is a stacked Gardevoir there. Oh my goodness, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe, right? 6 basic energies, that's 120 damage. Leaving it with 20 health left, HP I should say. And that Brainwave for the KO as Gustavo Wada goes down to 1 prize card remaining. Let's see what Adilson can do after that Iona.
I'm not sure Adilson's going to have many options, unfortunately, but we'll see whether they can get themselves out of this circumstance. There's a Colress, always a great draw supporter right now. Sableye isn't live, and they've got 2 in that Colress. Is it worth just saying goodbye to the potential of a Sableye in this game? That seems really scary, right?
It does, but looking at Gustavo Wada's board, there's not a lot of low HP Pokemon anymore. I'm sure you've got the Mew, but then you've got a Gardevoir on the bench with full HP there. You know, that Greninja's got full HP. That's got that Zacian's got full HP. So I'm not 100% sure if Sableye can really close this game out, but I also don't mind holding it because you'd think at some point you could manufacture some multi-prize KOs. As yeah, we could actually see it Lost Mine into the Gardevoir in the active and the benched Mew. That would get you there.
Yeah, that would get 2
But
prize.
then you'd leave the Sableye in the active, which would just get KO'd, and Gustavo's on 1 prize card. So you probably can't even use that unless you're going to win the game with it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is the scary part, right, with Gustavo being on 1 prize card remaining. Adilson finally with that Colress managed to get up to 10 in the Lost Zone. So
yeah.
The Sableye is live now, but is it worth it now? I think they have to go with a larger attacker and then hope that Gustavo can't respond.
We'd love to see a path from the peak from Adilson. We haven't seen that at any point yet, and that's one of the ways Giratina can really win this matchup.
Yeah.
By sticking that path to the peak, it will turn off all Woolbox Pokemon abilities. So it turns off Radiant Greninja as 1, but it mainly turns off the Psychic Embrace from the Gardevoir EX. As we do see Adilson shuffling 3 basic energies from a Super Rod, and then benches that Sableye.
Oh, here he comes. We do have a counter catcher in hand, so I wonder whether a different Pokemon could come forward, because Gustavo has a lot of energy already committed across the board. So there's potential that something could get stuck in the active for a little bit to let Sableye work its magic.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious pick would be to counter catcher up the Radiant Greninja, because you can't Psychic Embrace to that anyway. So that would force a manual attachment from the hand to retreat it, which, like you mentioned, with so many Psychic Energies committed, Gustavo might not have one of them. So let's see if that's what Adilson chooses to do. We do see the counter catcher.
Here it goes. There we are. And yes, so Gustavo does only run 10 Psychic Energy. The path, great addition right now as well. Just saying, okay, well, I am gonna let you have some energy back because I am gonna take out that Gardevoir, but good luck putting it on anything else.
Yep, and it's over to Gustavo as that Lost Mine lets you place 12 damage counters if you have 10 cards in the Lost Zone. Has cleared up that board. Does Gustavo have an energy? I don't see one.
No, I don't think they do yet, but they do have an Iono. I think this could be it. This could be the comeback. This could be the big comeback of the day, folks.
Well, this is how Giratina loves to operate, right? Fall behind, you know, disrupt via counter catcher and Roxanne, and stick the path to the peak down and hope you are okay. Gustavo does have a lot of cards in hand, and does have a staging replacement with via that collapse. Does have a Professor's Research. Gustavo Waller, do you have an energy? Has one card left in the... No, wait. Does have one card left in deck, is it? Is there? And there is the basic energy. So there we see the Pay Retreat off the Raging Greninja and then a Miracle Force for the game.
There was no beating around the bush there. Gustavo went, right, I can get this. Here we go. I know I've got one left. It was just unfortunate, but I thought that was a really fantastic potential comeback moment.
Yeah, and that's Giratina showing you what, it came close, right? It was getting dangerously close there for Adilson, but Gustavo Wada was able to find that energy and get that Raging Greninja out of the active. And you have to be feeling quite confident now if you are Gustavo, going one game up in this best of 3. Round 8 here at the Latin International Championships.
I can't believe it. There's so much pressure on this game. It's the last one we're going to be featuring today. So if you want to catch back some of the action, then you're going to have to go back through some of the footage that we've shot today. We've had some absolutely phenomenal games. And this one is still ongoing. We're not done yet, folks. That was really, really close. And I have a funny feeling that this entire match is going to be close.
Yeah, and as we see here on the replay, that first Battle VIP pass could have, if that wasn't found, that could have been quite disastrous. But Gustavo Wada using that Scream Tail by bringing the Giratina in the active, I feel really started to get Gustavo back in the driver's seat here. That Scream Tail was doing way too much business, taking all kinds of prizes. It really got his worth in. And as Dilson couldn't really get back into the game until right at the end. As we do see that Refinement Curlier getting discarded, well, KO I should say, via the Cramorant. And then Dilson, give him all credit, tried his best and came pretty close at the end there, but unfortunately couldn't quite get over the line.
No, if Gustavo Wada wasn't able to find that final energy, that was the point.
Yeah.
If that Professor's Research had have left the final card in deck as that energy, oh, that would have hurt. Ooh, we don't love to see that.
Yeah, we see the one copy of Scream Tail in the prizes, one Refinement Curlier, and one Ralts as well. So a lot of Pokemon in Gustavo Wada's prize cards there, and I don't believe he plays a heavy ball, so they're going to stay right there. Could this be the opening that Adilson needs in this round 8 match to get back involved, win this game, and then try and put it all onto a game 3?
Yeah, Giratina could stomp all over Gustavo this time if they're not careful, so I imagine that first deck search is going to be very crucial to finding out that, okay, Scream Tail's not going to be able to put in as much work this time, but I'm sure Gustavo has other tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, Gustavo, if anyone can navigate out of this, Gustavo Wada's pretty hard on that list for me, as we do see a Psychic Energy getting discarded for concealed cards. And what was that? A Giratina V-Star and a Cramorant. No comp phase in sight. And if there's no comp phase in sight, that means there's going to be no cards in the Lost Zone.
Nope, not yet. They're considering popping an energy on the Giratina. No, they've decided, no, I'm going to save my resources. Not going to do that yet. Abyss Seeking does only require 1 energy, so if they are needing to use Abyss Seeking next turn to start the Lost Zone population, then you know, they can wait. There's no rush.
Yeah, I guess there's no reason to attach that now. You can start using it earlier. Over to Gustavo's side of the board. Does open up the turn with a Fog Crystal, letting you grab a basic Psychic Pokemon or a basic Psychic Energy. As Gustavo's going to use this time to work out what his prize cards are, as he does grab a Teleportation Burst, Ralts.
First Ralts on the board is always a good feeling, making sure that the essential Pokemon is down. The Teleportation Burst of Ralts has 70 HP as well, which is quite nice against Adilson's Sableye, making sure that a Sableye isn't able to knock out 2 Ralts on the same turn. If they had 60 HP, they would be able to, so going for this one first, I feel, is very strong, making sure that the Ralts are going to stick around long enough to become Curliers and potentially Gardevoirs.
Yeah, I think that's the idea for Gustavo. Now, I'd love to get another look at Gustavo's hand, because if this turn ends with just one Fog Crystal being played, that's not going to be particularly great. So let's have it. So boss's orders. Oh, no. Was there another playable card there outside of boss's orders? Oh, there's an Iona. And there's an Iona. Okay. Woo! Okay. I got a bit worried there for a sec, Amy.
I was fretting quite heavily myself. I think what do we want from this? I think I would want my Mew at this point.
Yeah, Mew, Battle VIP, Pass, any combination. If you do see the level ball, so
I think there was a lot of level balls
yeah,
there.
two level ball.
Ooh,
so
level
we can
ball.
look to grab, I would imagine, the Celebrations Mew or another Ralts even. I guess the second level ball could grab the Celebrations Mew.
Yeah, they went for the Mew. I like that play. I think the Mew is really valuable here to keep digging for a Battle VIP pass, remembering that they can't be used after the first turn. So Mew's Mysterious Tail can dip its way into the deck. Look at the top 6 cards, reveal an item that you can find there, and shuffle the others back in. So here we go with that Mysterious Tail. Is it mysterious enough?
No.
No!
You could argue too mysterious, because you're not going to get the Battle VIP past there. But you see a counter catcher being played. Now, I wonder if, are you now forced to play that level ball to grab another Ralts? You kind of have to now. And in an ideal world, you'd love that to become a Curlier, but I think since you've only got one Ralts down now, you kind of have to play it to grab your second one.
Yeah, although Gustavo does play the Mirage Step Curlier, still making sure that you have 2 Ralts on the bench is really imperative here, because it's not out of the realms of possibility that Adilson could knock one of them out with Cramorant.
Yeah, Escape Rope could be live in that scenario. Any form of Gust options there, apart from Counter Catcher, would be live. So it is over to Adilson now. Let's see if he can capitalize on Gustavo Wilder's sub-optimal start. We're going to start the turn off there with the concealed cards. And that, I think, drew into a Colruyt, so now Adilson can get some cards in the Lost Zone and start working towards that 4, that 7, and that 10 cards in the Lost Zone breakpoint.
Oh, let's see what they are choosing to put in the Lost Zone. The first 2 cards, it looks like an Escape Rope, and I can't quite tell what that other card is, but we don't need it anymore.
I think it's a Jet Energy.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Yeah. And we do see the manual attachment of a Psychic Energy to the active Giratina V, so we could see an Abyss Seeking, where you actually look at the top 4 cards of your deck, put 2 of them in the Lost Zone, and 2 of them in your hand. So let's see what Adilson looks like. Boss's orders, a V-Star.
That was a Colruyt, I think they chose first. Just having another check of their hand is always best to make sure you know exactly what you need. I think that is a tricky decision, though, because, again, we haven't had any Comfey peek out of the deck right now, so the Nest Ball's quite tempting. That's a really tough decision. I think that's one of the things that makes Lost Zone players so great, is that they have to make all of these tough decisions one after another, and if you make one, like, play that is maybe not going to be so optimal later in the game, it can really sting.
Exactly that. As we do see Gustavo Wilder start off his turn with an Avery, drawing 3 cards. Now, because Adilson hasn't got more than 3 Pokemon on his bench, he will not have to discard any. As we do see the Mysterious Tail being used there. So had quite a few Ultra Balls there in that Mysterious Tail target. Looks like is going to choose to grab the Ultra Ball, opts to put the rest of them in the way. As we did see 1 copy of a Battle VIP pass there. Would have loved to have seen that last turn, but it's going to get shuffled away now.
Yeah, no, that's going away already. Seeing what... There we go. Into the hand. Let's have a look. That's a huge hand already for Gustavo, and they haven't even got a Curlier down yet, but they're going straight in. No Curliers to be seen yet. We're going in with a Shining Arcana. Get another Shining Arcana Gardevoir off that, and a Super Rod. So I think they kind of have to go into the Curlier now, because they're going to need to start discarding some energy. Not that they have any right now. This is not looking great on either side of the board, if I'm honest with you, Shay.
Yeah, I haven't got any Psychic Energy in discard, I believe, yet, which is interesting. Or maybe 1 from a tree, I should say. But I think this is fine. You know, Gardevoir, I always feel with Gardevoir, if you get a turn 2 attack, that's a bonus. It's not something you're guaranteed. To have the Reversal Energy attachment as well, which is fantastic at dealing with early game prizes from Cramorant. Basically saying, if that Cramorant takes a care of my Mew, I'm just going to fire back with a Brainwave. That Reversal Energy is such a powerful card in the Gardevoir archetype, honestly.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and I think that the reason that we see more Reversal Energy in Gardevoir decks nowadays is very clear that it's just fantastic. You don't mind being on the back foot. You're like, yeah, I know it takes me longer to get set up than you, but I don't mind because I've got my fancy energy.
Yeah, it's very fancy. Again, you can't letting it count for basically 3 cluttered energy as long as you're behind on prize cards while it's attached. Here we do see a Dilson starting off the turn there with the concealed cards. I mean, not concealed cards, sorry, a Chorus Experiment. And let's see what he has there. Looks like we see a Jet Energy, a Mirage Gate. Jet Energy is being sent to the Lost Zone as well as... Interesting. Could be the counter catcher. Does that have that 1 cover bottle that is in his hand currently?
I'm still curious to where those Comfey are. I think the Screamtail must have roared so hard that they're too afraid to come out this time.
Yeah, they're scared. They think, I don't want any business of that. No, I'm staying here, Adilson. Sorry about that. You're going to have to rely on Greninja and Cramorant, at least at this moment in time. As it looks like we might be seeing the Jet Energy attachment. Looks like he was debating it at the very least. Which will then swoosh that Cramorant into the active. And bear in mind, it can attack for free via that Lost Provisions ability, as we do see that Spit Innocently attacking, which does mean that that Reversal Energy is now live.
I love Jet Energy. It's so fun. Great new card, allowing you to move the Pokemon that you attach it to into the active spot.
I must say, I loved your little sound effect there as the Cramorant hit the active little shoo.
I cannot help myself. I do it every single time I use Jet Energy.
Okay, let's see what Gustavo does. It looks like he's going to play an Iono. That will reset Gustavo hand down to 4, Adilson's down to 5, and both players shuffle their hands to the bottom of their deck. That's a card that Gardevoir decks love to just fire off, because like you said, you tend to be on the back foot anyway, so you get to get a new hand of 6, and you can start to limit your opponent's hand as well.
Yeah, and the Gardevoir's already ready to attack. It's got 150 damage on the board because of the Reversal Energy with Brainwave, 60 plus 30 more for each Psychic Energy attached, and currently that's counting as 3 energy, so it's going to be doing 150 damage, which is plenty. We don't need more than that right now.
No.
And you can still use Gardevoir's Shining Arcana ability even under that path, so we're still fine for now. Gustavo is in absolutely no rush to make a Gardevoir EX. In fact, it might be dangerous to make a Gardevoir EX this early, because Path isn't really a worry of theirs right now. Right now, they need to be populating the discard pile with as much Psychic Energy as humanly possible, ready for when the larger threats are available on Adilson's board.
Yep. And then you start using the Zacian and the Screamtail in combination with Luxurious Cape to start KOing your Adilson's bigger HP Pokemon. As we do see the Ultra Ball being played, discarding 2 Psychic Energy. And it's not going to grab, I mean, it could grab the Raging Greninja, but then you won't be able to use that currently. We could even see the Gardevoir EX potentially, even to get it into play. Could also grab Rolls, could grab anything. As we do see the Raging Greninja, oh, no, not quite. As we do see the Raging Greninja being taken.
He does hop out of the deck in the end. He was a bit hesitant there, but it's okay. He's here, and that's all that matters.
He was like, are you sure there's a pop to the peak right now? Are you sure you want me? Because I was like, yeah, I want ya.
Yeah, go on then. Yeah, there's Gustavo's done a great job of getting Psychic Energy in the discard pile so far, but 4 isn't load still. So I think having Greninja as an option is always friendly, especially if they are, taking out the Cramorant, leaving their Shining Arcana of Gardevoir in the active with no other attacker on their board. It does allow their other 2 rolls to be, their other 2 Curlier, to be really flexible.
And I tell you what, that Gardevoir with 140 HP is actually a really awkward number for Adilson to deal with, right? Lost Sparks can't quite get to 140 damage easily. You know, Moonlight Shuriken doesn't get you there, as Adilson does play a Chorus Experiment. You know, Lost One doesn't get you there, Spit Innocently doesn't get you there. One thing that does get you there is Guillotine the V-Star Lost Impact, but that's 3 energy for 280, and it Lost Zones 2. You don't want to be doing that if you're taking 1 prize card. So, yeah, a Gardevoir with 140 HP could be quite a hurdle for Adilson to jump over.
I don't even believe Shred does enough, does it, on the Giratina V if you chose not to V-Star it.
I think it does 160, actually. Yeah, it does 160,
oh,
so that would actually be an option.
Actually, then.
But that's really, 220 HP is such an easy number for Gardevoir to get to, right?
It is. Yeah, I think it may be a bit too dangerous, but it's a potential because I think the other issue with using Lost Impact is that you then have to Lost Zone the energy.
Yeah.
And that's so scary against, you know, taking out a single prize Pokemon and permanently losing 2 of your energy. That's terrifying.
It is. As we do see Adilson does get to that 7 break point in the Lost Zone, so does play a Mirage Gate, which allows him to grab any 2 different colored basic energy and attach them to Pokemon in any way you like. And looks like we're now going to see a Psychic Energy and a Grass Energy, so that means Giratina V can now attack if desired. Giratina V Star, if it evolves, could also be attack as well.
And the path is still down, so they don't have to worry about kind of digging for that to be able to limit Gustavo from being able to do much once this Gardevoir is gone. So maybe putting the resources into knocking out this Gardevoir is going to be enough as long as the path stays.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, as long as that path to the peak stays, there will be no Psychic Embrace. So I guess Adilson has got that working for him. As we do see this Comfey jetting into the active. It looks like we are going to see potentially that Shred, like you mentioned. I don't think there's a Giratina V-Star in the hand right now. So yeah, Shred 160.
Shred, there it is. And I think they're relying on that path to the peak, making sure that Gustavo isn't actually able to get up to those high numbers. 220 is way too much without Gustavo being able to use a Gardevoir EX. Adilson seems quite confident, in my opinion. You know, they put that other path to the peak in the Lost Zone. They only run 3 total in their list. So
yeah,
I don't know. I think they're pretty confident that Gustavo's going to get stuck in the snow on the mountain there.
Yeah, that sort of slippery slope up to the path of the peak. Adilson's hoping that Gustavo cannot climb anymore. We do see Gustavo play a Supod, shuffle in 3 Pokemon there. And let's see what Gustavo does still have a lot of cards to draw. At a minimum, there's 4 from Refinement. Then you discard 1 card from your hand and draw 2 more. As it stands now, can't use that Radiant Greninja while Path to the Peak is in the active. We are going to see a Professor's Research, actually, immediately. Then you discard your hand and draw 7. Are we going to see a Stadium replacement here, Amy? Let's have a look.
Let's see if they manage to find one.
No, not
you were so confident going into that.
Yeah.
Oh, no. And having played their supporter for the turn as well, we know that there's no chance of using any further draw to be able to help them out. And in fact, Gustavo is not playing Worker.
No, that is a card that has been omitted from a lot of Gardevoir lists now. A lot of them are starting to play, cards like Lost Vacuum instead, which Gustavo does play 1 of. But this is getting towards last chance saloon here for Gustavo. Did miss Stadium out again off that first refinement. Only has 1 refinement left. He's forced to play the Fog Crystal just to thin the deck a little bit. Let's see if Gustavo can get that Stadium replacement. I think if he does get it, he is off to the races, can evolve into the Shining Arcana. See another 2 cards as well. And had the reversal NGS Stadium replacement there, Gustavo. Was that? I don't think it was. No.
No, Battle VIP pass by the looks of it.
Escape. Here's the last dig then,
Come
Amy.
on.
Lost Vacuum and the Collapse Stadium
goodness,
as well.
spoiled for choice.
Wow, there they are. They were just keeping it interesting for us. They were thinking right.
They built the tension, took it right to the last draw. And just seeing that there's 1 in the Lost Zone already is really cool. And so they're able to put another 1 in there. Oh, they vacuumed up that snow. It's all good.
They vacuumed up the snow, they blew it away. So now it's easy for people to come up and down the mountain, as it were. So now we see the Gardevoir EX evolving. So now Psychic Embrace can be used. And like I said, 220 damage is not a hard number for that Brainwave Gardevoir to hit. It's 60 plus 30 for each Psychic Energy attached. And bear in mind, Gustavo is behind on prize cards, so that Reversal Energy is counting for 3 Psychic, as we do see the Brainwave
and
for
Gustavo launches themselves back into the lead. No more Reversal Energy is active currently, as they are on 3 prize cards now. And we finally see a little Comfey.
I tell you what's something interesting. Gustavo Lost Zoning that path has actually got a Adilson to 10 in the Lost Zone.
Yeah.
So that means the Lost Mine is now actually live, as we do see it being taken there.
That's really true, actually. I always forget that it's really important to remember that sometimes you can benefit your opponent by using cards like Lost Vacuum.
Yeah, it doesn't come up too often unless you're playing against Lost Boxes. We do see that Comfey, as you mentioned, finally hitting the active. As we are going to see a not concealed card, I should say, a Flower selecting. And let's see, sending a counter catch into the Lost Zone by looks of it, and keeping an escape rope.
Yeah, the Comfey was out of play for so long, we both forgot what the ability was called. You know, we're too used to Greninja now, huh?
Yeah, I mean, we've been announcing a lot more concealed cards today than we have been flower selecting. Let's find it again.
Yeah.
As we do see the Gardevoir EX hit the active.
Oh, okay. I mean, it can always accelerate energy onto itself, right? So, but then again, what happens now if Adilson does manage to find the final path to beat this in their list? Because then Gardevoir might be trapped in the active. It needs 2 energy to retreat, and it doesn't have anything on itself right now. Gustavo would have to attach 1 and wait.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know Gustavo's got a stadium bump, but Adilson doesn't know that.
That could be why Gustavo promoted it, because he knows, well, even if you do put the path, I just concealed, I collapsed him straight away anyway. So we are going to see that loss mine, which lets you spread 12 damage counters, because Adilson does have 10 cards in the loss zone, which will KO that Gardevoir, Brainwave Gardevoir, who put in the finest of work and put 4 onto the Ralts. Let's see what Gustavo can do here.
Still no path in play, so free reign to Psychic Embrace as much as they please.
Oh, we do see the Scream Tail plus Luxurious Cape combos. We could see that being used. I imagine maybe even just a Miracle Force into the active Sableye is fine. Go down to 2. Then you can just pay retreat off the Gardevoir at some point. Could be an option. We do see Boss's Orders. We do see the Zacian as well. There's a lot of options here. As Gustavo plays a Super Pop, we're going to shuffle in some Curlier and some Brainwave Gardevoir, and maybe try and evolve that Volt on the bench into a Curlier, so start to draw some cards with that.
Yeah, I think that's a really solid play, just making sure that they're keeping their resources really well stocked in the deck, but not making the deck too large that they can't draw through almost the entire deck if they need to at this stage. I think that's the thing, because what Adilson's going to be trying to do is make sure that Gardevoir begins to run out of draw support, right? Because Gustavo is low on those draw support abilities at the moment, and if Adilson can keep it that way, maybe they can swing a comeback.
Yeah, that's one thing. As the course of the game pans out, when I play against Gardevoir, I start to think, like, how many draws have you got? Have you got like 1 refinement, 2 refinement? Have you got, you know, concealed cards available? If I path, that takes that away. So yeah, that's definitely one thing I think Adilson is trying to keep track of and try and limit for Gustavo. But as it stands now, Gustavo has at least concealed cards and a refinement available this turn.
I think Gustavo's in a really strong place right now, but I'm not disillusioned to the fact that Adilson could still bring this comeback. That's the beauty of Lost Box. It is terrifying, and they don't need a lot to make a mountain out of a molehill.
No, yeah, you are correct. When Sableye in format, you know, multiplier turns aren't that hard to do. One thing I want to keep you draw your attention to, though, is that time just gone under 4 minutes. So that's something to keep an eye on here, as we do see Psychic Embrace being used 3 times, and it looks like we are going to see just a Miracle Force to potentially KO that Sableye, doing 190 damage at the same time.
Yeah, going ahead and using the refinement on the Kalia as well. Like I said earlier, I think it's really important for Gardevoir to have their deck relatively thin and flexible at this point.
And that's one thing that Gardevoir does really well, as we are going to see Scream Tail getting benched for that Luxurious Cape, giving it an extra 100 HP. But if it gets knocked out via damage from an attack, it gives up 1 extra prize card. It essentially turns it into like an EX Pokemon, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, indeed. However, I mean, Sableye doesn't really trigger that.
Yes.
Because it's not knocking out the Scream Tail via damage from an attack. It is placing damage counters, which is different. Placing a damage counter is placing 10 damage onto a Pokemon, whereas an attack has the damage output at the side of the card. So if you're ever confused of whether something is placing damage counters or damage, then you want to look next to the attack name, just like this Moonlight Shuriken. It doesn't have a damage value to the right of it, so it's damage counters.
There we go. So let's see what Adilson does here. Looks like starting off the turn with a Chorus Experiment, and looks like it's going to get rid of...
I've just remembered I'm wrong with that Greninja. It's been a long day. No, that one is damage because it specifically says it underneath. It says this attack does 90 damage, but if it doesn't have the word damage, then yeah, it's counters. So in the instance of Sableye, it is damage counters.
So let's see what Adilson opts to keep, or looks like losing a Switch Cart and a Giratina V, I should say, getting sent to the Lost Zones. Adilson gets the third team. We do see another Sableye coming down. And I think if Adilson is going to win this game, it's going to be just seeing how many Lost Mines can I fire off. Because Gustavo is not going to be putting many two prizes down. Well, any extra, I should say, because there is that Zarshan. And it looks like, and since we saw the Giratina V get sent to the Lost Zone, I think Adilson's realizing I can't really afford to use any Giratina V, so I'm going to have to try and Lost Mine my way out. Try and find my way out of the mine with old Sableye.
The Lost Zone is becoming like a barrier through the middle of the table. It's always fun to see when Lost Box is really doing its thing and populating that zone very adequately. However, in this instance, it feels like a bit of a desperation stretch for what Adilson is going to need to be able to close this game out, if at all.
And we will see if Gustavo can close it out, if Adilson can sort of hold on for dear life here, as it were, as we do see that Mirage Gate being played. We see a Grass Energy attached to the active and then a Psychic Energy attached to that bench Sableye. So that means that Comfey can retreat, and that Sableye will be able to get into the active and start using Lost Mine, start trying to take some KOs.
Yeah, where do we think the Lost Mine's going to go this time? I think that Curlier is really important personally because it's their only flexible spot for another God of War EX, right?
Yes, so I think you've put 4 there because Curlier has 80 HP, so that leaves you with 80 to go.
Oh, so you can take the Manaphy as well. Ooh, that evens up the prize trade a little bit.
It does, no, for sure. But then I don't know how Adilson can take this last fight. I guess you can KO the Raging Greninja actually with another Lost Mine. So Gustavo might want to try and weave in an Iono here if possible. Just to, Iono plus KO and just hope that Adilson can't get another Sableye down. But Adilson has got a route to victory here. Let's see if he can find it. As we do see Gardevoir, Brainwave Gardevoir Shining Arcana getting to the hand via an Ultra Ball. And let's see what Gustavo does. Hasn't got anywhere to draw cards outside of that concealed cards. So if Gustavo hasn't got an Iono in hand, and I think he's played at least 2 so far, only plays 3 copies in totality, might actually struggle to find it. Let's have a look.
Yeah, like we said, one of the most powerful things you could do against a God of War deck late game is restrict their card draw. Adilson's done a fantastic job with that right now in making sure that Gustavo doesn't have a lot of options on board to be able to draw more cards to help them out of this situation that Adilson's little gem gremlin has popped him in.
And just that confirmation that time has been called, and this is Gustavo is turn 0. So we have 3 more turns to conclude this game, and if a winner hasn't been decided, then the game technically won't end. So we have to keep that in mind. But I tell you what, with Adilson at 1 prize and Gustavo at 2, I'm fairly certain the game will end. But let's see. Looks like we're just going to see a Miracle Force. Okay, can Adilson get a Sableye back? Top decks a Sableye actually does have a way to maneuver that Comfey and a Psychic Energy. Does he have it? Does he have a Roxanne?
Ooh.
Does that have a Mirage Gate? So is there a Psychic Energy in deck, though?
I don't know. It looked like there were 4 in the discard pile there, and I'm just having a check. Yes, there is only 4 in the list, and they're all in the discard pile. Gustavo's just had a little check. They probably don't know exactly how many Psychic Energy Adilson is running, but I think an informed guess would say that that's possibly all of them. So they're going to need some way of getting those back into the deck first, and then to Mirage Gate them back out again.
Yes, we need to see a Super essentially then, right? Super does get you there. Comfey, select some flowers.
Ooh, okay. Roxanne or Iono?
I mean, I think he did have a Roxanne in hand already, so could play that.
Yeah, because the Iono is only going to get you 1.
Yeah, so
it's going to get both of you 1.
And that might struggle. Basically, if you play that Roxanne, you kind of force yourself into switching first. You've got no guarantee that you would find the switch back again. So it could be quite tough. Wow.
I mean, but what other decision does Adilson have? If they can't attack with this Sableye, what can they do?
Then you just get Miracle Forced, right? So
yeah, so I feel like the switch isn't that bad. I guess, okay, yep, they could switch into a different Comfey to get another flower selecting to dig further through the deck. but do they have enough switching options? It looks like they've only got 4 cards left in deck total.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't even have a switch option in hand. I'm not sure I saw one.
No, I'm not certain either. I don't think there is. I think there's just a lot of Giratinas. A whole lot of Tina.
Yeah, a lot of Giratina, but no, as we are going to see that Roxanne.
Okay, yeah. So there we are then. So if they had, what? Are they going to draw like practically their entire deck? I think it's possibly I don't think it's quite their entire, but it's a lot of. They're going to get 6 cards, and Gustavo is going to get 2.
Yep, and Adilson would love to find a combination of Super Rod and Mirage Gate that would get him there. Let's see what he does, and let's see how many cards he has left in deck. Actually, can't quite see. I see a Mirage Gate. Do we see a Super Rod? No.
Oh.
And I think.
Oh no, that's so upsetting.
And I think with that Roxanne, it might be the writing on the wall there for Adilson. I don't see a way in which he can attack this turn. And without any switching cards even, that Comfey has to stay in the active, which means the Gardevoir EX just uses Miracle Force next turn.
Show their opponent how far off them.
Oh, the Super Rod was so
in the
close.
Deck. It was still there.
Oh, no.
Oh, that hurts. That really does.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
We do prefer to see maybe a result to a tie, but I really genuinely believed with all of my heart that they were going to bring that back.
There were one. It looks like there was a couple cards off the top there from doing it. If that Super Rod was in the Roxanne, Adilson could have closed that game out. But Gustavo Wada doing what Gustavo Wada does best, and that's winning games.
Yeah.
And he goes and he adds another win to his tally here at the LAIC 2024. But I want to give maximum commiserations there to Adilson. He played that super well.
They did, honestly.
And just unfortunately, the Path to the Peaks didn't quite show up when he needed them, and Gustavo just managed to draw his outs when he needed them. But what a fantastic round that was.
Absolutely brilliant. These two are just fantastic to watch in their element. Both players absolutely top of their game. I wish them both the best of luck going forward. We have one more round today, so hopefully they will both have a great time with that.
Yeah, I think Gustavo is almost guaranteed day 2 at this point. I feel as if Adilson might need to win his last one, but that's something that Adilson could definitely do. Right, he's got this far in the tournament. I see no reason why he can't win the next one. Came very close to winning that there as well. So, yeah, what a round that was.
It was really fun. I really enjoyed that game. I think it's nice to have some differentiation of lengths of matchups at the moment. We're having some short games, some long games, and I'm really enjoying that to and fro.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm very excited to see how that pans out as well. So it looks like we're going to have some giveaways coming up soon as well. So let's have a look at what they are. I'm very excited to see that. We also have standings to look at as well. So we've got a whole host of information that we'll be looking at.
Don't go anywhere. I can't wait to see what those giveaways are. I'm sure some of you might have spotted a few throughout the stream today. So if you missed out on any, you might have to go back and have a look.
Yeah, so I think we've got standings coming up first though. So let's even have a look at them and see how that round 8 has been panning out for the rest of our field and leave them in a good stead there for round 9. Because that's where it starts to get interesting, right? Round 8 and round 9 is where you start thinking about day 2. And even if you've got that guaranteed day 2 already, you can start to think, well, if I get one more win here, I can begin to really cement myself in a strong day 2. And the more wins you get going into day 2, you can start thinking about those top 8 placements as well.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, I have a little apology to make on behalf of the production team. We don't have those standings yet for you. Maybe there's still some games going on, but that's okay because you guys can still get involved by following us and using our hashtag on social media, #PlayPokemon. Tell us what your favorite part of today was. Tell us your absolute favorite part. What was the best bit that you saw today of the Latin American Pokemon TCG Championships? What do you think, Shay? Have you got a favorite moment of today? What would you tweet?
What would I tweet? Well, there's been so many great games, right? Having the first Ampu very much to be announced on stream, I think that's up there for me. And that round was amazing. Seeing that Iron Valiant game, Entei just dissecting a Chen Pao was really hard up there for me. Also seeing Hisuian Electro Claunch deck you know,
Right,
doing
yeah, there's just
super
so
well.
many,
It's just
you're right.
honestly. So you want to make sure you all get involved there on Twitch and on YouTube as well. Get involved, follow and subscribe to the channels. Get involved in the chat where possible. And as we saw there, you know, sometimes you get to pick at home what game we have featured there. So make sure you stick around for all them opportunities as well.
There's so many opportunities to get involved. We've tried to make this super interactive. And remember that you can have your social media posts featured on the stream here as well. So if you use our hashtag, we might even feature you. Let us know what your favorite moment. Was it something the players did? Was it something we did? Was it something our co-casters did? Was it something on the Go stream? Was it something on the VGC stream? All of these things are valid. Did you have fun in a side events? Did you see a cool cosplay? There are so many things that you can talk about.
Not only just incredible gameplay, there's so many things like you said. So, but once you do them tweets, I want you at home to promise that you'll come back bright and early for day 2 tomorrow. Starts at 9 AM Brazilian time or 4 AM Pacific time. So make sure you get involved, because that's the good thing about internationals. You get 3 days of action. So we got day 2 coming up and then championship Sunday on Sunday. So I don't want you at home to miss anything. So get back here bright and early for our day 2.
Make sure you sleep well, but don't forget that we have some fantastic giveaways as mentioned earlier. So let's run through those one more time. Don't forget you can receive a special illustration rare Iron Valiant EX, and we did see that phantasmal game earlier with it.
Yeah, that Iron Valiant, that Tachyon bit's a fantastic ability. We saw it absolutely annihilate a Chen Pao deck. So if you want to start trying that deck at home now on TCG Live, just use that code Paradox LAIC before the 27th of November, and you will own one of those nice shiny special illustration rares as well. They didn't have to give you that rarity, so thumbs up to Pokemon TPCI for doing that for the giveaway, because that is a stunning card as well. Something else that's stunning though, Amy, is if you use the code LAIC Phantom Ace with a few numbers to place some letters there, you can get yourself a Dragapult, or Alex Gomez's Dragapult that he's used to fantastic effect. But you have to use that pass go before the 20th of November, so a little bit sooner.
Yeah, you got a little bit less time to grab your Dragapult there, so I would go and get your free dragon, best phrase of the stream so far in my opinion, to make sure that you grab that on your game to impress your friends and be winning some battles of your own. And of course, on our Twitch stream, you can earn Twitch drops. All you have to do for that is simply watch the streams, and I believe it's every half an hour to an hour, you will get a new Twitch drop on your account. You can go to the Twitch drop section of your account at any point. You won't miss out on them. So if you need to go and grab a coffee, it's okay. Stay hydrated. You're not going to miss out on your Twitch drop. It'll be there when you get back.
Yeah, so make sure to get involved. Look at that. You can earn stuff just for watching. It doesn't get much better than that. See, I love some freebies. So, and you guys at home get plenty of freebies. So make sure you get involved in that.
Thank you so much, everybody. From myself, Shay, and the entirety of the event, today has been absolutely phenomenal. Thank you for being here with us for the Pokemon Trading Card Game Championships in Latin America, Sao Paulo. We have been having so much fun, as you can probably tell. So from all of us here, don't forget to pop back tomorrow, but it is time for us to say goodbye for now, and we'll see you very soon.